This young man was a transmigrator. Overall, the current world was no different from his previous one, except for one condition. All students must undergo a ghostly challenge when they turn 18. Good luck, children. I'll be here waiting for you to return. If you're not absolutely sure, remember to escape after you've used up your resurrection opportunities. The teacher's reminder from the podium pulled Zhang Che out of his hazy thoughts. That's right, today he turned 18 in this body and was about to enter the ghostly world for the first time. The countdown on the ghost stone had only a few seconds left. After it hit 0, they would leave the classroom and be officially sucked into the illusory world of Canada. After entering the ghostly world, a character information panel appeared in front of Zhang Che. However, one thing caught Zhang Che's attention. His ghost power was actually 50 points, while novices usually started with 10 points. This made Zhang Che feel a little cocky. It seemed he really got the script of the male lead. The system also sent him his first mission, which was to reach Wangchen Hospital within 30 minutes along this road. If he exceeded the time or remained still for a long time, he would be attacked mysteriously. Because it was the first mission, the system had to remind newbies like him to protect their little lives, because there was only one chance for resurrection. Looking at the vaguely visible Wangchen Hospital in the distance, Zhang Che was a little unimpressed. The first mission wasn't too easy, was it? Such a short distance, even if he walked slowly, it would only take him 10 minutes to arrive. However, things were not as simple as Zhang Che imagined, because suddenly a strange voice came from behind him. "Hello!" Zhang Che was startled and his hair stood on end. Seriously, encountering a ghost right at the beginning, the other party quickly approached him, touching his face with one hand and his butt with the other. Zhang Che, a dignified man, didn't dare to resist being harassed like this. "Handsome guy, hello, am I pretty?" the other party continued, and Zhang Che only knew to nod frantically. Seeing him praise her beauty, the ghost slowly took off her mask. "Damn, this plot seems a bit familiar." Zhang Che began to sweat. Sure enough, behind the mask was a mouth torn to the ears. At the same time, the ghost also took out a huge pair of scissors. Then she asked again with that terrifying face, "Am I still pretty now?" Zhang Che was frightened, and he knew what the next plot would be. If he said she was ugly this time, he would have his throat cut. If he continued to incoherently praise her beauty, she would give him a similar mouth. Zhang Che tried to calm himself down. This was the slit-mouthed woman. He remembered that his homeroom teacher's Duyan had taught how to deal with her. But Zhang Che was really a bad student, forgetting what he learned. And in this situation, he didn't have enough composure to remember anything. Then Zhang Che came up with a solution, which was to pretend to be crazy. Taking advantage of the slit-mouthed woman's daze, he immediately ran away. Zhang Che thought that with the blessing of his ghost power, running 100 meters would only take him more than 10 seconds, and the ghost wouldn't be able to catch up. But unexpectedly, she ran even faster than him. "What about the question of whether I'm pretty?" It seemed Zhang Che had to give her an answer. But the male lead is always the male lead, and he always has his own way to go. Zhang Che was stopped by the other party, and he somersaulted back. "Isn't that ghost very fond of asking? I'll ask too." So he confidently raised a thumb and asked back, "Madam, do you think I'm stupid?" The slit-mouthed woman was teased by Zhang Che and felt that she had encountered a madman this time. But that didn't mean she would give up. Even wearing high heels, she could still easily chase Zhang Che half to death. Turning around and around, the other party would only ask one sentence, which was whether she was pretty. Zhang Che remained completely silent. Seeing that he was cunningly and deliberately not answering her, the other party began to get anxious. The scissors in her hand flew up, and she planned to let Zhang Che taste the pain, because in order to complete the KPI it was okay to slightly violate the rules of using ghost power. Zhang Che saw the scissors flying towards him with a whoosh. He instinctively raised his hand to block. But at this moment, because it detected a dangerous ghost, the system in his body was automatically activated. The slit-mouthed woman's scissors were blocked by something like a shield. On Zhang Che's side, he had just received a new prompt from the system, which read as follows: "Deception and lies have stained her hands with blood, ugliness and loneliness have made her vengeful, but who knows that she once longed for a kiss, a touch of tenderness." The unintentionally unlocked system guidance made Zhang Che even more confident. He firmly believed that he had officially become a daddy at this juncture. So he very arrogantly demonstrated to the slit-mouthed woman, "Come on, ugly and filthy monster, today I will definitely seek justice for you." However, as soon as Zhang Che finished speaking, the sign in front of him disappeared and the shield disappeared as well. He was scared out of his wits, and the female ghost seemed to have been touched on her bottom line. The thing she hated most in the world was glib-tongued men, and Zhang Che had been absolutely glib-tongued from just now until now. He began to tremble, thinking that the other party might open her mouth and swallow him alive next. "I'll ask you one last time." The female ghost's face was already very ugly, and she repeated word by word in a miserable and frightening tone, "Am I pretty?" My God, praising that face as pretty is really embarrassing. But Zhang Che really wanted to live, so he followed the system's prompt just now and gave the female ghost a little tenderness. Sure enough, when Zhang Che held her waist and picked her up like carrying a princess, the ferocity on the slit-mouthed woman's face immediately disappeared without a trace, and instead she began to blush shyly. Zhang Che really didn't want to be so intimate with a ghost, but a great man can bend and stretch, and in this emergency his dog life was still the most important thing. Baby, listen to me. Once a sincere love was placed before me, but I didn't cherish it, and I regretted it after I lost it. If God could give me another chance, Zhang Che began to show off his amateurish flirting skills, but before he could finish he was interrupted by the other party. Speak human language to me. Well, it's, Zhang Che answered in a panic. Do you believe in so-called love at first sight? The slit-mouthed woman let out a loud, ah. But before she could answer, Zhang Che lowered his head and kissed her blood-stained mouth. Strangely, with this kiss, the other party's torn mouth actually slowly healed. This kiss was indeed a bit strange, but Zhang Che performed it very seriously. After all, this was a matter of his life and death, and he was so serious that the female ghost blushed with shame, and Zhang Che's mouth was now covered with blood, but besides the fishy smell there seemed to be a hint of sweetness. Thank God it worked, because afterwards, the female ghost put away the scissors and stammered. My name is Xiao Lai, you wait for me, I will take responsibility. After saying that, she left. Zhang Che felt a bit of a sense of accomplishment. Although the female ghost looked a bit scary, she wasn't so bad after kissing her. Surprisingly, after this incident, the system also sent a notification saying that he had completed the hidden mission of redeeming the slit-mouthed woman. The reward was the forbidden item bloodstained scissors, which was the female ghost's weapon just now. Zhang Che didn't expect to get a forbidden item right at the beginning. Although it was only the lowest level forbidden item from A to F, this pair of scissors was at least worth more than 100,000. It was just a pity that it was a keepsake left by the female ghost and could not be sold. After equipping the female ghost bloodstained scissors, Zhang Che felt more threatening, so he confidently walked all the way to Wangchen Hospital. As soon as this mission was completed, another main mission was immediately triggered. That was that he had to work as a caregiver in the hospital for 7 days. The system guidance sent another prompt. It said that a good relationship between doctors and patients could increase points. Conversely, if he angered the patients, he would encounter immeasurable danger. In addition, he should go to bed obediently after dark, and must not open his eyes. The difficulty level of this mission was E. When Zhang Che entered that hospital, there were no other newbies besides him. He was received by a scantily clad female nurse who made people nervous at first glance. Hey newbie, you're Zhang Che, right? Let me see, you're in charge of the patients on the 4th floor. Come back here at 6 p.m. to settle your salary. The female nurse instructed, and Zhang Che only knew to nod repeatedly. She also especially instructed him that there was a female patient in room 401 who needed special care, and told him to go and take care of this person first. At this time, Zhang Che remembered his question just now and asked, excuse me, are there any other people besides me? You'll know when you get off work. However, one person has already died. Although he was just a waste, he was quite delicious. When she said these words, the expression on the female nurse's face was very distorted and excited. Zhang Che was a little scared. Someone had died just as the challenge had begun, and according to her words, it seemed that he had been eaten. Wasn't there still a chance for resurrection? Zhang Che decided not to think too much, and that completing his mission was the most important thing. So he took the elevator to the 4th floor. It was empty here, without even a nurse on duty. He looked through the records and found that there were 8 rooms on this floor, but only 4 rooms had patients. Zhang Che thought at this time that his luck was good, and his workload could be reduced by half. He followed the head nurse's instructions and went to room 401 to check the situation first. But when he stood in front of the door, Zhang Che was stunned for a long time, because the wooden door was covered with hand-shaped bloodstains, which looked very terrifying. The system prompt came again, reminding him that the patient in this room was very noisy. When he went in, he would be hit by a head. Although it would not cause fatal danger, it would lose the dignity of the medical staff in front of the patient, which was also a relatively serious matter. Humph, it's worthy of being a ghostly world where human heads can be taken out to play with, so exciting. Zhang Che muttered, took out the slit-mouthed woman's blood-stained scissors and kicked open the door of the ward. Sure enough, as the system reminded, what came into Zhang Che's eyes was a hanging head. But because he had made full preparations, his movements were very smooth, and the tip of the scissors directly pierced the head, pinning it to the ground. After he made this move, the entire ward also lit up and the several patients in the room all fell silent. Zhang Che was very satisfied with their reaction. Who said the patients were noisy? Wasn't this very quiet? What the hell is this guy doing? People are just joking, and he stabs their head with scissors. The child sitting on the outermost bed holding a teddy bear thought, this person's strength is not ordinary, and that pair of scissors is not an ordinary thing either. This time, the man lying on the bed next to him thought while nervously swallowing his saliva, Seeing that they didn't speak, Zhang Che had to happily say hello first. He introduced himself as the new nurse. He heard from the head nurse that there were patients in everyone's rooms who needed special care. "May I ask who it is?" "Nurse, it's me. I called for it." A moaning sound came from the head on the ground. "Oh, so you called for it? I'm really sorry. Let me help you pull out the scissors." Zhang Che just squatted down about to pull out the scissors, when he saw the system send a warning again. "Damn human, when this lady puts her head back on, I will definitely eat you. Ha ha ha." This was probably the inner voice of the owner of that head. Zhang Che's hand, which was about to pull out the scissors, suddenly stopped. Then he suddenly changed his mind, pulling the handles of the scissors apart with both hands, immediately splitting the head in half. His shot was very decisive, scaring the remaining 2 patients in the room so much that they almost wet their pants. Blood splattered from the head onto Zhang Che's face, and coupled with his inhuman smile, the atmosphere in the room became even colder. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect your head to be so brittle." Zhang Che was very proud, because the system had notified him that the move just now had produced a great deterrent effect. In the following time, these patients would be very afraid of him, so they would be very obedient. "Are there any other people who need special care?" Zhang Che asked. Just a simple sentence, but it scared the patients so much that they were about to cry. The little child and that man and that body hugged each other with the owner of that head while crying and shaking their heads nonstop. Especially the owner of that head, who now didn't dare to mess around anymore, and didn't even dare to let Zhang Che put her head back on. Just after demonstrating in room 401, Zhang Che received a call bell from patient number 3 in room 402. It seemed there was a new task. Zhang Che was a little tired because he thought that he could relax until 6 o'clock after completing the task assigned by the head nurse. He walked to the door of room 402, but this time the system didn't send any prompts. Zhang Che was very happy because this showed that there was no big problem in the room. "Hello, who is the patient in bed number 3? As soon as Zhang Che walked into the room, a patient with a full chest and wearing a bloodstained shirt pounced into his arms. If it was a pretty girl, Zhang Che would definitely be very happy, but unfortunately, even though her measurements were hot, her face was very terrifying, and her eyes and nose were invisible, only some terrible scars, and she couldn't speak, only roared like a beast. "What's going on?" Zhang Che was frightened, and at the same time the other party kept pointing at the hospital bed. Fortunately, someone stood up to translate for him in this situation. She said the child is too noisy and wants you to find a way to quiet him down. Another patient who was hanging himself in the room said, then pointed to the child crying nonstop on the opposite bed. Zhang Che was a little speechless. "Can't you solve such a simple problem yourselves? Hey, if we could solve it ourselves, what would we need a nurse like you for?" The man was a little impatient. At first, Zhang Che was still unconvinced and wanted to roll up his sleeves and argue with him. But at this time the system sent another prompt. It said that if Zhang Che lost his job as a nurse, even if the patient ate him, the head nurse would not intervene. There was no way. Zhang Che had to pick up the child and coax him, although he had no experience in coaxing children to sleep. "Little guy, don't cry. Shall I tell you a bedtime story? But I'm hungry, and if the story you tell isn't good, I'll eat you." The child showed a twisted smile and threatened at the same time, but Zhang Che still nodded happily, leaving him speechless. Then he told the other party a ghost story. The story was about how, a long time ago, there were 4 children with antennas on their heads. Just as the story reached this point, the child burst into tears again. He complained that Zhang Che's story was not good, and he clearly wanted to find fault and eat him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he bit into something very hard. On closer inspection, it turned out to be the blood-stained scissors. Zhang Che was still holding him tightly in his arms, but his face became very ugly. "Didn't your mother teach you not to interrupt when others are telling stories?" This kid didn't expect to encounter a tough guy today. As a result now, the person who has the initiative is Zhang Che instead. At the same time, many other newbies also came to Wanchen Hospital to do missions, but most of them were not as smooth as Zhang Che. Some people had already been eaten by patients and some were about to be driven crazy by patients. Currently, they still had to stay here for a week, and no matter how they thought about it, they felt that this mission was unlikely to be completed. After telling the ghost story to the child and forcing him to sleep, Zhang Che also came down to gather with everyone, preparing to get off work and settle his salary. As soon as she appeared in her revealing clothes, a male student couldn't help but stand up to flirt. "Head nurse, you've worked hard today." Unfortunately, he was killed by the head nurse as soon as he finished speaking, amidst everyone's horror. Being complained about by a patient before the mission is completed, what a waste! After finishing, the female nurse also disdainfully patted her hands as if she had just touched something dirty. Then she paid them according to each person's performance. In the hospital there were vending machines on each floor, and they could use these wages to buy things there and then return to their respective floors to rest overnight. Before leaving, she did not forget to remind again in a very serious tone. "Also, Remember my words, close your eyes and go to sleep when it gets dark, and don't open your eyes no matter what happens, or you will be responsible for the consequences. These words were no different from the system's reminder. Zhang Che really couldn't imagine what would happen if he opened his eyes. But now let's go buy some food first. The salary I received today was only 100 nether coins, and it cost 30 nether coins just to buy bread and mineral water. What a black heart. Suddenly he saw a flashlight in the vending machine, priced at 500 nether coins. The appearance of this thing here seemed unreasonable no matter how you looked at it. But anyway, Zhang Che didn't have the money to buy it now, so he decided to put it aside, obediently eat and drink his fill and then go to sleep, because he had to gather at 6:30 tomorrow. When night fell, this hospital became even more eerie and terrifying. After going to sleep, Zhang Che had a dream. He dreamed that he was standing in front of a building called Zushan Prison. Just this month he had dreamed this strange dream several times, but he still couldn't unravel it. Zhang Che decided to open the gate of the prison, but the iron gate was extremely heavy, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. Even in the dream, Zhang Che still felt too tired, so he simply ignored it and directly lay on the ground and fell asleep in his dream. Outside the dream, he also slept sprawled out, completely unaware that there was a ghost in a blue work uniform floating in front of him at this time. Zhang Che fell asleep like this, not knowing anything, until he woke up at 6:30 the next day to gather. When he yawned, the other students looked very panicked. They said that something was flying around in their rooms last night, and some people dreamed that their deceased grandmother was nagging at the head of their bed all night. Zhang Che slept like a dead pig, so he didn't feel anything. He just vaguely felt that there were fewer people today than yesterday. Just then, a beautiful girl walked over, her clothes unbuttoned, putting on a pitiful and aggrieved look, asking Zhang Che to lend her 50 nether coins. This girl was really a scheming bitch, looking for Zhang Che not just to borrow money, but because she saw that everyone else had encountered strange and terrifying things last night, and only Zhang Che was in good condition. So she wanted to take this opportunity to get closer and grab his thigh. Yesterday I only had 5 yuan left, and it was gone after buying a bottle of water to drink. I'm so hungry now. Seeing that Zhang Che was starting to waver, the other party grabbed his hand and pressed it on her chest, making the offensive even more intense. Zhang Che was also a little shaken. After all, the other party was Li Xiaoxiao, the school's great beauty. How could he stand such a stimulating scene in front of him? Fortunately, the head nurse came at this time, giving Zhang Che time to calmly rethink. After calculating, the mission lasted for 7 days, and at most he could only get 700 nether coins. The 500 nether coin flashlight in the vending machine must have a problem. Otherwise, who would put it there? Zhang Che felt that he should keep the money for himself, and when something happened, let alone lend it to Li Xiaoxiao, even he himself would not have enough. As soon as the head nurse came, she began to reprimand this group of students who were about to run out of steam. 5 more wastes withered last night, I told you. Don't open your eyes after dark. Can't you understand? Forget it. Next I will assign today's tasks. Answer me when your name is called. Zhang Che also received a task, which was to deliver medicine to the patient in room 403. However, this task seemed to be much more difficult than the first day, because before coming here he tried to ask the patients in rooms 401 and 402, and they all got the same message, that the previous nurses were eaten by the patients in rooms 403 and 404. Moreover, when he stood in front of the door of room 403, the system also sent a very long prompt, and he knew it would be difficult to deal with without even looking at it. The original text of the prompt was as follows: "This medicine is so terrible that even dogs won't drink it. Of course, if it can be drunk with the taste of blood or coffee, it might be barely acceptable. If you can add some broken glass, it will be even more delicious." Zhang Che did indeed follow the prompt, adding some coffee, broken glass, and crushed milk foam to the medicine, but he still felt nervous. Judging from the reactions of the patients in rooms 401 and 402, the patient in this room was by no means simple, and it was always good to be careful. Zhang Che knocked on the door and entered the room, placing the medicine on the table. The female ghost inside was quite beautiful, with 2 sharp fangs, looking like a vampire no matter how you looked at her. That cup of medicine really made Zhang Che feel a lot of pain. Pack of coffee costs 50 nether coins. It's simply robbing money. Fortunately, he still had enough money, otherwise he would have to draw blood to mix the medicine for this female ghost to drink. The female ghost proudly picked up the medicine cup, and after taking a sip, she showed an incredible expression. Then, in Zhang Che's surprised gaze, the female ghost gulped down the entire cup of medicine and even burped loudly, sighing that it tasted too delicious. "I'm very satisfied with this taste. You take this money and mix me a cup every day in the future." After speaking, she took out a stack of nether coins and handed them to Zhang Che. "No problem, thank you for your reward, sister." After leaving room 403 with that stack of money, Zhang Che still felt a little unbelievable. Everyone said that the patient in this room was very powerful, but he passed easily, and even got a generous reward. So this is what it feels like to be kept by a rich woman. After having money, the first thing Zhang Che did was rush to the vending machine to fill his hungry stomach. The other party gave him a lot of money, so he didn't think much about it, and directly bought the 500 nether coin flashlight. After obtaining this special item, the system immediately unlocked a new challenge mission for Zhang Che called Vishy's Sigh. Before he had time to carefully read what the task was, he heard Li Xiaoxiao's cry for help. "Zhang Che, save me, there's a monster chasing me from behind. As long as you save me, I'll agree to anything." Li Xiaoxiao rushed over while crying, but before she could rush into Zhang Che's arms, she was slapped so hard by him that it hurt. She sat down on the ground with a thud, asking in disbelief, "Zhang Che, what are you doing? We're classmates after all." Of course, Zhang Che had a reason to do so, because he saw at a glance that the other party was not Li Xiaoxiao. "You want to surpass my wisdom with this little trick? Li Xiaoxiao has a mole on her left chest. Remember to be more professional next time you want to impersonate," Zhang Che said smugly, while secretly thanking the goddess Li Xiaoxiao for always dressing so coolly, allowing him to observe this detail. Judging from the other party's appearance, it can be inferred that she is an F-level succubus, which can be used to practice. After being exposed by Zhang Che, the female ghost directly peeled off her face and revealed her true form. Zhang Che didn't hesitate at all, took out the blood-stained scissors, opened her big mouth and wanted to cut her throat. The other party still wanted to struggle, but he never thought of showing mercy to these monsters, so he made successive moves until she completely fainted. Zhang Che's busy day passed like this, and it was 6 p.m. again. When paying wages, the head nurse also patted Zhang Che on the shoulder, praising him for his good performance and telling him to keep it up. This scene really made the other students envious and jealous. Zhang Che was praised by the head nurse and got extra nether coin rewards. Damn it, this guy usually doesn't even bother to read the guides. Why is it so easy for him to do the mission? Just as they were talking about it, Zhang Che's class monitor, Li Jiahao, suddenly spoke up. He saw that only a few people were left in the class after only the second day of the mission, so he proposed a team-up cooperation plan. Otherwise, he was afraid that no one would survive in a few days. "This sword is what I just got. Although it's not a forbidden object, it can still cause a lot of damage to succubi. The flashlight in the vending machine must have a problem, but the problem is that you must first have money to buy it." Speaking of this, Li Jiahao suggested that everyone save up their nether coins first. Zhang Che snorted coldly. Li Jiahao said so much, but he just wanted to know why the head nurse praised him. "And by the way, try to get the other students' nether coins. This kind of cooperation is good, but the other party has selfish motives, so he disdains it." Zhang Che returned to his 4th floor. Li Jiahao saw him leave and tried to call him back. "Zhang Che, we can actually cooperate. If you encounter danger, you can come to the 7th floor to find me. I have a sword, I can protect you." "Well, I'll consider it," Zhang Che responded perfunctorily. In fact, he didn't intend to consider Li Jiahao's proposal at all. On the contrary, before dark, Zhang Che began to understand the challenge mission called Blood Knight's Sigh and the high-powered flashlight. The light of this flashlight can illuminate the night and dispel the illusions of the night. It is an essential piece of equipment for night patrols, and its use time is limited to 3 hours. This also meant that Zhang Che had to sneak out in the middle of the night to look for clues in order to have a chance to complete the mission. Although the head nurse had repeatedly told him not to open his eyes after dark, now that Zhang Che had a forbidden object in hand and the system to help him, there was really no reason to stay here at night. The performance of the first Succubus World Challenge was very important. As long as he could complete the main quest, even if his college entrance examination scores were poor, he would have a chance to be recommended. If he could perfectly complete this challenge, then top universities would send people to compete for him. To put it exaggeratedly, it would be a step to the sky, so it was even more worthwhile to work hard once. Of course, teaming up was also a way to complete the Succubus Challenge. However, in this virtual world, everyone put their own interests first, and if you want to cooperate, you must distinguish the situation. And Li Jiahao was not a good thing, so he must not cooperate. Thinking about it, Zhang Che began to feel sleepy. He closed his eyes, took a nap, and then waited to see what happened at night. It was already 10 o'clock at night when Zhang Che opened his eyes. Almost overslept. The scene after opening his eyes made him stunned. Damn, is this still the 4th floor ward? Although the previous ward wasn't very new, it wasn't so dilapidated and desolate. It seems that the night is when the Wangchen Hospital reveals its true face. Zhang Che was stunned for a while, then took out the high-powered flashlight. To be honest, he was also very nervous, always feeling that going out this time would be more dangerous than he imagined. But how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? He still had to take a risk. When he walked to the door, Zhang Che suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. He looked through the peephole and was almost scared shitless again, because from the outside there was also an eye staring inside. Then there was a rapid knock on the door and shouts, "Zhang Che, open the door, something is chasing me." Based on this voice, Zhang Che recognized it as classmate Luo Mengwei. However, Luo Mengwei was usually very quiet, completely different from this urging and frightening tone. The knocking on the door became more and more chaotic, but Zhang Che felt that he should stay where he was. He couldn't determine what was outside. Moreover, everyone has a chance to be resurrected. Opening the door casually would only harm himself. Please open the door quickly. Luo Mengwei begged painfully outside, but in reality, there was no Luo Mengwei, it was all succubi. Some were even whispering Zhang Che's name, saying that they hated him to the bone, cursing him to go to the 18th level of hell to play with them. After a while, the knocking on the door stopped, but from the outside a thick red liquid was slowly flowing in. When Zhang Che hadn't noticed this, a voice sounded behind him. "Why didn't you save me?" Zhang Che was really frightened, immediately turned around and shined the flashlight on the other party, not knowing how this demon came in. It kept questioning Zhang Che why he didn't save her, saying that she hated him and cursed him. But before it could attack, it was destroyed by the light of the high-powered flashlight. Zhang Che experienced a scare, his heart beating non-stop in his chest. Fortunately, this flashlight helped him escape a disaster. This 500 nether coins was really worth it. And this ghost, it could have come in directly, but it was still standing outside knocking on the door. Probably it was an actor in its previous life and still liked acting so much after death. Afterwards, Zhang Che heard a whimper which sounded like a girl's voice. When he didn't know what to do next, a system dinged again, and a prompt came. Zhang Che received a clue to the mission Blood Knight's Howl, and at the same time the mission completion progress was increased by 10%. He felt a little hope. The higher the mission completion, the more good rewards he would get at the end. Now, if he wanted to increase the mission completion, he had to find the owner of this crying. But according to the movement, it was not coming from the 4th floor, and his flashlight only had 2 hours and 40 minutes of power left. Going out to find it casually would probably not be enough time, and would instead put himself in danger. Therefore, Zhang Che made a crucial decision. That was to pack his things and go to sleep again. The next morning, Zhang Che obediently mixed a cup of coffee and broken glass for the female ghost in room 403, and by the way inquired about it. Someone didn't sleep in the middle of the night last night, crying and sobbing. It was really noisy, making others unable to sleep all night. Does sister know what's going on? He deliberately asked, casually. But he didn't expect the other party's face to change drastically as soon as she heard it, and advised Zhang Che not to interfere in this matter, otherwise the head nurse would kill them all. From the female ghost's expression, Zhang Che could see that they were all afraid of the head nurse, and it seemed that this matter was also related to her. For the time being, he should complete the daily tasks assigned by the head nurse, and then find an opportunity to investigate. Zhang Che's task today was to go to the 8th floor to find the patient in room 404. While thinking, Zhang Che suddenly felt someone approaching him from behind. Out of instinct, he pulled out the scissors to threaten, and as a result he scared the other party out of his wits again. "Damn, it's one of us, brother Che." "Afu, what's wrong?" "Sorry, it's a conditioned reflex," Zhang Che said while putting away his weapon. "Brother Che, isn't your task today to go to the 8th floor? Before I teamed up with Xiao Jun, I was responsible for the patients on this floor, but Xiao Jun suddenly had to go to the toilet, and after going in he never came out again." Afu began to chatter, and later Xiao Jun had to use the resurrection opportunity. In the toilet he encountered a succubus. It asked him if he wanted red paper, yellow paper, or white paper. At that time, Xiao Jun chose white paper, and then he hung up. After rambling on for a long time, Afu's real purpose was still to ask Zhang Che to help him, because after Xiao Jun resurrected he gave up and ran away to save his life. "Brother Che, now I'm alone on the 8th floor. I hope if you have the ability, can you help me once?" Afu earnestly pleaded. Seeing that he trusted him so much, Zhang Che also decided to try his best. So he sneaked up to the 8th floor and walked into the toilet that Xiao Jun had entered. Sure enough, Afu didn't lie. Before Zhang Che could even warm his butt, a hand holding 3 colors of paper reached in from the crack in the door. It asked him if he wanted to use white paper, red paper, or yellow paper. But Zhang Che didn't answer, but instead used action to replace the answer. With just one kick, Zhang Che kicked open the fragile toilet door, sending the ghost flying out of the door. Then he took out his blood-stained scissors and stabbed the other party hard, hitting and scolding at the same time. "You beast, give me back Xiao Jun's life. Is there nothing for you to eat in this toilet, so you want to eat human flesh?" The other party was stabbed by him until his eyes were full of stars, begging for mercy non-stop. But Zhang Che didn't stop. It wasn't until it tremblingly took out a handful of nether coins, saying that this was all its wealth, that Zhang Che stopped. "That kid is really lucky to have a righteous brother like you." The ghost thought it had escaped danger, wiped the blood from its face, and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "However," Zhang Che replied indifferently after counting the money, "you said Xiao Jun. I don't know him well." The ghost opened its mouth wide, feeling like it had been tricked. But it didn't have a chance to start over, because after Zhang Che put the money in his pocket, he put on a fierce expression again. He grabbed the other party's hair and tortured it about the whereabouts of the patient in room 404. "Yes, I've seen him," the ghost screamed. "He's in the women's toilet next door. I didn't lie to you, spare me." Anyway, it was also a ghost on the 8th floor. Zhang Che didn't want to get too involved, so he finally let it go and went to the women's toilet to find the ghost. According to the prompt, this guy is a lecherous drunkard, but now he doesn't have money to buy wine, so he hid in the women's toilet to realize his lecherous ideals. As soon as it saw Zhang Che, this ghost advised him not to disturb it, otherwise don't blame it for sending him to King Yama to report. But after Zhang Che read the system's prompt, he came up with the simplest way to subdue this succubus. Drink motai? Just a simple question made the other party willing, and immediately followed him back to the room. The bottle of motai wine was worth 50 nether coins. Zhang Che didn't want to waste it just to invite this guy back to the room, so he continued to inquire. Big brother, do you know who was crying in the middle of the night yesterday? It was really noisy, making it hard for me to sleep. Why are you asking this? The other party asked suspiciously. Just curious. I still have a few bottles of wine there. I'll get them for you to drink another day. Although the expression of this wine-loving ghost was not as exaggerated as that of the female ghost, the answer Zhang Che got was very similar to their answers. They all advised him not to meddle in other people's business, and if he continued to investigate, he would probably have his neck twisted by the head nurse. But compared to the female ghost Macaron, Zhang Che got some more information from this guy. However, if he was really curious, he could go to the rooftop to take a look. Zhang Che immediately did what the ghost said, but when he climbed to the rooftop he didn't see anything special except that the sky was a gray-red color. Really, seeing this scene, Zhang Che was not sure whether this was an independent world or just a part of the succubus world. Not to mention other buildings, even the small road that brought him to Wangchen Hospital at the beginning could not be found. This matter was obviously strange. After thinking about it, Zhang Che felt that he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage, so he put aside those trivial matters. He came here to find mission clues, and if he could complete that challenge, then this trip to the succubus world would end sooner, and there would be less trouble at that time. Just as he thought of this, Zhang Che found something glowing in the corner of the rooftop. It was a mobile phone. After collecting this thing, the system immediately issued a notification saying that the mission completion progress had been increased to 50%. It seemed that this was a very important clue. The system's prompt appeared again at this time. The notification read, "Those unknown secrets are hidden in the darkness. When you're spying on other people's secrets, maybe that person is also secretly monitoring you." These prompts are indeed problematic. When Zhang Che realized this problem, a strange fragrance rushed straight to his nose. Not good was the first thought that appeared in Zhang Che's mind because this was the smell of a succubus above F grade. Usually if it was an F grade succubus he could still attack, but if it was higher than this level, to be honest, Zhang Che couldn't beat it. What is she doing here? Accompanying the fragrance was a familiar voice. It was the head nurse. Zhang Che tried to calm himself, quickly stuffed the phone into his pocket, and then turned around. "Ah, hello head nurse, I'm just out for some fresh air." "Fresh air?" The female nurse stared at Zhang Che as if she wanted to swallow him alive. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not slacking off. I've already completed the task of sending the patient in room 404 back. You also know, the smell on those patients is really stinky, so I just wanted to come out and breathe," Zhang Che said while praying that the head nurse would believe his nonsense. Otherwise, if she found out with his current ghost power, he would not be her opponent at all. If it really didn't work, he could only use the resurrection opportunity to save his life. But fortunately, God bless Zhang Che, after some scrutiny, the head nurse finally let him go. "Get down," she said coldly. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Che obediently rolled down. At 6 o'clock that evening, the students began to gather to collect their wages. Class monitor Li Jiahao had already completed his intention at this time. Except for Zhang Che, everyone else had already handed the money to him. Only after handing over the money did they realize that Li Jiahao was just making excuses to embezzle their nether coins, and after getting the money, he ignored them. After studying together for 3 years, this incident made them understand that they had misjudged the person. They originally wanted to snatch their money back together, but Li Jiahao had that sword in his hand, which was really difficult to deal with. Today, just because he was discovered secretly going to the rooftop, Zhang Che's salary was only 50 cents. Seeing this, Li Jiahao immediately made a 180-degree turn and began to mock him. "What? Luckily, I didn't cooperate with you. I thought you were so powerful. It seems you're just a dog relying on luck." Zhang Che had long known this guy's true colors, but when he saw him turn his face faster than flipping a book, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. As expected of Li Jiahao, he worked so hard to rob the succubi's money, but he robbed his classmates' money without shame, and was still smug as if he had just made a meritorious service. Zhang Che bought 2 bottles of water and then returned to his room. He began to fiddle with the phone, but he couldn't open it no matter what. This made him start to wonder if this thing could only be used at night. After all, there was also a sentence in the prompt that said those unknown secrets are hidden in the darkness. Feeling that this assumption was quite reasonable, Zhang Che took a nap to replenish his strength. At 7:30 in the evening when he woke up, he could indeed open the phone, but there was not much data in it, only a 13-second video. Zhang Che clicked it open and was startled by the content of the video again. because this video seemed to be taken with the surveillance camera in the corner of the room. The person's back in the video was obviously him, but that person suddenly turned his head and showed a distorted smile, which was very terrifying. Not only that, the him in the video suddenly pulled out a knife and slashed at his own face. Jong Chae also suffered a similar injury outside at this time, and a wound appeared on his face. Damn, it seems that if the him in the video does self-harm, then he will have to bear the same consequences outside. Jong Chae was horrified to see in the video that he raised the knife and slashed at his own throat. Just then he thought of a way, that is to shine the high-powered flashlight on this phone. In fact, this was just an idea in embarrassment, but he didn't expect it to actually work, and a shrill scream came from the phone. "Stop it! Ah, please, please stop it!" Jong Chae threw away the phone in his hand, still unable to get rid of the horror. The situation just now was too dangerous. If the high-powered flashlight really had no lethality against the succubi, he would have been finished just now. After this incident, the only video in the phone naturally became longer, from 13 seconds to 27 seconds. Although Jong Chae was still a little timid, he felt that this was the real clue now, so he opened it to take a look. This 27-second video recorded a scene of a woman being subdued by a man who wanted to act like a hooligan while doing dirty things. The man also turned his head as if showing off his achievements. Although she resisted very hard, the girl was still stripped of her outer clothes, leaving only her underwear. Jong Chae stopped at this point because he suddenly noticed a detail. The girl in the video had a mole on the corner of her mouth. Could this be the head nurse when she was young? This raises a big question, that is, if this is really the head nurse, then who is the man in the video? Moreover, after Jong Chae finished watching the video, the progress of the task completion did not increase. Afraid that he had missed some information, Jong Chae went back and started watching from the beginning and really obtained important information. That is, the head nurse was humiliated by that man in room 1401. After he grasped this news, the progress of the task completion did indeed increase by another 10%, and now it was already 60%. The higher the progress, the more it meant that Jong Chae was closer to the truth. Now that he had this important clue, he knew what he should do tonight. Late at night, Jong Chae took a high-powered flashlight and climbed 10 floors to the 14th floor. He originally wanted to take the elevator, but the system prompted him that there was danger inside. Jong Chae was always timid, so he could only choose to climb the stairs and finally arrived at the place. As soon as he came up, Jong Chae heard the sound of high heels stepping on the floor. He carefully hid in a corner and saw the head nurse walking past with a swaying look, holding a knife covered in blood. On closer inspection, it was not the head nurse, but just a female nurse. Wait, when did an extra female nurse appear here? Jong Chae thought. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly felt that his feet were very heavy. He didn't know when. Jong Chae had been entangled by several little ghosts. They were giggling and inviting him to play together. Jong Chae was startled, subconsciously cursed, and then turned on the high-powered flashlight to shine on his face. The light of the flashlight had the effect of dispelling the succubi, and the little ghost disappeared immediately. But as soon as this problem was solved, another problem appeared. Because of the curse he just uttered, the female nurse also discovered Jong Chae. He still shone the flashlight at the other party while running, but unfortunately this time it didn't work. She was originally standing on her feet, but suddenly she lay on the ground and kept chasing Jong Chae. He ran upstairs desperately. After Jong Chae rushed out of the rooftop, the female nurse did not chase him anymore but blocked the entrance of the stairs. Fortunately, Jong Chae made the right decision. Most people would run downstairs in this situation, but he ran upstairs. Otherwise, with the speed of that female nurse, he would have been caught before he reached the 4th floor. Then at this moment, Jong Chae found another ghost, the shape of a child. Maybe this is the owner of the crying sound from the rooftop. System prompt: Why is everyone afraid of me? I also want to eat, play, and chat with everyone. Did Xiao Xiao say something wrong? But I obviously didn't do anything. The sudden appearance of this child made Jong Chae a little flustered. Suddenly he noticed that her feet were not wearing shoes, and according to the system's prompt, this child was very eager for someone to accompany her. So Jong Chae bent down, touched her head, praised her name for being very nice, and said that he was here to play with her. Afterwards, Jong Chae took Xiao Xiao down to the 14th floor and bought her a lot of delicious food with his nether coins, which made her very happy. After gaining Xiao Xiao's trust, Jong Chae took her to room 1401, wondering where her mother was, that she didn't even have a pair of shoes to wear. However, with this child by his side, that female nurse dared not approach him. Xiao Xiao was like Jong Chae's amulet. With her, he was able to walk into that room 1401 to understand the situation. However, as soon as the door of room 1401 was opened, Jong Chae had to reach out and cover Xiao Xiao's eyes, and even he himself felt very disgusting. What exactly happened here to make this room so dirty? The center of the room was filled with a strong smell of blood, and next to it was a cross with a moaning man tied to it. Standing in front of that man was the female nurse Jong Chae had just encountered. She used a knife to constantly scrape the man's flesh. Although none of the cuts were fatal, they still caused great pain. The other party kept admitting his mistakes and begging for mercy, but her movements showed no signs of stopping. There was also a pile of bloody mess on the floor. In short, it was extremely disgusting, and Zhang Che could only cover Xiao Xiao's eyes. Standing there for a while, the man also noticed him. He shouted for help, but after only one sentence, the female nurse cut off his tongue. Her movements were very decisive, without the slightest bit of mercy. In short, very terrifying. After that, there was no more sound in the room, including breathing. Zhang Che thought that the man was really dead until he heard him moan again. "Please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go." Zhang Che widened his eyes in surprise. Wasn't his tongue cut off just now? How could he still speak? And he was even more surprised to see that the space in the room had changed and returned to its original state. That crazy woman continued to do it, and this matter seemed to never end. Zhang Che was stunned, and just then, Xiao Xiao said that she felt uncomfortable and wanted to go back, and he woke up. Zhang Che still held her eyes tightly and took her back to the rooftop before letting go. He also specially bought Xiao Xiao a big lollipop, which made her so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Xiao Xiao hugged the lollipop tightly and then suddenly remembered something, and her face sank again. "But brother, will you come to play with Xiao Xiao in the future?" she asked. Zhang Che affectionately touched her head, promised her that he would come again next time, and then left. After saying goodbye to Xiao Xiao, the system notified him that due to finding the clue of the crybaby, his task completion progress had reached 70%. Just a little bit more and Zhang Che could complete the main quest. At that time, not only could he get the opportunity to be recommended to university, but he could also get the reward for completing the task, 1 million. This matter was of great significance to Zhang Che, because although it was a transmigration, since it was a parallel world, his family background was exactly the same as in his previous life. 10 years ago, his parents disappeared and his teenage sister should have been carefree. But how much suffering did she have to go through to raise him? If he had this 1 million, his family's economic problems could be solved and his sister wouldn't have to work so hard outside. Thinking of this, Zhang Che became even more determined to complete the task. But when he went downstairs, he accidentally ran into Li Jiahao on the stairs again. He also had a high-powered flashlight in his hand. It seems that this bastard really cheated his classmates out of 500 nether coins to buy a flashlight and unlock the challenge task. As soon as he saw Zhang Che, Li Jiahao showed an unpleasant expression. "HMPH, it seems you're not simple either. Our clues must be the same, right? Get out of the way, don't block the road." Looking at Li Jiahao's useless appearance, Zhang Che couldn't help but advise him. "I advise you to go back quickly. I can't control it if you lie here." Zhang Che was telling the truth. The little ghost had been taken back to the rooftop by him. Now if Li Jiahao rushed to the 14th floor, it would be no different from going to his death. But he certainly didn't believe these words. He only thought that Zhang Che had come back alive, and he could too, and he was just deliberately saying scary things because he didn't want to share the task reward. Zhang Che was too lazy to explain and went downstairs directly. The next morning he still worked with his classmates as usual. Today's task was to give patients injections. As soon as the head nurse released this task, they quarreled because it was too difficult. This was an E-level task, and the first trial should only have F-level tasks. Some people also heard that when the class next door was participating in the trial, someone also encountered an E-level task, so 13 people died at once. Moreover, among the students in the class next door there was Yi Qingyao, who possessed a ghost spirit. The other students signed a contract with her, so the casualties stopped at the number 13, otherwise it would probably be even more unsightly. Back to the present, after weighing the pros and cons, several students chose to withdraw from the ghost world and give up this trial, because even if there was still a chance to resurrect, the feeling of pain was still real, and they didn't want to endure that torment. Today's task alone had already made most of the students give up, but Zhang Che was certainly not among them. What surprised him was that Li Jiahao actually showed up this morning. He was actually able to come back alive from the 14th floor. Could he be a hidden expert? Li Jiahao was too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Che, and went directly to AFU and Li Xiaoxiao, asking them if they still had a chance to resurrect. The two of them looked at each other, and no one answered, but their faces were very bad. Zhang Che asked in surprise, "What does this reaction mean? Have you all used up your chances to resurrect?" The three of them nodded together, and Li Jiahao was the first to speak, saying that after he met Zhang Che on the stairs yesterday, he was stabbed to death by a female nurse as soon as he went to the 14th floor. Li Xiaoxiao was hit in the head by a flower pot that suddenly fell while cleaning yesterday and died on the spot. And AFU was killed by a drawer. However, after resurrecting, they all wanted to risk their lives to continue, because as long as they completed the task, they would have a chance to be recommended to Tsinghua University. Li Xiaoxiao looked weak but was actually very decisive. If she couldn't get into Tsinghua, then she would go back every Qingming festival. "Let's go, I must complete today's task and let them know how powerful I am." Zhang Che was also taken aback by the girl's momentum. Even those who didn't have a chance to resurrect weren't afraid, so why should he back down in the face of such a simple task? In this way, after a whole morning of hard work, Zhang Che also gave all the patients on his floor injections. Fortunately, they were all afraid of him, so the process of giving injections was relatively easy. Just after walking out of room 404, Zhang Che saw Li Jiahao waiting for him again. He could tell at a glance that the other party was here to ask him for help to complete today's task. But Zhang Che refused because he had no reason to take risks for the other party. Moreover, Li Jiahao's attitude was sometimes good and sometimes bad, and he was obviously not a trustworthy ally. Being rejected by Zhang Che in person, Li Jiahao couldn't refute, because no matter what, he was now in a weak position. After a few seconds of silence, Li Jiahao suddenly bent over and bowed 90 degrees, and then apologized loudly. "Zhang Che, I'm sorry for what happened before. I'm sorry. I was also forced to. This ghost mission is really important to me." No matter how sincere the other party behaved, Zhang Che remained unmoved. Anyway, he felt that this apology was given to the wrong person. That day, Li Jiahao didn't cheat him of his nether coins either. Seeing Zhang Che so resolute, Li Jiahao was too embarrassed to pester him anymore. But before leaving, he suddenly revealed a piece of information. "Actually, I have a patient who knows the head nurse, and that person told me that room 1401 has always been in charge of the head nurse. That's why I wanted to go and see last night, but I didn't expect to lose a chance to resurrect. He told me about the clues to the head nurse's room, but it seems I have no chance." The words, "clues to the head nurse's room," were too attractive. So Zhang Che quickly changed his mind. One second he was still cold and ruthless, and the next second he quickly put his arm around Li Jiahao's shoulder. "Monitor, what are you talking about? How can classmates not save each other in distress? I even avenged Xiaojun yesterday. If you don't believe me, ask AFU." Looking at Zhang Che's vow-like appearance, it was difficult for Li Jiahao not to believe him, and he quickly grabbed onto this lifeline. What made Li Jiahao feel embarrassed was a fat patient who refused to let him give him an injection no matter what. Zhang Che solved this matter very quickly. He asked the patients on the 4th floor to bring the medicine tubes up and forcibly give the other party an injection. Li Jiahao could only watch this scene dumbfounded. The other party was an E-level ghost, and Zhang Che actually solved it in the blink of an eye, and still solved it by instructing the ghosts on his floor. The two had already reached an agreement in advance. Zhang Che would help Li Jiahao complete this task, and he had to tell the clues about the head nurse's room. According to Li Jiahao, the head nurse usually rests on the 4th floor, and only the elevator can reach the 4th floor. Before, the system had reminded him that there would be danger in entering the elevator, but now if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to reach it. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the elevator, Zhang Che encountered that dangerous person. It was a pink-haired ghost with a long wound on its neck that was stitched up messily. Zhang Che was silent for a long time, so it had to speak first. "Sir, are you going to the morgue?" "That's right, going to the morgue to have some fun." Zhang Che replied expressionlessly. His attitude frightened the ghost. "Going to the morgue? Only someone who took the wrong medicine could say that." After calming down, the pink-haired ghost continued. "This hospital is said to have been built for hundreds of years. In addition to curing many patients, it has also taken the lives of many patients, and those unclaimed corpses have been forgotten in the morgue. Maybe because it's too quiet and lonely there, these corpses often go missing and run out to play." "Dead people can still run out to play?" Zhang Che finally became a little interested and asked. "Yes, it's really strange." The other party's voice suddenly rose, and she continued. "In order to distinguish them, the head nurse specially put red numbered bands on their hands. Look, is it the same as mine?" As she said that, she smiled slyly and raised her hand, wanting to scare Zhang Che. But it was this ghost who was startled, because he didn't know when the red numbered band on her wrist had disappeared, and it had appeared in his hand. The other party became angry and quickly snatched the band back from Zhang Che's hand. Just then, the elevator door opened, but it stopped on a subfloor. She immediately became nervous, constantly pressing the fast-closing button, and also put on a guilty look. "Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" Zhang Che asked curiously. The other party still didn't answer, just frantically pressing the fast-closing button, but the sound of the elevator had already attracted a ghost on this floor. After seeing them, it immediately ran over with lightning speed. Seeing the ghost running over, the female ghost became even more anxious. She kept pressing the button, and finally the elevator door closed faster than the ghost could run. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a hand reached out and stopped the elevator door from closing. "This lady is really rude. Didn't you see that someone else wants to take the elevator too?" This spoiler was of course Zhang Che. He also kept muttering and scolding the female ghost. "If you delay someone's urgent matter, won't your conscience feel uneasy?" The pink-haired female ghost was really speechless. Shouldn't she feel confused about being chased? It was clearly a ghost in front of her, and Zhang Che even had the heart to talk about conscience. So in a subtle way, he still let the ghost into the elevator together. The atmosphere was terribly awkward. When they reached the second subfloor, they encountered another very terrifying ghost. He didn't know what happened when he died, but his intestines were all exposed. Zhang Che continued to play the role of a good person, letting this ghost in as well. The elevator went down another floor and they met an old ghost again. Zhang Che even enthusiastically ran over to help the old lady in. The elevator was now crowded. More accurately, it was one person and a group of ghosts. These ghosts really wanted to go against Zhang Che, especially that pink-haired female ghost. I can't stand watching Zhang Che pretending anymore. I want to use the mouth that grows out of my neck to eat him. But coincidentally, the other ghosts in the elevator had the same idea. Zhang Che became the delicious food they were fighting for. But no one expected that he was so awake that while they were arguing about who would eat Zhang Che first, he had already run away. Zhang Che smoothly arrived at the 4th subfloor and came to the door of the morgue. In fact, before finding room 1401, the system guidance had already hinted at him. Usually these ghosts act alone. No one is willing to let anyone else. There is too little meat for too many wolves. If he gathered them together, it would naturally cause a dispute between them. Fortunately, they were not very smart, so they were deceived in this way. Otherwise, if he really had to take action, it would probably take a lot of effort. Zhang Che entered the morgue and the gloomy and cold atmosphere was terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that he guessed that these people covered by white cloths were his classmates. The system also sent a new prompt. Here, the world becomes quiet, without contemptuous gazes and without malicious words. Only here can I sleep peacefully. Zhang Che put the guidance aside for the time being and went around the morgue to study it. He saw a notebook and a few old photos at the reception desk. It turned out to be a diary, and Zhang Che couldn't help but be curious. So he opened it and read it. August 25th, sunny. First internship, finally realized my dream of many years. Although it's very busy, I feel happy. I really want to become a doctor like my teacher and help more people. September 12th, sunny. A very cute little brother came to the hospital today. He didn't cry or fuss and he cooperated well with the injection. Children are so cute, I can't help but think of my childhood. Zhang Che found a clue, which was these old photos, and the task completion progress had reached 90%. He couldn't hide his excitement, but he continued to read the diary. March 12th, cloudy. Today I was praised by my teacher for my good learning ability, and there is hope to inherit him. I am very happy, because the person I admire is my teacher and I will never let my teacher down. Attached to this page of the diary is a group photo, one man and one woman, but the man's face has been scribbled with red ink. Zhang Che continued to turn to the next page, and the content of the following diary was no longer so pleasant. Why would he do such a thing? I admire him so much and regard him as a role model. How could this happen? How could he do that kind of thing to me? I'm so scared. Why doesn't anyone come to help me? It's disgusting. It's so dirty. In the last page of the diary, it seems that the author's mood has completely exploded. Why does everyone look at me with that kind of eyes? All around are the voices of those people. I don't want to listen. It's not my fault. Why don't they understand? How can I calm down? I didn't want this. I'm clearly the victim. Kill them, kill them. I must kill them all. Zhang Che closed the diary after reading it, and it seemed that he could imagine the tragic story buried in this hospital. The system sent another notification saying that the task completion progress had been increased to 99%. Zhang Che was annoyed. There was still 1% missing. This was obviously intentional. Just then, the system issued a red alert to all players. This ghost trial has turned into a nightmare difficulty. After dark, the Ogre 55 will appear again. AFU, Li Xiaoxiao and Li Jiahao were very nervous after hearing this. Zhang Che smiled self-deprecatingly. Nightmare Dungeon, strange things that are rare in hundreds of years have fallen on him. Although the nightmare trial has a high difficulty and mortality rate, its rewards are also vastly different from ordinary dungeons, and it is very worth trying. At the same time, his crying trial task was also updated at this time, becoming the final liberation task. Zhang Che was so angry that he wanted to cry. He desperately did the task to complete 99% and was about to complete it, but it was updated again. Was this playing with people? Zhang Che was still looking sad when suddenly a person appeared in front of him. All previous thoughts disappeared, leaving only extreme tension, because this person was that terrible head nurse. Seeing Zhang Che, she seemed very surprised. Why are you here? Zhang Che was still holding the diary, then looked behind him. His heart was constantly shouting, "Head nurse, it's over. I was caught at this time and I'm still reading other people's secrets." Without time to think carefully, Zhang Che had already started running. He pursed his lips, not forgetting to look back at the head nurse. Don't think about explaining, run first. Seeing the elevator door slowly closing, but the head nurse remained motionless, which made him wonder, not stopping me. The elevator quickly closed, and then descended rapidly in the dark. A ding prompt indicated that it had reached the first floor. Before the elevator could automatically open the door, his classmates had already rushed in impatiently. Yao Xiaogan shouted his name loudly. Zhang Che, below her, was AFU, also asking, "Brother Che, are you okay?" Looking at the people in front of him, he was a little uncertain. AFU, the camera switched and the four of them gathered in the hall. Zhang Che spoke first to test. "Why are you three here? Yao Xiao grabbed his hand and pulled him closer, anxiously wanting to ask about the situation. The monitor said you went to the morgue. Are you okay? What should we do now? Hearing this question, he frowned unconsciously, glanced aside and explained to them. I met the head nurse in the morgue, but I don't know why she didn't attack me. But in any case, nightmare mode is not a joke if there is no chance to resurrect. Looking at the three people's focused and fearful expressions, he kindly wanted to remind them. I suggest you give up. Jiahao lowered his head silently after hearing this. Suddenly he stood up straight. But although it is dangerous, if we can complete this task the reward will be better. AFU stood beside him, his face already very ugly. Are you crazy? Nightmare mode is for us novices. Mortality rate is almost 100%. Going like this is just sending yourself to death. Jiahao's momentum suddenly weakened a bit. He turned around, avoiding his friend's gaze. Of course I know, but I have no choice. Robbing you of your ghost coins was also a last resort. If I can really come back alive, I will definitely compensate everyone. They didn't know what to say when they saw this. Xiao Xiao called out softly, Monitor. AFU scratched his head and made a difficult decision. Well, although the monitor's fighting will is very strong, I feel that my little life is more important. I'll leave first so as not to burden you. He disappeared with a blue light, and his voice was still echoing with encouragement. Brother Che, good luck, I believe in you, but be sure to pay attention to safety. Zhang Che looked at the two friends in front of him and advised, Are you really not leaving? As the ancient said, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Suddenly, Zhang Che's expression became ugly, watching a man and a woman hug his legs tightly, making him scream with a distorted face. They are close to my body, and then they begged together, Big brother, please save us. The two people seemed to have turned into puppies, wagging their tails, looking at Zhang Che with pitiful eyes. He touched his head with difficulty, his heart softened, and he couldn't refuse. Okay, I got it, but let's make it clear first. This is your own desire to die. I won't be responsible if you really die. In the dark morgue, the neatly arranged corpses were surrounded by bright red bloodstains. The head nurse looked at the diary in front of her with a blank expression, and a cold and deadly voice sounded. Finally waiting for this mode, her face became bloodthirsty, and her attitude was extremely excited. This, the murderer from 10 years ago, I like this mode the most. Suddenly a dangerous notification screen appeared. Warning, the murderer will appear in the hospital at 12 o'clock. Heavy gear sounds echoed in the spacious room, foreshadowing the arrival of midnight. Outside the empty old corridor, time was also devouring it second by second. Every minute and every second passed heavily, and the entire dark hospital seemed to be immersed in a terrible atmosphere of danger. The three of them sat on the bed nervously waiting. None of them said a word to each other. Jiahao rubbed the blade with his hand, comforting the two people. Don't worry, as long as we cooperate, there will still be a chance. Suddenly a loud noise broke the quiet space, and the three people widened their eyes in horror, looking at the situation at the door. The head nurse stood outside and ordered in a deep voice, open the door. Xiao Xiao approached Zhang Che in fear, and drops of cold sweat dripped down with the head nurse's voice. Everyone must stay in their own room at night and is not allowed to stay together. Not getting a satisfactory answer made the head nurse angry. Every blood vessel was clearly visible on her face, and her eyes exuded murderous intent, and she asked again, You're not opening the door. Her whole person suddenly changed, and sharp thorns pierced out of her body, and an ugly hand also grew out. Zhang Che stared blankly. The scene in front of him was the door being kicked to pieces by the head nurse. A terrifying face composed of female ghosts forcibly created by her smiled with the corners of her mouth curved. In the ruins, the head nurse held a small wooden stick stained with blood in one hand, and a strange laughter echoed throughout the room. The game has begun. Jiahao was the fastest to react. You guys run. He held the knife in front, glanced at his two friends, and then made up his mind. I'll block her, you run straight out. This woman made a hole in the wall, which is convenient for running out. Xiao Xiao was frightened by the scene in front of her. Her face turned purple and she hesitated. But Jiahao didn't look back, just urged in a gloomy voice, There's no time to think anymore, don't worry about me, run before I regret it. Xiao Xiao looked back uneasily. Monitor, Zhang Che hurriedly urged, come with me. Xiao Xiao did not forget to remind her monitor to pay attention to safety. Then you must be careful. Before she could finish her words, Xiao Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a surprised expression, and her fair legs that were running were instantly cut off by a sharp blade. Jiahao's figure suddenly ran past Xiao Xiao's back. In Xiao Xiao's shocked gaze, he ran while gritting his teeth and squinting back at his friend. Xiao Xiao collapsed to the ground, watching Jiahao's back desperately fleeing. Behind Xiao Xiao was the approaching figure of the head nurse. She walked over with a sharp weapon in her hand, and blood was dripping onto the floor. Xiao Xiao didn't look back, her voice trembling with fear and choked with sobs. CL class monitor. A curse erupted, followed by deathly silence. Damn it. The door was shattered into a gaping hole. Jiahao buried his head and ran for his life, leaving Xiao Xiao collapsed on the ground as the female ghost sister's son approached slowly with a knife. He saw his classmates ahead. The rapid footsteps startled Zhang Che, who turned around just in time to see Jiahao sprint past him, leaving him stunned. What's going on? Xiao Xiao lay on the ground, memories of her time with him flashing through her mind. Tears streamed down her face in disbelief. Class monitor, why? Seeing this, Zhang Che shouted loudly. Stop hesitating, exit now. Press exit quickly. Snapping back to reality, she opened the system panel. A warning message appeared. Are you sure you want to exit the ghost world? Once exited, it will be counted as a failure. She reached out and pressed the confirmation button, murmuring, yes, exit. But at that very moment, Sister Sun appeared and launched a fatal attack at her. Realizing the situation was beyond saving, Zhang Che turned and fled, closing his eyes in desperation. Only when her prey stopped moving did Sister Sun halt. Pulling out the knife silent, she let the blood splatter on her face before raising her head. Glaring ahead, her uniform soaked in crimson stains. On the fourth floor, Jiahao leaned forward, panting heavily. As Zhang Che trudged up the stairs with heavy steps, Jiahao glanced at him and quickly defended himself. Don't ask me why I did it. You know best, every man for himself or heaven condemns. Then, pale-faced, he recounted his past. When I was in middle school, my dad got cancer. My mom ran off with another man because of it, and even my grandpa died from the shock. But even after selling everything and borrowing everywhere, it still wasn't enough money. Do you understand? This illness is a bottomless pit. Jiahao's emotions erupted. My dad's still lying on a hospital bed now. I can't just watch him die, I have to save him. This trial is the only way. If I can't save him, I might as well die here. Zhang Che took a deep breath before responding, You don't need to explain this to me, nor do you need to think that saying it will make others pity you. Standing on the stairs, he spoke deliberately. But did you know, Li Xiaoxiao once said that if she made it back alive this time, she'd invite us to her home for dinner. She even secretly told me about your situation. These words left Jiahao stunned before he gritted his teeth and turned away. Zhang Che recalled Xiaoxiao smiling at him and saying, Actually, the class monitor has it tough too. If we get through this, I'll find a way to help him. After all, we're friends, right? He stepped past Jiahao and continued up the stairs, speaking coldly. You're right, every man for himself or heaven condemns. Everyone has their own choices and actions, and they must bear the consequences. Zhang Che seemed to be talking to himself, but none of this concerns me. He pushed the door open forcefully and added, All I need to do is protect myself. On the rooftop, under the dark blood-red sky, Xiao Xiao turned around in alarm. Seeing it was Zhang Che, she happily ran over and hugged him. Brother, you came to play with me, right? Zhang Che smiled and patted her head. Sorry, I'm not here to play this time. There's something I want to tell you. She tilted her head in confusion. But what is it? Jiahao wondered silently. There's a little girl here. Suddenly, a rapid tap-tap-tap of footsteps echoed from the stairs, drawing the attention of all three. A pair of twisted feet came into view. Sister Sun stood there, knife glistening with the scent of blood, her lips curling into a grotesque smile. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd run here. Zhang Che immediately held Xiao Xiao tightly as they backed away in panic. That scent, no mistake, it was a D-grade ghost. A tense atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Che quickly assessed the situation. Fighting head-on wasn't a guaranteed win, and the mission's requirement wasn't to kill the murderer but to complete the assistance. A thought flashed through his mind. He spoke calmly, Well, it's not like we can escape anyway. He met Sister Sun's gaze steadily. How about listening to a story first? The words seemed to strike something deep within her, freezing her in place. Zhang Che's steady voice continued. Once there was a girl, smart, kind, and hardworking. The photos you found gradually pieced together a full story. Her greatest wish was to become a head nurse and help more people. A photo of a female nurse smiling beside a male doctor, though his face had been scribbled over in dark red ink. Through her efforts, she eventually became a full-fledged nurse. Another photo showed her with a young patient, tired but happy, beloved by many. Zhang Che continued slowly, as if awakening a long-buried memory of pain, until one day, by chance, she witnessed something unimaginable. In a hospital room, two figures were entangled. Her most respected mentor assaulting a female patient. She rushed forward and shoved him away. Though her mind went blank, she did everything she could to stop it. But her teacher's wicked nature erupted at that moment. He slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. He kept pushing her to the ground and humiliating her. And he tied her legs so she couldn't resist. Afterwards, in order to silence her, the teacher promoted her to head nurse. Her dream was realized in this way, which is really heartbreaking. Her rapid promotion caused a lot of discussion in the hospital. She wanted to clarify everything, but people didn't believe her and spread rumors that she was selling her body in exchange for vanity. Zhang Che touched Xiao Xiao's head and said decisively, And the girl in the story, the following words made the female ghost Sister Sun's face turn livid and her anger flared. Xiao Xiao pursed her lips, her eyes filled with tears, and she clenched her fists tightly. It's you, Sun Xiao Xiao, the head nurse of Wangchen Hospital. Zhang Che said calmly to the female ghost Sister Sun. After this incident, she was pointed at by her colleagues. But this was not the most deadly. Even the patients who once trusted her gradually distanced themselves from her. She curled her lips coldly. Her face became distorted, her veins bulged, and she shouted hatefully, "None of those people are good people, so I killed them all. And I killed them in batches. They deserved it. So what if I become a sinner? Those beasts will be cursed forever. And that bad guy should be hacked into pieces." Zhang Che expressed his sympathy calmly. "You are right." Seeing Sister Sun stunned, he continued, "As if everything is taken for granted, why are you looking at me with that kind of eyes? I am not the Holy Mother. That bad guy should indeed be hacked into pieces." However, his next words directly hit her heart. "But deep down in your heart, you are actually kind, aren't you? This child is the proof." Beside her, Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and grabbed the corner of his clothes worriedly. The surrounding scenery shattered into countless pieces like a mirror reflecting every self of her. The head nurse who manages the hospital, the ghost nurse on the 14th floor, and the child crying on the rooftop. Zhang Che asked, but the tone was as if he was already sure. "They are all forcibly split by yourself, right?" He looked at the terrified Xiao Xiao beside him. "I once guessed that Xiao Xiao was your daughter, but how could this kind child make the ghosts in the hospital afraid?" He looked at the female ghost again, respecting and sympathizing with her. "You turned the only remaining kindness into her, so as not to let her be humiliated, let her stay on the rooftop forever, and do you really accept living with a curse like this?" Sister Sun's face was gloomy and she replied disdainfully, "HMPH, so what if everything you said is right?" She showed a strong murderous intent, looking at the three people opposite. "I pulled myself out of those dark days. I don't need your sympathy and pity at all." She clenched the knife in her hand and said goodbye. "The family talk ends here. Now you can die." Zhang Che was still very calm and even sighed with regret. "Alas, I can't beat you, but I have a hostage. Although I really don't want to say this now, this child is one with you." Xiao Xiao Shi. Suddenly a voice sounded, interrupting his words. The scene in front of him stunned Zhang Che, and he didn't care about the blood splattered on his body. It turned out that while no one was paying attention, Jiahao slashed Xiao Xiao with a knife. Zhang Che rushed over and quickly supported her petite body. "Xiao Xiao," she fell down in pain. "Cough, cough, cough." Jiahao lowered his head and laughed. He. Then he showed a smug smile. "It's mine. The reward for this trial is mine. Thank you, Zhang Che." He was suddenly speechless halfway through his words. Jiahao's gaze slowly looked down, his expression stiff, as if he didn't understand what was happening. A second later, his head lost its support and fell down. His head fell to the ground and rolled a few times, his eyes still wide open, unwilling. Sister Sun retracted her hand, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Jiahao still couldn't believe it. Why didn't these people have? Sister Sun turned her head. The knife in her hand was still dripping with blood, mocking the stupidity of the prey. "Stupid humans, actually thinking that a broken ghost weapon could kill me." She clenched the knife and approached Zhang Che. "Okay, I'm a little tired of playing. The game should end." He was covered in sweat and could only grit his teeth and say, "Damn it." But at this moment Xiao Xiao rushed out and stood between the two. "Please, please, don't." She hugged her wound painfully and said with difficulty, "Brother, he's right. You're not a sinner. None of us are sinners. Those people deserve to die, but it's enough." Sister Sun ignored her plea and kept shouting, full of resentment, "Not enough, not enough, not enough. Not all darkness needs light. Not all sinners need redemption." Tears flowed down Xiao Xiao's innocent face. "No, it's not like this. We need redemption, not those people but us." Under the blood-red dark sky, the innocent voice echoed, as if touching the depths of the female ghost Sister Sun's heart. "They have already paid the price, but haven't you? I have always felt that you are not happy at all. Our feelings are the same, aren't they?" She seemed to have been shaken, but she still tried to refute. But Xiao Xiao slowly walked towards Sister Sun. "You have kept me here for so many years." She wiped her tears as she walked. "You thought I would be happy this way and wouldn't be polluted, but I'm not happy at all." When she was about to approach her, she opened her arms. "Until now, because of him, I have a little hope for tomorrow." Finally, Xiao Xiao hugged Sister Sun tightly. She still stood there, letting her hug herself. "And I don't want to see you continue to live in pain." She looked up at herself, her eyes filled with tears. "This time please rest well." After saying this, Xiao Xiao showed a satisfied smile, closed her eyes and disappeared. The female ghost Sister Sun also shed tears. She murmured to herself, "So you are not happy either." On the side, Zhang Che sat on the ground and sighed heavily. "Phew, I was scared to death." He thought to himself. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, except that it was almost ruined by that Li Jiahao. He looked up at the sky. The terrifying blood red had gradually dissipated, and his heart was full of thoughts. As the saying goes, sorrow and joy turn on their own. Only oneself can save oneself. Sister Sun turned back into a gentle female nurse wearing a white nurse uniform. She looked up at the blue sky and asked her heart, "Is this the redemption that belongs to me?" Awakening from a nightmare that had tormented her for a long time, she disappeared peacefully. Hearing this voice, Zhang Che breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's finally over." The system continued to notify, preparing to start calculating rewards. He seemed to remember something. "That's right." Then he reached into his coat pocket to look for something. A pair of small and exquisite red shoes lay quietly in his palm and he sighed. "I forgot to give this to her, little girl, always barefoot." Then Zhang Che regretted, thinking, it seems there will be no chance in the future. The notification bar kept displaying countless rewards, and Zhang Che's face was full of surprise as he listened. Comprehensive personal score 5, promoted to level 1, ghost power plus 5, get an extra 50 points of ghost power. Get items, a delicate urn, a mini medical kit, and an E-level blood-colored nurse uniform. The detailed information of the items was also opened. Delicate urn, what a beautiful urn, it would be a good choice to stay inside. When opening the ghost world, you can get some related items. The mini medical kit includes some bandages, quick-acting heart pills, tranquilizers, and hemostatic drugs. Each item has 5. Finally, the blood-colored nurse uniform. This is a garment that gathers countless resentments and merges with the ghost after wearing it. After Zhang Che finished listening, he couldn't help but exclaimed, a great harvest. The system began to convert items, and was converting back to the real world. He couldn't help the joy in his heart, and 2 lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. This time he made a lot of money. Suddenly, the notification bar turned into an ominous red, and the transmission encountered an obstacle. Before the tears of joy could dry, grievances surged up, and Zhang Che was full of anger and surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes and immediately shouted, wait, obstacle, the book didn't say that this would happen. Despite his panic, the notification bar continued to display information, heading to an unknown space. The scene suddenly switched to Class 2 of Grade 12. The blackboard was filled with ghost stones and counters, and the counters showed the number 2. At this time, the classroom was empty, with only 2 students sitting at the back of the classroom. The principal of Tianqing High School said, "Student, are you sure that the task you were carrying out turned into a nightmare mode?" AFU replied quickly, his face clearly showing fear. "Yes, when I came out, only Zhang Che, Li Xiaoxiao and the monitor were left. If it hadn't turned into a nightmare mode, I couldn't have come out so early." The principal looked at the counter suspiciously. 3 people, now there is only 1 student left. AFU immediately replied, "The remaining person must be Zhang Che." A voice suddenly sounded with a mocking tone, "Zhou Fu, you must be scared silly." The person who spoke just now was Wang Yu, and his next words made AFU very angry. "If the monitor is dead, can Zhang Che, the bottom feeder, survive?" The principal slapped the table and interrupted the tense atmosphere. "Enough," he analyzed proudly. "Many people in our school have not encountered nightmare mode, whether they complete it or not. They are the pride of our school." Outside, the class teacher and Cheng Zhao were also very puzzled, but the task was clearly over. Why hadn't he come out yet? Only silence responded to her. She hugged her arms and pondered, Zhang Che, nightmare mode. At this time, Zhang Che was standing in front of a huge prison exuding an extremely strange murderous aura. "Isn't this my dream?" He didn't understand what was happening, how he was brought here. Suddenly, the door in front of him opened, followed by a hazy mist. Zhang Che stepped sideways through the gate. He looked at the tower. This door opened by itself. It's not easy. I don't know how many times I've been locked out of the door this month. It shouldn't be a trap, right? In front of him, a black notification bar suddenly appeared. "Welcome to the Zushan prison." The owner of the Zushan prison, Zhang Che. He stood in front of the notification bar and thought, "The owner is me." Suddenly, golden light flew from nowhere, seemingly trying to surround Zhang Che. He frowned and closed his eyes tightly. The dark dungeon, the mysterious chains, and the shaking chandeliers all appeared in front of him. "I can feel everything here." The entire structure of the prison appeared in his mind. Everything in the prison was under control. It turned out that this was not just a dream scene but a real place. A thought suddenly stopped his perception. Although it is like this. He looked at the swaying spider next to him with disgust. But this prison is too dilapidated and dirty. Suddenly a strange sound came out, and Zhang Che turned his attention to that side. This prison has many floors, but it didn't take him long to determine the source of the sound. Zhang Che lifted the chain curtain and walked in. The movement should be coming from this floor. But the scene in front of him surprised him and made his face flush. Because in front of him was a pair of locked slender white legs. He happily showed a big smile. Moving his gaze up a little, was a hot girl hidden behind bold tailoring of deep red clothing. Zhang Che stood there watching the girl and immediately found that the girl in front of him had no head. Disappointment was written all over his face. "I knew I shouldn't have any expectations." The system displayed information about the headless girl. Cell number 1, prisoner headless Yin Sha Xiaoman. Friendliness? Note: increasing friendliness can help you manage her more easily, and you can also gain some of her abilities. Zhang Che was very surprised to read this. But what level of ghost is this? This sense of oppression is several times that of the head nurse. He quickly turned to Xiaoman and reluctantly spoke to her. "That Xiaoman, what do you want to eat? Have you eaten hamburgers, sandwiches, marshmallows?" He thought to himself, comforting himself. "Calm down. No matter how much pressure there is here, I am invincible." Then he kept asking, wanting to get closer to Xiaoman, "What would you like to drink? Do you want crystal snowflake coffee? Why don't you talk?" He realized he had said the wrong thing. "Oh yes, she can't drink without a head, so how about listening to ghost stories? Do you want handsome guys or do you like beautiful women?" Suddenly his expression became serious, or his next suggestion made her couldn't help but show surprise and excitement. "Take her out for a drive." The sound of chains rubbing the ground sounded. The data of the object in front of him showed. The system prompted, who stole the indescribable beauty? The beautiful brain that fell into the world like a star. I want to go out. I must get my brain back. Zhang Che smiled and looked at the change in the other party's values. Headless Yin Sha Shaman, friendliness +5. He raised his hand to show goodwill. As long as she listens to me, I can help you find your head back. But he thought in his heart, isn't it just adding some friendliness? I am a person who has played hundreds of games. It must be very easy. Unfortunately, Shaman didn't give him any face. Let me listen to you. Do you not want to live? Zhang Che was stunned by this sentence. She waved her hand to summon the iron chain and said disdainfully, it's just a human being. This lady only needs to move a finger. Before she finished speaking, the chains on Shaman's body suddenly shattered. The system also enthusiastically gave her an expression. What? The corners of Zhang Che's mouth rose slightly. He smiled and took out the contract. I see you haven't figured out the current situation. Secretly despising, wanting to suppress me. I have no interest in being a licking dog. Zhang Che clenched the scroll tightly, determined secretly whether she agrees or not. Sign the contract first. He negotiated calmly. Here you only have two choices. One is to sign the contract and become my ghost spirit. After saying that, he threw the contract on the ground. Shaman panicked. Then he squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, 2 is to refuse and then die. The headless shaman was frightened and picked up the contract to look at it. Although there were not many things to abide by, the content of each clause was a bit long. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Shameless, it's too shameless. She looked at the triumphant expression of the person in front of her and questioned, how can you write such words? When the master is lonely and empty, he must give the master warmth and time. She couldn't help roaring and wanting to tear the paper. It's too hateful. Rather than being humiliated by a human, I'd rather die. Suddenly, the last condition appeared as the master, Zhang Che, needs to help Shaman find her head must, which made her quickly stop her hand. Now in the classroom, several people are waiting for news from others. Suddenly, a figure composed of many fragments appeared. Zhang Che looked at himself safely back and couldn't help but sigh. Really back? The teacher and the principal shouted in surprise. Zhang Che, AFU, said happily loudly. Brother Che, great, you really completed the challenge task. Unlike his cheering, Wang Yu's face was pale. How is it possible? Zhang Che over there was being surrounded by teachers asking about his well-being. The principal said, Student Zhang Che, are you tired? The principal will make you tea, drink a sip and rest. The class teacher was not to be outdone. How are you? Are you injured? Let the teacher take a look. And Xiao Che, the teacher has always been optimistic about you before. This atmosphere made Zhang Che stammer a little unnaturally. That principal, oh, but before he could finish speaking, the principal enthusiastically held his hand and said, you don't have to be polite with the teacher. Complete the nightmare mode. You are the light of hope for our school. He could only repeat the principal's words. Then there is nothing to be polite about. And he looked at his hand holding the water glass with sweat. This cup of tea is too hot. My hand is going to be cooked. When the principal heard this, he immediately screamed and threw the cup into the class teacher's hand. Take it away quickly, don't burn student Zhang Che's hand. She panicked and blamed the principal. Principal, you are really, don't you know to blow it before giving it to others? Suddenly a voice came from behind Zhang Che. He turned around and saw Cheng Zhao standing at the classroom door. She said coldly, can you come over and talk to me for a while? Zhang Che was a little surprised. Yi Cheng Zhao, what is the dignified school flower looking for me for? Then he rejoiced secretly, is my protagonist Yahello playing a role? The cold school flower also fell in love with me. The two leaned on the classroom corridor. Cheng Zhao spoke first. Congratulations, you have completed the challenge task and it is still nightmare mode, Zhang Che said a little embarrassedly. That's not as good as you have signed a contract with a ghost. But he thought in his heart, it is better not to expose the things about Xiamen and Zushan prison. She snorted after listening. Her sharp eyes looked at him. What are you saying? Haven't you also signed a ghost contract? Otherwise, how could so many students in your class die? The atmosphere between the two people solidified. Zhang Che asked worriedly, Xiamen, what's going on? Why does she know your existence? She said in surprise. Don't you know after signing the contract the ghost spirits can perceive each other? Zhang Che gritted his teeth and blamed. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? His face was gloomy. He raised his hand to support his forehead, thinking neglected. I wanted to hide the fact that I signed the contract. Cheng Zhao saw that he didn't answer and continued. So how many offerings did your ghost spirit want from you? Zhang Che came back to his senses. Offerings? At this time the blood knife ghost appeared behind Cheng Zhao, which made her sinister voice even more prominent. Li Xiaoxiao and Li Jiaha were killed by you, right? Everyone has signed a contract, so don't pretend. How do you think the 13 people in my class died? Xiamen chuckled and mocked him. Did you hear that? When humans sign a contract with ghost spirits, they are always at a disadvantage, and equal contracts do not seem to exist. Her voice was full of ridicule. It's really enviable. Look at how good people's treatment is. Zhang Che ignored her words and seriously sorted out his speculations. So the 13 people who did not return in that challenge. The more he thought about it, the more his eyes were full of disgust. They were all killed by her as offerings. But Cheng Zhao didn't care too much about Zhang Che's attitude. She calmly picked up her phone and said, "You don't have to be so nervous." Her face shone with pride. She took out the QR code as expected. "Only the two of us signed the contract this time. Let's add a contact method and get to know each other." Outside, the sky was gradually darkening and the bell still rang as usual. But the notification in the loudspeaker was particularly cold to the crowd. The Tianqing High School's Ghost Challenge this time has ended. Everyone listened nervously to the results. "Now announce the list of deaths in this challenge." The notification seemed to freeze time. The candidates who sacrificed in this Ghost Challenge are in order. Number 1 of Class 5 to 3, Yang Hao, Yang Feng, Du Fei, Lu Yingwei, Wu Hao, Lu Xing, Zhu Zihan, Zhang Jingjing, Tian Qi, Ma Hua, Huang Min, Yang Zifu, Yi Ruxi. Number 2 of Class 5 to 3, Li Xiaoxiao, Li Zhao, Xu Xiaohong, Chen Yizheng, Li Jiahao, Lu Ming, LV Xiaoyao. Zhang Che listened to the notification with a cold face, and Xiaoman babbled indignantly beside him. "That woman just now is not a good thing. Do you want me to kill her directly?" Zhang Che wiped his sweat and persuaded her. "Not for the time being. You are a little fairy. How can a fairy fight and kill all day long?" Zhang Che analyzed for her. "It's okay in the ghost world. If you still take action at will in the real world, it's easy to cause trouble, and if you are resented by people with ulterior motives, the consequences will be unimaginable." That's what he said, but he knew better than anyone else in his heart, not to mention that Xiaoman is not a ghost in the ghost world. The existence of Zushan prison must never be exposed. Xiaoman was persuaded and no longer argued. "Okay, what you said makes sense. I'll listen to you." Suddenly someone howled in pain. "Xiao Xiao, my child." The parents who lost their children couldn't help but shed tears, kneeling on the ground and sobbing. How could this happen? Some people numbly could only mutter their child's name to themselves. Jia Hao. Some people rushed over like crazy. "What bullshit Ghost Challenge? Give me back my daughter." But were stopped by security. "Please calm down, parents." But where is there any reason to be right or wrong for people in pain? Calm down your head. Zhang Che could only stand there silently watching them. Xiaoman asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are you sympathizing with them?" He did not hide his emotions. "I guess so. After all, it is human life in the real world." The voice was slightly sad and mixed with calmness. "But although it is mandatory to participate, the school does not restrict students' right to withdraw from the challenge." These words are a bit ruthless, but they are not wrong. If you really don't want to participate, you can go in and come out immediately. In the final analysis, everything is your own choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone shout, "Xiao Che." Zhang Wan complained, "What are you thinking about, stinky boy? I called you for a long time and you didn't hear." Zhang Che smiled and greeted her. Sister didn't think about anything, was distracted for a while. She listened and touched his head and said, "Let's go home. Sister will make you your favorite food." On the way home, Zhang Wan said worriedly, "Fortunately you are fine. I heard that 11 people died in your class. Half of them are dead." Silence. What's so good about the ghost world? With your grades, you can't get into a good school anyway. Sister has already found a job for you. Don't go to the ghost world in the future. Xiaoman was angry when she heard her words. This woman dared not let people go to the ghost world. She prepared her sleeves to solve the other party and dared to stop Wei from looking for her head. "See how I crush her head." Zhang Che quickly stopped her. "Ouch, crazy, did you forget what I said just now? You're crazy, this is my sister." Zhang Wan looked at her brother's strange behavior and asked, "Xiao Che, are you okay?" He smiled reluctantly. "I'm fine," then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, sister, actually I passed and completed the challenge task in nightmare mode." Zhang Wan looked at him silently for a while, then couldn't help but persuade, "If you can't drink, go to the dog table over there." She took his hand. "Don't brag, don't I know what your strength is?" The figures of the two gradually merged into the bustling neighborhood. Zhang Wan comforted, "Go home quickly. After resting, I have to go and make you a graduation dress. No matter what your grades are, you are not allowed to go to that ghost world again. Otherwise my sister will break your legs and go to the factory to tighten screws in the future. That's the decision." Zhang Che's voice sounded, "Sister, I'm telling the truth." Days passed, and finally it was graduation day. Zhang Che leaned lazily on the chair and thought, "Tighten screws, impossible. It is impossible to tighten screws in this life." Speaking of which, he was a little puzzled, but then again his grades are so good I thought he would be notified to receive a scholarship. It seems that the school deliberately hides the grades of each student unless the students pass on the news to each other. Suddenly someone came to talk and interrupted his thoughts. "Zhang Che, can I sit next to you?" Zhang Che was very surprised by her appearance. Yi Chengzhao. He was puzzled by this change. "You don't sit in class 2, but come and sit with me in class 3. Xiaoman suddenly appeared behind Zhang Che. "Ignore that woman." Something happened. Zhang Che turned his head and asked, "What's the matter?" At the same time, Cheng Zhao also called him. "Look over there." Zhang Che looked in that direction, but still didn't quite understand. "What's there?" She then reminded, "The principal's wig is about to fall off." He was still giving a long speech when suddenly all the lights went out, unexplained red blood droplets dripped on the microphone, and the principal turned pale with fright. A ghost wearing a clown mask and covered in iron chains suddenly leaned out. Zhang Che's face was pale. Not only him but other students also panicked. because a row of ghosts was hanging over the principal's head at this time in strange poses. One of them even quietly leaned into his ear. After the initial few seconds of daze, the entire scene immediately fell into uncontrolled chaos. Screams of fear resounded in all directions. "I rely on, there are ghosts, where are the teachers? Ghosts have invaded reality. Run." In this chaotic scene, a calm and disappointed voice sounded, "A bunch of trash. Didn't the graduation challenge teach you anything?" The two people who just appeared belonged to the Ghost Bureau's 3033 team. Jo Young had to explain to appease everyone, "What you just saw was just a mental intrusion by a ghost spirit in my body. That is a hallucination." He sternly reprimanded, "Your performance has disappointed me too much, it's ridiculous. If young people are like you, does the country still have a future?" The students saw them and felt uneasy. "It's over, it's someone from the Ghost Bureau." But among these cowards, someone still caught Jo Young's eye, but it was this kid. He secretly evaluated Zhang Che. The opening was good, he is indeed a promising talent. But no one knew that he was just pretending that he hadn't reacted yet. Zhang Che was unexpectedly praised by Jo Young's eyes, very puzzled. "Why is he smiling at me? So disgusting, love at first sight." Cheng Zhao's face next to him looked serious. People from the Ghost Bureau actually appeared in person. "You are still innocent. Ha, are they very mysterious?" She had to popularize information for this person who couldn't keep up with the information. "Don't you know, last year someone deliberately created disturbances to test everyone's reactions, so as to judge whether the students' grades were real." At the same time, Cheng Zhao also expressed her doubts, but the Ghost Bureau is a national institution. This is the first time it has appeared at a high school graduation ceremony. Zhang Che pondered the information he had just received. Something abnormal must be a demon. "Is there a big event happening?" Shaman teased him on a whim. "What's wrong? He scared you? Go pluck his hair," Zhang Che muttered in a low voice. "Be careful, I sue you for defamation." "Who is scared?" She was full of confidence in herself. "You are worried that I am not sure. Just based on the ghost power on him. According to your saying, it is only D level, just like a younger brother." Zhang Che had to remind so as not to be implicated. "Attacking A level is illegal. I don't want to go to jail." Shaman patted her chest and said proudly, "Isn't it just going to jail? It's not like I haven't been in jail, coward." Jo Young suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone be quiet, from now on I don't want to hear any sound from you." He decided to tell the students a story. September 23rd, Ghost Calendar 121. The residents of 3,214 households in a community in Shancheng disappeared overnight. The content began to become more and more terrifying. Their skins were made into clothes and hung on the balcony. The following story was also chilling. March 13th, Ghost Calendar 122. The clown body fragmentation incident in Mono Amusement Park directly led to the death of 144 people, including 86 minors. Jo Young let them see the cruel reality. "We can enter the ghost world, but things in the ghost world can also enter our world." Just one question made the whole school have to ask themselves how many people came out as soon as they went in. How many people did it hastily? Everyone knows best in their hearts. Every word of his was like an alarm bell striking the students' hearts. Do you have to wait until the end of the world to understand how important it is to conduct ghost challenges? Jo Young's sharp eyes stared straight at the crowd at the scene. "The purpose of my coming here this time is very simple. That is to conduct another ghost challenge. Of course, it is not mandatory. Those who do not want to participate can leave here. Not only that, he also made a promise, and those who choose to stay here, I represent the Ghost Bureau to guarantee to everyone." The subsequent notification made the students' expressions change from fear to hesitation. Students who complete the main task this time will be directly recommended to Tsinghua University. The benefits behind are greater than the previous benefits, and those who perform well can even become reserve members of the Ghost Bureau. Jo Young also knows how to stimulate everyone's curiosity. In addition, there will be other rewards. I won't say more. Now everyone can start choosing. As soon as he finished speaking, the venue immediately rang out with dissatisfaction and resistance. "What do you mean? It's only been a few days and here we go again. Crazy. I'm not going to participate. What do those ghosts have to do with me? Can't the Ghost Bureau handle it themselves? Why should I worry about this?" Those indifferent young people quickly left. Let's go, messing up a good graduation ceremony, sigh, so annoying." The students just walked past Zhang Che's motionless seat, but they didn't know that he was trembling with desire, wanting to leave with them. "Shaman, get out of me. I'm not participating. I've only been back for a few days. I haven't had enough fun yet, and you want me to go to that broken ghost world again." She repeated the previous condition. "You promised to help me find my head. How can you find it if you don't go back to the ghost world? You're just drawing a big cake for me." Zhang Che retorted angrily. "Then you can't control my body. I'm your master." But Shaman quickly threw his words to the back of her mind. "I said you promised to find my head to help me recover. This doesn't count as violating the contract." Zhang Che clenched his fists and threatened, "Believe it or not, I'll go back to prison and kill you." Shaman immediately popularized information for him. "If the ghost spirit contract dies, if you sign the contract lightly, you will become mentally retarded, unable to take care of yourself, and if it is serious, you will be paralyzed to death. Don't you know? It was not until now that Zhang Che realized that he was the only one who lost in this transaction. Why isn't anything recorded in the book? Who compiled this broken textbook? Zhou Yang was very satisfied with the number of people who were determined to stick to the end. Very good. The students who stayed are very brave. Everyone will be proud. Now everyone will be given a bonus of 200,000 yuan. The principal will directly give the money to their guardians later. The principal suddenly lost a large sum of money and felt incomprehensible. He didn't hesitate any longer but put his hand on the teleportation device. Well then, everything that needs to be said has been said. Zhang Che was still crying and struggling at the last moment. Mom, no, let me go. Before they left, Zhou Yang also sent his blessings. The countdown begins. I sincerely wish everyone a smooth challenge. The closer the countdown got to 0, the more miserable Zhang Che's wailing became. It was hard to tell whether it was real or from the heart. No, 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 this is the starting point of the school that foreshadows the breaking of bones. The person who just walked into the classroom received a notification. Please note 1, as a transfer student, be sure to take the time to get familiar with your classmates and teachers. Please note 2, be sure to listen to the teacher in school, otherwise they will be angry. Comprehensive task difficulty, E level. Teacher Ma was the first to speak. Students, aren't you coming in? This was followed by information from the system about the main task. Participate in the final exam of Broken Bone High School after 5 days. Test time, 5 days. You cannot automatically withdraw for the first 2 days. Zhang Che cried with tears and snot and became even more desperate after receiving the news. You can't actively withdraw for the first 2 days. Are the people from the Ghost Bureau so cunning? Do their dads know? Until now, the teacher's performance was still natural. Come, everyone applaud to welcome the new classmate. Let the new classmate introduce himself to everyone. The big-headed person said, I'll go first. He timidly scanned all the strangers in the classroom. It took a long time before he stammered a few sentences. I'm Wang Defa, 18 years old this year. I like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. I usually like to eat chicken, and I'm good at suppressing guns. He completed the first step. Teacher, I'm done introducing myself. The teacher also responded with a smile. You're done introducing yourself, then go down. Student happily breathed a sigh of relief and ran back to his seat. On the contrary, Zhang Che suddenly had a different premonition. Is it that simple, easy to master? Before he had time to speculate further, he saw Teacher Ma's strange expression, smiling. He showed a cruel smile and suddenly slammed Wang Defa's head, sending him to see his ancestors with a headshot. He looked at the bloody scene in front of him, so familiar that his heart was already numb, expressionless. Old thing, I knew it. Why do you like headshots so much? Zhang Che immediately called out his teammate. Shaman, it's time for you to show your strength. Kill that thing quickly. But she left him with a big pit. Oh, actually at this time I have used up all my strength because of forcibly controlling my body. I'm going to rest. Now I can only rely on you. The corners of Zhang Che's mouth began to twitch with anger. What, are you doing this on purpose? At this moment, another notification appeared. Please note, boring life, repetitive work. Such days have made me tired. I really hope that an interesting person can appear among the transfer students this time. He was secretly pleased. Fortunately, I'm good at this. Zhang Che immediately began to show off his literary talent, talking eloquently. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Che, a person. The occupation is clearly one. I have been able to support myself since I was a child. I eat 3 meals a day. The language I am good at is human language. I can skillfully use smartphones. My family is average. My dad drives a Ferrari. My mom drives a Bentley. I'm just kidding. After saying a lot, he came up with an idea like a concert opening, but these are not important. What is important is now everyone. I said Zhang Che. Everyone please shout too cool. He took off his coat and shouted Zhang Che. Some people below also responded hesitantly, too cool. Then he took off another coat and said clearly, Zhang Che. This time more people responded, cool, too cool. Finally it was a unique striptease. He still shouted Zhang Che. A group of students cheered excitedly, too cool. Zhang Che is too cool. Oh, Defa and Qing Yao also had to use glue to control themselves to encourage everyone. Zhang Che also started playing big, preparing to take off his pants. Everyone don't stop, Zhang Che. Teacher Ma had to stop his unfinished stripping behavior. Okay, this classmate, okay. But in his heart, it was the opposite. Although I still want to continue watching, but I don't want to be fired by the principal because of the unhealthy atmosphere. He told him a few words. This classmate, put your clothes on quickly and go back to your seat. Pull up your pants quickly. Your bare underwear is showing. Zhang Che left with his head held high with a proud expression on his face. Hee. Someone as smart as me. Success is stable. Teacher Ma continued his part. Everyone quietly return to your seats. This female classmate, also hurry up and introduce yourself. Qing Yao calmly walked to the classroom. As soon as she walked to the podium, she decisively smashed the teacher's head on the table. Then she clapped her hands as if nothing had happened and introduced herself like a big sister. My name is Yi Qing Yao. I just turned 16 this year. The most amazing record is fighting in the Nanshan nursing home at the age of 3 and flattening the Beihai kindergarten. Everyone better not associate with me, otherwise you will die miserably. Not only was the teacher not angry at this rebellious behavior, but it aroused his interest. Haha, not bad, not bad. This classmate, please sit down. Classmate Wang Defa one more time. Although he got another chance, he stuttered even more than before. Hello everyone, I am Wang Defa, I. But the last sentence was enough to impress everyone here. I like to eat shit. Finally, Teacher Ma ended the self-introduction and prepared to start the class. Now that the new classmates have introduced themselves, let's start the class. Since your English teacher had his tongue cut off by the principal and needs to rest, I will take this English class for him. He picked up the book and also looked like a teacher. I hope everyone can study hard. If I don't teach well, I hope the Ministry of Education will punish me, instead of me asking you Alpha B and you answering me Macapaka. Next, everyone opened the book. Zhang Che couldn't help but sigh when he heard a middle-aged teacher say, "Internet slang, is this ghost world too trendy? How do they even know this? Do they also watch TikTok?" At lunchtime, the students here still went to the cafeteria to get food as usual. It's just that the things they eat are not something a normal person would dare to eat. Defa cried while eating. I'm convinced. I lost the chance to revive at the beginning. How can I play now? The classmate next to him also expressed sympathy. Our class has never stopped. They even take the heads of classmates and kick them around. Zhang Che also participated in adding fuel to the fire. That's right, they cut off your arms if you can't answer the questions. With this kind of education, I would feel sorry for myself if I didn't get into Harvard. The next to speak was Yang Ziyang from Class 1, Grade 12. Only the 5 of us are accepting the challenge in this situation. In order to be on the safe side, I suggest everyone cooperate and exchange information. Hu Jun, the green-haired classmate who comforted Defa just now, was in the same class as the former. Ziyang is right. Everyone helping each other can have the best effect. Qingyao looked around while picking up eyeballs and expressed her opinion. It's useless. It's only the first day. There are not many places where intelligence is useful. However, we will be assigned dormitories in a while. If we are assigned together, we can help each other. As soon as the news came out, Zhang Che's spirit immediately became excited. "Ah, wait, do you mean that this school allows men and women to live together?" At night, in the new dormitory building, Zhang Che walked into the room and looked thoughtfully at the pink bed and the various girls' items on it. He put his hands together, with tears in his eyes. His heart was as happy as if it was a festival. God, thank you. I can actually fulfill my dream of living with a cute girl in the ghost world. This challenge was not in vain. Suddenly Zhang Che felt a gust of wind and a mysterious black figure was standing behind him. Zhang Che turned around abruptly. A strange face was standing at the door. He waved to Zhang Che. "Hello, new classmate. It seems you don't know the rules yet, but as a new classmate I will make an exception to help you once." He leaned his face closer with a mysterious expression. "First of all, the dormitory rooms must turn off the lights on time at 9 p.m., and you must never run around." A creepy scene suddenly appeared, the trees rustling, blending with his words. "Second, the old dormitory is now strictly forbidden to enter." As he spoke, he looked at the pink bed in front of him. But there were not enough rooms in the new dormitory, so students from the male and female dormitories lived together, perhaps wanting to hint at something unspeakable. But if you are assigned to a room with a member of the opposite sex, you only need to pay attention to one thing. He looked gloomy, his eyes full of experience pointed at Zhang Che, that is, don't get someone pregnant. After speaking, he leisurely whistled and walked out of Zhang Che's room. At this time, the bulletin board appeared. Tip: as a male dormitory instructor, it is now a very pleasant thing to manage female students. For the safety of the students, he also specially filled the dormitory rooms with cameras. Zhang Che felt a little nauseous in his heart. Hey, this guy looks honest and kind, but he turned out to be a pervert. Suddenly, he noticed a small note on the table. A note. Zhang Che carefully opened it. "Hello, new female roommate. Hello, if you are not used to eating the food in the cafeteria, there are many snacks in the drawer. You can eat them casually. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am a super cute beautiful girl, Zhu Xiaoling. Are you very eager to see my beautiful face? I am a weak girl, but the first problem is that you must find me." At this time, Xiaoman suddenly appeared, just an F-level ghost. Do I need to solve her directly? Zhang Che tore the paper in half and held it tightly in his hands. He was a little dissatisfied. Now you know how to solve others. Didn't you say you were out of strength and needed to rest in the classroom just now? She said a little guiltily with her arms crossed in front of her chest. That I lied to you. If I don't let you solve the problem yourself, how will you grow? What if I'm not here one day? What will you do? Zhang Che was too lazy to pay attention to her. His eyes were attracted to the bedside table again. Is this the drawer? Xiaoman continued to nag. Look at you, you don't do this, you don't do that, you're timid. You only know how to be fierce to me. He immediately reached out and pulled open the drawer as if he was stimulated. It was full of snacks. Wow, so many delicious things. It would be great if there was some coke. While Zhang Che closed the drawer, he flattered Shaman, "When was I fierce to you? An F-level ghost, how can we let our sister man take action?" At the same time, he was secretly happy in his heart. He can't eat the food in the cafeteria, and there are no vending machines here, so he can only rely on this roommate's relief for the next 5 days. Suddenly, Zhang Che remembered something. Wait, she hasn't seen her yet. How does she know she is F-level? She is just guessing, right? Xiaoman was very dissatisfied with this skeptical attitude. She said sternly, "Don't talk nonsense, I won't. I just felt it." At this time the system sent another message. Character Zhang Che, Level 1, Ghost Power 105, Items Exquisite Urn Mini First Aid Kit. Forbidden items: blood-stained scissors, blood-colored nurse uniform. Revival ×1. He propped his hands on the bed and pondered. Every time you level up, you will get 5 points of ghost power, plus the rewards obtained through Wangchen Hospital. Now I have a full 105 points of ghost power, and the higher the ghost power, the greater the power emitted by the forbidden items, and the quality of all aspects of the body will also be improved to a certain extent. Continuous thoughts poured in, but there are many kinds of ghosts, and sometimes seizing the opportunity is more important than having power. Zhang Che seemed to understand something. Reaching out and opening the urn, he continued to analyze. Just like playing a game, only by understanding the boss's mechanics can you calmly deal with it. The system confirmed that the item has been opened. Inside there were items such as hair clips, bows, model magazines, black ink pens, and special approval passes. Zhang Che picked up the model magazine and said with some disgust, "I already have a cute girl as a roommate, who cares about this?" Suddenly, Xiaoman shouted at him. Zhang Che. She was holding a special approval pass in her hand, her voice filled with joy and anticipation. Let's go out and play." The system described the function of the item. This pass is approved by the instructor, and dormitory students can freely enter and exit the school gate. But Zhang Che's attitude was not very enthusiastic. He looked at the paper back and forth. "Go out? What's fun about going out?" Xiaoman said a little anxiously. "You can find my beautiful head as soon as you go out." He was still a little concerned about what happened just now. "She didn't talk to me in this attitude just now." Xiaoman was at a loss. "Oh, why are you arguing about this? Let's go, let's go." Zhang Che didn't care much, put away the pass and said definitely, "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. You can go out, but not now. We still have serious things to do in a while, and I will definitely take you out to play after the serious things are done." Xiaoman asked back unhappily. "What's the matter?" Night fell. The sky was dark and the bright moonlight shone on the silent corridor. The dormitory building was quiet and the closed doors were immersed in sleep. In this silent space a door opened gently. Zhang Che sneaked out of the dormitory. He looked around thinking, "I must be quiet, it will be over if I disturb the instructor." Suddenly, Qingyao's voice came from behind, startling him. "You're not asleep either?" Zhang Che had to close the door and pretended to answer nonchalantly. Aren't you not asleep either?" And suddenly using that kind of tone, "It's also scary in the middle of the night." Looking at the direction she came from, Zhang Che said with a strange brain circuit, "And how did you come out of the instructor's room?" To that pervert, "Don't tell me you already." She was a little weak, and reached out to interrupt his thoughts. "Please stop your imagination." Qingyao pointed behind her and said, "I have already dealt with the instructor. He won't wake up before dawn. I plan to go to the old dormitory to take a look. Do you want to go together?" At this time, Xiaoman appeared behind him again and said, "This girl definitely has a purpose. Now no one is paying attention to you, and no one is paying attention to her at the same time. You better keep your distance from her." Zhang Che felt that what she said was right. It made sense in that case. Unexpectedly to Xiaoman, he looked at the other party, expressing his agreement as expected. Great minds think alike. "Let's go." Qingyao walked past him. "Then let's go. I have already asked about the location of the old dormitory. I'll lead the way." Zhang Che followed while thinking to himself, "Although I don't know what means Yi Qingyao used on the instructor, but that's not within my consideration." Xiaoman followed angrily. "Hey, I told you it's best to keep your distance from her. If you don't listen to the beauty, you will suffer in front of you. Do you understand?" Looking at Qingyao's back and front, all kinds of calculations appeared in his mind at this time. Although he was forcibly dragged into this challenge by Xiaoman, but since he's here, how can he return empty-handed? A good dormitory building was suddenly abandoned. Even a fool knows there must be a problem. The old dormitory building was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Darkness shrouded everywhere, giving Zhang Che an ominous premonition. The challenge mission clue: 80% is inside. But if this dormitory building really has a problem, then the level of the ghosts inside. Thinking about it, he stopped. It would be so big that it was unimaginable. In the dormitory building, the dilapidated windows, coupled with the cockroaches and insects crawling on the floor, created a gloomy and ancient atmosphere. Covering the road for the two of them was a dense spider web, making Zhang Che a little uneasy. Sweating coldly, with the help of the only moonlight, Qingyao looked behind her and asked for her opinion. "I have observed there are a total of 6 floors. Do we need to act separately?" Zhang Che flatly refused. What's separate? Speaking in a somewhat childish tone, he put his hand on his neck. Haven't you seen horror movies? Something will definitely happen if you act separately. Don't you understand such a simple law? Qingyao was a little weak, speechless. She scratched her head and sighed. It does make sense. Then let's go together. We can still help each other. Zhang Che thought to himself. I knew that Yi Qingyao's approach to me was not that simple. Even Xiaoman has repeatedly reminded me many times. In the dilapidated dormitory room, he looked around for clues. Qingyao casually held a book, but her eyes looked at him, spying. Zhang Che looked vigilantly behind him. This person has a problem. Instead of keeping a distance, it is better to approach her directly to see what her intentions are. At this time, Qingyao suddenly opened her mouth. It seems there is nothing on the first floor. Let's go upstairs. The rusty faucet dripped water, making some strange noises. Zhang Che walked in front to see the surrounding situation, but Qingyao looked behind her somewhat unnaturally. The two searched for useful clues separately. They did not speak to each other. Everyone had their own purpose, making the atmosphere even colder. Qingyao took a step and went up the stairs first, but Zhang Che complained impatiently. Humph, why the hell do I have to climb the stairs? When he reached the top floor, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this dormitory only has 6 floors. Xiaoman suddenly appeared and warned, Be careful, I feel something unusual here, especially on this floor. He looked around and couldn't help but feel strange indeed. It was really too clean here. Zhang Che pondered this dilapidated dormitory building, but he couldn't find any clues, as if it was deliberately hidden. Qingyao suddenly stopped and grabbed the doorknob. He was slightly surprised. What's wrong? She looked at the room number and said, It's a bit unusual. There seems to be some secret hidden behind the door. This is already the last room. Suddenly a crisp bell rang, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Yi Qingyao looked up to find the source of the sound. Zhang Che looked around again. He had an ominous premonition about what was about to happen. A red-haired girl loomed with a strange smile, blending with the bell. At this time, the entire corridor suddenly lit up with a strange red light. Strange and creepy cries surrounded them, catching them off guard. Whistling sounds continued to spread throughout the corridor, as if something was about to fly towards them. Qingyao turned around in horror and shouted, We've been tricked, run. Zhang Che didn't have time to react and shouted at her, Wait! He helplessly watched the figure disappear. She ran too fast, Xiaoman said unhappily. You saw it, I said there was a problem here. Suddenly, black arms stretched out from under the ground, clinging to the surroundings, forming a very strange scene. Those strange arms grew out of the walls more and more, blocking the entire corridor. Xiaoman landed on her feet, ready to fight. She stood in front of her master. Now I will temporarily invade and materialize to help you block them. As she spoke, her chains spread around. But except in prison, I can't materialize outside for too long. You take this opportunity to run. Zhang Che couldn't believe his eyes. What do you mean you still have this kind of buff? Xiaoman sternly said to him. There's no time to explain this. There are too many of these ghosts. I can't handle it for too long. You run. Zhang Che didn't listen to Xiaoman's words at all. He fell into deep thought. The ghosts here didn't show up until he went up to the 6th floor before they suddenly appeared. What is their purpose? The more he thought about it, the more questions he had. Just to lure the enemy in and ambush us? But he immediately denied his previous idea. No, if it was just to ambush, they could completely wait for themselves to enter a dead end before attacking. He looked at room 614 and then concluded that rather than ambushing, they were more like preventing us from entering. At the same time, those strange arms gathered into a line again, and went straight to the two of them. She was ready to meet the challenge of the ghosts with a fierce momentum. A purple force spread around. But suddenly he grabbed her hand and shouted loudly, Xiaoman. She didn't expect her companion to do this, and before she could react, she let him pull her forward and run. Zhang Che pulled Xiaoman with one hand and pushed the door open and rushed in. He thought, there is no turning back once the arrow is shot. I can't waste my effort. Suddenly the two lost their balance and fell to the ground. Xiaoman only had time to shout, Wow! She roared angrily at Zhang Che. You crazy man, do you not want to live? I said I would help you block them, and you ran into this room. You don't want to help me find my head, but you don't have to treat yourself so cruelly, right? Seeing that Zhang Che ignored her, she was about to go crazy. Don't you say anything, think of a way. I don't want to die with you. Suddenly he grabbed Xiaoman's shoulders and calmed her down. The two looked at the window together where a girl was standing. The fresh scenery formed a sharp contrast with the dilapidated and terrifying environment outside. Xiaoman was startled and screamed, Ah! The girl was still facing away from them and said in a clear voice, What is loved is separated by mountains and seas. Mountains and seas cannot be leveled. The delicate face and beautiful lips chanted each sentence. The sea has boats to cross, and the mountains have paths to walk. The girl with the inscrutable expression continued, This love turns mountains and seas can also be leveled. A beautiful face appeared in front of him wearing a student uniform, her hair gently fluttering in the breeze and sunlight. She gently finished the last sentence, Mountains and seas can be leveled, but intentions are hard to level. Zhang Che faced a lovely girl with long black hair decorated with a white bow. She was wearing a student uniform and standing to one side. He looked at the other party with a hesitant expression. Is it a ghost or an NPC? looking at her painting style. She doesn't even look like me anymore. Suddenly, the system issued a very incomprehensible notification, prompting, why, I was only a little bit away from seeing the entire starry sky. The sky lit up again, he thought. There's a hint. Suddenly, a piercing scream came, startling him. You idiot, hurry up! Xiaoman appeared and stood in front of the door. There are more than 10,000 ghosts here. The ghost sea tactics alone can drown us, do you understand? If you understand, leave quickly. Zhang Che quickly responded to Xiaoman. Got it. Hold on a little longer. Then he turned around and grabbed the girl's hand, his tone hurried. Sister, follow me first. Before he finished speaking, the girl suddenly turned into countless brightly colored butterflies, surprising him. The system appeared again. Congratulations on obtaining the clue. Hard to let go. Unlock challenge mission. Many people talk, wealth comes in. Those brightly colored butterflies flapped their wings and flew out of the open window. Zhang Che was full of shock and confusion. This, doing good deeds without leaving a name, gave the challenge mission and left at the same time. Xiaoman was trying hard to block the door, but her strength was gradually exhausted, and a group of ghosts rushed over frantically, desperately hitting the door. I can't hold it anymore. She rushed over and grabbed Zhang Che's clothes, hurriedly fleeing. Time's up, retreat. Xiaoman didn't hesitate, hugged him and stood on the windowsill, ready to jump. Hold me tight, he reminded in fear. Sister man, it's easy to become disabled if you fall from this high, do you know that? That shrill scream startled Qingyao nearby. She saw them jumping from the highest window and broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Che was so frightened that his face turned pale, his eyes became empty and dull, and he could only scream helplessly. Finally they landed safely, and his soul almost left his body. Xiaoman clapped her hands and said with satisfaction, completed. While Zhang Che couldn't help but kneel down and vomit. Wow! He reached out and wiped his mouth with a painful expression on his face. Oh my god, this is more exciting than a free fall. A hand handed over a towel accompanied by a caring voice. Are you okay? It turned out to be Qingyao. Why didn't you follow me when I called you just now? Zhang Che took the towel and wiped his mouth and replied tiredly, I said I have diarrhea. Do you believe that I was in a hurry to go to the toilet? But he thought to himself, if I go with you, you run faster than Bolt. There's a ghost if I can catch up. She stared at him, as if she realized something. Her face suddenly became serious. Her next question startled him. Did you find the clue? Did you unlock the challenge mission? Zhang Che replied worriedly. You guess. Qingyao immediately expressed dissatisfaction. You guess if I guess. Zhang Che immediately handed her the handkerchief he had just wiped, deliberately changing the subject. Oh, not bad, then don't guess, let's go back to sleep. He nodded, withdrew, and left. Qingyao behind him was still watching him. She suddenly reported a number which stunned Zhang Che. $10,000, buy your clue. He immediately turned around and gave her the middle finger. In his eyes, Zhang Che, am I that kind of person? Everyone finds clues based on their own abilities, but you want to sit back and enjoy the benefits and insult me with money? Qingyao interrupted coldly. 200,000 euros. This time Zhang Che was really shocked. He opened his mouth with difficulty. How much did you say? Qingyao rubbed her forehead, revealing a tired expression. My monthly food expenses are not enough, okay? You are very provocative then, Qingyao. He pointed to the windowsill he had just jumped down from. In fact, the clue is in room 614. There is a lovely literary girl inside, but I'll say it first, now it's full of ghost helpers. Be careful, don't die inside. Qingyao turned around, facing the window, and said confidently, you can come out alive, of course I can too if you're afraid. Why participate in the ghost challenge? Zhang Che immediately showed an embarrassed expression, as if this sentence reminded him of someone. I dare not say that. The last person who said the same thing to me seems to have just passed their 7th day. Qingyao, on the other hand, expressed incomprehension. Zhang Che turned around and waved goodbye to her. Okay, no more arguing. I'm going back to rest. I sincerely advise you, think about it carefully. See you tomorrow. As soon as he left, the Bloodblade ghost appeared behind his master, revealing an unhappy expression. Why haven't you sacrificed him to me yet? That ghost in his body is just a line of error code that is not worth fearing. Don't forget the conditions you promised me. Your power is borrowed from me. She comforted it. Don't worry, the opportunity is coming soon. Remember to hand over the ghost in his body to me. I want my dad to study it. The Bloodblade ghost asked, speaking of which, haven't you been short of money to spend recently? Why are you so generous to that kid? Seeing that Zhang Che had gone far, Qingyao replied, I was just lying to him. Didn't you see that? I don't have enough money to spend myself. 200,000 euros, who knows where that poor ghost would spend it? Dreaming is more like it. But the two didn't know. Their words just now were all remembered by him. The sun shone into the room, and the clock pointed to 5 minutes before 9 o'clock. Zhang Che dazedly opened his eyes and asked, Xiaoman, what time is it? She calmly replied, 8:55. There are 5 minutes left before class. Hearing this, he immediately jumped up, looking very anxious. I'm going to be late. Why didn't you wake me up? Xiaoman was floating in the air in a very relaxed posture. I did, but you were sleeping like a dead pig. There was no movement at all. There was nothing I could do. Contrary to her relaxed posture, Zhang Che hurriedly changed his clothes. Soon after, he ran quickly in the corridor of Tianqing Academy. He slammed open the classroom door and shouted, Report. The FA who was sitting in the classroom saw him coming and raised his hand to say hello. Zhang Che, hello, just now Teacher Mei said that the principal called her, so the first class is for self-study. He was already exhausted at this time, holding the door frame, and replied tiredly, that's good, you scared me to death. I thought I was done for this time. Then he walked to the desk, his eyes subconsciously looking at the seat of his classmate Qing Yao. But it was empty and unusually quiet. A curious look appeared on his face, he thought. Qing Yao didn't come. Don't tell me she died in the dormitory building looking for clues. In front of Zhang Che was a pair of students flirting, which seemed to inspire him. He pondered and thought about the prompt. Many people talk. Wealth comes in. Hard to let go. A girl is hard to let go. Could it be that she was cuckolded? He immediately turned around and asked the student next to him, Beauty, let me ask you something. Zhang Che continued to ask, do you know what happened to the girl in room 614 before? Seeing this, she immediately warned Zhang Che, young man, you better not ask about the 614 thing. Asking everything will only harm yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Che once again secretly evaluated, as expected. The network speed of the ghost world is very high, really knows how to play. Then he suddenly felt itchy all over and a surprised expression appeared on his face. His eyes changed from surprise to fear. He didn't know when it started, but all the students in the classroom turned their heads, their faces mutated and no different from ghosts. Xiaoman appeared and kept sighing. Is this what you call being the center of attention? This scene frightened him so much that his face turned pale. It was beautiful to the extreme. He immediately turned to look at the beauty next to him. The scene in front of him was even more terrifying. Her head was twisted to one side. Her eyes were wide open, staring at him fiercely, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Her hand had already grabbed his clothes at some point. Is there anything else you want to ask? This scene had exceeded Zhang Che's tolerance. He instinctively struggled to break free. You don't pull me, he thought in fear. Oh my God, what should I do? When he didn't know what to do, Teacher Mei walked into the classroom from the door. He decisively pulled back the corner of his clothes and threatened, HMPH, don't pull it, the teacher is here. If you pull it again, I'll dig out your eyes. Then he loudly urged everyone, class, stand up, say hello to the teacher. The students still stared at him strangely. The atmosphere was very tense. But it wasn't long before the atmosphere returned to normal. The whole class stood up calmly and said in unison, hello teacher. Zhang Che breathed a sigh of relief. Petty tricks, everyone has been to school. A faked sickness, skipped school and been scolded before. Do you really think you can scare me? Teacher Mei said, standing on the empty stage. Everyone behaved very well today. No one was noisy. The principal even specifically praised our class and offered our favorite laboratory as a reward. He propped his chin with his hand, listening and thinking. The ghosts are starting to study science. Human civilization is under threat. The teacher took out a mysterious blue liquid bottle from her chest. She revealed an innocent yet mysterious smile and said, since this is a practical lesson, I need a few enthusiastic students to help me. At the very back of the classroom, Zhang Che's face darkened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Teacher Mei walked towards the students with the bottle, calmly saying, just now some student directed everyone to stand up and greet the teacher. I like obedient children the most, so I'll choose that student and the class representative. These words made Zhang Che's face even worse. He was too worried to speak. He and another student went up to the stage. She pointed the blue bottle in front of them and said, come on, drink this first and tell me how you feel. Zhang Che held the medicine bottle in his hand, unsure what to do for a long time. His whole body showed rejection. While Teacher Mei was still asking, what's wrong? She stood there, watching him eerily, practically saying, you don't want to drink it? He immediately waved his hand, forcing a smile, and said, teacher, you're so funny, how could I not want to? You personally took it out from your bra, who wouldn't want to drink it? After saying these flattering words, he hesitated just. Zhang Che hurriedly put on a kind and benevolent image, saying, it's such a good thing to give to me. It's too wasteful, even from a distance. I can smell the teacher's fragrance from this bottle. If I drink it, what about the other students in the class? I, Zhang, can't do such a thing against my conscience. That's a nice way of putting it, but actually you just want to protect yourself. So let this student drink it. She has been gulping since just now. Seems like she wants to drink it more than me, so let him drink it. The poor student was quickly forced to drink the medicine under her nagging. Teacher Mei didn't force him to drink anymore. Since you said so, let's give him this chance. I hope everyone can learn from Zhang Che, but mutual concession is also a good quality. Then she changed her tone. That kid limply lay in her hand. Go back to your seats, let's continue the class. After class, Zhang Che also limply made his way to the cafeteria. This is not good. I'm going to starve to death if I don't eat something. The snacks in the drawer are not enough to fill me up. I want to eat noodles, buns. Unexpectedly, the scene before him startled him as soon as he stepped inside. Several students over there were lying on the table looking like zombies. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. A person won't die after starving for a few days only drinking water. It turned out that the visitor was Qing Yao, who was still in a healthy state, unscathed. Then she sat down and added, I really can't eat the food in the cafeteria, so I'll just starve. Anyway, there are only 5 days left in the challenge. Zhang Che sat across from her, in disbelief. Yi Qingyao, she's actually fine. Before he could finish thinking, she asked, your spirit seems to be very good too. You don't seem as hungry as them? He smiled and replied, haha, I've been starving since I was a child. Zi Yang next to him couldn't help but roar. Starving for 5 days, that's easy for you to say. He wearily scratched his head. You said it yourself. Starving for 5 days can only guarantee that you won't die, but your spirit resistance, physical function will be severely affected. You can't stand it in the real world, let alone this dangerous ghost world. Zi Yang then stood up, holding the table. Hee, you're right. Anyway, after tonight 2 days will have passed. I will be out by then. I don't have any leads for you. Then he turned around decisively. I'm leaving first, regardless of Junji calling behind him, Zi Yang. Then he forced a smile to leave. Well, Zi Yang may be too hungry and in a bad mood. I'll go and persuade him. Defei was not willing to be left behind. Let me go with you and think of a way to find something to eat. Zhang Chai just watched them walk away while chatting. I even started to miss the dark cuisine mooncakes my mom made after they had walked far away. Qingyao suddenly sighed. It seems we can't count on those wastes, but it's good. Since they've left, let's talk about something else. I have to admit your strength, and that's why I want to have a more in-depth cooperation with you. Are you willing? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoman immediately became vigilant. Be careful, this woman pretends to be very kind on the surface, but I can feel that she and her ghost spirit at this time. She looked at the fierce thing behind the other party and reached a conclusion. Full of malice, seeing him silent, Xiaoman continued to persuade. Don't disobey me anymore, trust me, we really need to stay away from her. So Zhang Che refused with a hippie smile. No cooperation, no cooperation, sorry. My sister said I can't fall in love early and I'm still so young, I want to be self-reliant. I don't want to be a live-in son-in-law. He made Qingyao so angry that she was about to go crazy. Who wants to be in love with you and a live-in son-in-law? What are you thinking about? Xiaoman happily watched him explain from behind. Anyway, our clues are the same now, why don't we talk about it when we have new discoveries? She was puzzled. Looking at you like this, you don't want to continue to cooperate? You don't want 200,000 euros either? He decided to play dumb to the end. Euros, what euros? I only know bubble fruit milk. Qingyao's anger was about to materialize. Okay, I understand, since that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. After she finished speaking, he slowly turned around and left without saying a word. Xiaoman followed closely behind, excitedly praising, look at that woman, you made her facial features twisted with anger. Then she proudly said, that's right, we should stay away from her. Zhang Che didn't mind agreeing with her. Yeah, stay away from her. Speaking of this, he didn't quite understand and said, why is Yi Qingyao so malicious towards me? I'm so handsome. He walked and thought, and it's okay for her not to attend class. When did these teachers become so easy to talk to? Xiaoman was surrounded by excitement and quickly asked, it's rare to see you so obedient. Are we going to investigate today? Let's go, let's go. While her favorability was constantly rising, he was still pondering, this challenge doesn't show progress. It's obviously much more difficult than Wangchen Hospital. I have to think of another way. Just then the system appeared. Character, Yin Sha Empty Head Xiaoman, favorability 38. Reminder, some of her power can be obtained when the favorability reaches 50, 100, 200ths. Zhang Chai couldn't help but be surprised. Obtain power? There's even a hidden function? Then he suddenly remembered. Speaking of which, I haven't helped Xiaoman complete her previous matter yet. So he grinned and asked the other party, Manzi, we're not investigating tonight, let's do something else, she blurted out blankly. Zhang Che pointed to the door and said excitedly, didn't we agree to go out of school and stroll around together? Let's go, let's go. Seeing that he was going to help her, Xiaoman immediately jumped up and said happily, okay, let's go. The day passed quickly, and tonight was still cloudy, wanting to cover the moon. Now Zhang Che and Xiaoman are pulling each other and secretly sneaking out of the school gate. The system immediately warned, please note that you have left the mission area. Revival times 1, invalid. Suddenly her laughter resounded around. I really can't help it, And he could only blush and clamp his legs. Damn it, why is this suit women's clothing? Damn it, I feel the wind blowing in gusts. Seeing Zhang Che's incoherent speech, he laughed even harder. I can't stop at all, he shouted angrily. Damn it, stop laughing. I'm not doing this for you, and my revival times are gone when I leave the mission area. You have to protect me, Xiaoman promised gracefully. Don't worry, your life is my life. Sister Man is very reliable. Then she suddenly remembered something. By the way, do you have any ghost coins on you? We can just call a car to the prison. These words left him speechless. There are many ways to humiliate people. Why do you have to ask me if I have money? Before he could react, she was already rushing to put her hand into his clothes. Don't be rude, I'll give it back to you double when we get there. This action made him even more embarrassed. How can a girl be so handsy? I can get it myself, don't touch me. Unexpectedly, she dared to complain. Oh, are you an old lady? You still put money in your underwear? Zhang Che immediately exploded. Mind your own business. The two were busy fighting, and after a while, they realized the car in front of them. Xiaoman immediately called out, Hey driver, It turned out that the other party was none other than the beautiful woman Shaoli whom he had met once. At the same time, he observed her with a green face with a complicated expression. How is it her? She also looked at him seriously, her expression indescribable. Even so, she still wanted to break the silent atmosphere. Your sexual orientation has changed. He was at a loss. I have thought about countless reunion scenes, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of scene. The night is getting deeper and deeper, and quieter, and at this time a red car is speeding on the mountain road. Zhang Che was carried by her, and his heart was terrified. He awkwardly opened his mouth. It's a coincidence that we can meet again here. Are you taking a drive? But she just replied coldly, I ate too much meat, I'm going to Wangchen Hospital to buy some digestive medicine. This answer hung big question marks on his head. Zhang Che tried to salvage the situation again. I'm really sorry for some indescribable things I did with you before, and thank you very much. I use your scissors very smoothly. It solved a big problem. However, his words only made it harder for her to suppress the anger in her heart. The red motorcycle immediately braked sharply, and the tires made a harsh friction sound. Shaoli angrily left the car, pointing at him and shouting, Get down here. After he landed, she stepped on him. You still have the nerve to say that? You use the scissors so smoothly, but you don't remember me, do you? He screamed in panic. Stop, wait, it's dangerous, Xiaoman, who was floating in the air, praised. It seems you owe a lot of romantic debts outside. Stepping on him wasn't enough. She also grabbed his clothes and shouted, Do you know how many days I've been waiting for you at home? I've been waiting every day, waiting and waiting, 3 days and 3 nights. I wait while eating, I wait while taking a bath, but I still haven't seen you come back, you beast. Zhang Che quickly seized the loophole to argue. Wait, you haven't told me your home address yet. Then she looked at him speechless, and even her breathing almost stopped. It took a while to react, and she turned around with a flushed face. It seemed that the other party finally gave in. Get in the car, I'll let you go this time. There won't be a next time, he asked in confusion. There won't be a next time, what does that mean? Fortunately, nothing else happened, and they stopped the car safely. Xiaoman looked at the tall Tiandi shopping center happily and said, We're here. Zhang Che sighed. I didn't expect that I would actually run to a suspicious bank in the ghost world in my life. How come this ghost world has everything? Xiaoman urged without hesitation. What do you mean by a suspicious bank? This is the only shopping center in the ghost world. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and go in. Before following up, she still looked back worriedly at Shaoli, who was contemplating, her eyes dazed and slightly sad. She remembered what her sister had once advised her. Shaoli, you know, we were originally just playthings of those scumbags, but that doesn't mean we can't fall in love. But one thing, we must never marry humans. At that time, Shaoli always maintained a focused listening posture, not because we are slit-mouthed women, but because we are ghosts. Recalling the past was not pleasant. She suddenly asked, By the way, I still don't know your name, he blurted out blankly. Then he smiled slightly and replied seriously, Zhang Che, my name is Zhang Che. After Shaoli finished listening, she reached out and pulled off the hairpin on her head, repeating each syllable, Zhang Che. She sat in the car and handed the hairpin to him. Maybe this is the last time we meet. Leaving a token is considered a farewell. This suddenly stunned him, and he didn't have time to react. But soon he came back to his senses and smiled gently at her. Is that so? After exchanging tokens, Shaoli quickly drove away without hesitation. She murmured to herself while driving, That hairpin will save your life at a critical moment. The motorcycle was very fast, and in a blink of an eye only dust and hope were left, hoping that he would never use it. At the same time, Zhang Che was rushing to find a place to hide the hairpin. He must put the hairpin in the safest place. Can't lose it. The clerk saw him and said, Welcome to Tiandi Shopping Center, sir. He rubbed his hands nervously. May I ask what service you need, sir? Seeing the other party, sweat broke out on his face. He is human. He was stunned. Could it be that he was assigned to this challenge location? As soon as the question was finished, the other party knelt down to apologize. I'm sorry to have a dirty human serve you. It's really an insult to your identity. There are not enough people in the shopping center now. I hope you won't blame me. I'm sorry. He suddenly realized it turned out to be the effect of this nurse uniform. He regarded himself as a ghost. It seems that he has arrived at someone else's challenge area, but the chance of resurrection has failed again. After thinking about it, Zhang Che gently stretched out his hand. It's okay, get up. The other party was still trembling and said, thank you. Unexpectedly, in just an instant his head was chopped off and blood splattered everywhere. The perpetrator calmly expressed his contempt. Useless head, can't even entertain guests. Zhang Che was stunned by him. His head was chopped off. He didn't feel anything. Suddenly he seemed to smell something strange. His nose moved and he fell into contemplation. His half-beautiful, half-grotesque face suddenly became even more terrifying. This gentleman, you seem to have a very strong human aura. These gloomy words startled him. Damn, could it be that I had too much kidney energy just now and exposed myself? While Zhang Che was uneasy, he was still trying to find out what kind of smell he had. He got closer and closer to him. This smell, he cursed inwardly with a pale face. What kind of dog nose does this ghost have? In this emergency he had to ask for help. Manzi, what should I do now? Xiaoman immediately put her hand on his shoulder and solemnly assured, don't worry, leave it to me. Her ghostly hand touched his stomach and he relaxed. Let me in, Zhang Che sighed helplessly. It's easy to be misunderstood, okay, but she still leisurely seduced him. As expected, what kind of person thinks about what kind of things? Seeming to sense something, the half-burnt face became dazed. What was facing him now was no longer a simple teenager but a mixture. After the transformation he exerted his superhuman aura. How dare you doubt me? Not only that, but he also waved his hand to let him see his power. Your shopping center is really good, treating VIP customers like this. The hotel staff standing below looked at him with awe, hesitatingly saying, T? He stared at him with his cold red eyes, reading word by word. Code XM1231S23, password 7,758,521. The moment he landed, he also blurted out, So it's you. Zhang Che proudly flicked his hair and walked straight away, ignoring him. If you recognize me, don't be talkative, quickly bring me the things. Soon, everyone was transferred to a private room and received thoughtful refreshments. He let the staff serve him, turned his head and asked about the current situation. What's wrong? A little kid also floated up and asked, What's the situation now? With your attitude, are you a rich woman? Xiaoman immediately explained, It's not that I have a lot of money. I once entrusted someone to find it. I'm looking for my head and at the same time agreed that it would be placed here after it was found. Without letting him wait long, the hotel staff quickly brought the things over. Sir, I was really negligent just now. The things you want are here. After speaking, he bowed respectfully and said, If you have already received the things, then I won't disturb you, sir. Then all the staff who had been staying in the room gently retreated and closed the door. Xiaoman couldn't wait to kick him on the head and said happily, My beautiful head. While opening the box, she kept muttering, Found it. He actually really helped me find it, my unparalleled beautiful head. The surging joy in her heart suddenly seemed to be pressed with a pause button by someone. The teeth spirit, who was excitedly joining in the fun, also curiously went forward to observe her beautiful head. But when she saw that the box she was holding was empty, the words she was originally going to say suddenly took a turn. Where is it? Then he looked at Xiaoman blankly and asked with concern, is she crying? He immediately panicked and comforted her. Manzi, don't cry. Maybe it hasn't been found yet. Or maybe we haven't given enough money. Anyway, don't cry. I don't know how to coax girls. After a long time she was willing to sit next to him with her knees hugged and sighed. This box is what I gave him. He returned the empty box, which means he has given up on this commission. It must not be a matter of money. I gave him 10 billion at the time. He unhesitatingly took over her words. That's right, it doesn't seem to be a matter of money. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered an extremely important thing. Wait, how much? Zhang Che was attacked by that number, and his soul flew away shouting, 10 billion, you said that's not having money? But Xiaoman was still listlessly depressed. What's the use of money? I still can't get back my beautiful head. Perhaps because of world weariness she stood up and said, Let's go, I still have some money, I'll give it all to you. Zhang Che was startled and grabbed her hand. Manzi, don't be impulsive. That hand conveyed infinite hope to her, as well as that sentence, Don't worry, don't you still have me? Before she could react, he preemptively said, Have you forgotten? I once promised you that I would definitely help you find your head. Your business is my business, your things are my things. His eyes were full of determination, and that untrustworthy guy, I will definitely make him spit out all the money and return it to you. That's 10 billion. Faced with this powerful handshake and cool promise, Xiaoman was speechless. At the same time, her affection for him also rose sharply. Affection +3, +1, +3, +7, +3, and it soared by 55 points at once. When the affection reached 70, she immediately pounced on him and hugged his waist gratefully. Thank you. Zhang Che patted her shoulder without hesitation to show off. Your master is also very reliable, don't worry. Suddenly he noticed the abnormality that suddenly appeared in front of him. In the space he was pulled into, a huge gear was suspended in the air. The system simultaneously issued a prompt. Headless Yin Fiend Xiaoman has reached the required level of affection and has obtained a lottery opportunity. Each gear tightly connected to the rotating disc contains game content, including life and death questions, life and death binding, or things like mental enhancement and jump rope master, none of which are easy. Zhang Che could only pray to God for blessing. Please, jump rope master, I love jump rope. Be sure to give me jump rope master. He looked at the rapidly rotating turntable, grinning smugly. As the saying goes, the more you want something, the less you get it. My trick is called reverse poison milk. At this moment only cunning was left in his eyes. There are not many smart people like me, who knew that man's calculations were not as good as heaven's. That hateful thing just happened to stop on the jump rope master grid. He almost collapsed because of this result. Oh no, don't, big brother, why do I get what I want at this time? Fortunately, that damn golden finger only gave him a scare. Seeing it slide to the next word, he almost cried. Damn, scared me to death. The ability he gained was mental enhancement, which is to improve mental strength, reduce the huge impact of the external environment, and at the same time get a certain reward when using mental attacks. Tonight is destined to be a long night, because the moon is still hanging high in the sky, and on the empty road a yellow car is driving smoothly. Zhang Che sat in the car, looked at the information, and pondered, touching his chin. Mental enhancement. He suddenly thought of Zhou Yang. He remembered that the person in the Ghost Bureau once used the mental attacks in the ghost spirit body to affect other people's minds, create illusions, and make them fall into fear. Moreover, mental attacks kill people invisibly, and can also reduce other people's mental attacks, which means there is an extra layer of protection. There is no reason not to go. Xiaoman, who was floating, suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Don't suddenly laugh like a madman, it's scary. He quickly cleared his throat and pretended to be serious. Aunt, I am describing our sister man as having a beautiful head that is all-powerful and heavenly, like Tianshan. He made her heart bloom. Hee, that's for sure. My head is the most beautiful head in the world. The two of them chatted lively, completely unaware of anything unusual about the driver. Then the taxi carrying them was speeding along when suddenly there was a sudden break. Zhang Che fell forward due to inertia and felt very uncomfortable. Damn, what happened? He impolitely asked the driver the question he wanted to know. Master, why did you stop? Surprisingly, the other party was not human at all, and he quickly revealed his true form. That's of course because he pounced forward recklessly, making a thirsty cry, I want to eat. It's just that he didn't seem to look at the almanac today, and before he had time to start eating he was punched away by Xiaoman. Even Zhang Che looked at her blankly as she punched and roared aggressively, Eat your head. She was still angry about the disappearance of her beautiful head and immediately grabbed his clothes and lifted him up. She even simply dragged him out. Just a mere D-level ghost, how dare you play tricks in front of your grandma with your ability to see through people's hearts, he screamed in horror. Mom, where did you come from? Her asking this only made her even more angry. A burst of punches and kicks. Dogman can't say good things. Are you here to make trouble? Punches and kicks, nothing is missing. What do you mean? I'm already in a bad mood. He hugged his head and tried to salvage the situation. Sister, I was wrong. Seeing that she was still pinching his head, he hurriedly agreed, It's worth it, I was really wrong. I'll become a vegetarian from now on. And the audience, Zhang Che, watching her drag the other party, only felt his back getting cold and sweating profusely. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth and looked blankly. Xiaoman, have you learned bad things? How did you even learn violence? Seeing that she had beaten him enough, he cautiously moved his steps. Wait, sister man. After approaching her, he said cautiously, Well, we are currently facing a problem. But she just gritted her teeth and said, he trembled and said the most urgent thing at the moment, You have crippled the driver, how do we get back now? He added to make her understand. I don't have a driver's license, let alone the car belongs to Ching. In the end, the result of this argument was that Zhang Che climbed into the room panting for breath. My legs are going to break. Seeing him complain, she teased, You say that, but didn't you change your clothes and come out as soon as you got back to school? He returned to his residence and collapsed on the bed complaining, Nonsense, that's my innocence. There are still my classmates from the real world here. If they see me wearing women's clothes, can I still live? And you just flew all the way, of course you're not tired. If you have the ability, walk with your feet. She immediately retorted, HMPH, my legs are sore and your mouth is still so loud. Who knew you couldn't even drive a car? You're really useless. As soon as the words fell, his eyes suddenly widened, full of surprise. So he quickly covered it with his body and looked down to see what was under his bed. What's that noise? Who would have thought that there was a girl lying nervously inside, not moving? As soon as Zhang Che saw this scene, he widened his eyes and panicked. He was so frightened that he quickly retreated to the corner, stuttering and shouting, Mom, what the hell is that? But the person who had just scared him out of his wits dared to rush over and cover his mouth. She grabbed his hand tightly, signaling him to be quiet. Shesh, keep your voice down, don't disturb the instructor. No matter how carefully she told him, the door of the room was still opened. Xiaoling, who had been sitting on him, immediately turned pale. Oh no, behind the open door a tall figure appeared. Not only that, but the other party's neck was also twisted, making an eerie sound. Turn off the lights, why aren't you asleep yet? Zhang Che was suddenly hit by a disaster from the sky, and he was not much better. So his angry roar resounded throughout the school. I just walked more than 10 kilometers back, and now you want to force me to death, can't you let me have some peace? The school corridor was already gloomy, and it was even more terrifying at night. It was not only pitch black but also damp and rats scurrying everywhere. Then their space was quickly broken by someone's souls. It turned out that Junji said fearfully, Is it really okay for only the two of us to come here? And Ziyang irritably crushed a rat. What's the use of that useless Wangda stinky rat, so disgusting, all of you die. The rat died in the sound. We haven't eaten anything, we can't last for a few days at all. It's better to take advantage of these few days while we are still conscious to see if there are any clues. If we can't find any, we will just escape. He kept following closely but was always worried. That's what he said, but let's be careful. He carefully looked around, completely unaware that his friend showed a sly smile. Hee, a bunch of idiots. At this time the scene suddenly switched to the dormitory area, and the instructor was standing motionless. His entire body was not only twisted but also oozing steady green mucus. That disgusting thing kept muttering to himself. At night, after the lights are turned off, not sleeping, what are you doing? Zhang Che hid his weapon behind him and replied politely. Wow, the teacher heard me talking nonsense again. No explaining. Unexpectedly, Xiaoling just pushed him away and ran away to hide by herself. He slowly quibbled, I'll withdraw first. Seeing this heartless appearance, he was going crazy. I really met a dog. How could I meet such a teammate who escapes before the battle? So he said to himself, see if I can get away with it. At the same time, he stood up and argued, hey, there's really no way to deal with the instructor, still caring about me so late. The teacher is really a good person. Well, actually, I'm just trying to protect the peace of the world and fight monsters 300 times. His face was livid and he glared at him fiercely, letting him talk endlessly. Zhang Che continued to cover with one hand and defend with the other. Just when my energy was about to run out, I suddenly remembered that I had to quickly return to the room to turn off the lights and go to sleep. At that moment, I unleashed unprecedented power, defeated the monster with the light of justice, and returned to the dormitory. He hesitated for a moment. But I didn't expect to be too late in the end. The other party remained silent, making him unsure if he understood. He didn't move, so he could only observe nervously, full of suspicion. Did I fool him? Just then, in less than a few seconds, the other party suddenly jumped and bared his teeth as he pounced on him. Zhang Che immediately frowned and entered a defensive stance, warily. The weapon he had originally hidden behind him quickly blocked his sharp teeth. Xiaoman watched from the side and said disdainfully, just an E-level ghost, weak, pretty, but useless. He shouted in panic, Sister, these steel teeth are about to spark and you're still telling me it's useless. Seeing this, she took the opportunity to ask, do you want me to lend you my strength? But he immediately refused. Lend? Who are you looking down on? With just one kick, he directly kicked the other party far away. After kicking, he gritted his teeth and thought, if I rely on Xiaoman for everything, how can I, the protagonist, survive in this story? He watched him quickly stand up and also fell into contemplation. But I can abuse these low-level ghosts. Even if it's only a difference of one level, the strength is the kind that can be crushed. It's just that he can't stand being beaten down, so he clicked his tongue. At the same time, he seized the opportunity, raised his weapon high and rushed over desperately. I'm going to fight you. The fierce battle in his room unfolded like this, while the entire school in reality was silent. In contrast to his dark room, the principal's office was brightly lit. Zhou Yang was overjoyed because the self-heating hot pot smelled delicious. Aha, living life is about being exquisite. But the principal dared to come and disturb him. Brother Yang, you see there are only a few hours left. Why don't you release the escape restriction first? After knowing the other party's terribleness, he still tried to persuade. Although those children have passed the graduation trial, this trial is forcibly 2 days. If something happens to a child, what's the difference between this and intentional homicide? He answered with a mouthful of noodles. We Ghost Bureau are not idle and have nothing to do. To tell you the truth, it's not that I want to force them to stay inside for 2 days. In recent years, the incidents of ghost intrusions are increasing, and the ghost stones have become very unstable. He mentioned an urgent reality. The ghost stone equipment has an irreversible problem and cannot be restored. Declaring a mandatory ban on entry and exit to the outside world is our Ghost Bureau's intention. In other words, it is to stabilize people's hearts. After eating, he continued to slurp the noodles. Although this matter is not public, this is not the first time it has happened. Last time our captain was trapped in the ghost world for 10 days, who can we tell? It's just that he was still unwilling to give up just because of this matter. Hey, they're just children. Speaking of this, Zhou Yang put down the fork as if he had something to say. He opened the cigarette case and said, That's right, they are just children, but they are still hope. After taking a cigarette, he added, Do you know why the Ghost Bureau suddenly intervened in the school's graduation ceremony and conducted a second trial? After speaking, he quickly lit the cigarette with a lighter. According to the normal process, after these kids enter the ghost world for the first time, they will go to college and start their college life. After graduation, only a small number of people will join the Ghost Bureau. He leaned back in his chair and said annoyedly, But now there are more and more ghost incidents, and 4 years is too long, we can't wait. So the order was conveyed from above, if excellent trial participants are found, if that person is willing, they can directly enter the Ghost Bureau. The principal was immediately surprised. Direct special recruitment? Isn't this transferring officers after college graduation to high school? Forcing 18-year-olds to undergo ghost trials has already caused public opinion. If officers are transferred to high school, wouldn't it be? After taking a deep breath, he flattered me again. Okay, it's useless to say these things, someone must stand up to solve the problem. A few days ago, a ghost appeared in our city, nicknamed Endless Fear. You should have heard of it, right? Every word he said was terrible. This ghost can increase its power through the fear in everyone's heart. It was clearly just a D-level ghost, but it killed 2 of our C-level trial participants, and countless people below C-level also died, one of whom sacrificed himself, and his child was not even a month old. He still drank a mouthful of the steaming, fragrant, self-heating hot pot as usual. He still let him understand the next words. Although I haven't read much and can't say any great truths, I know one sentence. At that moment he suddenly became very cool. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every individual, the principal suddenly exclaimed in panic. Brother Young, you have blisters on your mouth. Don't learn from the movies and preach while drinking spicy hot pot soup. Suddenly a loud noise interrupted their conversation. Hongling suddenly broke in, panicking and reporting, Lao Zhou just received news. Endless fear has attacked in this direction. Hongling brought bad news as soon as she came in. Got a detection measured that endless fear's speed is very fast. We must prepare quickly. Zhou Yang and the principal were very surprised. What, is it coming to the school? He immediately stood up and asked anxiously, How many students are still in the school? We must transfer them as soon as possible. He hurriedly replied, There are still some 11th and 12th grade students in the dormitory, and some 12th grade students whose homes are far away and haven't had time to go back. In short, there are many students. The urgent situation did not allow him to hesitate at all. I'll go check the situation. Everyone quickly evacuate the students from here. But she grabbed his arm without hesitation. Don't talk nonsense, she advised worriedly. You should also leave here with those students quickly. There is more than one ghost coming, there may be others. Support personnel like you don't need to stand in front. But he decisively shook off her hand and scolded. So what if I'm support personnel? There are at least hundreds of students here. If aid doesn't come in time, who will guarantee their safety? He clenched his fist tightly, full of determination. Since I joined the Ghost Bureau, then I am not only a commander but also a warrior. Those children are our future. We must protect them. At the same time, Zhang Che's battle in the dormitory was not over. Every dangerous move he made was successfully dodged by the other party. Finally, he jumped very high with all his strength, hoping to chop him vertically. But when the knife hit him, he jumped even higher and escaped. Not only did he dodge, but he also observed him with a mocking expression. The instructor's jump just now could make him somersault to the other side of the room. He watched him warily, panting, Haha, is that all E-level ghosts can do? The more he looked at it, the more he wanted to go crazy. Very good, after fighting for so long, he hasn't lost a single hair. He's unscathed, and he's getting faster and faster. At first he attacked himself like a mad dog, but now he looks indifferent, as if he's watching a play. He quickly wiped the corner of his mouth and cursed inwardly, Playing so well, playing dirty, how can I fight like this? Shaman took the opportunity to gently touch his shoulder. Why don't you let me lend you my strength? It will be much easier. Respect and admiration. However, how could he easily admit defeat because of this difficulty? Are you kidding me? Am I afraid? Facing such a powerful ghost, he became even more energetic. Even if I'm a noob, after fighting for so long, it's impossible not to hurt him. If I guessed correctly, there must be something wrong here. His signature smile immediately lit up. You think this is your territory, so you're great? All you can do is run? As he ran like a track and field athlete, he also summoned something. Zhang Che did not hesitate to take it and shouted to meet him, Eat my move. The entire magazine opened in response and directly slapped the other party's cynical face. Before him were the delicate and beautiful girls like flowers, and he was overjoyed. Not only that, but he also hugged it and rubbed it obsessively. Yes, the Master's magazine for spiritual experts, and it's a rare version. The instructor who had been fiercely trying to beat him also disappeared without a trace. Now the teacher believes in you. It seems that student Zhang Che is very brave. He snatched the treasure from the monster's hands, but you should pay attention to the time next time. It's good for your health to go to bed early and get up early. In short, he quickly hid the treasure in his hand. The teacher is going to check other places. Read the magazine. You should rest quickly. He waved silently and watched him leave. Goodbye, teacher. After he walked away, he sighed. Tisk, as expected, he is a gentleman. So this magazine is, I said, the spiritual experts are not my type. This prop box didn't lie to me. They are all useful props. Just after admitting it, Xiaoling, who had been forgotten by everyone, suddenly popped out. You are so amazing. She even threw him into the air excitedly. Being caught by the instructor for not sleeping is a death sentence. You are the first person to survive. After hearing this, Zhang Che asked in confusion. What do you mean, as long as you don't get seen? She said. Yes, otherwise why would I hide under the bed? This answer filled him with question marks. What kind of logic is this? In the end, isn't it just not to come back in the middle of the night? Just then, he suddenly received some news, and his eyes showed a surprised expression. A gloomy voice commented, The little girl has big breasts but is timid. It seems that she is a helpful, good child, but now something has happened to her sister. Everyone is a little afraid of her, but she has been working hard to find her. Come, you have been fighting for so long, you must be exhausted. Have a candy, eliminate hunger to fill yourself. Do your wounds need ointment? I don't seem to have prepared a first aid kit. Zhang Che opened his mouth wide in horror. Damn sister, could the sister you're talking about be that cute girl on the 6th floor? So my roommate is an important NPC. After getting the information, he immediately ran over excitedly to get closer. Xiaoling, just consider it as me protecting you just now. I have something to ask you. She glanced at him while chewing. No way, are you secretly investigating the 614 incident? You won't know even if you ask. I can answer other questions but not this one, and he smiled very lewdly. He was incredibly disgusted. Lewd me, am I acting lewd? Xiaoman floated over and shrugged. Be confident, remove the am I. Then she stepped on him and walked past, and he took the opportunity to open his mouth. Hey, actually the reason why I smile so lewdly is because I've been cursed since I was a child. Do you know why I transferred here to study? He transformed into a weak beauty, shedding tears. That's because a master once told me that there is a sufferer in this school waiting for me to rescue. If I can rescue this sufferer, then the curse on me will be lifted, and the lewd and stingy temperament will disappear. I have asked many classmates, but they are unwilling to provide me with clues. Zhang Che pressed his advantage and leaned closer to hold her hand. Until I met you. Every word he said was very sincere. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were different from them. They all insisted that I was an idiot. But only you saw my lewd temperament. My intuition tells me that you are a kind girl. He quickly spun her around like a top. You will definitely help me, right. Xiaoman kept her arms crossed, watching from the sidelines and commenting, people are just big-breasted but timid, not brainless. Are you really going to fool this ghost? It's just that she was really confused by him. Is what he said true? She blurted out in confusion. Once he started acting, he wouldn't stop. Of course it's true. Are you willing to tell me some clues? I don't have much time. If I don't quickly rescue that sufferer from the sea of suffering, not only will my curse not be lifted, but even that sufferer may disappear and never be reincarnated. The last few words seemed to be the key to touching her and making her waver. Xiaoling thought for a long time before agreeing gently with tears in her eyes. Okay, then she said, if you really want to help my sister, go to the girls' bathroom on the 6th floor of the old dormitory building. You will understand everything when you get there. After Xiaoling gave him guidance, she rummaged for something. Hey, but now she has been cursed by the school, no one can mention her. It turned out that she wanted to give him a pink skirt doll. Here, take this. Zhang Che reached out and took it as she said, very puzzled. As soon as he touched it, the system prompted. Obtained item. Doll, sister's favorite toy, still has a trace of sister's aura. Seeing this information, he immediately put it in front of his nose and smelled it. Then his face turned red. Aha, it really is sister's smell. Xiaoman put her hands on her hips, unable to bear it any longer. You really are a pervert. But he even dared to quibble. What nonsense are you talking about? I just wanted to confirm whether this aura is that girl's. Fortunately, she interrupted those embarrassing thoughts in time. Be sure to keep this doll carefully. You will use it then, she suddenly remembered. By the way, that classmate who transferred with you, the one who likes to eat shit, I saw him go to that dormitory building before the lights went out. As soon as she finished speaking, he thought in surprise. Wang Defa, hasn't he used up his resurrection times? How dare he go? He weighed him in his heart with everyone, thinking, it seems that Wang Defa is not as simple as I thought. Yi Qingyao goes without saying. I'm afraid Hu Junji and Yang Ziyang are also pretending. They came to the ghost world on their own initiative. How could they not be prepared at all? Then he continued to remain silent, slowly took out bandages from the first aid kit and hissed while bandaging the wound. People's hearts are unpredictable. There are not many young people as upright and frank as me. I don't know how long it took. The moon in the sky has changed from round to crescent. Xiaoman flew around worriedly. Is your hand really okay? Can you still use scissors? He quickly replied. Of course, the medicine in the ghost world is really useful. I wonder if I can take some out. Hearing this, she immediately warned, dream on, don't get any ideas about our ghost world. Zhang Che suddenly handed her a snack bar. Feels like there's going to be a fierce battle. How about you have a chocolate bar too? She refused again. I don't need to eat anything. Then he pretended to be surprised. What? Don't need to? Does that mean you don't even need to go to the toilet? You can save money on toilet paper. Xiaoman immediately flew to the front angrily. I'm going to forcibly terminate the contract. Destruction, I'm tired, he muttered blankly. I just wanted to ease the tense atmosphere. Who knows what will happen in this broken dormitory building? It's tiring to be tense and anxious all the time. At this moment, something suddenly hit his head, causing him to frown uncomfortably. She immediately turned around. What's wrong? He gritted his teeth and replied, nothing, I just felt a sting in my head. She explained, oh, that's another mental intrusion, he repeated doubtfully. Mental intrusion, she quickly explained to him. Those ghosts can pull people with weak wills into another space through mental influence. This is called mental intrusion. That's what happened on the 6th floor last time, Zhang Che asked by analogy. Similar to the ghost spirit creating hallucinations in Zhou Yong's body, it doesn't cause actual damage. Xiaoman shook her hand and said more clearly, it's not entirely like that. If we hadn't run away on the 6th floor, those ghost hands could still have torn us apart. After saying everything, she urged him to be careful. Although I can temporarily leave the prison and the main body, it is difficult to protect your mental will from being affected. You must pay more attention yourself. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Wait, she said doubtfully. Strange, has your mental ability become stronger? He quickly denied. Don't mind the details, this is Xiaoman not knowing about the lottery intimacy. Not only did he deny it, but he also took the opportunity to retort. But it was her instead. Difficult to do doesn't mean impossible, right? Was she doing it on purpose back then? She was startled and retorted. Don't talk nonsense, I was just negligent at the time. How could he let go of this opportunity, shouting loudly, you can actually be negligent. Didn't we agree to be each other's angels together? She also responded loudly, that's right, I'll be the angel, you'll be the make. He didn't notice the strange feeling in his heart and insisted on arguing to the end. Good fellow, are you from D and she? It wasn't until the doll broke free from his hand that he shouted in panic, oh my god, the doll is alive. Is this also a mental intrusion? She said nervously. Of course not, hurry up and chase it, isn't this doll useful? After hearing this, he continued to stand there blankly, pointing in that direction and saying hesitantly, the direction the doll left. The dim corridor was in full view. Zhang Che gently realized something and shouted in surprise, it's the bathroom on the 6th floor. But he still followed his old ways, muttering as he walked. Remembering the last time he entered the women's bathroom, his purpose was to find an old man named Costa, the fire cloud god. Where did this doll run to? The originally leisurely strolling him suddenly stopped, full of vigilance. He was scared out of his wits, looking suspiciously at the silent dark bathroom, the sound of breathing. Fortunately, he was brave, so he put his ear to the door of the cubicle and listened. It was the sound of human breathing. Yi Qingyao and the 4 of them are not in the room. Where else can they run to if they don't sleep in the middle of the night? Thinking, he stretched out his hand, wanting to push the door open and understand the ins and outs of the matter. His mouth was not idle either, constantly complaining, at first you said no, but your body is very honest. He immediately raised his foot and kicked the door. Aren't you trying to complete the challenge mission? Stop hiding. Unexpectedly, all that responded to him was a long scream. In the cubicle was actually a bruised and swollen Devo. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I really didn't see anything, don't kill me. Zhang Che blurted out blankly, what's going on? Zhang Che couldn't understand why he was so scared that he kept repeating, don't kill me. One of his feet was wearing a shoe and the other foot and hand were cut by something. He quickly came back to his senses and recognized who this person was. Wang Defa. He quickly took a few steps forward and comforted softly. Wang Defa, don't be afraid, it's me. What's wrong with you? He tried to touch him as gently as possible to avoid scaring him, but he was still frightened out of his wits, retreating again and again. Don't kill me, I really didn't see anything, Xiaoman said from the side. This classmate of yours has been frightened crazy. His spirit seems to have completely collapsed. He may have seen something he shouldn't have seen. He was very puzzled what was going on, but he didn't want to abandon others, so he took out a bunch of medicine. No, I can't just leave him like this. In this situation, I can only try various methods. In the end, Zhang Che directly took off his pants while she was a little embarrassed. Please accept my protection, Xiao Wang. You must hold on, he's not awake yet. Please spare me. A shiny sharp needle was inserted into the other person's butt with his super strength. Then he collapsed to the ground as the medicine began to penetrate. The system's medical power immediately helped him recover completely. Defa woke up suddenly, rubbed his eyes. Where am I? Why are my pants taken off again? He hesitated for a moment before raising his head blankly, suddenly seeing a familiar person. Before he could say 2 words, he suddenly pounced on him. Brother Che, woo, scaring him to shout in panic. Oh my god, don't come over, my clothes are still very clean. But he still wanted to ask clearly. Okay, how did you get here? Haven't you used up your resurrection times? You can go out at 12 o'clock, are you crazy running here? He cried with tears and snot. Woo, I just wanted to look for opportunities in danger. I'm trying to get through to 12 o'clock and then go out directly if I don't gain anything. He called out weakly. You kid are thinking too much. Then what's wrong with the injuries on your body? Since you're here, have you found any clues? For a moment, he didn't react to what he was saying. Injuries, clues. At that moment, a series of terrible memories immediately rushed to his mind, awakening Defa's fear. He hurriedly pointed. There is something in this bathroom, Zhang Che. There is something very dangerous in the most important room, he panicked, and also, oh, I saw Yang Ziyang kill Hu Junji. Zhang Che, they killed people. He hurriedly comforted. Calm down, speak slowly. But he kept urging, be sure to be careful of Yang Ziyang. Be careful of the innermost room, the room. The thing in the innermost room is terrible. At this time, the system reminded that the time for this challenge has been reset to 000. It has now met the 2-day time, and the exit function has begun to take effect, and he also understood in time, before confirming whether to exit the ghost world. Once you exit, it will be considered a failure. Confirm, cancel. Defa wanted to choose it without hesitation. I want to go out. Before leaving, he still tried hard to look back. Zhang Che, you must be careful. None of them are good people. I'll wait for you outside. Now the person disappeared, leaving only a few words echoing, "And Zhang Che, be sure to be careful of these people," you inexplicably. "These people, what do you mean?" Xiaoman reminded in time. "Zhang Che, take a look outside first." Her words made him even more confused. "Outside? Isn't it just you outside?" Unexpectedly, outside the bathroom was a team of ghosts waiting, making him stammer. "Everyone, good evening, folks." He turned his head and immediately asked her, "Manzi, as long as my spirit is not affected, I won't encounter them, right?" She immediately retorted, "Did I say you wouldn't encounter them? I just said you wouldn't be pulled into other spaces." His face suddenly darkened, raising the question, "Then what's the difference between the current situation and being pulled into other spaces?" She began to stammer, "No difference." At this moment his face was only left with anger, irritability, powerlessness, and 3 words, "Damn it." Suddenly he became suspicious. "But speaking of which, these ghosts have all come, why don't they attack us?" Xiaoman guessed. "They seem to be afraid of something." He was even more confused. "Afraid? They are ghosts? What are they afraid of?" At that moment he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind him. He screamed like that, and when he saw it, it turned out to be the doll inside. No wonder he couldn't find it before. It turned out it had run into a dead corner. Finally, he couldn't help but realize that the reaction of these ghosts, the thing they were really afraid of, was this doll. She happened to notice the anomaly. This doll kept staring inside, and he continued, "According to Wang Defa's desperate reaction just now, the things in this room must not be simple." Xiaoman tentatively asked, "What do you think is inside?" He guessed as he approached, maybe someone's corpse, or Zhu Xiaoyue gathered from thoughts. I'm getting a little scared just talking about it." He walked with great strides, but when he touched the doorknob he suddenly stopped. In fact, no matter how warlike he was, he felt scared. So he used scissors and a sentence to increase his courage. 10,000 gods pay homage, command thunder, ghosts and monsters lose their courage, spirits and monsters lose their form, ha ha ha. Where can demons and ghosts escape? Quickly show your true form. It seemed that there was nothing terrible in sight. So he pushed open the door. It seemed to be a terrible pair of twins thrown into the toilet. 2 terrible children covered with pustules and bloodstains appeared directly in everyone's sight. Defa followed the passage connecting the 2 worlds and fell directly to the ground from the ceiling. Ouch, his eyes were almost flashing gold. Am I still alive? I should still be alive. Then when he came back to his senses, he immediately saw the floor covered with blood and terrible drag marks. His little courage made him jump up in panic and shout, What is going on?" After standing firm, he had time to look around. Did I not return to the real world? Teacher, principal, everyone. Before he could scream alone for too long, a hand quickly covered his mouth and pulled him away. Woo, it turned out that Zhou Yang was grabbing him while gesturing. Shish, he nodded frantically immediately. When Defa calmed down, he let go and he immediately asked, "You are the Ghost Bureau people at the graduation ceremony." Seeing that it was safe, he immediately cried, "What happened? Why is there blood everywhere here? Where did the teacher and principal go?" He immediately comforted. "Don't worry, listen to me. Your school has been involved in a ghost event. Your teachers and classmates are fine," he said in a panic. "Ghost event? Our school?" he suddenly remembered. Could it be? The teacher once said that when a ghost invades the real world from the ghost world and causes harm at the same time, it will become a ghost event. And the appearance of a ghost event also means that many people will definitely die. A large amount of information quickly scared him to faint, scaring him to quickly support him. Then he gently stroked his head and assured, "Don't be afraid, we will protect you well. Believe in the Ghost Bureau and believe in yourselves. Don't forget, you are also a challenger." Defa was immediately moved to tears. Woo, uncle. At this moment his phone suddenly rang, interrupting everything. He quickly picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Hello," the other party reported anxiously. "Zhou Yang, the situation is not good." Every word made him panic. Team 3021, which was preparing to assist everyone, was just attacked by ghosts, lost contact, and Team 3044 in a certain elementary school was also attacked and could not pass. Unexpectedly, after listening, ghost events occurred in many places this time, which was obviously planned long ago, and this matter may be related to that person, the team closest to everyone now. And it will take at least 3 hours for the fastest to send someone to quickly support. Everyone must. He hung up the phone directly. HMPH 3 hours. Who are you looking down on? Then he transferred the phone to another person. Hong Ling, come and pick up people. After giving the order, he turned around and urged him. The Ghost Bureau's support will arrive soon. I'll stay here to meet the classmates who haven't escaped yet. Remember that sister with the cute eyes? She will take you to a safer place in a while. Defa nodded desperately immediately. But his well-behaved appearance was replaced by panic again. Uncle, uncle, uncle. He pointed timidly at the tall ghost standing there gloomily behind the uncle. The final scene still returned to a bewildered Zhang Che. He looked blankly at the abandoned baby, the dead child. Why are there dead children in the bathroom? Could it be? At the same time, the movement he made seemed to wake them up. The loud cry scared him to scream along. Why are you crying suddenly? Do you need me to hold you and coax you? Then he raised the scissors and asked seriously. Or give them. Shaman quickly stopped. Don't touch them. This thing has a lot of resentment. Your classmate may have touched this thing and went crazy, he said helplessly. Then what should I do, just let them cry? The doll's little hand suddenly touched the child. It was like a gentle older sister stroking the heads of several younger siblings to put them to sleep. Zhang Che said in surprise. It stopped. It turned out that this doll could not only point the way but also had this use. He thought for a while and nodded. That's right, which child could refuse a cute doll? But at this moment it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the doll. His eyes widened immediately, and at the same time he screamed. When they chewed and swallowed this fucking grew teeth. Suddenly he heard the students gathered in the distance whispering, "Ah, have you heard about the ghost event?" They seemed to be discussing something. What's the matter? It's the Zhu Xiaoyue incident. Have you noticed that her belly seems to be getting bigger? Everyone was nosy to the point of being disgusting. So what, maybe it's because she's getting fat. Zhu Xiaoyue must be pregnant. I don't know whose child it is, haha, she's still a pure school belle but she's pregnant. After careful observation he couldn't help but notice. Wait, on the tongues of these ghosts he suddenly hesitated. There were words. Each word was like it was printed on. She had a child before she got married. This is a big deal. The school next door knows about it. It's so embarrassing. I don't know whose child it is. Hasn't anyone asked her? She doesn't want to say. Maybe the other party's identity is also embarrassing. Or there is something hidden, so pitiful, pitiful my ass. I don't know whose bastard. Kill it quickly. Zhang Che read for a while, then glared at them angrily, unable to speak. Then he simply took out his scissors, grabbed their tongues and cut them off. Classmate, let me borrow your tongue. It seemed that what he cut off contained important information. I've heard of the X-Door. I didn't expect they were this kind of relationship. This trick made him clench it angrily. Damn, the names are all covered. This kind of important information is not allowed to be seen. Then he put down his hand and pondered. No wonder the name of the mission is Many Tongues Can Melt Metal. Many tongues can melt metal. Accumulated slander destroys bones. This Zhu Xiaoyue. According to this clue, he quickly imagined the cruel situation she had experienced, and was killed by words again. When Zhang Che looked back at the sink, the children were still chewing on the already tattered doll. As the doll's body decreased, the originally timid students began to slowly walk in. He thought nervously, with this doll here, these ghosts naturally dare not attack, but this doll is about to be chewed to pieces. If I don't leave, I'm afraid there won't be time. So he quickly snatched the doll from their hands and said eagerly, "Don't bite. If you bite again, you two will become specimens, Shaman. Let's go." The two ran farther and farther, now approaching a dark and dangerous area, waiting there. Finally he arrived at the dormitory area and opened her room door. After opening it he was surprised to find that Zhu Xiaoyue was not here. Was it because there were new clues? In the dark room someone wrote several lines of words. "You are all murderers, worse than beasts." Those hateful words made him feel that his guess was correct. These two children were Zhu Xiaoyue's children. Even if he guessed the truth he still felt uneasy. But why do I have an ominous premonition? Just then a female voice suddenly sounded. "Family comes from youth, beauty cannot be old," he exclaimed in surprise. This is Zhu Xiaoyue's voice. Not only that, Zhang Che also noticed very unusual movements gradually approaching. It turned out that the students just now were rushing over each other because of this voice. "I'm 18 years old. I conceived the child of the person I love most at the best age. Isn't this a very happy thing?" He quickly poked his head out to inquire. "Why did these ghosts follow too? Is it because this is Zhu Xiaoyue's room? And why are they attacking each other like crazy? Is it because they are affected by Zhu Xiaoyue?" Xiaoman stood next to him and unceremoniously added fuel to the fire. "These ghosts are blocking all the roads. How to get out? Do you want to try the thrill of jumping off the building?" He called out weakly. "Please shut up," he observed and deduced seriously. Xiaoman once said that these ghosts are good at mental attacks, but now with mental enhancement these ghosts can no longer hurt himself. He ignored the ghost jumping on his head, calmly holding the scissors ready to deal with it. Since that's the case, he leisurely cut it off with a weapon, thinking in his heart, "The body is so soft, do I still need to be afraid of these low-level ghosts?" During the battle, he still kept in mind what he needed to do. He must concentrate his mind and keep the mental enhancement in a high state. Seeing that he had already opened up the way to the stairs, she said, "Are you serious? You can't handle so many ghosts." Xiaoyu's voice kept echoing, "I killed the children according to what you said, according to your requests. Why does he still not like me?" At the same time he also answered Xiaoman, "Who are you looking down on?" He almost used everything from scissors to feet to open the way. "Now that there are no worries, I cut these ghosts as easily as cutting vegetables." And the students rushed in one after another, repeating like a tide, "Zhu Xiaoyue is crazy, she is crazy." But in Zhang Che's eyes they are nothing, and the clues have not appeared yet. What if I miss important information if I leave now? But there are too many of them. Just delaying time like this, the two found her hiding place. She curled up behind the door, always groaning resentfully. It must be that he heard those words behind their backs. That's why he refused to accept me. This made her hold her head and spin in endless hatred, everything. A scream full of resentment immediately resounded in the school space. "It's all your fault." At this time, in the corridor below, Zhang Che slashed even faster. Every step he took left only severed heads and limbs scattered everywhere. They kept chasing him until he desperately jumped from a high place to the ground. So many steps certainly couldn't help him stand firm, he shouted because he fell. Ouch! Shaman flew next to him and exclaimed, "Seriously, I really changed my opinion of you." He lay on the ground, smiling faintly. "Haha, that's for sure, don't even look at who my master is." At this moment the system suddenly prompted, "Obtain special clue, the dead child in the toilet. Obtain special clue, the torn name. Obtain special clue, Zhu Xiaoyu's resentment." He couldn't help but sigh. 3 new clues, it's not a waste of my effort, there are still 3 days, this challenge mission is probably a sure thing. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Qing Yao broke through the door and rushed out of the campus. She was very confused while escaping with a knife. What is going on? Faced with this madness, she was more vigilant than before. She wondered, how did these ghosts suddenly? Then she was puzzled, ran away. Is that female voice the important person? Zhang Che said. But why is there not a single person in the dormitory? Even more surprisingly, when she looked back in surprise, the person she just mentioned was lying stupidly on the ground. Zhang Che, Qing Yao asked him curiously, "Why are you here?" Zhang Che slowly patted the dust and stood up, then replied, "Aren't you here too? Do you still need to ask about things that everyone knows?" She curled her lips and sneered. Hee hee, that's right, then the sudden outbreak of ghosts in the dormitory was also done by you? How could he admit it? Just pretending to be stupid. I don't know, maybe some kind of luck affected some plots, I'm also very confused. His expression frowned slightly. Zhang Che, it's already this time. What are you still pretending to be doing? You immediately pointed at him in anger. Pretending? I can't hide this emperor-like temperament even if I want to. Who are you saying is pretending? She immediately had a headache from his anger. I originally thought if you were willing to share some clues I would think you had a little use and let you live a little longer. The originally beautiful and gentle face was left with only ugly anger. Qing Yao issued a challenge. Since you refuse to cooperate again and again, then let's end it here. Hum hum. Finally I can eat. She suddenly turned into a half-burned face and rushed up. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Zhang Che, don't blame me. At the beginning, she directly stabbed at the vitals. Fortunately, he blocked it quickly. Without the slightest pause, she continuously waved her half-moon and half-ghost arms to chop. Unfortunately, he was not inferior, and the scissors he possessed completely blocked this blow. Even so, she still confidently announced, "My accompanying ghost is an E-level ghost, Zhang Che, you can't possibly win." Before she finished speaking, she was ready to launch the next round of attacks. But in order to make you remember this deeply, I don't mind letting you suffer a little more. What responded to her was his triumphant laughter. Haha, isn't it just an accompanying ghost? His cool version immediately appeared. Don't think that only you have this trick, okay? Just as she was chopping with all her strength, he was leisurely retreating backwards. However, she couldn't help but say contemptuously, "Do you think I don't know? Your ghost is just a defective product. You dare to show off in front of me with just a defective product." He just played with the scissors in his hand, and in turn teased, "My platinum blonde hair doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with. Where did you see that it's a defective product? Could it be that your ghost spirit is a blind old man? Ha ha ha." Every word that came out of his mouth stabbed her like a knife until she stopped gnashing her teeth in anger. The momentum emanating from the boiling blood in her body was stronger than ever before. "Then I'll cut off your tongue first and then teach you a good lesson." She was so fierce, but Zhang Che still disdained to look up and observe his opponent. Even when the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, he still didn't make any movements. It suddenly stopped until she thought she could pierce him. He was defending so calmly, he responded to her with a faint smile, silently in his heart. But unexpected things still happened, and blood started to flow from his nose. The triumphant smile immediately turned into pursed lips and a furrowed brow, and sweat dripped down. His heart immediately condemned, "Shaman, didn't you say that the strength gap between the two people is not big? How did you still scrape me to bleed?" She replied slowly, "I don't know you would believe it, I'm just holding on with a thick skin to save face and holding fake nail weapons. You seem to be fighting against 13 gods." But just these were enough to make Qing Yao feel dazed. How could it be? The Ghost Blood Blade is an E-level ghost spirit. An attack that gathers all the power can only hurt the skin. At this moment he suddenly said in a nonchalant and arrogant tone, "Well, forget it." He looked at her with cold eyes. Just treat it as a little comfort for the broken heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively approached, grabbed her hair and gave her a powerful knee strike. That sudden impact, because of that terrifying power, immediately forced her to spit out a large mouthful of blood. And even her body flew out after spinning a few times due to inertia. The ghost spirit immediately separated from her body, and her internal organs were all shattered in an instant by the ghost power. Over here, it suddenly warned. Not good. The ghost spirit in his body is at least D-level. Run? Xiaomo looked at their embarrassed appearance and exclaimed, "I'm laughing to death. I deliberately hid my aura when that guy discovered me. Although I don't have a head, what he doesn't have is a brain. I didn't want to provoke him, but he actually took the initiative to provoke me." Qing Yao still refused to believe. This impossible. Didn't you say at that time, say his ghost spirit is very weak? It continued to add. Stop talking nonsense. If we don't run, we will both die here. She hurriedly obeyed its words and turned around and ran away limping. But how could Zhang Che let you come as you want and leave as you want? Run. Dream on. With his finger, one golden magic circle after another connected to the chain suddenly appeared. Swoosh. Several chains under his command and control swarmed up, decisively wrapped around her and tightened. Not only was her retreat blocked, she was tied up and even forced to kneel on the ground, and he still looked down from a high place. Yi Qingyao, we two originally had no hatred, but you wanted to break this disguise, he said calmly. Chains can ignite fire. Once they burn, you can't stop if you want to. You should have understood this earlier. She, who was tightly bound, still smiled reluctantly. Ha ha ha, damn Zhang Che, to be honest, provoking you was the stupidest decision I've ever made in my life. Then she raised her own question. But I'm very curious, how did you sign a contract with such a powerful ghost spirit? It's like things are turning around, so you put on this look, and what else could it be because of outstanding appearance? Xiaoman hurriedly denied. I'll immediately dissolve the fusion and let you die. After the joke, you return to your serious appearance. What, you're so badly injured and you still want to follow me and cause trouble? Don't break free. Knowing that it was difficult to escape, she hurriedly pretended to admit her mistake. This time it was my fault. I apologize to you. I have never knelt down to anyone before. Spare me this time. I will never attack you again. The previous 200,000 promised to you will be changed to 2 million. I won't lie to you. Hearing these sweet words, Xiaoman hurriedly dissuaded. Don't believe her nonsense. If you don't kill her, there will be endless troubles. He closed his eyes and replied, I know. She was even more puzzled, and why don't you do it? And Qingyao still persistently tried to retain. Zhang Che, really, for our family this is just a number, not only money. Our family also has various precious ghost objects and even priceless forbidden objects. As long as you are willing to let me go and let me complete this ghost challenge mission. He actually let go and walked away. Okay, have you eaten dinner yet? Remember, this is the last time. She panicked. You really let her go? He looked at her seriously. I can let you go, but if you dare to attack me again, I won't let you escape next time, understand? She hurriedly agreed. Qingyao, I won't attack you again. You also saw that I can't beat you at all. Then he released all the chains. It's good to know, but forcing you into this state, you're probably about to die, right? There are still 3 days left. Do you want to lose this only chance of resurrection? She refused. You don't need to worry about this. Zhang Che, see you tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately held her head and snapped it without hesitation. He looked pale. I went directly broke his own neck. I'm really cruel to myself. She was still angrily shouting. You just let her go like that, he waved his hand at her tiredly. Let's go. She can die so easily, proving that she definitely has more than one chance of resurrection. Her ghost family, her ancestors are all trialists and there are countless ghost tools. She must have other means. If you want to kill her completely, you must find a foolproof method. Then he began to sigh. It's not easy to make great progress in the challenge mission. And I have to find a way to get rid of Yi Qingyao. There are only 3 days left for the final exam. It's annoying me. I'm just a scumbag. This is worse than a nightmare, Xiaoman joked without vigilance. Don't be so negative. Baidu said that the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. Don't worry. Neither of them realized that someone was watching them. That was teacher Ji Yu, the English teacher at Sui Kuo High School. At the same time, the scene suddenly returned to the real world, eroded by ghostly phenomena. Hong Ling guarded the shelter while whispering, Don't worry. With me here, you will be fine with the ghosts here. Then she comforted. And the Ghost Bureau's support will arrive in 3 hours. Please wait patiently. But the phone call she made prompted. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. This unknown situation made her very annoyed. Why is this guy named Zhou Yang not giving any news? Don't let anything happen. It turned out that at this moment, Zhou Yang in her mouth was still waving his sword, trying to protect the students. Every knife he cut was decisive and contained infinite power. Unexpectedly, in addition to the ghosts he had to face, there was also a behemoth who wanted to attack from behind. At this critical moment, he hurriedly threw away the knife in his hand to stop the enemy from advancing. However, man's calculation is not as good as heaven's. It just stuck next to the FA, scaring him. The newly appeared ghost quickly grabbed his neck with its hand while the other was eager to try. They want to separate them, 1 against 1. He was alone, and hurriedly shouted and backed away. Don't come over. Zhou Yang, who was originally under control, immediately struggled out in a panic and rushed over to protect him. Kid. Looking at his terrified appearance and the reality in front of him, he suddenly realized a reality. That is, the target of these ghosts is the students. In this critical emergency, everything seemed to freeze at the moment when blood splattered. It turned out that he had desperately stood in front of him, allowing the other party to ruthlessly pierce his body. The sharp claws on the ghost's hand were now covered with bright red and warm blood. The entire space seemed to be paused, leaving only hideous red and black. He just stared blankly at the person who was kneeling in front of him. Zhou Yang tightly covered the hole in his body and murmured, So that's how it is. No wonder the locations of these attacks are all schools, so this is your goal. Even in pain, he still maintained a posture as upright as pine and cypress and said, "Ha, my great Shah, throwing our heads and shedding blood are all spines, my Shunjo land, every thought is the future." Every word he said contained infinite spirit. As long as I am alive, his eyes were full of determination. No one should even think about touching a hair of these children. Dafe stammered in panic, Uncle. Then he suddenly thought of the knife stuck on his right-hand side, and without him thinking he had picked it up and stood up and shouted, "I am also a trialist." Then he trembled and muttered to himself, "Zhang Che hasn't come back yet. Zhang Che protected me and even let me use the only potion." His timidity was quickly suppressed by the master. He desperately charged and shouted, "I want to protect others. I want to protect the school," waiting for Zhang Che to come back. Everything that happened in the real world still could not affect the time of the ghost world. The class bell had already rung, and Teacher May asked suspiciously, "Oh, it seems that we are missing a few students in our class today." She mentioned the empty seats. If I remember correctly, it seems to be the seat of the female student with purple hair. Alas, the students in our class are either asking for leave or skipping class. It's really hard for the teacher. Zhang Che, who was sitting obediently in the class, suddenly heard the sound of the loudspeaker. "Ahem, can you hear me? Hello." The voice of the broadcast immediately spread. "Hello, students. I am your most beloved principal due to the upcoming final exam. The school is worried that you are under too much pressure, so it decided to organize an extracurricular activity." Before everyone could react, the other party made a request, asking all teachers and students to gather in the stadium. The students quickly followed the order and left the classroom one by one with doubts. What activity is it? Whatever activity it is, as long as it's not studying, it's a good activity. Zhang Che also followed the crowd, lost in thought. The final exam is the day after tomorrow, and they can still organize activities at this time. I really hope that the school in the real world can be so considerate. Then a surprised expression appeared on his usually plain and world-weary face. It turned out that standing opposite him were two very familiar people. Qing Yao immediately said the cruel reality seriously. "Last night, Hu Junji died." He didn't show any expression and asked, "Died or escaped?" Ziyang was timid and dared not look him in the eye. "Last night, Hu Junji asked me to go to that abandoned dormitory building to take a look. We hadn't been in there for long when many ghosts appeared." His eyes were still full of fear. "I ran out, but Hu Junji, I went to his dormitory to find him this morning, but I didn't see him. He may have escaped, or maybe." Zhang Che thought silently. If Wang Defa hadn't told me what he saw with his own eyes, I might have been shaken by his words. Xiaoman also sighed. This is people really scheming. Regardless of whether everyone had digested the information in time, the rare gathering was still carried out on time. The principal of Sui Kuo High School gave a speech. "Have all the students arrived? Then next, I will announce the content of this activity." All the students below listened carefully. "Students have all heard of cat and mouse, right?" After the opening remarks, he went straight to the point. "Teacher Ma, Teacher May, and Teacher Ji have not arrived yet. They will play the cats." Then he added that the students will play the mice. More specifically, the activity will officially start after the bell rings, and will end until school is over in the afternoon. You have 15 minutes to hide, and the scope of activity is limited to the teaching building. In addition to providing rules, he also announced rewards, and at the same time, the final exam will also start one day earlier, and students who perform well in this activity will receive extra points in tomorrow's exam. Finally, he showed a very dangerous smile. "But remember, if the mouse is caught by the cat, it will be eaten." Zhang Che was very surprised. "Starting one day earlier, the final exam will be tomorrow. Wouldn't the time for this ghost challenge be shortened by one day?" Then he heard the students talking. "The exam is tomorrow. I haven't finished reviewing. I haven't finished learning the key points I circled." "It's over," he thought slightly. From the words of the ghost students, it can be seen that they know nothing about this. Extracurricular activities again, and early exams again. Is someone deliberately preventing the trialists from continuing to investigate the challenge mission? So the school-organized activity was launched after the principal announced it. "So students, good luck to you." At the same time, the three trialists all received a side quest, Cat and Mouse Hide and Seek. The quest requires not being caught by the cat during the event. The system even reminded that mice are not necessarily afraid of cats, and only those who can survive can participate in tomorrow's final exam. The entire school, bathed in warm sunlight, suddenly became more lively than usual. When everyone was talking about it, Zhang Che was still standing there. "Go quickly. Find a place to hide. Go. I have to bring my books." Seeing him standing there, Teacher Ma squinted and looked carefully. Student Zhang Che, every word he said, "Why don't you hurry up and take the time to hide," was quickly translated into, "This time thanks to Teacher Ji for being able to persuade the principal. It's been a long time since we organized such a meaningful activity," or like exhorting, "Be sure to hide well, you are such a good student, I don't want to attack you." The system also reminded, HMPH, let this cat tear these mice to pieces. He immediately said with a cold smile, "Haha, I'll go hide, I just want to stay with the teachers for a while." He said while wondering, "Teacher Gu, the English teacher who never wears glasses." He turned and started walking while guessing. "I remember when it snowed for the first time, Teacher Ma once said that the English teacher's tongue was cut off." He suddenly remembered the name of the one whose tongue was cut off. A sudden change just happened. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? When the bell rang, the 15 minutes for all the students to find a hiding place quickly ended. The two teachers holding weapons in their hands were also very excited. Have the little mice all hidden? The place he was hiding was exactly where he was passing by, and he invited Cat and Mouse. "Let's begin." The sharp saw blade flickered with purple lightning, as if to tear space apart. Teacher Ma walked into the room with a chainsaw. At this time Zhang Che was hiding behind the table in a dilemma. Xiaoman couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Are you sure you can hide here?" Zhang Che was as calm as if nothing had happened. "What do you know? This is called the most dangerous place is the safest place." Teacher Ma silently scanned every corner of the room. Seeming to have discovered something, the corners of his mouth twisted open, appearing strange. "He found you." Zhang Che was so frightened that his face twisted. "Damn, I was discovered. No way, this is turning your face too fast." He raised the chainsaw and aimed it at the place where Zhang Che was sitting. At this time his face was pale and he was sweating coldly. He waved the saw blade triumphantly. The sound of the machine mixed with barbaric laughter. "Ha ha ha!" The sound of sparks flying made Zhang Che extremely frightened. The table shattered into countless pieces and blood splattered everywhere. The sight in front of him made a terrible excitement appear on Teacher Ma's face. "Ha ha ha!" Then he turned and left. The crazy laughter kept echoing. "He he he." At this time Zhang Che came out to confirm whether he had left. "He's gone." After he made sure he was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought I was going to hell. That's great, that's great." That was really scary. His gaze swept over the broken wood chips and bright red bloodstains, and a strange thought flashed through his mind. It can actually turn into a desk. It really deserves to be hide and seek. Saying this idea doesn't count as plagiarism, right? Immediately afterwards, Zhang Che reached out and touched his chin, lost in thought. Currently, the clues related to the challenge mission are already very obvious. These data are gradually being connected. Zhu Xiaoyue was pregnant with someone's child and was discussed by the students. Then she gave birth to twins in the bathroom of the old dormitory building, and at the same time personally killed her children. Finally, under the discussion of the students, she madly cursed the school, causing no ghost to dare to mention this matter. He walked out of the room and continued to deduce in his mind. The name of the challenge mission is Too Many People Talking, Rumors Can Melt Metal, and the name of the trigger clue is Insincere, Trying to Cover Up. Thinking about it, it's another story of a girl being bullied, equally retaliating against everyone. Why do I always encounter this kind of scumbag? Zhang Che walked irritably in the corridor. Is it necessary to make all the ghosts apologize to Zhu Xiaoyue to complete this task? Damn, this difficulty is too great, not to mention how many people are involved. Even the father of the child was torn to pieces. A sense of unease welled up in his heart. And why do I always feel that there is an ominous feeling in it? Xiaoman floated behind him and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did you analyze anything? Where are we going now?" Zhang Che immediately put away his serious expression and scratched his nose jokingly. "No, it's because I drank too much water during the day and want to go to the bathroom." This answer almost made her fall. After arriving at the bathroom, Zhang Che turned around and reminded, "Xiaoman, don't peek." She immediately exploded and shouted angrily, "Who wants to peek? Go quickly, everyone is running for their lives, and you're the only one here going to the bathroom." Just then a voice came from behind. "Zhang Che." After Zhang Che saw who it was, he widened his eyes and asked, "Beauty, you've gone to the wrong bathroom, right? This is the men's room." She shouted in a panic, "Don't worry about so much, hurry, help me, I'm in the toilet." At this time a notification suddenly appeared. The system reminded, "Many students have been killed. Although everyone knows that the abandoned room on the 4th floor is absolutely safe, no one dares to hide there." This information surprised Zhang Che. "The abandoned room on the 4th floor?" The beauty suddenly frowned and grabbed his collar. "Don't be dazed, help me quickly or I'll sit on you to death." Zhang Che agreed in a panic. "Oh, Xiaoman exclaimed in disgust. "So disgusting." Zhang Che wiped his hands while glancing at her. "Didn't the teacher teach you, helping others is a good quality?" After speaking, he glanced behind him and asked with a frown, "And you, why are you following me all the time?" Qing Yao crossed her arms and replied calmly, "Of course I want to cooperate." She smiled proudly. "I saw you come up, so I followed." Zhang Che was speechless, his mouth twitched. "Are you really relying on me?" he secretly calculated in his heart. "But that's good, I'm worried that I don't have a chance." After speaking, he put his hands in his pockets and walked straight up the stairs. "It's okay to act together, but I know what you're thinking, don't hold me back." Qing Yao responded calmly. "Don't worry, I'm also a person with a ghost spirit." He curled his lips and mocked, hitting the other party's confidence. "You're trash, ghost spirit," she snorted coldly, not wanting to argue anymore. "Stop talking, we're here." Two arrived in front of room 406. Qing Yao said slowly, "This abandoned room should be the 614 class that girl used to be in." Zhang Che asked doubtfully, How do you know? She proudly flicked her hair, her whole body radiating a sparkling light. The instructor once told me that there are 2 places in this school that you must never go. One is the abandoned dormitory, and the other is this classroom on the 4th floor. Zhang Che was stunned, with a puzzled expression on his face. Good fellow, this mission is also sexist. I'm not afraid of danger to collect clues, you just need to wait to play tricks, right? Just as he finished speaking, the tightly closed door suddenly opened a crack and a dark aura floated out. Then the door opened completely, as if inviting 2 strangers. At this time the voice sounded again in his mind. The system reminded, "It is the best honors class in Sui Kuo High School. Student, are you really not coming to school?" Zhang Che broke into a cold sweat, feeling that this reminder was a bit much, but he immediately comforted himself. If this classroom is related to Zhu Xiaoyue, then there will naturally be clues inside, and there is nothing to hesitate about now. Ignoring the constant black aura emanating from it, he resolutely went in to take a look and then talk. Qing Yao also hurriedly followed. Unexpectedly, the dark room was actually an ordinary classroom, and everyone turned their heads in unison, casting their eyes on the door. The teacher looked at the 2 and then said slowly, "Why are you late? Go back to your seats quickly." Zhang Che was stunned for a moment, thinking, "I've never seen this person before. Which teacher is he?" Qing Yao's face was pale and she stammered, Yes, teacher." Her strange behavior startled Zhang Che. Zhang Che glanced at the other party in confusion. "What's wrong with her?" Xiaoman giggled. "Haha, the mental influence here is very strong. That green tea has been controlled." Watching the other party walk towards the seat, he boldly speculated, "So everything is an illusion, not real." Xiaoman also affirmed, "Yes, your mental strength is very strong. He can only show you those illusions at most, but it is impossible to affect your will." Hearing this, Zhang Che was very proud. "So that's how it is," he thought to himself. "Xiaoman's mental enhancement is too powerful." At this time, Zhang Che suddenly saw a familiar figure. That's... Seeing the face of the girl sitting at the back of the classroom clearly, he carefully confirmed, "It's Zhu Xiaoyue." In the crowded classroom, English class has already started. Zhang Che silently looked around. This atmosphere, this scene of the campus. He looked thoughtfully ahead, but unfortunately all of this no longer exists. The teacher's voice sounded, interrupting his thoughts. "Being with you is the only way I could have happy life. Does any student know what this sentence means?" Hearing this, Zhang Che couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is this the legendary ocean of knowledge? I'm about to be drowned in this ocean. Suddenly a gentle female voice sounded, "Teacher, I know this sentence means." She looked ahead, her eyes full of faith and hope. "Only by being with you can I have a happy life." Xiaoman floated behind Zhang Che, admiring, "Wow, how sweet, this pink atmosphere, what's going on with them?" But the only thing Zhang Che cares about is, sure enough, the moon demon Zhu Xiaoyue likes Teacher Gu. This ghost world is playing it big. I didn't expect the theme this time to be a teacher-student relationship. He turned his eyes to look at Xiaoyue and Teacher Gu. His thoughts revolved around this worry. Xiaoman is a ghost. She doesn't understand at all what kind of existence a teacher-student relationship is in the human world, and what kind of gaze it will receive from the outside world. Suddenly, Teacher Gu showed a strange smile, his face becoming dangerous and creepy. He gently pushed his glasses, his voice still gentle but containing an immeasurable danger. "Students, it seems that there are 2 students in our class who don't like to study, and they didn't even wear school uniforms. What should we do with such students?" Hearing this, Zhang Che was immediately startled, because he knew who this sentence was aimed at. He blurted out unintentionally, Here it comes again." The students, who originally looked very normal, suddenly turned their heads, revealing hideous ghost faces with twisted and creepy smiles on their faces. They made strange noises, "Eat them, get rid of them, and then continue studying." Even a ghost rushed towards the player at an alarming speed. This embarrassing situation made him subconsciously shout, "What do you mean absolutely safe?" Zhang Che quickly drew his weapon, trying to fight back. He waved his weapon, cutting out a sharp horizontal line, instantly cutting the ghost in half. On the other side, Qing Yao's situation was no better, being attacked by 2 or 3 ghosts at the same time. She lost her calm look, replaced by an outburst of anger. She did not hesitate to use the horn in her hand as a weapon, constantly and brutally attacking the evil ghosts. Zhang Che was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, but soon he realized an important thing. Qing Yao had broken free from mental control. Sensing his distraction, she shouted, "Zhang Che." The 2 stood back to back, surrounded by enemies. Qing Yao's voice sounded firm. "Let's escape together first." Teacher Gu stood on the podium, surrounded by a cold, killing intent, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Want to leave? What a pipe dream." The 2 were defending below, both realizing something. This aura, a D-level ghost. There are so many ghosts here now, and even a D-level ghost. Realizing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, Zhang Che roared, "Xiaoman, hurry!" From behind, Qing Yao suddenly pierced his chest with the sharp horn in her hand. Her voice was cold, and she didn't even bother to look back. Zhang Che, the same sentence. He barely covered the wound, gritting his teeth and asking, "People die for wealth, birds die for food." At this time she finally turned around, revealing a contemptuous smile, emphasizing word by word, "No, it's rather I betray the world." then she suddenly kicked out fiercely, kicking Zhang Che towards the group of ghosts, her voice pleasant and creepy. Zhang Che, farewell. As he fell to the ground, Qing Yao had already quickly rushed out of the classroom. Zhang Che sat on the ground spitting blood, having to accept this cruel fact. Good. When I wanted to plot against her, she didn't intend to let me go either. This damn contract can't. Outside the corridor, Qing Yao breathed a sigh of relief because of her successful escape. Suddenly a cold voice sounded, making her feel a chill. Used it somewhere else? She was startled and turned around abruptly. Before she could react, Teacher Ma had already appeared, waving the chainsaw straight at the prey's head in the classroom. Teacher Jiyu approached Zhang Che, revealing a casual smile, and then said slowly, "So you were hiding here. The game is over. I'm going to send you on your way too." He quickly raised his hand to block his throat, his tone a little hurried. "Wait." This question made Teacher Jiyu stop. "Teacher, do you remember what this is?" A delicate and clean little hairpin lay in Zhang Che's hand. Teacher Jiyu was stunned for a moment, subconsciously grabbing it. "This is Zhu Xiaoyu's hairpin. How could this hairpin be in your hand?" His eyes turned quickly, thinking, if I say I got it from the urn, will he believe it? Then he began to talk nonsense. "Because I came here with the mission of saving this sufferer. In short, it doesn't matter where this thing came from." The feeling of fatigue has subsided. Zhang Chai stood up, connecting the events himself. "You are Teacher Jiyu, the initiator of this cat and mouse game, and also the father of Zhu Xiaoyu's twins." He asked back, as if admitting it, "What exactly do you want to say?" Zhang Che looked at Teacher Gu's stiff face and said, "It seems you're very surprised, but the truth I know is more than that." As he spoke, he thought, Teacher Gu's reaction was indeed as I expected. I said, "No matter how difficult this task is, it's impossible for me to fight a D-level ghost." While connecting various assumptions, he thought about the reason for this chaos. The urn only contains useful props. So this hairpin can only be Zhu Xiaoyu's. Zhu Xiaoyue loves Teacher Jiyu and is pregnant with the teacher's child at the same time. Teacher Gu's name was erased because Zhu Xiaoyue wanted to protect Teacher Gu's reputation. His face was serious, his eyes seeming to be judging. He debated aggressively. "Although teacher-student relationships are very immoral, she really loves you very much." He pointed at Teacher Jiyu, eloquently criticizing the adult man. "She is so brave to protect you and your reputation, bearing everything alone, and are you really going to be a coward forever? Help her." Just as he said this, a system announcement suddenly appeared, interrupting his enthusiastic debate. System prompt: "Congratulations on obtaining the clue, unresolved regret." Zhang Che stopped. A sense of unease welled up in his heart. Wait, something's wrong. If all of this was Zhu Xiaoyu's willingness and Teacher Jiyu also loves her, then where does this unresolved regret come from? But Teacher Jiyu did not allow this to happen. He revealed a mocking smile. "Self-righteous kid, do you really think you have seen through everything?" The next moment his face twisted and went straight for Zhang Che. "Go to hell for me." Zhang Che stood in place waiting for Teacher Jiyu to approach him. When he felt the time was right, he shouted, "Xiaoman!" She immediately appeared, kicking him in the face and then smiling triumphantly. "Haha, a mere D-level ghost, go to hell for me." That kick had enough force to send a strong man like him flying. Xiaoman also criticized without reservation, HMPH, "It still comes down to me at the critical moment. I thought you were so smart, but you actually walked right into the trap." Zhang Che also praised in amazement. As expected of Sister Man, she solved it in one move. Even so, he didn't let his guard down. His brain started working nonstop. "But logically speaking, there's nothing wrong with my reasoning. These two even have children." He looked at Teacher Jiyu, who was clutching his wound and spitting blood, thinking, could there be something strange about this? The sun had already started to go to sleep, and the school bell soon rang throughout the area. In that classroom, only Zhang Che and Teacher Jiyu were left facing each other, and only then did he say some incoherent words. It seems it can't be hidden in the end. It seemed that he gave up all thoughts of resistance and surrendered. "Well, I've done my best." Teacher Gu's indifferent attitude made Zhang Che's anger burn, and various thoughts began to explode in his mind. Damn, don't disband. How could this be? A mere D-level ghost. You don't mind being ascended to heaven. And what's with this relaxed look? Shouldn't he be full of regret when he sees the hairpin? Oh, did he swear? Carefully recalling the scene on the stairs, the evil spirits made mournful sounds. "It's a madman, it's her, it's a madman." A bold idea appeared in his mind. Could it be? He tried to calm himself down and walked over to pick up the hairpin. Xiaoman felt very strange. Why did he suddenly stop talking? Did he make a new discovery? He carefully looked at the hairpin in his hand and answered her. "Maybe. Now the school bell has rung, the cat and mouse game is over, I have to go to the old dormitory again." In a dormitory at the school, Qing Yao knelt on the ground blankly, holding a strangely shaped doll in her hand, her voice full of fear. "Fortunately, I got the substitute doll before, otherwise I would have died here." The information about this doll was also displayed for the last time, and then gradually disappeared. E-level substitute doll. Gain 1 chance to revive. The Bloodblade ghost stood beside her and asked, "Now you don't even have a chance to revive, what should we do next?" "Want to escape?" It seems that Qing Yao already has her own plan. "Don't rush, let me confirm one last time." Walking out of the corridor, she continued to plan for her path. "If I escape now, not to mention the challenge mission. I can't even complete the main mission. If I hand in such an answer in the end, how will I face the family? Face my father. The Bloodblade ghost flew behind her and asked, then where do you want to go? Is there any plan? She replied, the old dormitory. However, as soon as she walked out of the campus, she immediately encountered Zhang Che. He greeted his old teammate happily. Yo, surprise, surprise, unexpected, unexpected. Knowing that he was still alive coupled with his frivolous attitude made Qing Yao feel uncomfortable. For her own benefit, she decided to lower her posture first. Actually, I didn't want to kill you just now. I know you have a chance to revive. I just wanted to complete the challenge mission. The Yi family's favor of 2 million. You don't lose out at all, she said so, but she still underestimated the other party in her heart. No matter how strong she is, she can't beat a D-level ghost. Being able to stand here must mean she lost a chance to revive. She even shamelessly suggested the last clue must be here. I can give you the reward, as long as it allows me to complete the mission and finally return to the real world. Before she could finish speaking, Qing Yao's face suddenly turned pale. A familiar hand tightly gripped her heart. It was still warm and beating weakly. Zhang Che's arm directly pierced through her chest and blood dripped down without the superior aura she had just now. Qing Yao's face was pale, and she asked eagerly, "Why? Are you not afraid?" Zhang Che gave her a satisfactory answer without hesitation. "There is no why. What is said will definitely be done. That's all. I won't say more before you die. Let Lin Chang send you a sentence as a farewell." As if foreseeing the ending, she looked at Zhang Che's arm and said a meaningless plea. "No, don't." He ignored it, ruthlessly squeezing that heart into a mess and whispered the last sentence. "Say less dirty words in the next life." Sensing that something was wrong, the Bloodblade ghost residing in Qing Yao's body immediately fled. That appearance really made Xiaoman laugh, hee. It seems that she really died this time, and the ghost spirit also ran away. In the process of escaping, it did not forget to turn back and scold its master. "Damn it, this damn thing, it's okay if you die yourself, but you even want to drag me down with you. I won't die with her." Not knowing when Zhang Che started chasing, he suddenly appeared next to it, side by side. "Want to run?" He also hummed while running. "You run, I chase. You can't escape. You run, I jump. Your life and death are unpredictable." Making it not forget to curse while running. "Are you out of your mind? Trouble comes from the mouth." As soon as it finished speaking, it was punched in the face by Zhang Che. That punch sent it flying, crashing into a nearby building. After being hit like that, it turned back into its original form. As small as a kindergarten kid, Zhang Che walked over and sized up the ghost spirit sitting on the ground. "Yo, so this is your true form. To be honest, it's much cuter than before." The Bloodblade ghost begged in fear. "Be big brother, spare me. She was the one who wanted to attack you. I was just obeying the contract. Now that she's dead, I can become your ghost spirit." He listened and just casually asked a few questions. "Want to sign a contract with me? Then do I have to offer you a few lives?" The Bloodblade ghost was exposed for what it was and frantically denied in horror. No need, big brother. Look at you saying such polite words. It seems to be my honor to be able to sign a contract with you." Zhang Che continued to trick the ghost into telling the truth. "Yi Qing Yao really sacrificed 13 lives in order to sign a contract with you." Hearing this, it even foolishly offered him a discount. "Yes, but how can she compare to you as long as I can sign a contract with you? What sacrifice? Completely unnecessary." Zhang Che got angry when he heard this and asked sternly, "Do you know what my nickname is?" The ghost spirit then felt that something was wrong. It was too late. Zhang Che raised his heavy weapon and roared at it. "Saint Marshal Zhang Che, those who kill my classmates die." Then he stabbed down with force, quickly taking the ghost offline. He pulled his weapon out of that pile of mud and then turned to leave. Xiaoman stood aside watching everything and said softly, "Although but Yi Qing Yao seems to be your classmate too." Zhang Che put away his weapon and replied, "Sorry, I'm biased. Let's go upstairs to find Zhu Xiaoyue. This trial should be over." Before he could lift his foot, he was stopped by Xiaoman from behind. "Hey, aren't you going to take her equipment?" He turned around. "What?" Something appeared at the wreckage of the ghost spirit. It actually dropped equipment. A red blade, a delicately designed knife appeared in midair. The system displayed detailed information. Bloodbone knife, E level. "I don't know what this knife is made of. Should I stab a few heads to see if it's sharp?" Zhang Che reached out to take the reward while sighing, "Wow." Xiaoman stood beside him looking very excited. "Hurry up and put it away. Although there is a chance that equipment will drop when killing ghosts, but the probability is even smaller. I didn't expect you kid to actually can." She was interrupted before she could finish speaking. He waved the knife, feeling its power. "Didn't I say it? I'm so handsome. How can I use a small pair of scissors? This knife is still good looking. It suits my style." Zhang Che turned around and said to Xiaoman, "Thank you. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have missed such a good thing." She replied softly, not forgetting to remind, "You're welcome. Remember to help me find my beautiful head." On a windy night, Xiaoyue stood in the small room looking out the window. She carefully completed the paper crane, her lips chanting love words. "I want to tell you my love for you is bottomless." She arranged the wings of the paper crane, continuing to entrust her mood in it. Tightly grasping our memories, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, completing the remaining music. Breathing, heartbeat has a kind of magic. Xiaoyue waved the paper crane in her hand. glanced at Zhang Che behind her and then asked casually, "Did you kill him?" He smiled and confirmed frankly, "That's right, I killed him." He also sincerely gave a thumbs up and guaranteed at the same time, "I am very sure he died miserably," which left her speechless. Xiao Yue, even though she was choked, still asked, "Then do you want to hear our story?" Zhang Che refused again decisively, not wanting to listen at all. This attitude made her speechless again. He gently narrated everything. He gave up everything for him, cursed the entire school just to fulfill this relationship. I thought this was a desolate love story. These words made Xiao Yue dissatisfied. Her sharp eyes looked behind her. Zhang Che was not afraid, but it didn't seem to be the case. "Love, the most important thing is mutual admiration. Are you sure you admire each other?" This question was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. She asked back, "What do you mean?" Zhang Che approached, not caring about the other's hostile attitude. "Now I know why I always feel powerless." Werewolf Lu Jin, unresolved regrets, Xiao Yu's resentment. All the clues are told from his perspective. Zhang Che continued to say his analysis. Teacher-student love. The two were in love but had to endure people's gossip. His next assertion stunned Xiao Yue. After becoming pregnant with the teacher's child, she was deceived by the teacher and killed her own child with her own hands. Zhang Che walked to the window as if saying to her, "In the end, the student went crazy and cursed the entire school." This is the story he wanted to tell, but in fact he deeply loved the teacher. There is no doubt about that. Zhang Che looked with interest at Xiao Yu's angry and surprised expression. But the teacher didn't love him. All of this was voluntary on his part. Zhang Che said softly, as if taking her back to those firm memories. "If I'm not mistaken, that may be the case. That person was always loved and surrounded by female classmates. Xiao Yue was no exception. The young and handsome teacher Ji Yu made her fall in love with him involuntarily." Xiao Yu's heart seemed to be full of lilies, symbolizing pure love. Those gentle touches, such as touching her head in appreciation, made her heart tremble. Her grades were excellent, and she soon gained Teacher Gu's favor. This memory gradually made Xiao Yue become gloomy. Zhang Che's voice was still echoing in her ears, but he misunderstood the teacher's love for him as love between a man and a woman, and even used means to become pregnant with Teacher Gu's child. The words continued, allowing her to feel uncomfortable. He thought that Teacher Ji Yu couldn't be with him because of the students' discussions. His eyes glanced lightly at the people around him, but he rejected him because of his crazy actions, at all costs to get what he wanted. Every word was like a knife piercing into her heart. She clenched her hands tightly, deforming the paper crane. She slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Enough, shut up, it's not like this." Her eyes were full of murderous intent, and she said through gritted teeth, "Even if he doesn't accept me, so what? I have 100 or 1,000 ways to keep him by my side. I originally thought that as long as I had a child he would look at me more. That was my child with him for his innocence. I even killed them with my own hands." Immersed in hatred, Xiao Yue couldn't control her tears. "I love him, but I hate him." She hugged her head in pain and shouted out the window. Xiaoman quickly appeared, worriedly asking Zhang Che's opinion. "Why did you anger her? What should we do now? Should I just kill her?" He calmly stopped her. "Don't worry." On the other side, Xiao Yue was still very angry, saying the most harsh words. "If he doesn't want everyone to know about this, I will shut those people up." Suddenly she hesitated, her face only left with sadness. But he's dead, everything is meaningless." Zhang Che sighed and questioned, "There's no problem for girls to want to fall in love, but why be so extreme?" After speaking, he handed the other party a beautiful bow hairpin. "This is what he asked me to give you before he died." She saw it, surprised and bewildered. "This is the hairpin he gave me after I became the class representative." Zhang Che seemed to want to comfort the other party. "Although you cursed him, he has been silently protecting you. He can organize this cat-and-mouse activity because he wanted to stop me from finding the truth and discovering your secret." His sincere words stunned Zhu Xiaoyue, but this was not because of love, but because he was once a student that the teacher was proud of. He didn't want such an embarrassing truth to be discovered. He didn't want him to live in self-blame. After understanding everything, she trembled and asked herself, could it be, it's really me? She reached out and took the bow hairpin, and many colorful butterflies appeared around her, shining in the dark. She murmured, "You don't understand." Her body began to melt, turning into butterflies flying around, still holding the hairpin in her hand, unable to love, unable to hate, without him. "What's the point of me living alone?" In the end, her body turned into a group of strangely colored butterflies flying out of the window, flying to some uncertain place. Zhang Che frowned and asked Xiaoman, "When did he ask you to send the hairpin?" Xiaoman said calmly, "This is called a benevolent lie. I just added a little seasoning." Zhang Che suddenly remembered something. His face sank. Wait, logically speaking, it should end directly after completing the mission, right?" He shook in fear, hugged his cheeks with both hands, and then suddenly realized, could it be that I still have to take the final exam tomorrow? I'm done, I'm a failing student. Time also gradually passed, but Zhang Che was still in this world looking at the surrounding scenery. He analyzed secretly. The challenge mission has ended, but the school has not changed in any way. When sitting in the classroom, he also deduced one thing. They still dare not mention Zhu Xiaoyu's matter, still dare not approach the classrooms on the 4th floor, and the dormitory building is still an abandoned area. Zhang Che thought with his chin in his hand. All of this proves that Zhu Xiaoyu's curse on the school has not disappeared, he analyzed seriously. Even if she was reduced to ashes in the end, she was unwilling to lift the curse, even turning a blind eye to her own sister. She really is a madman. Is this the legendary Yandere? While distressed, Teacher Mei came over and asked softly, "Student, haven't you started doing the questions yet?" This forced him to return to the cruel reality. "Teacher, I'm pretending to be contemplative, don't interrupt me." But Zhang Che could only grit his teeth and do the questions. Forget it. Choose the shortest for 3 longs and 2 shorts. Choose the longest for 3 shorts and 1 long. I have to get a few questions right even if I choose randomly. When his hand was placed on the paper, the tip of the pen immediately emitted a layer of blurred red and black mist. This phenomenon surprised Zhang Che. This pen was like it had consciousness. It pulled Zhang Che's hand and danced on the paper. Swish, 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 letting him realize a new truth. Damn, the pen taken out of the urn is actually an automatic answer pen. There is actually such a good thing, Zhang Che sighed secretly. So this is the speed at which top students do questions. The class bell rang, and Teacher Ma took the exam results and announced happily, "This final exam, our class has a 1st place in the grade." Applause rang out, accompanied by the teacher's praise. "Congratulations to student Zhang Che, everyone clap your hands." Zhang Che reluctantly scratched his face, thinking, although I didn't take the test myself. A system prompt appeared. "Congratulations on completing the main quest, Personal Comprehensive Score SS. Upgraded to level 2, Ghost Power +5, obtained Ghost Power +50, obtained item, D-level Sin Mask, Secret Notebook X." Zhang Che's eyes lit up and he held the reward and shouted happily, "Wow, I really am the chosen one, although it's not the highest SSS score, but I got a D-level forbidden item." At this time, the detailed information of the item was also displayed. D-level Sin Mask, wearing it will increase the power of Ghost Power and also open the dark personality. Reminder, the greater the dark side, the stronger the effect. Xiaoman kindly reminded, use this thing less. In the dark personality, your behavior cannot be controlled by the main personality. Zhang Che hugged the mask and answered perfunctorily, got it. Then he noticed the book. "Oh right." He handed it to Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, this is for you. Item information shows secret notebook. Write down your question and the answer will appear automatically. Reminder can only be used once. Questions that cannot be answered do not count." Xiaoman asked back happily, "For me?" She was not sure, so she asked again. "Really for me? Have you thought about it? There is only this notebook. Even in the subsequent trials you can ask about all the strategies and clues," but he just answered frankly, "Of course." As if knowing Xiaoman's psychology, he explained, "Didn't I promise you before that I would help you find your beautiful head? I'm a man of my word." Her goodwill towards him immediately skyrocketed. "Zhang Che, thank you." He smiled and prepared to leave. "Then you should rest too. I'm going back to the real world, by the way. Ask in detail. For this kind of thing it's a waste of opportunity if you ask the wrong question." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a blue mist. Returning to the real world, Zhang Che stood on solid ground and then waved to everyone to say hello. "Hey teachers, students, your most handsome student is back. Don't be too surprised, I have completed the trial again. No need to praise me." Before he could be complacent, he was pounced on by DFA and shouted, "Dad!" He hugged Zhang Che tightly and cried, "Woo woo woo, Zhang Che." This hug made him stiff. "Ah, what are you doing?" Suddenly his face turned pale. Zhang Che asked blankly, looking at the scene in front of him. "What's going on? Why does it seem like a battle just ended? Where are the teachers and the principal?" Zhou Yang turned off the phone, turned around and spoke first. "Congratulations, Zhang Che. You have successfully returned to the real world." His next word surprised him as he looked at the guy crying while hugging him. "Yesterday there was a ghost event at the school and it has now been resolved thanks to this kid's brave role." Zhou Yang turned around and led the way. "You are the last trial participant to return to the real world. Let's go. Everyone is in the library." Zhang Che impatiently pushed Defei away. "Get out of the way, I can't walk anymore." Making the latter sob aggrievedly, "Woo woo woo." In the library, 6 people waited silently. The atmosphere was suffocating. The door suddenly opened and everyone's eyes immediately turned there. 4 people walked in one after another, namely Hong Ling, Zhou Yang, Zhang Che, and DFA. He looked at the crowd gathered together. He discovered a strange thing. Yang Ziyang, when did he escape? Then he turned his head to look at his pale friend next to him, thinking, "No wonder Wang Defa's face is so bad." Zhou Yang cleared his throat to break the silence. So far, the highlights that invaded the machine have disappeared. There were a total of 12 trial participants who entered the ghost world this time, and 4 died. Everyone listened silently to the familiar names one by one. The list of deaths included Hu Junji, Zhang Xiaofei, He Jiwei, and Yi Qingyao. After listening, Ziyuan questioned loudly, "No way, Yi Qingyao has a ghost spirit." Chen Ming was also stunned and turned his head to ask, "Who are the people on the scene?" Yang Ziyang, Zhang Che, and Wang Defa. Fan Zhang directly asked the person involved. "Zhang Che, you and Yang Ziyang came back last. Do you know why Yi Qingyao died?" but before he could answer, Joe Young interrupted with a sinking face. Okay, some things don't need to be discussed too much. When you voluntarily entered the ghost world, you should have understood one thing: life and death are destined, wealth is in heaven. He reached out and took a book from Hong Ling and continued, because a large number of students enter the ghost world every year, and at the same time many people directly withdraw. Joe Young explained while flipping through the book, in order to avoid unnecessary waste, the school's machines cannot record all the information. His next words startled Zhang Che, but our Ghost Bureau's machines are different. They can record your performance in the ghost world. Now I will summarize it based on the information provided by the machine. He broke out in a cold sweat and whispered to Xiaoman, Xiaoman's matter, my matter with Yi Qingyao, will it be recorded by that machine? She waved her hand to comfort him. Don't worry, it shouldn't be that powerful. She also confidently showed off, moreover, your sister Man is very trustworthy, although I did feel something recorded on that girl. Of course, she wasn't that subjective, but just in case, she had already disguised his appearance the moment she noticed it. He was dumbfounded and asked suspiciously, disguise? How to disguise? Xiaoman proudly showed off her achievements. Using mental power plus the genes on your face and also changing your clothes to women's clothes, they definitely won't recognize you. The illustration made Zhang Che scream, I'm going, are you sure I won't be recognized? If I'm recognized, how will I face people in the future? But he still accepted the reality dejectedly. As expected of someone from a ghost family, there are so many props on her body. I hope this matter won't be discovered by the Yi family. Joe Young held a summary paper and then began to speak. Wang Defa persisted in the ghost world for 2 days, did not complete the task. These words made the person feel ashamed. The next two people whose names were mentioned also became embarrassed. Chen Xiaoming and Li Ziyuan were in the same situation as Wang Defa. Joe Young continued, Zhou Fanzhang Lu Renyi persisted in the ghost world for 3 days, completed the main quest, average score D. After hearing this, the two smiled happily and felt relieved. The person whose name was mentioned next didn't care much about the evaluation. Yang Ziyang persisted in the ghost world for 4 days, did not complete the task. He proudly hugged his arms. His result was completely expected. Zhu Yi persisted in the ghost world for 3 days, completed the challenge mission. Average score A. He also gestured triumphantly. Oh, monotonous, just killed an E-level ghost. He proudly smoothed his hair compared to ability. I hope everyone can see my handsomeness more. Zhu Yi, single, healthy, normal mental state. Those who have sisters at home can introduce them to me. If it's a mother, if she's beautiful, it's not impossible. The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone secretly despised him in their hearts. Who asked you? I thought you were also very powerful. Who knew you were so mentally ill? Which class is he in? Take him back quickly. Joe Young was also speechless about this situation. Cough cough. Everyone be quiet. The last person, Zhang Che. He expressionlessly took the evaluation results, persisted in the ghost world for 4 days, completed the main quest and the challenge mission. Personal average score, SS. The air froze for a moment. They seemed to still be processing the information they had just heard. Then everyone immediately lost their composure. This person was talking to that person, which also startled him. SS level score. He also completed the challenge mission. What's going on? Are you kidding me? Defe applauded and praised. Zhang Che is so cool. While he was surrounded by other students, Zhu Yi stared at him from behind. He stood there pouting, very unhappy, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly the door of the library was kicked to pieces. The loud noise startled Joe Young, who turned around. A man's voice rang out in the room. Are all the trial participants here? The other party is Yi Changqing, the head of the Yi family, one of the 3 major ghost families in Tianqing City. He roared angrily, saying, Which beast killed my daughter? Zhang Changqing gritted his teeth, his veins bulging, his tone full of resentment. Who killed my daughter? Zhang Che and other class members nervously observed him. He gathered his spiritual power on his palm, frowned and approached to ask, Is it among you bastards? After speaking, he roared angrily and waved his palm at them. Who is it? Get out here and pay for your life. Just then a spear flew over, piercing the palm, successfully stopping the vicious attack. Hong Ling said in a deep voice, Yi Changqing, what do you want to do? The other party was very excited. What do I want to do? Of course I want to avenge my daughter. Yao Yao was killed and the murderer is among them. Ghost Bureau, are you going to condone the murderer? The students in the class retorted in surprise. Yi Qingyao was killed? How is that possible? She has ghost power. One move can kill us. Yeah, among us newcomers, there probably isn't anyone with a ghost power exceeding 20. Hearing this, Zhang Che thought in a cold sweat. But his ghost power is already 160, so this is not a normal number. Xiaoman quickly warned from the side he has a ghost spirit on him. This person is a big trouble, and so are those people he brought. Most of them are aggressive people. With your current strength, it is impossible to beat him head-on. Zhang Che also measured his own abilities. It's a bit difficult. His thoughts were interrupted by a scream followed by the notebook being thrown on the ground. What nonsense! Joe Young pointed at the group of people angrily. Yi Chongqing, I haven't seen you for a few years, and I find your temper is even worse. What do you think of our Ghost Bureau? What do you think of our 3033 squad? If you dare to touch a hair on us today, I will sentence you to obstructing official duties. He solemnly clarified, it is a very normal thing for trial participants to be killed in the ghost world. You and I are both trial participants. Do I need to remind you of this principle? Zhang Chongqing was speechless. Frowning, he calculated in his heart, well, the ghost families have done a lot of bad things in peacetime, and the higher-ups will turn a blind eye because they are fighting against ghosts. But the Ghost Bureau is a national force, and the Yi family is ultimately just a civil force. If they really oppose the Ghost Bureau, thinking of this, Zhang Chongqing had to grit his teeth, swallow his anger, and compromise. Okay, this time the Yi family will give Brother Yang some face, he threatened in a low voice. But the revenge for killing my daughter cannot go unpunished. After today, you can't control what I want to do, right? Zhou Yang glared and warned. Yi Zhongqing, killing people in the real world will land you in jail. But he didn't care about these trivial matters and rudely kicked the notebook under his feet away. Ha, Brother Yang doesn't need to worry about these things. Zhou Yang sighed and rubbed his temples tiredly. Alas, it's really getting harder and harder to rest. If that old guy really makes a move, I'm really not sure I can handle it. He recalled what happened just now, and if another squad hadn't arrived in time, he and the purple-haired kid would probably be dead. It's just a pity that Infinite Fear eventually ran away. In a corner of the room, the students were chatting happily. Jie said humorously, I was really scared to death just now. I almost peed my pants. Zhou Yang looked at them with a smile, his eyes full of love, but looking at these children he felt that all the efforts were worth it. He suddenly said, the grades have been registered. You can go home. Then he sincerely praised, you performed very well this time. I don't know what rewards the school will give you, but with the affirmation of the Ghost Bureau, you will definitely receive invitations from famous universities soon. Zhou Yang paused and then continued to explain. But no matter where you go in the future, I hope you can think about 3 questions. The students listened quietly to the teachings. What are we entering the ghost world for? Everyone here listened attentively to his every precious word. What does this world need? Warm words spread throughout the room, and everyone's eyes shone with determination. What should we do? Zhou Yang clenched his fist and announced heroically. The rise and fall of the mansion. Everyone is responsible. I hope that one day we can become comrades in arms and fight side by side. Finally, he gave a few instructions, and then said goodbye to the students. Tomorrow you can go to the Ghost Bureau to receive additional rewards. A ghost ring and a 500,000 bonus. Now everyone go home and have a good rest. The students chatted happily on the way home. Fanzhong exclaimed loudly, Ghost ring, that's something worth more than 1 million and a 500,000 bonus. I'm rich, Renyi also exclaimed. Hee hee, those who didn't participate in the trial will definitely regret it to death if they know, Chen Ming continued. It's not to that extent anyway. People like Yi Qingyao also encountered accidents. Chen Mo, walking behind, was busy thinking about the value of the reward. Ghost ring, a ring inlaid with gemstones, can be understood as a tool that can be carried around to enter the ghost world, not to mention the value of millions. This thing cannot be bought just with money, and it was given to me just like that. Speaking of which, there is also the Yi family. If Yi Qingyao's matter is exposed, it would be bad enough for me. Maybe he will also attack my sister. Suddenly, Zhang Che widened his eyes and looked at the front in surprise. Not far away, Zhang Wan was standing there worriedly waiting for him. She lowered her head and couldn't see her expression, but her trembling hand placed on her chest showed that her emotions were very unstable. Zhang Che was surprised by her appearance. He gently called out, Sister! Zhang Wan slowly walked towards him. Xiao Che, are you okay? He scratched his head and replied with a smile. Sister, I'm fine. I made you worry. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Wan pinched his face and pulled his ear. She scolded angrily. You still know I'm your sister. What did I tell you before? I told you not to go in. You're disobedient, right? Zhang Che called out painfully. Sister, be gentle, be gentle. I really didn't want to go in myself. He happily showed off to his sister. And I passed. The Ghost Bureau and the school also gave a lot of bonuses. To buy you clothes, we'll buy a new house directly. This was originally a happy thing, but Zhang Wan's voice trembled. I don't want new clothes or a big house. She put her hand on Zhang Che, her tone both worried and scared, only hoping that Xiao Che can be safe and sound. Zhang Che was a little stunned. Sister. Just as kinship was surging, Jie Yi shamelessly interjected again. Xiao Chezi, my family isn't cooking today. Please treat your good brother to a meal. He looked at Zhang Wan, who was shyly turning her back. Oh, is this the beautiful sister you talk about every day? She scratched her face awkwardly and greeted. Ah, hello, I'm Xiao Che's classmate. Zhang Che hurriedly shook his head to deny. Sister, I'm not with him. Before he could finish speaking, Jie Yi rushed to the front and pushed him aside forcefully. He quickly affirmed, Hee, yes, hello sister, I'm Zhang Che's good brother. My name is Zhu Yi. Sister, there's no one at my house today. Can I come to your house for a meal? I'll wash the dishes and clean. Zhang Che listened, pointed at him, and scolded angrily. Who is your good brother? You came up on your own. I'm afraid your skin is thicker than mine and you still want to come to my house for dinner. Dream on. Zhang Wan thought about it carefully again. Zug yi zug. Seeming to have made up her mind, she happily smiled and agreed. Okay, Xiao Che hasn't brought a friend home yet. The more people, the merrier. Zhang Che could only shout weakly. Sister, do you know you'll be deceived like this? Zhang Che held his chin and seriously questioned the person in front of him, taking advantage of his sister going out to buy groceries. He explained it properly. Kid, who are you? Why are you trying to get close to me and my sister? Your mouth is like it's smeared with honey. I feel like you have diabetes, right? Jie Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. How do you know I have diabetes? Zhang Che's face sank. What do you mean? How old are you to have diabetes? He smiled and blinked, saying mischievously, hee, I drank too much cola. After listening, Zhang Che was dumbfounded. Like a monkey eating chili peppers, his mind was full of big question marks. Seeing this, Jie Yi quickly smiled to ease the atmosphere. Hey classmate Zhang Che, don't be so nervous. Actually, I'm here to help you. He asked suspiciously. Help me find a girlfriend? Jie Yi scratched his head embarrassedly. Or I can discuss it with my girlfriend and let her accompany you for a few days. Zhang Che thought of a life-size rubber doll, angrily raised his middle finger and shouted loudly. Don't bring out inflatable ones for exhibition. Say what you have to say and get lost if you have nothing to say. He lightly revealed a mysterious smile, and then suddenly became serious, looking at the other party with sharp eyes. Yi Qingyao is Yi Zhangqing's only daughter. She is the apple of the Yi family's eye. Now that she has been killed, Yi Zhangqing will definitely not give up. Zhang Che replied indifferently. So what does that have to do with me? Jie Yi didn't think so. Does this matter have anything to do with you? It's not up to you to decide, he began to analyze. If I'm not mistaken, Yi Qingyao must have had a forbidden object on her that could contact the outside world. If the Yi family now insists that Yi Qingyao was killed, Jie Yi's voice gradually became dangerous, then the murderer can only be one of you three, you, Wang Duffa, Yang Ziyang. Relying on his knowledge, he made a speculation. And among you people, only you have completed the main quest and the challenge mission. But the reward distribution of the challenge mission and the main quest is different. The more people who complete the challenge mission, the less the summary bonus will be. So in order to take all the rewards alone, it is normal to kill or be killed. Finally, he summarized neatly. So I feel that even if the Yi family has no evidence, they will think that the murderer is you. Zhang Che curled his lips, unimpressed. You yourself said that there is no evidence for this matter. And besides, the Yi family has a strong influence. If they really suspect me, then I have no way. In fact, he was suspecting Jie Yi's identity in his heart. I can't be sure who the murderer is yet. A companion suddenly popping up at this time is too untrustworthy. What if he is an internal agent sent by the Yi family? Before he could finish thinking, he somehow accurately answered Zhang Che's thoughts again. Don't doubt me. I am not from the Yi family, and I am sincerely here to help you. Hearing these words, Zhang Che widened his eyes in surprise. He immediately whispered to Xiaoman beside him. Xiaoman, did he sign a ghost spirit, or did he use a forbidden object just now? She quickly replied. No, he is not a person who signed a contract. I didn't feel the power of ghost power just now. Just then, a familiar voice rang out outside the door. Xiao Che, I'm back. Come and help me take the things in. Zhang Che replied in a panic. Oh, coming. Jie Yi had already taken a step ahead to block in front, smiling sweetly. I'll help sister too, otherwise I won't enjoy this meal. Zhang Wan chatted with him happily. You are Xiao Che's good friend. No need to be so polite. Zhang Che stared at the two people behind, his heart full of incomprehension. Without ghost spirits or forbidden objects, is it mind reading? And my sister's attitude towards this person is also very strange. With my 20 years of understanding of my sister, she is not that stupid. Forget it, I'll just eat a meal and leave, don't think so much. But things went against his wishes. Zhang Wan invited with a smile. Since it's a holiday, why doesn't Xiao Yi play with Xiao Che at home for a few days? Sister will make you delicious food. Jie Yi praised with sweet words. Is that okay? Sister is so good, beautiful and kind. He widened his eyes and roared in his heart. What? A new day has begun again. Zhang Che stood in front of a steamed bun stall ordering food. Boss, give me a meat bun. Jie Yi yawned behind him and said lazily. I also want a meat bun and a cup of soy milk. The soy milk should be iced with less sugar. The soy milk to go, the bun to eat now. Zhang Che suddenly turned around and roared impatiently. It's okay for you to be at my house, now you want me to pay for your food? Do you think I'm a 5-star hotel? He calmly threw out a sentence. But yesterday I thought of a way to deal with the Yi family. This sentence successfully shut his mouth, and he could only sullenly order food according to his friend's wishes. Boss, another meat bun and iced soy milk. The two walked and ate leisurely. Zhang Che threatened. You better say something useful, otherwise I'll make sure you can't handle it tonight. Jie Yi innocently didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Is there such a good thing? What new way of drinking is this? He turned his head, revealing a sinister smile, and raised his fist to threaten. Yeah, I can also send you a cup of iced crushed glass coffee. Guarantee you won't be able to speak for the rest of your life after taking a sip. Jae quickly changed the subject. Cough, you're really impatient, listen carefully. My opinion is directly cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. But when he saw Jong Che's murderous look, he quickly extinguished the fire. I'm kidding, sorry. Then he quickly put forward another suggestion. Then you can consider joining the Ghost Bureau. Jong Che asked suspiciously. Join the Ghost Bureau? He answered wholeheartedly. The people from the Ghost Bureau said that if you can successfully complete this ghost trial, you will have the opportunity to directly join the Ghost Bureau with generous rewards. Those noble ghost spirits, we have to obtain them ourselves. Presumably they can arouse everyone's interest in the Ghost Bureau. Jong Che muttered to himself, although I guessed it a long time ago. Wait, there shouldn't be mandatory conscription in this world, right? This sentence made the other person frown in confusion. What, this world? Did you time travel? He was helpless, so he had to say it more clearly. Please, you can only join the ghost world if both parties agree. There is no such thing as mandatory, and joining the ghost world is a very glorious thing. Jae started the brainwashing work again. Think about it, no matter how powerful the people of the ghost family are, they can't casually move the people of the palace. Simply put, as long as you join the Ghost Bureau, even if you write the 4 words, I am the murderer on your face and dance in front of their house, they can't do anything to you. Jong Che imagined himself doing a pole dance. His face suddenly sank. What he said was indeed reasonable. He was thinking about other things in his heart. No wonder the ghost spirit in cut the weeds and eliminate the roots is clearly sea level, but he is afraid of the D-level ghost spirit in Jo Young's body and calls him Big Brother, Xiaoman suddenly asked. Man, are you tempted? Aren't you very concerned? A little, but not much. Then continue to weigh the pros and cons. Joining the Ghost Bureau is equivalent to joining the army, and joining the army means shouldering the important task of defending the country, and soldiers are people who go against the tide in this world. Jong Che thought while tasting the drink. They protect thousands of people. They are great and glorious. After thinking seriously for a while, he turned around and continued walking. But for me, protecting the world is a bit exaggerated. It's good to get Xiaoman back in my head, and it's also good to train myself. I entered the ghost world just to improve my strength, to protect the people I want to protect. Jae followed behind with a happy smile. Alas, why don't you talk? Are you really not considering it? I think this idea is very good. Jong Che closed his eyes and asked seriously. There is no chance of resurrection in the real world in ghost battles. Death is really death. If I die, what will my sister do? What will my lover do? He looked back at Jae. And do you think we can really join with our small bodies? Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoman interrupted him and pointed in one direction. Oh, look over there. Jong Che looked in the direction Xiaoman pointed. That is, I saw 2 people chatting next to a luxury car in front of a building across the road. Jong Che seemed to recognize an acquaintance, Yang Ziyang and the people from the Yi family. The people from the Yi family suddenly turned their heads. Humph. Jong Che was a little nervous being watched. Jae Yi pointed and said, Brother Che, why is that guy staring at me all the time? Does he have a crush on me? Jong Che glanced at him with disgust. What a reckless man. What does he like about you? It was obviously him who noticed me. Stop being narcissistic. That's someone from the Yi family, he thought. On the way to the Ghost Bureau, I met them. Are they planning to block our way to the Ghost Bureau? At this time, the other party approached and asked, You are Jong Che, right? He introduced himself. I am the captain of the Yi family's guard team. Xie Bunhu, our family head would like to invite you over. Jae Yi replied angrily. Who are you? Do I have to go if you want me to? Don't I, Jong Che, have any face? Jong Che nodded. That's right, that's right. He became more and more energetic as he spoke. There are thieves everywhere now. Who knows if you are a liar? Trying to sell me to the north, suddenly jumping out to invite me. You must have bad intentions. Jong Che nodded in agreement. Yes. Bunhu was annoyed by him. Whatever. I only invited Jong Che alone. Who are you putting on a show for? He pointed to the roadside. Your classmate is also in the car. Come with me quickly. This was not asking for opinions but giving orders. Suddenly Jae Yi shouted loudly, scaring the 2 of them. He hugged himself tightly and shouted loudly. Oh heavens, in broad daylight, someone is bullying innocent young men. Passers-by quickly gathered around and discussed after hearing this. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see what's going on. Who is bullying innocent women? I want to take a video and send it to my WeChat moments. And Jong Che hadn't reacted yet when Jae Yi grabbed his hand. He pulled his friend while saying, What are you standing there for? Run. Finally, they arrived at the Ghost Bureau Investigation Department, both panting. Ha. Jong Che wanted to curse without saying a word. Huff, damn it, this little bastard. Jae Yi gave himself a thumbs up and praised himself. I don't believe he dares to enter the Ghost Bureau. How about it? I'm also very reliable, right? Jong Che couldn't help but attack him. We just ran away like this. Wouldn't that make Brother He even more suspicious of us? He scolded angrily. I was still thinking about how to smear him. We should have made a big fuss before running away, right? Jae Yi was frightened by him and replied tremblingly, What you said seems to make sense. The 2's conversation was interrupted by a loud noise. As soon as they turned around, they saw a person falling to the ground. The person struggled on the ground, sobbing and begging, I don't want to join the Ghost Bureau. He rolled over and backed away. Isn't it my sole decision whether to participate in the Ghost Bureau or not? Why force me to join the Ghost Bureau? It's too much, it's really too much. Why are you hitting people? Before he could finish speaking, he was silenced by a bullet. Blood flowed like a river. Zhang Che and Jie Yi looked at each other with pale faces as they died in front of them. Suddenly, Hong Ling's voice pulled them back to their attention. Hey, you two, are you here to receive the rewards? But the answer was irrelevant to the question. Zhang Che said, we didn't see anything just now. And Jie Yi said, Amitabha Buddha bless, we didn't see anything, don't kill us to silence us. But he was silently shouting in his heart, oh my god, murder. Did we come to the wrong place? Damn it, how do you expect me to answer when you ask me that? This is not mentioned in the encyclopedia. Hong Ling calmly turned around and said, don't be afraid, this person is obstructing us from performing official duties. Execution is a matter of course. We people from the Ghost Bureau are very reasonable and will not kill people casually. The two followed her blankly and repeated, obstructing official duties. She turned her back to them. Yes, of course it's because he obstructed official duties. Then she turned around, expressionless. Didn't he refuse to join the Ghost Bureau? Our Ghost Bureau has never forced anyone. The two teenagers didn't know how to respond to her logic. The staff consciously came to clean up the body, and Hong Ling continued calmly, did you bring your bank card? If you didn't bring it, you can also use a debit card. The money promised before will be transferred to you. By the way, my name is Hong Ling, and I'm in the same team as Zhou Yang, he's my assistant, and I'm the external liaison, Zhang Che replied reluctantly. I brought it. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Hong Ling. But he suspected in his heart, dare to kill people in broad daylight, could it be the Ghost Bureau? Hey, after a while, Jie Yi's voice was full of exclamation. Wow, is this the legendary Ghost World? Hong Ling answered for him. Oh right, this Ghost World can only open D-level and F-level copies. If the difficulty of the copy can't satisfy you, you can come here to upgrade. She leisurely supported her cheek with her hand. By the way, the ghosts we distribute have been verified. If someone is found buying or selling it, that person will not be able to avoid imprisonment. As for the remaining 500,000, you can go to the finance office with your bank card later, and the finance staff will transfer it to you. Zhang Che asked suspiciously, is it that simple? Hong Ling said, yes, it's that simple. Several people have come this morning and we're used to it. Is there a problem? Jie Yi looked at the ring with sparkling eyes. Wow, is this a couple's ring? Zhang Che was startled. What's so good about two big men wearing couple's rings? Do you have any intentions towards me? Hong Ling looked at him. What's wrong? Don't you like this couple's ring? Zhang Che didn't dare to look at her directly. I'm really sorry. I'm very satisfied. I was just speaking too loudly just now. She blamed him in turn. Who told you to come late? This is the only pair of rings left. Then she muttered to herself. From just now until now, I seem to have forgotten something important. Hong Ling suddenly remembered and took out a stack of paper from the cabinet. I remembered. You two have completed the trial task, right? Zhou Yang said that people who complete the trial task are qualified to directly join the Ghost Bureau. While saying that, she put a stack of paper on the table. Here, these pages, from today onwards, you are people of our Ghost Bureau. Zhang Che and Jie Yi suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. Hong Ling's voice echoed in their ears. You shouldn't refuse, right? The three people sat in the office silently looking at each other. Jie Yi asked his friend's opinion in a low voice. Zhang Che, what do you think of this? Zhang Che asked back, I look with my eyes. Do you expect me to look with my butt? He thought seriously. Although he really needs such thick thighs of Odu now, joining the Ghost Bureau is not something to be taken as a joke. He hesitated to speak. Sister Hong Ling, isn't this a bit rash? She quickly interrupted him. Not rash. Zhang Che tried hard to delay the conversation. Can I ask a few questions? But Hong Ling immediately refused. No, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Didn't you say you wouldn't force others to join? Didn't you say it was voluntary for both parties? Could it be that I'm going to be shot again and roll to my death in a while? Are you setting me up? Suddenly he realized something. Wait, something's not right. If the Ghost Bureau is so forceful in getting people to join, it would have been exposed by netizens long ago. Zhang Che remembered the scene in the lobby just now. And all these things are very coincidental. Why deliberately let us witness? The scene of the Ghost Bureau killing people, and the brains of the person just now were all splattered out. And this Hong Ling, from the beginning, she has been subtly conveying information to us. The other party was still urging him. What are you dazing for? Sign it. A sentence also appeared in Zhang Che's mind. Refusing to join the Ghost Bureau will result in death. At this time, Xiaoman said behind him, did you only realize it now? There is also ghost power flowing in that person's body, or simply put, she calmly analyzed for Zhang Che, all these are just a trap. The door of the office was pushed open by Zhou Yang. Hong Ling, I told you not to scare the children, she pouted boredly. Humph, it's really boring. Jie Yi suddenly ran to Zhou Yang and hugged his thigh. Woo-woo hero Zhou, he cried and said to him, if I don't want to join, will you really kill me? I'm still young. I haven't even married a wife and children, and I can't let my girlfriend with a 4 chest, 36D waist, 172 height and Dilariba's face be a widow. Joe Yang pulled him away. Don't worry, no one will kill you, and I've already investigated your information. Where did you two single dogs get girlfriends? Are you showing off even inflatable dolls? Jie retorted shyly. You're talking nonsense. She's obviously a high-end silicone doll. Zhang Che approached and talked to him. This is Hero Joe. He waved his hand with a smile. Don't call me Hero, just call me Brother Yang. He didn't care too much and continued. Okay, Brother Yang, Hero Joe, I'll be straight. Is all this your plan, to get us to join the Ghost Bureau? Joe Yang smiled and patted his head. This kid is really smart. I like you. Obviously the exercise just now was practiced for so long. The Ghost Bureau is not what you imagined, right? Don't you think it's very kind? Zhang Che was speechless. Yeah, who would have thought that we would see a murder scene as soon as we came in, and we were almost forced to join. I thought the people in the Ghost Bureau would be very serious. He stood in the backlight, saying with a profound expression, in everyone's eyes, the image of soldiers represents perseverance and indomitable spirit. But in fact most of the people here are young people like you. Jie Yi and Zhang Che watched him lecture. Everyone likes to scare others, and also likes to gossip with each other, chatting about things from all over the world and occasionally arguing. Zhou Yang's eyes were deep. Youth is only once, and we cannot live in a peaceful world, now that demons are invading and disasters are constantly happening. Speaking of this, he clenched his fist tightly. And we only have 2 states fighting and preparing to fight. Join the Ghost Bureau. Maybe I can't give you money and power, but I can guarantee that this will be the most glorious thing in your life. The two listened calmly to Zhou Yang. Youth is short. In the prime of life, serving the country is the best way to live up to the beautiful spring. Zhang Che spoke. Oh, he confidently pretended to be profound and asked, What, are you moved? All the words he said were blows. No, if you can say what you think, maybe the effect will be better. Jie Yi greatly praised. That's right, who can't read model essays? Zhou Yang sighed helplessly. I said long ago that this matter should be left to the captain. Hong Ling smiled because Zhang Che and Jie Yi left the office. He asked his friend's opinion. Xiao Che, are you really not joining the Ghost Bureau? After joining the Ghost Bureau, you have a high salary, good treatment, and various benefits. It is a stable iron rice bowl. Zhang Che said angrily, if you want to join, go join yourself. What does it have to do with me? Then he raised his middle finger at the other party. I think you are deliberately pushing the decision to me, right? Jie Yi said coquettishly to him. So boring you found out. No wonder you are the man I like. Xiaoman raised her fist and asked, Do you want a beating? Can I break his head? Zhang Che earnestly persuaded. Jie Yi, although I am in the same school as you, it doesn't mean we are close. It can even be said that we have no relationship at all. I don't know what your purpose is in approaching me, and I don't want to know what your purpose is. His voice became indifferent. A rebellious boy like me only likes to be a lone wolf. Then he turned his gaze to where Xiaoman was, thinking in his heart, now the only teammate I can trust is Xiaoman. I'll know a ghost. Jie Yi was stunned by Zhang Che's words. He sighed aggrievedly. Alas, okay, I thought we could be together forever after we just wore couples rings. Xiaoman looked at the young man in front of her and couldn't help but think, to be honest, you are now very similar to the male and female protagonists in a brainless romance drama. Zhang Che shouted after hearing this. Who wants to act in a brainless romance drama with a man? He turned around and left. Okay, now that you're done, you're dumping me. I'm going to pick up my sister from get off work. Suddenly Zhang Che stopped. Wait, this feeling, is it the aura of a ghost? But isn't this the real world? He looked in one direction worriedly. This is not good. It's coming from the direction of my sister's company. Could something have happened? Zhang Che ran on the road. His expression sank, and he didn't bother to chase Jie Yi, who was chasing him. Could it be that the people from the Yi family attacked my sister so fast? Have they grasped any weaknesses? The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Damn it, I must catch up. Must catch up. He accelerated his speed. The scenery quickly receded. Suddenly Zhang Che stopped and looked up at the buildings. Jie Yi bent over and gasped. No way, buddy, what's the matter? Anyone who doesn't know would think there's a leopard chasing you behind you. He got an incomprehensible answer. Why didn't he say a word? And on the roof of a building stood 2 figures. When he saw the other party clearly, Zhang Che's face turned pale. Sister. On the roof the clown tightly pinched Zhang Wan's neck, stretched her out into the air, making her suffocate. Ah, she looked at him in fear, gritting her teeth, while the clown made a disgusting laugh. Giggle. He let go of his hand triumphantly. Hee. A sense of weightlessness struck. She shouted in horror. Ah! Zhang Che saw this scene and roared like crazy. No. The explosion caused by the fall spread blood and dust within a surrounding radius. Many passers-by stopped in panic beside Zhang Che, who was distraught by the accident, his face pale, his lips trembling as he called sister. Before his eyes was Zhang Wan's bloody corpse with incomplete limbs, dying with eyes wide open. He shouted in panic, Sister. A voice echoed in his ears. Zhang Che, calm down. This is not your sister. This is not your sister. Xiaoman called him anxiously. This is just an illusion. It's not real. You believe me. Concentrate. Zhang Che heard her voice and suddenly woke up. This is an illusion. He came back to his senses. Only a pile of rubble was left where the corpse was just now. Damn it, really? It really is an illusion. Jie Yi's scream suddenly attracted his attention. Woo woo woo, no, don't die. Zhang Che slapped him. Wild dog, wake up, this is not real. Jie Yi covered his face and asked back, it's not real. He also saw the pile of rubble and couldn't help but cursed, damn it really is an illusion. Jie Yi worriedly advised Zhang Che, let's run quickly, I know that thing that looks like a clown, that is endless fear. The ghost with strength close to sea level, but Zhang Che ignored him and walked forward. No, my sister is still inside, I can't stand by. I want to go in and save her. Jie Yi grabbed his hand. Are you crazy? The people from the Ghost Bureau will definitely come to rescue soon. What's the difference between us going in and courting death? Zhang Che shook off his hand. Let go. I can't risk my life, I'll go in myself. You wait here for the people from the Ghost Bureau to come, Jie Yi said angrily. This kid, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a talisman from his pocket, then stuffed it back directly into his mouth, and quickly caught up with Zhang Che. Wait for me, I'll go in with you. Wait for me, damn it, I'm afraid of the dark. Outside the building where the two had just stood, there was a group of people in suits, one of whom was on the phone. Captain Endless Fear has appeared in the Sunshine Shopping Center. Zhang Che and Jie Yi have gone in. Let me take people in first and try to control Endless Fear. The voice on the other end of the phone replied, got it, try to protect the safety of the two little guys, we'll be there soon. The employee ordered them. After entering, you immediately seal off the shopping center. This time, we must not let Endless Fear escape. The inside of the shopping center was silent with sticky bloodstains everywhere, and footsteps could be heard clearly. Zhang Che and Xiaoman observed and shouted, Sister, Zhang Wan, can you hear me? He analyzed looking at the chaotic scene around him. Although there were bloodstains, he couldn't see anyone and he couldn't feel anything, as if the chaos here had happened a long time ago. At this time Xiaoman spoke. I noticed just now that although there are many people outside, no one is entering or leaving the shopping center. Presumably they have been affected by that evil ghost. It doesn't want to drag other people in, but that's true. Maybe this evil ghost has found enough hostages, so it went directly to the floor where your sister works. Zhang Che said. I understand, Xiaoman, aren't you stopping me? She said calmly. As a ghost spirit who has signed a contract with you and has been with you for so long, I understand how important your sister is to you. She scratched the place that should have been her head, although she was very dissatisfied with her stopping him from entering the demon world. But I also know the limits. Someone suddenly interrupted their conversation. Zhang Che, I told you to slow down. Zhang Che was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing who it was, he asked in surprise, Jie Yi, why did you follow in? Didn't I tell you to leave? Jie Yi didn't care and took out the talisman in his hand. Here, this is a concentration talisman which can resist the mental attacks of ghosts. Zhang Che just wanted to drive him away. You go quickly, this is none of your business. But he was flatly rejected by the other party. I'm not leaving. Our Jie family has always been resourceful and known for our strategic vision. Isn't it just Endless Fear? We are Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. We will definitely be able to rescue your sister. Zhang Che couldn't help but say, but you seem to have used Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon wrong. The two argued endlessly. Stop talking, I'm going to get involved in this matter anyway. Suddenly footsteps came from behind. They were startled and looked in that direction. Standing there was a female employee who had lost her mind. Unexpectedly, it was Zhang Che's acquaintance. Sister Sun, seeing her strange appearance, Zhang Che didn't doubt it at all and quickly asked, Sister Sun, I'm Xiao Che. Have you seen my sister? Where are the people who are still alive? The people from the Ghost Bureau are coming soon, don't be afraid. Seeing Sister Sun lowering her head and not answering, he panicked. Sister Sun, suddenly she raised her head, revealing a pale face and a wide-open jaw, and then let out a creepy scream, ee. Immediately afterwards, she rushed directly towards Zhang Che, roaring goo goo. Seeing him standing there blankly, Jie Yi rushed forward and pushed him away, shouting, be careful. Sister Sun lost her balance and fell to the ground, her face covered with wounds. Xiaoman came to him and said, Zhang Che, this person has become a ghost slave. He asked in surprise, ghost slave? They observed the changes in Sister Sun. She twisted and stood up, her joints seemed to be broken. Xiaoman explained, yes, this is a curse method of demons and ghosts. The consciousness of people who become ghost slaves will be imprisoned in this body, becoming slaves of demons. This news made Zhang Che feel at a loss. Then can this curse be lifted? Xiaoman asked back. After the can is opened, do you humans think of any way to restore it to its original state? It's impossible, moreover. She has been completely eroded. As soon as she finished speaking, the other party suddenly twisted her neck in a strange way, with a cruel smile on the corner of her mouth. Seeing this situation, Zhang Che decisively summoned his sword and secretly made up his mind in his heart. This is not the demon world. There is no chance of resurrection, and if I hesitate any longer, my sister's situation will be even more dangerous. At the same time, Sister Sun fell backwards and then rushed towards the crowd like a beast. She used her strength to jump to a high place and pounced on Zhang Che, who was standing there without dodging. He didn't panic, just lowered his eyes and said with guilt, Sister Sun, I'm really sorry. I can't waste another second now. Then he made up his mind and swung his sword at Sister Sun. In the blink of an eye, she fell in a pool of blood. One of her arms had been chopped off by him, and she could only shout in pain, ah 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 ah. Seeing him hesitating, Xiaoman patted him on the shoulder and advised, As a ghost slave, the pain in the body will continue. You seem to know her. I suggest you end her life now. Beheading or piercing the heart if you are lucky. She may regain a little sanity at the moment before her death. These words made him feel even more uncomfortable. Seeing him holding the sword tightly and raising it, Jie Yi said, "Zhang Che, you quickly." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Che had already stabbed the sword into Sister Sun's body. The severe pain from the heart seemed to wake her up, and her eyes gradually regained focus. She looked at Zhang Che. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but he just lowered his head. Sister Sun called out with difficulty, "Xiao Che." On that lowered face, tears silently slipped down. He recalled the good memories of his childhood, remembering when he first met Zhang Che. Sister Sun pinched his cheeks with great interest. "Oh, hello to Wanwan's younger brother. You are her own younger brother." Those memories played back in his mind like slow motion. She always kindly gave him things to eat. "Xiao Che is here to pick up his sister from get off work. Come here, sister will share some popcorn with you." She would always tease him jokingly, asking him to take some female classmates to the movies from time to time. "Sister will treat you." Zhang Che remembered one time she gently stroked his head and said, "Xiao Che, actually sister used to have a younger brother like you." Sister Sun's weak voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "Xiao Che, thank you." Then she reminded him intermittently, "Wanwan cinema, save him, hurry." Seeing him not moving, Xiaoman shouted worriedly, "Zhang Che." At this time he raised his head. The pain from just now had disappeared, leaving only cold and fierce eyes. Zhang Che stood up with his sword and ordered Jie Yi, "Wild dog, maybe the people from the Ghost Bureau are coming soon, you can just wait here." He was worried about his friend's situation and firmly disagreed. "No, I want to go with you too," Zhang Che coldly ordered. "You have no reason to go in, please stay here. If you see my sister come out, take her away immediately." This attitude made him very angry. "How can you do this? I, Jie Yi, have never abandoned a companion." Now that things had come to this, Zhang Che had no choice but to say harsh words. "When did I become your companion?" He was stunned after hearing this. "You." Before he could refute, the other party was already smiling and said softly, "Okay, just take it as me begging you, stay here." Zhang Che and Xiaoman went deep into the shopping center, and before leaving he reminded him, "I rarely trust others, don't let me down." Jie Yi was stunned for a moment, then he raised his hand in a military salute. "Okay, I understand. If Sister Zhang Wan comes out, even if I lose my life, I will protect her safety." Contrary to the tense atmosphere inside, the city was still quite calm. Hong Ling stood in front of a sensor and reported on the phone, "Captain, the soul-sealing incense is fully prepared, but the confinement space of this soul-sealing incense is not very stable yet. It will take another 5 minutes to use. Do we need to get more soul-sealing incense?" the voice on the other end of the phone anxiously ordered. "No, too much will alarm that thing. Its escape speed is very fast. We can't act rashly. We must wait for the confinement space to form within 5 minutes before entering." Zhou Yang, who was standing next to him, said dissatisfiedly after hearing this, "5 minutes? Can the people inside wait for 5 minutes?" She helplessly looked up at the sky. "If they can't wait, that's all we can do. If we let that thing continue to escape, then more people will die than now." "Zhou Yang, you are not a savior. You can't save everyone." He also looked up at the sky and said honestly, "I know, but I want to save as many people as possible, especially those 2 little guys are inside." Hong Ling interrupted aggressively. "Why are you worried about those little guys?" He hesitated and said his thoughts. "That kid is a good seed. If he joins the Ghost Bureau will be even more powerful, like a snake with legs," she reminded angrily. "If that's the case, you should trust him. Don't forget, he is the one who signed the forbidden contract with the Ghost Spirit." Zhang Che followed Sister Sun's words and entered the cinema to search. He walked in and shouted loudly, "Sister Zhang Wan." He looked around but saw nothing. She wasn't here either. Xiaoman walked beside him and assessed, "This place is really strange. I can't feel any signs of demons and ghosts." As soon as he heard her say this, he secretly guessed in his heart, having signs is nothing, not having signs is scary. Maybe that dirty thing noticed us when we were preparing to enter the shopping center 15 minutes ago. Suddenly something caught Zhang Che's attention, and he couldn't help but raise his head. A connection signal suddenly appeared on the cinema screen. Gradually it became clearer and the figure of the clown could be vaguely seen. It really was him, smiling and waving at him with a hideous face. "Hello, little friend." His face was wriggling with maggots, making Zhang Che feel disgusted. He teased his prey. "Did you come here to watch my performance?" Suddenly the clown turned around and said slyly, "Wait a moment, I still need to put on makeup." Hearing these words, Zhang Che couldn't help but wonder, if he's appearing on the screen, then where is that thing's physical body? At this time the clown turned his face and his face had turned into Zhang Wan's. He, do you like this look?" He couldn't help but feel terrified when he saw his sister's face. Xiaoman stood beside him and observed. Knowing that he had fallen into a trap, she quickly warned, "Calm down, this is just an illusion, don't be affected." Her words did not move Zhang Che. He still stood there blankly. Xiaoman had no choice but to encourage him. "Your sister must still be waiting for you." If you let that thing distract you, then how are you going to save her? Zhang Che, don't fall for it. Believe me, your sister is still alive. Eventually, he listened to these words, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his hands clenched tightly together as if making some decision. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Che drew his weapon and rushed forward, smashing the screen in front of him. At the same time as he attacked, he suddenly recalled the time he spent with his sister. Since childhood, his sister liked to play hide and seek with him. No matter where he hid, his sister could find him in a short time. The screen had been completely destroyed by Zhang Che, he said in a deep voice, and made up his mind. But this time it's my turn to find my sister. At the same time, in another cinema, the clown's voice echoed in people's panic. Didn't fall for it. What an interesting little thing. He looked at the crowd boredly. What fun games can I play before I enter here? Before everyone could answer, the clown asked and answered himself. I've got it. Let's play a random game and see. Then he turned to the mother and daughter. The mother recognized his eyes and hugged her child tightly. The clown of course noticed her actions. He approached and teased, "Can you give me this little doll?" She hugged her child tightly, crying and begging, "I am willing to be your puppet. I am willing to be your puppet. Please, please, please don't hurt my child." Witnessing this scene, the clown became even more disgusted. He smiled triumphantly. "You stinky woman, you found an opportunity so quickly to show your disgusting maternal love. But I will grant your wish." Then he immediately reached out to attack the mother. Her blood splattered on the innocent child who could only cry. The clown cut off one of her arms. She cried out in pain and begged, "No, no," ignoring her pleas. He turned his head and smiled sinisterly at the child. "Ha ha ha, little doll, little doll. With this little doll, the next performance will definitely be very exciting." The clown reached out to grab the child. "So what should this show be called?" Just then, Zhang Che rushed over and stopped his evil deeds. He looked at the other party with disdain. "Why not call it How to Put Your Head in Your Ass?" Zhang Wan sat in the stands and saw her brother and said in surprise, "Xiao Che." The people around were discussing, "Who is he? Is he here to save us? Could he be from the Ghost Bureau?" Zhang Che did not immediately engage in battle and complained tiredly, "Damn it, I'm exhausted. Why didn't I realize that this cinema has so many screening rooms before?" Xiaoman, who had been with him all the time, couldn't help but sigh. "You finally found the right room. Your luck is too bad." The clown saw him, forgot the game just now, and clapped his hands happily. He, the actor has appeared. His face became even more terrifying. He grinned, revealing all his teeth. "So next, the good show is about to begin." Immediately afterwards, the clown charged forward directly with his head. Zhang Che dodged with difficulty and cursed, "Damn it, are you an Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong cannon?" He stood there, saw him dodge, and grinned. "Hey," his eyes lit up and his tone was mocking. "I like you self-righteous puppets the most." And he approached Zhang Che and announced, "Humble human, let's play a game. This game is called the Car Paradox." Outside, Hong Ling was working hard to eliminate the zombie horde. Those guys who were hit by her all fell to the ground. Hong Ling was panting tiredly and cursed, "Ow!" When she looked ahead, she saw another group approaching her, so she picked up her spear and sighed, "How can there be so many?" Suddenly, Zhou Yong's voice came from behind. "Don't hurt them. They are not ghost slaves." There were more and more zombies. They lost consciousness and just stared at the target, he continued to explain. "Although endless fear has the ability to turn people into ghosts, it is impossible to turn hundreds of people into ghosts in a short time. They have only temporarily lost their autonomy." Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yang flew past Hong Ling. He released his ghost spirit into the crowd of people who had lost consciousness. The ghost spirit quickly attacked those ferocious zombies. Zhou Yang looked at the battle situation and ordered everyone, "My ghost spirit can just control them. As long as endless fear is resolved, they will return to normal. Leave this to me. Everyone go in and eliminate endless fear. We must not let those two little guys lose their lives." Hong Ling heard this and worriedly told him, "Old Zhou, you must come back alive." Immediately she ran directly up the escalator, leaving only one sentence, "I don't like collecting corpses for others." In the cinema, the mother who had her arm cut off by the clown was receiving first aid from Zhang Wan. "Take a deep breath, bear with it." She patted the mother's shoulder and comforted her. "There is no medical kit in this cinema hall. This is the only way to stop the bleeding." She couldn't help but worry about her brother. How did Xiao Che find this place? What did he experience on the way here? Even though she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe, the mother still thanked her. "Thank you, little girl. I'm fine, don't worry. Is that young man who went in just now your brother?" Mentioning Zhang Che, Zhang Wan proudly introduced, "He is my own brother. The people from the Ghost Bureau must be coming soon. You must hold on. Your child cannot lose their mother." Looking at the child who was sleeping soundly in her mother's arms, she was even more worried about her brother. That ghost just now seemed difficult to deal with. "I wonder if Xiao Che is injured?" Realizing that she was too nervous, Zhang Wan warned herself, "Calm down. Being too concerned will get you involved. I can't help. Going out now might cause trouble for that kid." Suddenly, a strange voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. "Please don't panic. I can guarantee that there will be no more casualties from now on." That voice was exactly Void's. He confidently announced, "At least there will be no casualties because of me, or because of that ghost outside." Seeing the suddenly appearing stranger, Zhang Wan reached out to block the mother and daughter, and couldn't help but wonder, "Who is he? When did he come in?" The movie screen was playing the battle between Zhang Che and that clown. Void pointed to the screen and said, "Let's watch and talk, everyone, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person." Immediately afterwards he continued to talk a lot, trying to manipulate the psychology of the people in the room. The demon world appeared, which has had a great impact on us humans. So what are humans? From a biological point of view, humans are upright walking animals with sparse hair and thin skin. Speaking of this, he emphasized, according to the leaders, they are higher animals, but strangely this so-called higher animal divides humans into different classes. Everyone listened attentively to what he said and couldn't help but feel scared. Void pointed to Zhang Che on the screen and introduced, "Those who are in the highest class can preferentially enjoy all the good things in the world, and have various privileges and benefits. These people are called challengers." Then he pointed to the people in the room. "Those who are in the lowest class, even eating and drinking water for survival requires a lot of effort. Such people are considered ordinary people." In order to increase everyone's trust, he also pretended to be angry, and talked about how he used to struggle at the very bottom of humanity. He covered his hideous face. "I saw my sister being humiliated and tortured by 3 A-level challengers with my own eyes. I saw my parents kneeling in front of those people, begging painfully, but in the end they still did not escape the fate of death." Then he coldly condemned, "I once thought that those people would pay the price for this, but they didn't, they were sheltered because they were strong." Zhang Wan immediately noticed something was wrong when she heard this. Void looked at Zhang Che's image being played on the screen. "Everyone says that the demon world is a dirty and garbage place, but they have never thought about how dark our world is. The first step to change this is to let everyone see how bad those challengers are." On the other side, the clown in the battle smiled triumphantly. "Challenger, I know you are here to save your sister." He arrogantly despised Zhang Che. "I can rely on other people's fear to increase my strength. You are not my opponent." He wasn't afraid at all and listened to him expressionlessly. "But now I can give you 2 choices." Ignoring Zhang Che's expression, the clown still said to himself, "1. Enter this screening room. Kill everyone else without potential fear. Of course my power will also be weakened." Not only that, he also tempted him with sweet words. "At that time you can not only kill me, but also safely take away your sister. Become a hero who killed endless fear. At that time the Ghost Bureau will not only let go of your mistakes but also give you a sum of benefits." Zhang Che frowned and listened to him propose the next choice. 2. You die in place of the people here. Speaking of this choice, he only summed up one sentence, "Using your life to exchange for the lives of 300 people. This is a very cost-effective deal." The people in the cinema screening room showed their selfish nature when they heard this, and said one after another, that's right, the lives of so many people here are the most important." Suddenly, the clown said again, "Don't you challengers all like to think of yourselves as saviors? As long as you are willing to die for them, your name will be recorded in history and become an eternal hero." Everyone was stunned to hear this, and the entire room was no longer as noisy as before. Void's mouth turned up slightly, thinking, "That's right, that's how it is." As expected, whether it's challengers or ordinary people, they are all a group of selfish, stupid guys. Suddenly a sharp voice sounded, "You're talking nonsense." It turned out that it was Zhang Wan's voice. She couldn't stand his insult to her brother. "You've been talking for so long just for this?" She saw through his plan and shouted loudly, "The essence of human nature is not beautiful in the first place. The pain you have suffered is indeed great, but this is not an excuse for you to generalize and kill all of us here." Not only that, Zhang Wan also turned her head and asked the people in the room, "Everyone, don't be shaken by him either. How much did the people from the Ghost Bureau pay for everyone's safety? Haven't you all seen it?" The people in the room were confused and guilty. She continued to persuade, "Protecting the weak is noble, not their inherent obligation." As Zhang Wan spoke, she took something out of her pocket. "Your power comes from fear, right?" To everyone's surprise, she began to point the gun at Void. "Zhang Wan is determined to fight. I am not afraid of you, nor am I afraid of that thing outside. Even if you kill me, don't even think about using me to threaten Xiao Che. As his sister, I cannot and absolutely do not want to be his burden." Very coincidentally, even in 2 different locations, the 2 sisters shouted in unison, "The 2 choices you proposed, my brother and I will not choose." After saying this, Zhang Che's whole body was filled with demonic energy and gradually changed his appearance. "Sorry, I have a characteristic, that is, I am very tyrannical." Golden power surrounded his body, and his hair suddenly grew longer and turned golden. Zhang Che's eyes became fierce, and he pointed his sword at the clown and declared war. "My choice is to pierce your intestines with this sword." 3:44 p.m., on the roof of the Sunshine Building, a mysterious man wearing a black cloak stood on the water tank and shouted below, "Long time no see, old friend, when did you find me here?" Yan Yibing, the captain of the Evil Ghost Investigation Bureau's 3033 team, replied, "From the moment you joined the Illuminati, we were no longer friends." He was angry. The third of the 24 deacons of the Illuminati, Slave Ghost Shadow. The man above realized this unfriendly attitude and sneered, Okay, we are no longer friends." As he spoke, he jumped from the water tank to the roof and replied leisurely, "I was just saying it casually." He took off his hat and shrugged teasingly. Why are you so serious? Before he could say more, Yibing opened his mouth and demanded, I know you won't tell me the purpose of your appearance here, but you have already killed so many people. Stop it. Slave Ghost Shadow raised his hand and scratched his head, his attitude not serious. Actually, there is nothing to hide. Our purpose is very simple, just to promote the doctrine. Then he suddenly said seriously, Yan Yibing, don't you think this world is very boring? He put forward his reasons. The world needs to evolve, we should fight for the light. Of course, Yibing would not be persuaded by his reasons, and immediately dispelled his hope. Don't you still understand my character? Don't talk nonsense to me. I'm not interested in the light you think. Slave Ghost Shadow's eyes dimmed. He approached him. Okay, let's not talk about this. We should have left by noon before leaving. I also want to say hello to you and say hello to the Ghost Bureau. And he said with a smile. As a result, I've been staking out since last night, and I haven't seen you guys until now, but while waiting I met a very interesting little guy. Yibing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he heard this. Staking out all night, my god, are you a pervert? Be careful of getting caught. He still joked about this. Ha ha ha, this matter is not important. What is important is that little guy named Zhang Che. Speaking of this, the eyes that were full of smiles just now became cunning. Now I just want to open my eyes and see, if that little guy kills hundreds of ordinary people, I wonder if your Ghost Bureau will convict him. Yibing immediately understood the other party's intention, and couldn't help but angrily said, Is this matter important to you? The other party triumphantly repeated, Important, very important. Slave Ghost Shadow raised his voice and challenged, I want to know which is more important to you, hundreds of lives, or a good seedling who has signed a forbidden contract with a ghost spirit? Yibing didn't understand his idea. There's no point in doing this. Slave Ghost Shadow insisted. No, there is meaning. This is the balance between ordinary people and challengers. Yibing disagreed with this view, and strongly retorted, The Ghost Bureau is protecting the people and protecting the country. Why should this burden be placed on ordinary people and an innocent child? He didn't feel his sympathy and interrupted him. That's a lot of nonsense, we just need to observe carefully. His expression became indifferent, and he also reminded, Yan Yibing, don't underestimate the selfishness of human beings. But how could he listen to these words? He immediately spoke out to protect Zhang Che. You will be disappointed. Maybe he doesn't want to join the Ghost Bureau either. He may not be the kind of person who can sacrifice for the country and protect everyone's lives, but he is definitely not the kind of person you imagine. Immediately afterwards he seriously reminded, I'll give these words back to you. Don't underestimate the kindness of human beings. In the cinema, Zhang Che and the clown were still fighting. Just as the clown swung his fist, Zhang Che immediately blocked it with his sword. His body was covered with scars, and one arm was cut off by him. He resentfully warned, Despicable thing, how dare you beat my face like this? You have angered me. Not only the clown but Zhang Che also had wounds on his body. He leisurely teased, kindly reminding, Generally speaking, this line is prepared for the character who is about to receive a lunchbox. He wasn't afraid at all, and kept nagging while showing his teeth on the injured cheek. That's a pity anyway, I'm not human, Zhang Che mocked him. Oh my, you can still talk back, such a big head is not without brains. Then the clown said in a provocative tone, Is that so? I will make your stinky mouth unable to open forever. Immediately afterwards he pushed him away violently. Zhang Che fearlessly stuck his sword in the ground for support. Clearly feeling his own power, he tentatively asked Shaman, Manzi, can we increase a little more ghost power? She gave advice from the side. It's possible, but your body has reached its limit. You can't bear it. Not only you, but it too. Any method of enhancing ghost power has certain limitations. If it exceeds the limit, it will backfire. Suddenly a bone grew out of the clown's severed arm. His hand was recovering, and the magic around his arm made it recover faster. He smiled and raised his hand as if to show off. Shaman continued, Although this thing has not reached its limit. Zhang Che looked at his growing arm and couldn't help but sigh. It has been upgraded to sea level, and it hasn't reached its limit yet. He also blamed, Shaman, are you kidding me? I finally cut off one of its arms. How did a new one grow out? He thought he would get a convincing answer, but she said, Why don't you run away? How long I can come out depends on your mental state. Now your mental state is like this, I can't come out. Hearing this, he couldn't help but curse, Run my ass, if I run, what about my sister? Zhang Che raised his hand and wiped the wound at the corner of his mouth, complaining, Besides, I boasted so much just now, but in the end I have to run away. How can I have the face to see people? Shaman didn't know what to say when she saw that he was so stubborn. She watched him stand up with difficulty holding the sword and worriedly persuaded, Brother, your legs are shaking like a Parkinson's patient. I'm afraid that if the ghost power continues to increase, you won't be able to make up for it, even if you eat for 10 years. Zhang Che immediately straightened his body and said confidently and decisively, Your master is so powerful, is this little thing worth my worrying about? At worst, I'll eat more oysters. This is an order. When I ask you to become stronger later, you should listen to me quickly. You can't let it grow its arm so easily. Shaman couldn't stop him and cursed, Well, you're really a madman. Zhang Che cheered up, got into position, and ordered her, Manzi, let's go. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Evil creature, taste your grandpa Ji's yin chi. He ran over from who knows where, threw his shoes at the clown and shouted, Zhang Go, I'm here to save you. He looked in the direction of the shoes and couldn't help but be surprised. Jie Yi's shoes directly hit the clown's face, knocking him over on his back. When he raised his confused face, the shoes had already been stuffed directly into his mouth. Zhang Che couldn't help but get annoyed when he saw this. What the hell you call Red Star Erguo to Yin Chi? Jie Yi picked up his sunglasses and prepared to pretend. Then he put them on comfortably as if preparing to start acting. Chezi, do you believe in the light? Zhang Che didn't follow his strange train of thought. What's wrong? Do you want to transform into Ultraman? The clown was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. You dare to humiliate me? At this moment the shoes he was holding suddenly flashed a light shooting straight at his face. Xiaoman immediately became excited when she saw this. It's an advanced forbidden object. Zhang Che was skeptical. Really? This sneaker? The hazy light just now suddenly gushed out like a fountain, catching the clown off guard. When everything settled he could only endure the shoes and struggle to wail. Ah, it's so hot, so hot. Xiaoman reminded in time. Zhang Che, good opportunity. You also caught the signal, I know. The clown was still screaming under the blue flames, dancing non-stop like a will-o'-the-wisp. He decisively picked up his sword and rushed towards him. Grandson, today Grandpa will let you know what it means to do what you say. The sharp tip of the sword immediately stabbed into that sensitive area without warning. Zhang Che made a quick, accurate, and ruthless move, and sealed the clown's chrysanthemum in the blink of an eye. 2 strands of pain intertwined, making him wish he were dead. He repeated it again, proving to him, I said I would stab your chrysanthemum, and I will stab your chrysanthemum. The clown's face was distorted. Where was the villain's domineering appearance? A scream worse than killing a pig resounded throughout the building. Zhou Yang even had to stop. Is this the sound of endless fear? Hong Ling was also surprised. What happened? Yibing and slave Ghost Shadow also stopped to listen to the situation. The clown was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up and looked at the blood remaining on his sword blade with gritted teeth. You, this thing, you beast, look what you have done. He no longer cared about his image, and shouted at the top of his voice, Is this the good seedling in the Ghost Bureau's mouth, stabbing someone's chrysanthemum with a weapon? Damn it, is this something a normal person can do? The clown barely managed to stand firm with all his strength. I'm not convinced. He had lost his mind and just wanted to vent all his hatred on him. I must make you feel this pain, I must. But usually the louder people yell, the faster they will leave. While he was still chattering, Jie Yi ran over and added another knife, a sneak attack. From then on, the clown's only chrysanthemum completely withered and could not be recovered. He had just stood up for a few seconds and had to fall again. He endured the pain and wanted to catch his breath. You damn it, you are really 2 living Yama kings. Who is the villain who is playing the role of the evil pervert? Jie Yi also pointed at him and said with a confident look, You only see that we are the villains now. It's too late. Zhang Che was also merciless. You this kind of dark, twisted, and crazy style I have been tired of playing since the 6th grade of elementary school. Before his death the clown trembled and stretched out his skinny arm. Great void, please save me. But the more weak he appeared, the more it aroused the fighting spirit of Zhang Che and the 2 of them. You know to ask for help now? Stop dreaming. Let you bully my brother-in-law? Let you kidnap my sister? Let you kill people? Let you force me to choose one of 2? Let you kidnap my girlfriend? After a while, Hong Ling figured out the location of the 2. Found them, they are here. She was only halfway through speaking when she was frightened by the terrible battle scene in front of her. You! Zhang Che and Jie Yi turned their heads at the same time, looking even more threatening than the clown. Oh, it's Sister Hong Ling. She then said to the only victim at the scene, What are you doing, endless fear? They also replied indifferently, HMPH, we are giving it a rectal examination. We are afraid it will be constipated and can't pull it out. After that battle, what came into Zhang Che's eyes was a hospital room. Where is this? Hong Ling praised while peeling an apple. Oh, not bad, you only lay down for 3 days. She explained his current physical condition. You increased your ghost power so much, the backlash on your body is not small. I thought you would be in a coma for a few weeks. I didn't expect your body to recover so quickly. As soon as Zhang Che woke up, Zhou Yang immediately brought people to visit. Woke up, this kid is indeed extraordinary. Jie Yi was happy for his friend. Xiao Chezi is awake. He folded his arms and said proudly, You kid are really something. You actually solved the endless fear. So amazing. Jie Yi pinched the corner of his clothes behind him and said in a low voice, The main thing is that someone covered me. Zhang Che's first words after waking up were to ask about his relatives. Commander Zhou, where is my sister? Zhou Yang quickly replied. Don't worry, she was not injured and is recuperating in another ward. According to the survivors, she didn't want to be a burden to you, so she bravely confronted the Illuminati. You have a good sister. Hong Ling listened with relish and took a bite of the apple. She praised casually, as if the arm he raised had become invisible. Hey, this apple is so delicious. Who bought it? Zhou Yang keenly diffused the awkward situation. Hey, allow me to introduce a few words. This is the captain of our 3033 team, Yan Yibeng. he replied friendly. Hello Zhang Che. Then he enthusiastically explained the reason for coming here, because your performance this time was exceptionally outstanding, our Ghost Bureau decided. He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Okay, don't drag me into your affairs. If you came to me to invite me to join the Ghost Bureau, then don't bother, I won't join. Yibing's next words immediately dispelled Zhang Che's guess, deciding to reward him with money. As soon as he smelled the taste of capital, his face changed instantly, and he deliberately exaggeratedly covered his chest and pretended to cough. Zhang Che's eloquent mouth began to open like a tape recorder. In order to solve the endless fear, I exhausted 80 years of cultivation. If I am not treated well, I am afraid I will not live long. But in order to protect everyone, even if I die here, I will never regret it. He struck while the iron was hot and forcefully offered conditions. 1 million, no more, no less, no more, no less. Yibing then showed a commercial smile. I don't know the specific bonus amount, but I will try my best to get as much as possible. Jie Yi smelled the smell and immediately raised his hand to join. I also contributed to this matter. I also want to receive a bonus. Zhang Che immediately allocated it without hesitation. 8-2 split. I get 1 and you get 2. He pointed at him dissatisfied. You are sending away beggars. At least it should be half and half. He immediately raised his middle finger, indicating that the other party should be sensible. At most 7-3. Jie Yi, be content. So much is enough for him to be happy. It's settled. After allocating the profits, Zhang Che had the mind to care about serious matters, and asked casually, Commander Zhou, what did we encounter at that time? Yibing answered on his behalf, you can think of it as a cult. Thinking of that cruel organization, he continued to explain. They create chaos and subvert the order of this world. The endless fear is probably related to them. The figure of an old friend appeared. Yibing said in a deep voice, you encountered one of the 24 deacons of the Illuminati, Void. There is another piece of information. A total of 2 deacons appeared this time because they were blocked by one of them. Hong Ling and the others were unable to arrive in time for rescue, he concluded. In short, the Illuminati are a group of very cunning and strange guys. Zhang Che, this time they came here for you. The answer was unexpected. For me, he emphasized again, yes, or more precisely for the ghost spirit in your body. Jie Yi heard this and proudly bumped his friend's shoulder. Xiao Chezi, you are something. You have such a big show. Your ghost spirit must be very powerful. Otherwise, why would you be targeted? Judging from Xiaoman's akimbo appearance, even without a head, one could guess that she was smugly raising her nose. HMPH, this kid has good eyes, of course, I am amazing. No one knew that Zhang Wan was standing outside the ward with things in her hand, and had heard all the conversations. Zhou Yang also informed inside, by the way, there is also the matter of the Yi family. I have warned them. They dare not attack you for the time being, he continued. But this is not a long-term solution. They don't attack you. It doesn't mean they won't borrow a knife to kill. Everyone has weaknesses, and you are no exception. During this time I will send someone to protect Miss Zhang Wan. She lowered her eyes and fell into contemplation, coming for Xiao Che, ghost spirit, the Yi family. But he didn't get happy too early. There is no free lunch in the world. What must I pay? Join the Ghost Bureau? Yibing found this naive idea funny. Join the Ghost Bureau. Maybe Zhou Yang hasn't explained it to you clearly. Joining the Ghost Bureau is not as easy as you think. He revealed a part of the truth. In this world there are countless people who want to join the Ghost Bureau. The results are very different. After countless selections, not many people can enter the Ghost Bureau. Do you know why the Ghost Bureau is so dangerous, but there are still many people who want to join? Now Yibing mentioned the key content. In addition to passion and ideals, there is a very important reason. After joining the Ghost Bureau will provide a special forbidden object to protect our family. Zhang Che was shocked to learn that the benefits behind it were so rich. He decisively made an appointment with the two. At 3 p.m. tomorrow, there will be a challenge with the demon, used to test the qualification to join the Ghost Bureau. I happen to have 2 vacancies here. Of course, this is just a challenge to test the qualification to join. After completion, you may not be able to immediately join the Ghost Bureau. And before officially joining the Ghost Bureau, you can change your mind at any time and give up. Yibing showed a polite smile and handed the documents to the two. Do you want to participate in this challenge? The choice is in your hands. He just opened the door when he saw Zhang Wan standing outside. She was embarrassed by this sudden situation. Excuse me, have you finished talking? I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Yibing didn't care too much. It's okay. Zhang Che is awake. Miss Zhang Wan, go in and see him quickly. She smiled reluctantly, and then quickly walked into the room. Okay, then I'll go in first. After the 3 left, Zhou Yang was still puzzled by his generous decision. Captain, isn't it possible to directly enter the Ghost Bureau as long as you guarantee it now? And the forbidden object to protect the family, didn't you pay for it out of your own pocket for us? Hong Ling was speechless at his upright thoughts. Did you not drink enough walnut milk last time? The captain is using retreat as an advance to lure that kid into the trap. Don't you know how to play hard to get? At this time, Jo Young suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing in advance? Aren't you afraid that I will reveal it? She unceremoniously revealed, you can't even do a speech. Well, what's the use of telling you? Yiming saw the two sides arguing, so he stood up to reconcile. Haha, okay, go back and prepare. He confidently grasped every step. Believe me, that kid will definitely come tomorrow. The atmosphere in the ward was still harmonious and warm, and Jie Yi was also enthusiastically cheering. I'm also hungry, Sister Wan. I also want to eat a bite. While eating, he hinted to Zhang Che, tell me, are we going tomorrow? He wanted to put this matter aside for the time being. Well, we'll talk about it later. Thinking in his heart, I just finished the endless sphere and I immediately entered the demon world. My sister will definitely worry. At this moment, Zhang Wan suddenly opened her mouth and said, Xiao Che. She showed an understanding smile. Don't consider me, do what you want to do. At this moment, Zhang Wan could only say to herself in her heart, I should have understood earlier. Surely Xiao Che will walk the path his parents once walked. In that case, all I can do is support him. Zhang Che was a little hesitant. Sister, but the words spoken are chilling. You are so gentle. I feel a little unaccustomed. The next day at the Ghost Bureau headquarters, the two came here as Yibing expected. Are these kids here? If you have decided, come with me. I'll take you to the war room. Hong Ling asked simply. By the way, what level are you now? Zhang Che put his hands on his hips, full of confidence. I am the strongest king and I will soon be promoted to elite, while Jie Yi next to him seemed uneasy. I am silver level, very stable, can't be promoted to gold level. She had to knock on the heads of the two to make them sober. I mean your ghost power level. You will face D-level demons in the challenge later. Only on this matter did the two reach a consensus. Ah, I am secret, I am also secret. Hong Ling felt very helpless. Good intentions are not rewarded, but I also worried for nothing. After all, you can even solve the endless fear. Even so, she still earnestly told the two before entering the next step. However, I have one more thing to remind you. Participating in this challenge is no longer like the test set up in school for training. Then Hong Ling calmly threw a shock bomb. Murderers, death row prisoners, and even outlaws may participate. The entire forest seemed to become warm and peaceful, blending with the cheerful chirping of birds. A group of people gathered together and looked forward together. Hey, what are those two people doing? Others immediately booed when they saw this. Two men doing this kind of thing in broad daylight. Tisk, 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 it's really eye-catching. Zhang Che looked around wearily. How are we there yet? He raised his eyebrows unhappily. At this time, his and Jie Yi's hands were still tightly held together, as if the two were a pair of inseparable lovers traveling together. Zhang Che suddenly realized this, and his whole body froze. Only Jie Yi was still immersed in the feeling of being held in his arms by him. Hee, Sister Hong Ling was right. The closer you are, the higher the possibility of being teleported to the same place. Zhang Che kicked him away angrily. Jie Yi was kicked away mercilessly by him with a distorted face. Go to hell, get away from me, don't get close to me. He didn't care about his swollen butt and helplessly scratched his head to explain to the people around him. Ah, this matter, everyone, don't misunderstand. He and I are not that kind of relationship. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared unexpectedly. Main task, first go to Corpse Ridge Village to find the missing village chief. Challenge task, contact the curse of Corpse Ridge Village. Task deadline 12 days. Zhang Che couldn't help but feel puzzled. The task time is as long as 12 days? Moreover, is the challenge task announced from the beginning? At this time, the system continued to send information. Warm reminder. Although the folks here are not very hospitable, if you have a good relationship with them, you can get more clues. Warm reminder. Second, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Please do not violate the rules of Corpse Ridge Village. Suddenly, Zi Hao stepped forward and shouted loudly, Wait, I seem to know how this challenge is conducted. I have participated in a simulated challenge before. Everyone gathered around after hearing this. Damn, it's a favored one, no need to say more. Take me through, I'll give you a 100,000 red envelope after I get out. A flattering girl also ran over and grabbed his hand. Really, take me and my brother with you. The atmosphere around began to become chaotic, and even a fat man wanted to use force to threaten the young man. Don't listen to him. I'll give you 200,000, just complete the main task. He looked righteous and awe-inspiring, and patted his chest to guarantee in the admiring eyes of everyone. Don't worry, everyone. Zhang Zihao, I am a person who values loyalty. I will do my best to help everyone pass the level. But I am not 100% sure about the mechanism of this challenge. After all, even if this is the same place, entering it twice in a row, there will still be many changes. Everyone seemed to be injected with vitality. And the fat man shouted loudly with a confident look, It's okay, Brother Hao, we all know this. No matter what, this is better than us burying our heads in the sand. Someone even jumped up excitedly and raised their fist to show their determination, also encouraging Zi Hao. That's right, the demon world is unpredictable. Even if something unexpected happens, we won't blame you. The girls were no exception. They surrounded him, both admiring and happy. "We won't be a burden, Brother Hao, don't worry." In a noisy corner, Jie Yi was whispering to Zhang Che, "Xiao Che, that guy is a favored one. Should we follow him? It's faster to hug his thigh." Contrary to him, Zhang Che didn't care much about Zhang Zihao. "Favored one, what is that?" He was a little surprised and couldn't believe his friend. "I said you didn't really transmigrate here. How come you don't know anything?" Buxa slowly explained to him. To put it simply, it is for large-scale challenges but can accurately reach the place where the task is carried out. The one who has truly experienced the simulation copy is the favored one. Those simulation copies are successively divided into Cursed Radio, Water Prison, Corpse Ridge Village, Blood Wedding, Red High Heels, and there is also a saying that has been passed down from mouth to mouth, favored by God. Zhang Che was a little hesitant. As the saying goes, if you can live off a woman, don't do it yourself, but as a king you can only watch others perform. I am not happy either. He secretly made up his mind in his heart. Isn't it cheating? I will also play dirty. Thinking, Zhang Che looked at Sha Xiaoman, who appeared beside him at some point. "Manzai, tell me about Corpse Ridge Village. You must have heard of this place, right?" She put her hands on her hips, not very satisfied. "I've been waiting for so long. How would I know what's in this deep mountain and old forest? Even birds don't shit in this place, and you can't find your way home even with a travel guide." He was helpless, and his mood suddenly fell to the bottom. Yes, how would a rich woman with $1 billion fund know about this broken place? Zhang Che took a few steps forward, then turned around and told her, "Okay, then you help me pay attention to the surroundings and tell me immediately if you find anything wrong, by the way. Use your beautiful head. Can you use that notebook to find the place where the head is lost? If you have time, just find it back." Hearing this, Sha Xiaoman pointed to her neck a little unnaturally. "This," she said embarrassedly, poking her fingers at each other. I seem to have accidentally broken it." The atmosphere seemed to be quiet for a few seconds. He looked at Sha Xiaoman in confusion, waiting for her explanation. "It's not my fault. I asked so specifically at the time. Who knew this broken notebook would be like this?" She recalled a question she wrote in the notebook at the time. "Where is my beautiful head in the demon world?" However, what responded to Sha Xiaoman's expectations was a line of words that she least expected. "Not in the demon world." Zhang Che was going crazy. He was so angry that he was sweating. "What? Why didn't you just ask where it is? Why did you have to add the words demon world?" He seemed to suddenly understand a problem and slapped his head hard. "No wonder you have been so obedient recently. I knew you were doing bad things." Sha Xiaoman knew she was wrong. She put her hands behind her back embarrassedly, not daring to speak, waiting for Zhang Che to finish speaking. "Forget it. If your head is not in the demon world, doesn't that mean it's in?" She excitedly took over his words. "That's right, in the real world." Zhang Che became gloomy again, with a somewhat ugly expression. The important thing is that Sha Xiaoman has no impression of her head being chopped off. She only remembers that she was paying someone, and she died while taking out the money. He looked up at the blue sky and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in his heart. It's too much. Could it be that some demon brought Sha Xiaoman's head to the real world? In other words, is this demon world really a real world like our human world? In a magnificent palace flickering with strange purple flames, there were two people standing in it. Void said coldly to Changqing, Zhang Che's sister, "What are you doing bringing her here?" He bowed and explained, "Lord Void, I must avenge the hatred of killing my son. If I encounter it, you will definitely understand me, right?" He paused, closed his eyes, and asked Changqing rhetorically, "But you have already killed one person. I heard that person was thrown into the crematorium by you and burned alive. Is that right?" A murderous aura flashed in his eyes. "Are you talking about that lowly Yang Ziyang? Oh, even if I kill 1,000 people by mistake, I will never let one go." In order to catch Zhang Che, those 3,003 people did not hesitate to turn against the Yi family. Suddenly Changqing knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Lord Void, please, as long as you bring Zhang Wan here first, you can do whatever you want me to do. That Zhang Wan looks good too. As long as you leave her a breath, you can play with her however you want." He turned his head, still maintaining an indifferent expression on his face. "Okay, I'm not interested in those vulgar tricks. Since you have become a disciple of the Illuminati, the Lord of Light will naturally protect you." Void walked towards him, his tone a little cold with a threat. "Now our plan is at a critical moment, and there can be no mistakes. You be honest with me and do the assigned tasks well." He made an affirmation to Changqing. "When the time is right, what is it for the Lord of Light to avenge his daughter?" He still maintained that posture without raising his head. "Yes, Mie remembers." After speaking, Void conjured a black energy mixed with purple with his hand. When that strange door opened, he turned his head to look at Zhang Qing and told him, "As for Zhang Wan, she is now personally protected by Yan Yibeng. That side is not easy to deal with either, but I will find an opportunity to strike. You can wholeheartedly complete your mission." He respectfully replied, "Yi Mo understands." Void gradually disappeared in the flickering purple light, and Zhang Qing's voice still echoed outside. "The Lord of Light is omnipresent. Light is eternal, saves all living beings. I am willing to follow the Illuminati and fight for the Illuminati. In a living room filled with a warm atmosphere, Zhang Wan picked up the paper on the table. It was a letter. The handwriting was neat and full of strength. Sister, the bonus for slaughtering endless fear, I have transferred it to your card. Buy bags and cosmetics at will. You can use as much as you want. Your brother can make money now. Those things are very simple. Oh yes, I and Yego decided to go to the demon world to break through. If we don't come back on time, it means I have turned the demon world upside down. Don't worry. Your brother is invincible in the world, hacking and killing everywhere. Don't miss your handsome and charming brother too much. Zhang Che, as she read, a smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she felt warm in her heart, this brat. Suddenly a knock on the door interrupted Zhang Wan's thoughts. Is there a guest? Amid the rapid knocking, Zhang Wan hurried over. Coming. She opened the door, her eyes a little surprised, and looked at the person in front of her with scrutiny. May I ask who you are? A kind-looking middle-aged man greeted Zhang Wan with a smile on his face. Hello, you are Zhang Che's sister, right? Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang YG, the president of Tsinghua University. We all have the surname Zhang. Our ancestors must be the same family. Suddenly another person squeezed over and pushed him aside. Hello, Miss Zhang. I am Zhang Yifan, the president of Peking University. Our ancestors are also one family. The two refused to give in to each other, pushing each other at Zhang Wan's door. YG was taller than Yifan, so he slammed his head into him. Why are you squeezing? I came first. The old man was also determined not to give in, even though he was at a disadvantage. Forget it, I took the elevator before you. Zhang Wan was helpless, not knowing who to help pull, standing there looking at them speechless. The old man roared impatiently. You stand aside for me. YG also roared back without showing weakness. Why don't you stand aside? She stood in the middle embarrassedly, wiping her sweat and asking them, what are the two presidents here for? Suddenly, the attitudes of the two changed, and Yifan flatteringly opened his mouth first. There is something, of course there is something. Everyone says that behind a successful man there is a woman who silently contributes. Zhang Che has a sister like you. No wonder he is so outstanding, YG also hurriedly interjected. Miss Zhang, you are so beautiful, so capable. On the contrary, Zhang Wan was not moved by these words and interrupted him impatiently. Just say what you have to say, don't flatter me like this. She opened the door and invited the two presidents into the house. Everyone come in first, I'll make a cup of tea for the two of you. They sat upright with enthusiastic expressions on their faces, not daring to disturb Miss Zhang. Just some sugar water is fine. YG suddenly patted his chest and said first, after seeing Yifan's unhappy eyes regarding Zhang Che's wishes, would you consider our Tsinghua University? The old man punched him angrily, knocking him to the side, scaring her. Are you stealing my words? If you want to consider it, you have to consider my school first, Miss Zhang. I'll just have plain water. They began to talk about the achievements of their schools, one sentence after another. Haha, our university is the place where the most A-level challengers are trained. What's so great about that? Peking University has many S-level lecturers. Can't S-level lecturers train A-level challengers? This is how you prove your ability. Are you provoking me by saying that? We call this having a lot of resources. YG seemed to want to beat him up. Isn't it just a morbid pursuit of grades? Yifan also lost the demeanor of a president and began to curse. What are you saying with your dog's mouth? That's a key training place where talents gather. Electricity seemed to be flashing in the air. The two of them had red eyes, wishing they could kill each other with their eyes. Suddenly, they looked at Zhang Wan together and shouted in unison, Miss Zhang, choose Peking University, Tsinghua University. She smiled embarrassedly, not knowing how to properly resolve it. Well, I can't make a decision on this matter without authorization. I still have to see what shouch means. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door rang again. As if it helped her get rid of the predicament just now, Zhang Wan walked over to open the door. This time it was a burly and steady young man. Hello, Miss Zhang, I am Yan Yibing. Do you remember me? He walked into the house, greeted by the displeased eyes of the two people sitting in the chairs. Is another person coming? Yifan excitedly pointed at him. Yan Yibing, what are you doing here? Your ghost bureau can't snatch people from us either. Zhang Wan stood aside awkwardly. He explained with a smile. Of course it's because Zhang Che participated in the challenge as a member of the Ghost Bureau. I wanted to come and say hello to her. Yibing covered his mouth and mocked the two of them. Oh, no way, you really don't know about this. Oh dear, Zhang Che is so excellent. Of course he can skip going to college and directly join our Ghost Bureau. If there's nothing else, you two should leave first. I want to say a few words to Miss Zhang. At this time, they seemed to have abandoned the hatred just now and found a common enemy. Gnashing their teeth, Yifan said, gnashing his teeth, he is too beatable. Ceasefire, unite against the outside world. YG also didn't like him. Work together with the old man. You're right, Yan Yibing, you're really a waste. Who can withstand you stabbing people in the back like this? We won't give up. Two old men and a young man kept chattering there. Zhang Wan looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. Her younger brother is indeed very excellent, and he can actually make major universities and even people from the Ghost Bureau come to snatch people. but hidden in her eyes was worry about this younger brother, and she didn't know if this kid was participating in the challenge smoothly now. In the forest, a group of people led by Zihao were looking for a way out. Standing at a fork in the road, there were two different roads. One of the people in the team said, "It's over, there's another fork in the road, what should we do now?" The fat man absolutely trusts him. Under everyone's gaze, he said, "Why are you in a hurry? Isn't Brother Hao still here?" Suddenly, he received the latest notification from the system, kindly reminding that the mountain road here is rugged. The silk ribbon leads the way home. There are mass graves in the mountains. It is not advisable to get lost in the mountains, he pondered and looked at the notification. The silk ribbon leads the way home. The silk ribbon leads the way, that is. At this time, Zihao also made a decision to proceed. If I remember correctly, it should be going to the right. He turned his head and said softly, "But I still have to remind everyone I can't guarantee what changes there will be in the assumptions, even if I say. It is not necessarily that this news is correct, but they don't care much. Everything depends on Zihao. It's okay, we'll follow Brother Hao." In the strange eyes of the people around him, she cheered with satisfaction. It's so comfortable to have someone carry it. It seems that this challenge doesn't require us to use our brains, Che, you're right. Not receiving a reply from his friend, he turned around looking for Zhang Che. Che, why don't you answer me? Seeing him walking another road, he shouted in surprise, "Zish, go this way, you're going the wrong way." The large group also noticed Zhang Che at this time, and they began to whisper and discuss him. What's going on? Is he blind that he can actually go the wrong way? Really, you can tell at a glance that he wants to behave differently to attract attention. Want to be a lone wolf and end up not knowing how he died. This kind of person dares to participate in the challenge. Check the qualifications to join the Ghost Bureau, just a fool who likes to pretend. Zihao glanced in the direction of Zhang Che and sneered in his heart, a stubborn bone who refuses to admit defeat. This kind of person will only drag everyone down if he stays in the team. On the surface, he calmly said to everyone, "Everyone is a challenger. It is normal to have their own choices. If you are willing to believe me, follow me. If you have any other ideas, of course you can act on your own." Hearing this, everyone didn't care about him anymore. One person spoke first, "Brother Hao is right, let's go, don't mind that fool." The others also echoed, "Let's go, finish the task earlier and leave this place earlier." Only she stood in the middle, hesitating, not knowing who to choose, looking at the front and then looking at the back. "Hey Xiaochezi, are you really planning to go by yourself?" As he said, he made a decision, ignoring a girl's gaze, and swooshed towards Zhang Che. "No you kid, I, Hero Zug, must not let you go alone, wait for me." He was still walking without looking back. She ran frantically while shouting, "Che, walk slower." This scene made the girl just now a little puzzled. Two weirdos. On the dark road, both sides were hung with colorful silk ribbons. He couldn't help but ask him in confusion, "Can't we just lie down and enjoy it? Why do we have to take another road? Look at this road, it's also full of silk, like the underworld." Zhang Che's face remained unchanged, his hands in his trouser pockets, and he explained unhurriedly, "Because I want to lie down and enjoy it, not lie down and wait for death. This mountain is so big, if you get lost, you won't even see the sun tomorrow." She seemed to suddenly wake up and looked at the sky and said, I only noticed when you said that the sun was still very bright just now. But since entering this road, the sky has been covered with dark clouds," and he depressedly swallowed the anger in his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Che turned around, pointed at him and shouted loudly, "Are you an idiot? This is the demon world. Have you forgotten the mechanism here? The challenge mission is completed. The more people there are, the fewer rewards there will be, and this time the challenge mission is announced from the beginning. Do you think Zhang Zihao will kindly share the rewards with everyone?" Yi seemed to be scolded but still didn't understand and asked in confusion, "But everyone is here to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Ghost Bureau. There shouldn't be bad people, right?" Zhang Che was really going to be mad at him, and said word by word, "Didn't you listen to a word of what Sister Hongling said just now?" He repeated what she had said to Yi just now. People who participate in this challenge mission do not necessarily want to join the Ghost Bureau wholeheartedly. The world is fickle. People's hearts are sinister. You should pay more attention. After speaking, he turned around and scratched his head and continued to walk. "Anyway, I have feet. There is no need to hang myself on one tree and hand over my destiny to a stranger." He was still, as always, vaguely not understanding everything. "How aren't everyone good people?" Zhang Che was too lazy to explain to Yi, just looked at him and asked, "I ask you, are you a good person?" This question left him speechless and stopped nagging. The cold wind blew in gusts, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, and the two began to continue walking on that road. The sky was getting darker and darker, and Zhang Che noticed that from some point on some strange smoke appeared. In front of the two a village appeared, with emerald green rivers, continuous terraced fields, and many tiled houses. "Is this Shuling village?" Shi's eyes sparkled and he opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Damn, Brother Che is so awesome, he found the place after going around for a while." He expressed his admiration to Zhang Che, and looking at his enjoying expression he said flatteringly, "Your map is more accurate than the maps of that group of unscrupulous people. Pay attention. Be careful not to get lost, brother Che, take me to fly. Suddenly a voice came from a distance, pulling the two back to reality. Catch the duck, catch the duck. They looked to the left together, a desolate scene. In front of them a little boy was bending over by the river as if playing some game. Wah wah wah, didn't catch the duck. The two couldn't help but feel strange. A child, dusk gradually appeared behind the high-rise buildings. YG seized the opportunity to speak first. Then I won't disturb Miss Zhang, you can come to our school for a visit when Zhang Che comes back. Seeing this, Yifan pushed him away and squeezed up. That's right, going to college is the most important experience in everyone's life. Miss Zhang must consider it carefully. After leaving a good impression on Zhang Wan, he hurriedly pulled YG out. Let's go, if we embarrass ourselves here it will be all over, he complained angrily. You waste, who told you to steal my words? After the two left one after another, Yibing showed up. If Miss Zhang has time you can also come to the Ghost Bureau for a visit. He is very good at grasping her concern for her brother. There are several members in our team who are about the same age as Zhang Che. They are all very cheerful people. I will take my leave first. This is my business card. Please contact me at any time if you have anything. Zhang Wan politely accepted it, without refusing the other party's kindness. In the end, all the uninvited guests today left. She breathed a sigh of relief, leaned on the door. It hadn't been so lively for a long time. Zhang Wan habitually walked to the family photo and confided, Mom and Dad, Xiaoch is very promising now. I hope you must bless him. The sky and the eerie world also gradually immersed in the hazy dusk. Just as the two approached the child, the system notification immediately appeared. Unlock the side quest Catch the Duck. Please help Godan catch the duck. Rewards will be issued immediately after the mission is completed. The simple rural child, without wiping his snot, was not afraid of strangers at all. Brother, are you here to help me catch the duck? The two looked at each other, stunned for a few seconds. In the end, Jie Shi reacted first. Help, of course we have to help. Isn't it just catching a duck very simple? Zhang Che also asked with concern, Little brother, how many do you want to catch? The little boy stretched out a finger and made a request. Catching one is enough. He also seized the opportunity to dig up more information. Then where are your mom and dad? Why don't they come and help you catch the duck? This time Godan spoke even more carefree, revealing a more innocent smile than when he saw them. Because my mom and dad are both dead and they died tragically, hee. Zhang Che was immediately speechless and could no longer comment. His parents died and he was still hee-heeing here. He was too filial. This active child volunteered to lead the way for the two. Let's go, I'll take you to catch the duck, catch the super-sized duck. His expression was indifferent, not caring much. Just a duck, how big can it be? When he saw the real object of this mission, Zhang Che's eyes widened, wanting to take back what he had just said. Anyone could see that this duck even showed obvious six-pack abs than him. It put one foot arrogantly on its thigh and put its two big wings behind its head. Zhang Che was amazed. My God, what did this duck eat to grow up? She tried hard to squeeze out a smile in the predicament. This duck's body looks like Dwayne Johnson, Che. Are we really going to do this task? Zhang Che began to beat around the bush again. The water is very dirty, the challenge has just begun, of course we have to do the task. But this task is so arduous, only Brother Zhu can complete it. He also cleverly shirked it to the other party. No, such a good opportunity to show strength, it should be better to give it to Brother Che. Godan was picking his nose and had to interrupt them. Okay, you two stop nagging. The lucky one who was selected by the little boy to be pushed into the pond was Zhang Che. Quickly help me catch the duck. As soon as he fell down, a bunch of messy things rang out. He even spat out dentures wearing a bra on his head, damn it. Zhang Che suddenly stretched out his hand, tightly pinched the neck of this strong duck. His eyes sternly met its panicked eyes. I have decided to hate children from today. Godan was very satisfied when he saw the fat duck being caught ashore. Wow, thank you. Letting it struggle desperately to resist. Quack, quack, quack. Just when the little boy touched the duck, the notification immediately appeared. Complete the side quest, catch the duck, get the reward ghost power plus 10. The breathable lighter. The function of this item is that the flame lit by the breathable lighter will burn very widely, illuminating the entire village. He picked up a banana peel inside. Looking at this description, I'm afraid this thing came from the fire release Hidden Leaf Village. She also picked up things while complaining, it's really stingy only giving one lighter. Zhang Che seized the opportunity to retort to him, you don't smoke, what do you want so many lighters for? To make a fire and keep warm below? But after only a few words he suddenly discovered, where did that kid run to? Xiaoman also suddenly appeared from behind. Zhang Che, there was something wrong with that duck just now, you just thought about it in a simple way. Smiling forcefully, it's full of muscles, could it be an ordinary duck, am I a fool? Seeing that he didn't understand what she meant, she directly revealed, what I mean is that duck has a human smell on it. Zhang Che froze in place, what? Seeing that he seemed to be talking to a ghost, she asked, what's wrong? He shared the news he had just received without hesitation. The duck just now may have been transformed from a human. He seemed to have suspected it long ago, human. No wonder it doesn't look like a duck at all. Zhang Che suddenly came up with a terrible negative guess. Could it be that people who fail to complete the copy will turn into ducks? This is more terrible than dying here directly. Xiaoman quickly denied, it shouldn't be. At least in my memory, this has never happened in the demon world. Maybe this is some kind of special mechanism. He decided to just give up if he couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Let's enter the village first. Zhang Che had a hunch that this place looked weird. It's better to seize the time to complete the main quest. No one knew that the little boy who had disappeared just now was hiding in the bushes not far away observing them. Where did Godan have the innocent look he had before? He was simply like a quirky little devil, he. Another group of ducks came today. The two walked together towards the simple and dilapidated village in front. As soon as Shi arrived at a new place, he began to enter an excited mode. Ha, is there anyone? Is there anyone? Zhang Che stopped him, feeling like a nanny taking care of a child. Are you here for a picnic? But it was this kind of liveliness that made him quickly discover new things. Wow, Che, come and take a look. There's a diver in this well. Zhang Che walked over dubiously. Are you sure? I'm telling you, if you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Shi's expression was very serious. I didn't lie to you, come and take a look. There was indeed a human head with hair showing inside, and a strange sound came from the deep well. Glug glug glug, ah, who will save me, who will save me, it's so cold, glug glug. Seeing this scene, he even had the mind to guess. Listening to the voice, it seems to be a girl. Zhang Che didn't think there was anything scary about it either. Although I know this is the demon world, isn't the way to create a terrifying atmosphere a bit too stiff? Shi innocently stretched his head towards the wellhead, agreeing with his statement. Indeed, they are all just small tricks. If it's not staccato below, I won't be scared. But hearing his words, seaweed-like black hair rushed up fiercely, entangling Shi's head, who hadn't reacted yet. It wasn't until his upper body was suddenly pulled down and he lost control that he panicked and begged for help. Damn it, help! Without making Shi wait too long, Zhang Che quickly cut off those strange hairs. Only then did he return to normal. Ouch, my god, I was scared to death. He felt very puzzled. How did this guy? How did he complete the challenge mission before? Shi immediately defended himself. Oh, people are magic damage. After a commotion between the two, they successfully triggered a clue. A heartfelt reminder. Discovered the secret of the village. She was thrown by the village chief into this damp and cold place for a whole night, and she was also scolded by the whole village. But no one knew that the person locked in the well was once a beautiful woman who could make fish sink and geese fall. Zhang Che felt that he was really a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Is she the key NPC? Xiaoman provided information smoothly. A newly promoted E-level evil spirit with medium strength. She knelt down and discussed with him. Xiao Che, let's stay here first. He also wanted to express his fear just now. You don't know how hard that thing pulled just now. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the other party jump into the well without saying a word. She thought he was seeing things. No, impossible. It took a while to recover in a panic. Zhonggo, he jumped in. You're too much. Zhang Che and Xiaoman had also reached the bottom of the well. The scene here is completely different from what it looks like from above. This well bottom is really spacious. Just after sighing, he saw the head just now emerge, and the four eyes on both sides silently met. The soaking wet ghost gradually stood up. Her face had become disfigured, and she was not attacking Zhang Che now, probably because she felt it was very fresh. It was the first time she saw a fool take the initiative to jump down. Are you trying to commit suicide? He showed an innocent smile, here to send warmth. She immediately rejected this stupid kindness. I don't need it. Even so, Zhang Che still resolutely approached. No, you need it. What followed was the ghost retreating step by step. I don't need it. He gently touched the moss on her body, saying lies with a straight face. Dare not deceive the girl. This poor monk comes from the Eastern Tang dynasty, the ghost tentatively asked. Are you here to get scriptures? Zhang Che took the opportunity to tease, not letting even ghosts go. No, I'm here to marry you. He began to use sweet words and warm hands, trying to influence her. You are clearly a beauty. Why do you have to stay in this cold place and die alone? Did the beauty encounter something bad? Tell this poor monk will definitely stand up for you. Zhang Che became more and more excited. This beauty, why are your jade hands so cold? But his efforts were considered mentally retarded. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could anyone dare to jump down like this? It turns out to be a fool. She immediately summoned countless hairs, covering Zhang Che's body like a spider web. The ghost poured out her long-suppressed anger in every tightening, speaking to herself lonely. After you do these boring things, whoever likes loneliness will be lonely. After a long while, she realized that something was wrong. She, the ghost herself, began to doubt her ability. Why couldn't she strangle him? His next smug smile was like confirming her guess. Zhang Che simultaneously used Ghost Spirit Tail Attachment and Defense Enhancement, instantly cutting off all the surrounding restraints. Roar, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? He easily wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking domineering. Don't like the soft stuff, then your daddy, will beat you up. Jie was still squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, thinking wildly, it's over. This female ghost's hair is so long, at a glance you can tell she's not easy to mess with. Xiao Che just jumped down like that. He will definitely be beaten half to death by this female ghost. Just then, a female voice came from the well. You bastard, it hurts me to death. One side was Zhang Che, and the other side was the female ghost, the two voices intertwined, making the bystander Jie Shi confused. I've already said it lightly. Sorry, it's good to know it hurts. Don't go too deep. Okay, relax. Thank you, thank you. The content of the conversation just now caused Jie Shi to have a serious misunderstanding. My God, he is indeed the man Jie Yi have taken a fancy to. He doesn't even let go of female ghosts, it's really terrible. Just then, Zhang Che suddenly popped out of the well, scaring him out of his wits, and he sat down on the ground. Wild dog, what are you doing here? Jie Yi smiled flatteringly, trying to squeeze out the words. Xiao Che, no brother Che, Grandpa Che, are you done? Without thinking much, he replied. Done? He showed a suspicious expression. Done in a minute. Zhang Che once again failed to capture the other party's strange frequency. Isn't it good to be fast? He sincerely thought about this brother's health. Then why don't I order some supplements for you when we go back sometime? Zhang Che refused to understand. What are you going crazy about again? Before he had time to communicate more, the previously scattered team finally arrived at the mission location in a mess. He opened his mouth and said, Have you been here all the time? He looked around and then raised a question. Is Zhang Zihao a hallucination? Why are there a few missing? Zihao took the initiative to ask for news. On the way, did you find any clues? Coincidentally, a strange sound appeared again, attracting Zhang Che's attention. What sound? Then a notification popped up, a heartfelt reminder. Night is coming. No one can survive in the dark. Please enter the house to hide within 3 minutes. He immediately frowned. Damn it, are you guys copying the script of Silent Hill? Aren't you afraid of infringing copyright? Everyone was in no mood to exchange information. Everyone only knew to run around and look for a hiding place, and chaotic voices intertwined. Hurry in and hide, damn it. Why are these windows made of iron? They can't be opened. Jie Yi randomly chose one and then pulled the handle with all his might. Damn it, the doors in this village are stronger than my 3000 RMB anti-theft door. The situation was not optimistic, and he proposed another idea. Xiao Chezi, let's smash the wall and rush in. Anyway, it didn't say that we must enter other closed rooms. Zhang Che suddenly showed a smile, as if he had grasped everything. What are you smashing? There's no politeness at all. Then he took out an item that was no different from cheating. I have the key. Not long after the reminder notification appeared, night quickly enveloped the village. Jie Yi urged anxiously, Quick, brother, hurry up and do it. Zhang Che was also made a little flustered. Opening, what are you urging? As soon as the key was inserted into the keyhole, there was a click indicating that it was successful. Seeing the door open, he ran faster than someone who had made a meritorious service. Hurry in, he shouted in a panic. Wait, let me pull out the key first. Jie Yi was anxious in his heart, turned his head and said, Then hurry up. Before he finished speaking, his face turned pale, and he was scared out of his wits. Without saying a word, he slammed the door shut. Zhang Che looked stunned. Xiaoman didn't mind the excitement and sighed. While the legendary pig teammate, he waited for a few more seconds and finally waited for the pig teammate to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Jie Yi quickly pulled Zhang Che in, catching him off guard. He immediately kowtowed and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, Dad, I'm really sorry. I'm kowtowing to you. A figure suddenly appeared behind you just now. I was scared to death. The anger he had been holding back suddenly burst out. He roared as if to bite off the other's head. You can still say this sentence? Is this your reason for swallowing me outside? I was almost killed by you. Jie Yi's tears welled up. Woo, I know I was wrong, he said pitifully. Isn't this the first time I've teamed up? It's just human instinct. Really, Zhang Che helplessly smoothed his hair. Considering that you called me Dad, I'll let you go. Just then, shouts and banging on the door rang out outside. Damn it, you locked me outside again. Jie Yi, open the door for me. Do you want to kill me? Hearing the familiar voice, he subconsciously reached out to open the door. I'm really worse than a pig or a dog. I actually locked Brother Che outside again. As soon as the words came out, he realized something was wrong. The voice outside still urged tirelessly like a machine. Open the door for me. Do you want to kill me, wild dog? Zhang Che was both interested and surprised by this novel trick. Tisk, 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 the demons here really know how to play. They learn exactly the same. Listen to this voice. What's the difference between it and me? Jie Yi was now trembling with fear, his heart wavering. But I know who is real. He slapped the other person's head mercilessly. Are you stupid? Doesn't your shoes glow when you discover a demon? You try smiling and you'll know. After being reminded, Jie Yi remembered. I forgot about this, but the last time it glowed was not the shoes, it was just a blindfold I used to cover people's eyes. He groped on his clothes for a while and found it. That dazzling gem unintentionally made his face in the backlight even more dangerous. Jie Yi screamed and accelerated backwards. Zhang Che calmly commented, Not bad, it's much brighter. After a flurry of activity, he finally determined who was a friend and who was an enemy. "Ha, nothing happened. You are the real Zhang Che. Don't scare me, Zhonggo." He curiously observed the ruby, feeling it was very interesting. "Your forbidden object is very useful. It can not only illuminate but also hit people. What's its name?" Jie Yi replied frankly. "Ah, do you believe in the light?" Zhang Che thought he was joking and seriously asked back, "There is no such thing as believing in light in this world. Okay, let's not talk about this topic. What is this thing anyway?" Jie Yi was speechless, but still repeated, "Do you believe in light?" Finally he lost his patience and roared, "Yes, I believe in light, okay? Can you tell me its name now?" Jie Yi flinched, but still boldly replied, "I have already answered you. The name of this forbidden object is Do you believe in light?" Zhang Che was exhausted and didn't want to continue joking. "Forget it, do whatever you want," he eagerly wanted to prove himself. "Brother Che, I didn't lie to you. There really was someone behind you when you pulled out the key just now." He turned his head and glanced at Jie Yi with dead fish eyes. "I didn't disbelieve you. What did that person look like?" Mentioning this, he was again guilty and dared not look directly. "That person, I didn't see clearly." Zhang Che was already used to this sense of powerlessness and only instructed, "Forget it, put away the thing you stuffed in the stinky shoe sole first." Jie Yi resolutely refused. Why people are afraid of the dark. He was also good at grasping the other party. "Then are you afraid of ghosts?" He thought he had done very well. "Of course I'm afraid, that's why I need light." Zhang Che then reminded his silly friend, "Then turn your head and see what your light has attracted." Jie Yi obediently did as he was told, and what came into his eyes was a group of people staring at them through the window like hungry wolves staring at delicious prey. Jie Yi had no choice but to obediently put it away. He changed the subject. "By the way, Grandpa Che, where did this key come from?" He crossed his arms and replied calmly, "Of course it was taken from the female ghost." This answer surprised Jie Yi a bit. "Ah, so you were taking the key at that time?" The strange tone made Zhang Che feel puzzled. Otherwise, but he was not in a hurry to reveal the details of the story to his teammates. "The thing is, the female ghost in the well only remembers swallowing a key, and she has no memory of the secret mentioned by the golden finger. Maybe if we find other clues, then her memory will gradually recover." Just then, Jie Yi's keen sense of smell was activated. "Brother Che, do you smell something burnt? There seems to be some movement outside." Zhang Che had no interest in being nosy and was completely indifferent. "Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with us. Now we just need to stay in the house obediently. I want to focus more on myself. I want to rest for a while. Wild dog, you remember to count the time and see how long it takes for dawn." He didn't find it troublesome at all and accepted the task with great interest. "Leave it to me. It's been about 332 seconds now." A regular sound of numbers rang out in the room. 333, 334, 335, 336, 337, until the two spent the night peacefully and ushered in a new day in the eerie village. Counter Jie Yi stood up straight and said in a loud voice, "Report to the leader a total of 1800 seconds. The night is only 30 minutes short." But Zhang Che's next words completely made his efforts come to naught. "Well, about the same as the time on my watch. Check this house and then go out and take a look." While the two were still chatting, the sound of villagers gathering had already begun outside. "Now it's my turn, get out of the way, it's clearly my turn." He took the lead in opening the door, using Jie Shi as a shield. "What are you mumbling about?" The scene that came into view made their facial muscles twitch. Seeing the villagers gathered at the door of the house they stayed in overnight, Zhang Che found it a bit unbelievable. "It's quite lively here." A group of men smiled lewdly. "Hee." Jie Shi hid behind Zhang Che in fear and asked, full of worry, "Brother Che, there are so many demons, can we win?" Zhang Che replied without hesitation after hearing this. "What are you afraid of, these old, weak, sick and disabled? Maybe they haven't even reached the level." An old woman with a crutch walked over and invited friendly. "Oh, these few children, you must be very hungry. Would you like to come to the old woman's house for a meal?" But her kind smile was quickly interrupted by an old man who appeared out of nowhere. The old man kicked her from behind and cursed. "Damn it!" He twisted his face and scolded impatiently. "Your house has already entertained a guest. These two little guys are mine." Until he turned his head to look at the two newcomers, he immediately changed his attitude and became a kind and amiable old man. "The two of you have come all the way to our Corpse Ridge village. We must treat you warmly. Come to my house, my daughter can cook you some dishes." The surrounding villagers began to say one after another, "No, come to our house, we're having meat jelly tonight. Come to our house, I know imperial cuisine, you all get out of the way, come to my house. My house is making a Manchu Han imperial feast." Jie Yi felt the villagers' obvious strangeness and suddenly asked for his opinion. "The villagers here are so enthusiastic they even prepared a Manchu Han imperial feast." Zhang Che shared his doubts with him. "Are you sure they want to invite you to eat a Manchu Han imperial feast instead of turning you into a Manchu Han imperial feast?" Their private conversation ended, and a villager shouted, "Okay, stop arguing, let the two choose for themselves," attracting everyone's attention to them. The space was quiet, only the wind was blowing and the villagers' eyes turned red. the dangerous attitude as if they were going to swallow the other party alive. Their teeth chattered, and they uttered a few words saying, "Whose house do you want to go to?" The two frightened students sat on the ground and hugged each other. Jae sobbed and pleaded, Che, I have difficulty choosing, why don't you choose? Jung Che was a little scared at first, but when he heard this he raised his hand to stop the villagers. He shouted loudly, "Okay, what are you choosing? Stop arguing. I have a good idea." He conveyed his thoughts to everyone. "Why don't we hold a chef king competition? Whoever cooks better will go to their house, fair, just, and absolutely objective." Jae, who was standing behind, was speechless when he heard this. The villagers were silent for a while, seemingly considering the proposal together. In the end, everyone happily agreed to Jung Che's opinion. "I think it's okay, yes, this method is indeed very fair. Let's do it that way." An old man suddenly appeared in the crowd. He shouted and made trouble unreasonably. "Oh folks, you are too confused. Don't be manipulated by this kid. Think about our purpose, our wishes." Jung Che was not surprised even when his plan was exposed, but instead praised naively, "My God, there are people with brains in this group, it's really rare." That annoying remark made the old man lose his composure. "Who are you looking down on, kid?" When his emotions calmed down, he acted like a leader, saying creepy words. "Why talk so much nonsense? Why don't we just divide them up now?" Jae began to be vigilant. He stood behind and said to Jung Che in a low voice, "Ake, you step back, I'll put on a bow stance." "Put down what? Put down." That plan was quickly rejected by him. "Put down what? Put them all to death. Where will we get clues from?" he retorted. "But this group of people is about to tear us apart and cook us." Jung Che said a dangerous sentence gloomily. "What are you afraid of? Today I will teach this group of demons a lesson." He approached the old man and then kicked him hard in the crotch. While kicking, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Let them know that there is a Chinese idiom called killing the chicken to warn the monkey." That unexpected move scared Jae to hide aside. In just a moment he became serious and began to wave his cold fists. Every time a fist fell, he would be accompanied by some angry curses. "Blame you for not listening, blame you for being smart, Grandpa. I didn't want to do it, you have to show off, right?" The smell of blood spread in the air. No one dared to run away. They stood there silently watching and worrying about their insignificant lives. On the other side, Jung Che was still venting his dissatisfaction on the elderly man. "Look at your virtue, you want to kill people as soon as you go crazy." Blood gushed out. The beaten man had no strength to shout and the onlookers dared not speak. "I don't know how much time has passed." An old man with a crutch walked over and said in a trembling voice, "Stop, stop." Although his face looked innocent, what really made people feel chills down their spines was his slow and methodical words. "Please calm down. Inviting guests from other villages to eat at home is our Corpse Ridge village's custom. If there is anything offensive, please don't take it to heart." A heartfelt reminder, this is called "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Please don't break the rules of the village. Although Jung Che had stopped his movements, his hand was still tightly grasping the man he was beating. He pursed his lips and looked at the old man. He was happy as if nothing had happened and politely responded to the old man. "There's no problem, he already knows his mistake. Adults should know how to be tolerant. I am willing to forgive him." The old man stood there watching, barely squeezing out a smile on his face, but his heart was trembling. "Adults know how to be tolerant, my ass. This person is about to be beaten to death by you." The old man bent down and carefully introduced himself to the two. "I am the village chief here. It's getting dark. The village prohibits going out at night. It's not safe outside at night. How about this? You two calm down. Come to my house tonight to deal with it for one night. Just consider it as my apology to you." Jung Che didn't care much about this matter. He agreed to let it go. "And by the way, let Jae follow." "Okay, for the sake of the village chief, Jae, let's go." Jae got the order and happily followed behind, coming. Even when following the village chief, Jung Che did not relax his vigilance. He thought to himself, according to the reminder, by establishing good relationships with the villagers, he might be able to obtain more clues. Following the village chief was definitely more reliable than following that group of villagers. Speaking of which, where did Zhang Zihao and his group run off to? Jae looked in a certain direction. His face turned pale. He clung to Zhang Che and said in a low voice, "Brother, I saw someone from our challenger team over there." He followed his gaze but found nothing unusual, so he asked back, "Where?" This time Jae tried his best to point out a direction to facilitate his observation. "Look over there." There a woman was calmly drying something that looked like human skin. That creepy scene really frightened Zhang Che. Many thoughts began to flash through his mind. Did someone run out of resurrection time so quickly? Damn, is she drying clothes or human skin? The village chief led the two to a place. He stopped, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, "We're here, we're here." In front of the three was a large and spacious house like a villa. His introduction surprised Zhang Che. "The house is a bit dilapidated. I hope you two don't mind." "This is called dilapidated? How much money did he embezzle from the village?" Suddenly, a sweet female voice sounded, startling Jae. "Honey, welcome home." The owner of that voice was a hot woman who walked out of the big house in front of her. "Oh, are there guests coming to play again?" The village chief turned sideways to introduce this mysterious woman. "This is my wife, Hu Minyoung." He turned his head and explained the identities of the two people standing behind him to Minyoung. Minyoung, these two are guests from other villages who came to our village today. In order to show her amiability, she turned around and greeted Uncle. Overwhelmed by this explosive information, Zhang Che and Jie Yi were so frightened that they surrendered. My God, this beauty has really heavy tastes. I'm still a poor single dog. Seeing other people's warm happiness makes me even more angry. Just as the two were still struggling with this fact, village chief had already ordered Minyoung. Okay, Minyoung, take the two distinguished guests to rest. Make a few more dishes for dinner. She also obediently replied. Okay, Minyoung approached, her enchanting body gently leaning on Zhang Che's arm, and said gently, Let's go, I'll take the two of you to the guest room. Making Jie Yi, who was standing next to him, open his mouth in surprise. He stared blankly like a statue at Minyoung, leaning charmingly on Zhang Che and walking forward. A gust of cold wind swept through Jie Yi's body and he felt aggrieved. Why does she only pull Zhang Che? What about me? When the two walked into a room in the house, Minyoung said like an enthusiastic hostess, You two have a good rest. Call Minyoung if you need anything. You two are that bad old man's distinguished guests, so Minyoung will satisfy any request you have. Hearing her last sentence, Jie Yi was extremely excited. He suddenly sat up, his eyes shining, and asked, Can anything be satisfied? Making Zhang Che look at him with a dark face. Whether Minyoung understood Jie Yi's meaning or not, her cheeks flushed slightly. Her voice was frivolous and full of temptation. It's true, anything can be satisfied. Unable to watch this disgusting scene any longer, Zhang Che coldly closed the door, locking Minyoung outside. The door suddenly closed, causing her to scream angrily. Ah, the nose I just had done. Jie Yi was dissatisfied with Zhang Che's behavior of not cherishing beauty, and he began to criticize. You, what are you doing? Such a good girl you actually. Those incessant words made Zhang Che unable to bear it any longer. His anger flared up. He knocked Jie Yi on the head and scolded. Are you fascinated by demons? You don't even let demons go. Jie Yi maintained his annoying ability. Even with a bump still swelling on his head, he still had the energy to say frivolously, You're not much better. She grabbed your arm and you didn't refuse. You were happy, right? Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Che had nothing to suppress his anger. He directly kicked Jie Yi and taught him a lesson. I have to beat you hard. Not knowing when she appeared, Xiaoman shared her doubts with Zhang Che. That woman just now is not simple, and neither are those people in the village. Although they are only demon level, the aura on their bodies is very strange. That sentence successfully caught Zhang Che's attention. He asked, What do you mean? The atmosphere in the room changed dramatically. Zhang Che said instinctively, Is it coming again? The white walls in the room gradually turned black. Leaving the three people in the room at a loss, Zhang Che panicked. Fashang suddenly became charred as if he had been burned. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jie Yi instinctively took something out of his arms. He didn't know what it was, but when he held it up, the light emitted from the small thing repelled the evil aura emanating from the room. Jie Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said easily, What luck, I have a magic weapon here. At the same time, Zhang Che looked at a corner of the room with a gloomy face. He touched the charred wall, looked at it carefully, and then came to a conclusion. No wonder this room smells of burning everywhere. This village was once set on fire. At this time, Jie Yi seriously expressed his thoughts. And the time when night falls is not fixed. The challenge mission is to eliminate the village's curse, Corpse Ridge. No matter how you think about it, this curse is related to the night. This sentence containing necessary information made Zhang Che have to stare at him with wide eyes, exclaiming, Did you finally use your brain? Knowing that time was tight, Zhang Che asked Jie Yi to assist seriously. Quick, use the wisdom of your Zug family to analyze it. As he spoke, he thought, the Zug family is famous all over the world because of their innate high IQ. In this devil world that focuses on weighing according to regulations and mechanisms, what is most needed is a military advisor. Although Jie Yi doesn't look very smart, a tiger father will not have a dog son. He can still be trusted. Gaining the trust of the strong, Jie Yi gained enough confidence to transform into a detective. He began to analyze. Then I'll start. The reason why the villagers are so enthusiastic about us is very obvious. They just want to take us home and then cook us. Their perverted behavior may be affected by the curse. The first important content he proposed was unexpectedly related to the village chief. The main task is to let us find the village chief. This proves that the village chief must be missing. So why did the village chief disappear? And how did he disappear? The question already exists, proving that the feeling of something wrong that appeared from the morning began to surface. This godforsaken place actually has an old man living in a luxury villa, and enough money to marry a wife worthy of his granddaughter's age. No matter how you look at it, there's a problem. This kind of evidence supplements that kind of evidence. Jie Yi's later words sounded more terrifying than the previous sentence, and the people in the village seemed to be very afraid of this old village chief. Maybe the village chief's disappearance was caused by him. He wants to occupy Frost King Mountain. All these arguments made Zhang Che and Xiaoman cross their arms and listen attentively like students in class. After all this, Detective Jie Yi loudly ordered Zhang Che. So what our father and son have to do next is to tie up that old guy. torture him severely, ask about the village chief, and then use the identity of the savior to inquire about the people in the village to see what the curse is. His eyes sparkled, issuing orders with rare confidence. Rather than using his brain, it's better to use his hands. Let's quickly find that damn old guy. Leaving Zhang Che completely speechless, in that dilapidated and dark room because of what happened just now, Jie Yi turned a blind eye and actively turned to the window, laughing loudly. After listening to that person's nonsense for a while, Zhang Che had given up all hope. He held his aching head and muttered to himself behind, "Putting hope in someone like you, I'm too stupid." But because there were still some things he couldn't answer, he raised questions to Jie Yi. Then how should we explain the dog shit we encountered on the road? How should we explain the woman under the well, who is standing behind the first night? After listening, he stood stiffly, motionless. Not only that, if the people in the village really wanted to cook us, then the village chief would definitely do the same. Why arrange a place for us to rest? Wouldn't it be easier to just do it directly? Also, if you were the murderer, would you expose suspicious things like a luxury villa and a young and beautiful wife to others? Isn't that the same as writing the words, "I am the murderer" on your face, completely defeating him? While Xiaoman carefully took out a towel to wipe Jie Yi's tears, Zhang Che continued his reasoning process. However, the darkness comes so quickly, it may indeed be the curse of this village. What we have to do is to find out the person who cursed. He keenly realized some things, reminding us that we must establish good relationships with the people in the village. Maybe we can get clues from the village chief. He continued to analyze. Those villagers may do such perverted things. We must act carefully. I don't want to be skinned and dried on a rope. Jie Yi was still sobbing and asked back, "But didn't you say they are just a group of S-level demons?" Unexpectedly, a scream suddenly came from outside, resounding in all directions. Don't kill me." Making the two young men worriedly turn to look at the door. The miserable voice still came from outside the balcony. "Please, I really don't know anything." A mysterious voice suddenly sounded. He. Don't even think about escaping." Feeling the seriousness of this matter, Zhang Che and Jie Yi both tried to push open the charred door, but they didn't succeed. Why are the windows and doors of this village welded shut? Seeing this scene, Xiaoman opened his mouth to stop. "Don't look for death, the things outside are very strong, you can't beat them." That warning gave Jie Yi goosebumps. Although Zhang Che was afraid, he didn't show it. He still tried to look outside and asked Xiaoman, "Is it a demon or a challenger?" The voice just now sounded like a child's voice, but what he heard was Xiaoman's cold and brief voice. "Just consider it a demon. Anyway, you two don't go looking for death." The tone was so tense that Zhang Che had to assess the matter more calmly. Even Xiaoman has to be careful. A strange light shone on Zhang Che's face, attracting his attention. The tightly closed door was mysteriously opened at this moment. Strange light shone into the room from the window, creating a bizarre scene. A terrifying female ghost opened the door and invited in a hoarse voice, "Two distinguished guests." The tone was slow. "The meal is ready, please come downstairs to eat." Seeing this scene, everyone in the room was worried about their safety, so much so that they were stunned. Seeming to feel their reluctance, the female ghost gently added a warning, kindly reminding, "No matter where you are, please do not violate the customs of the village." Stepping out of the room, Zhang Che and Jie Yi realized that the situation was more serious than they thought. The corridor they had just walked through to enter the room had been charred. Going downstairs, the originally beautiful living room was now surrounded by some final sparks. Seeing this strange scene, Jie Yi asked him in a low voice, Are we really going down?" Indeed, that woman just now turned into a sexy beauty, and didn't forget to come up and call us down for dinner. Zhang Che still had the strength to joke about his emotions. He looked up at the sky and said with emotion, "It's so touching that she still came up to call us down for dinner after being burned like this." That frivolous attitude made Jie Yi jump with anger. "Obviously you were bewitched by the demon. What's so touching?" The village chief's face was ferocious. "Please have dinner, guests. Come and sit down quickly. This is the custom of our village." Zhang Che immediately refused the invitation. "No need, we can just stand and eat. My teacher said that standing and eating will make you taller," he thought to himself. "Even the village chief is burned all over. Indeed, he is not the murderer." Even when rejected, he didn't feel offended, just sat back in his original position and said okay. Suddenly the room seemed to gradually heat up, causing Zhang Che to start sweating, and even felt some slight burns on his hands. Not good. The temperature here is too high. Staying in an environment with a temperature exceeding 40 degrees Celsius for a long time can easily cause cramps, and even collapse due to overheating. The temperature here is at least 50 degrees Celsius, and it is still rising. But this is nothing to the village chief and his wife. Minyoung even enthusiastically invited them to eat. "Come and eat quickly, or it will be cold later." The faces of the two guests were covered with sweat, and now they were already pale. Jie Yi couldn't speak, feeling sorry for Zhang Che, but unexpectedly he dug a big hole for him. "Sorry sister, I like to eat vegetable salad." "Come on wild dog, your long-awaited hot meal is here." The woman whose mouth was grinning to her ears excitedly handed out a plate. "Here, this dish is already cold." Feeling the obvious rejection of the two guests, Manhwa said dissatisfied, "HMPH, don't you want to eat?" A mysterious and creepy voice lingered in the space, kindly reminding, "Flames and ashes will bring them endless power if rain pours down immediately. Perhaps everything can be eliminated." Hearing this, Zhang Che seemed to have a lot of dissatisfaction surging in his heart. Endless power, that is to say. They are the strongest now. I can't swallow coal raw. If I had that ability, why would I come to the demon world to suffer? I might as well go to the circus. He didn't dare to act rashly, turned his head and asked Jie, "J-Dog, do you have water now?" Jie didn't understand what happened. "Do you think I can still be in the mood now?" Hearing his friend's stupid words, Zhang Che could no longer remain calm. "Damn, who asked you that? I'm asking if you have water that can put out the fire." Unexpectedly, Jie still didn't get on the channel. "Mine hasn't reached the point of overflowing." Zhang Che tried his best to maintain the last bit of humanity, gritted his teeth and asked, "Damn, you're thinking crooked again. Believe it or not, I'll beat you." The threat worked. Jie trembled and said, "Don't will saliva work?" The conversation between the two alarmed the old woman. She slowly walked in front of the two. "You," the old woman was furious and roared, "how dare you refuse our hospitality?" Running in front of Zhang Che, she was frozen by the flames he burst out. Fear spread throughout her body. She sat down on the ground with a thud, covered her face and screamed. The simple experiment also gave Zhang Che some confidence, as expected. Only after what happened just now did Jie slowly wake up. "HMPH, am I afraid of fire?" he explained slowly. "The reason is because they died in a sea of fire, so they are very afraid of flames." After hearing this, Jie's brain started to run rapidly. "Buddy, awesome, I'll borrow the lighter." He saw him holding the lighter, scaring Manhwa out of her wits. Don't come over." What he got in return was Jie's hearty laughter. "Haha, shout. Even if you shout until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you." The village chief couldn't bear it anymore at this time. He pounced on Zhang Che. "You guys are really not afraid of death." Unexpectedly, not only was Zhang Che not frightened, but he was also punched by him, and after the punch he added a lesson. "You're already weak and you dare to face me head-on. Clearly you don't understand the difference between superior and inferior." But thanks to this activity he felt that something seemed to have changed in his body. The village chief's body temperature had dropped. Is the night about to end? He knelt down and began to interrogate the old village chief. "I ask you, what is the reason for the short and long nights? Why does everything here look like it's been burned down? Did someone set fire to kill people?" Strangely, the old man still refused to confess. I don't know what you're talking about." Not getting the answer he wanted, Zhang Che darkened his face and showed a loving smile. "My sword has pierced countless people. Afterwards screams pierced the night until dawn. Woo woo ah ah." Just as the sky was getting bright, the tattered dining table just now had turned into a beautiful dining table, as refreshing as a breakfast in an ordinary wealthy family. In the corner of the room, Manhwa had returned to her human form, screaming with a red face, "Bastard, what are you doing to me?" Seeing the beauty in front of him, Jie committed lust again, and laughed loudly. "Hee, don't swear, just listen to me. I'm very cruel." Even busy wiping the blood off his sword, Zhang Che had to stop his friend. "Okay, it's over." Jie rarely disagreed and even retorted, "What's over? I haven't even started yet, Che. If you're fast, don't hold me back. A man can't be so fast." It wasn't until he saw the scene on Zhang Che's side that he was dumbfounded and panicked. "Wait, you've already done him." Unlike Jie's dark thoughts, Zhang Che casually answered him. "I only found out after interrogating him for a while." The village chief couldn't say a word. It seems that he really doesn't remember anything, regardless of the village chief who was limping and pulling up his pants. "Ouch, what's going on? Why does it hurt so much down there?" His face is now rosy and healthy, completely different from at night. "What should I do?" "Well, that's right, eat." The old village chief sat at the dining table, the light shining backwards making him look really sinister. "You two, come and sit down quickly, come and sit down quickly." The mysterious voice once again made a creepy sound, kindly reminding, "Everyone says that only dead people can keep secrets. But he is not dead, it's just that the village chief has forgotten a lot of things. It seems that his memory has been erased a lot. Be enthusiastic, you two, come and sit down quickly, come and sit down quickly." After returning to her human form, Manhwa kept squeezing Zhang Che with her breasts, trying to seduce him. "Handsome guy, is the food to your liking?" Her face was close to him. "I'm in the room next door. That old guy sleeps like a dead pig at night." Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered like honey in his ear. "Do you understand what I mean?" Unexpectedly, not only was he not fooled, but he immediately kicked her out of the room. Jie saw the scene just now and commented leisurely, "It's really ruthless, eating what people made and treating them so coldly." Unexpectedly, Manhwa heard this comment. She even turned into a long-tongued female ghost and invited, "I can not only cook, but I also look good. If you two are hungry tonight, remember to come and find me in the room." Jie looked at the door seriously. "Che, I think the time has come." He turned around and asked suspiciously, "What time? The time to attack?" Jie replied with a cold face, as a matter of course, "Of course it's the time to investigate the devil. This village has a nighttime curfew. We can't go out, we can only investigate in this room." Like a calculation that looks very balanced, he decided for himself, How about this, you go investigate that weak village chief, I'll solve that dangerous evil woman. How about it, am I loyal enough? What does he want from this calculation? Zhang Che knew it, of course. And everything he calculated was written on his face. He gently rejected Jie Yi's proposal. I've already asked just now, the village chief doesn't know anything, there's no need to investigate him anymore. This aroused his inner worries. How can you be so sure? What if he's lying? No matter how his companion kept asking, he only vaguely replied, it's enough to know the conclusion. Asking too much is not good for you. At the same time, he also thought to himself, I can't say that I cheated. What if I get punished? Zhang Che leisurely lay on the bed and said to Jie Yi, you go, it's not completely dark yet. When night falls, clues will naturally appear. He also asked Xiaoman, Manzi, call me if anything strange happens. After hearing this, she immediately appeared and took orders. Okay. Seeing this, Jie Yi sarcastically said indifferently, "Oh, how lonely the night is. Remember to call me when you go to the room next door to play later." Night came, and a low moan echoed in the night. Forget it, forget everything. Even drowning out the sound of the clock swinging on the wall, her chanting echoed as if to pierce the entire night, swaying with my rhythm. Zhang Che lay on the bed expressionless, not knowing when he woke up. He simply stopped lying down, sat up and asked Xiaoman, Manzi, what time is it? Xiaoman appeared and reported helplessly, 11 o'clock, she's been singing for an hour thinking she's holding a concert. He turned around and called Jie Yi, you who sleep like a dead pig, get up, let's go. Wild dog, let's go take a look at the room next door. Hearing the order, he who was sleeping soundly suddenly sat up. The patrol drama has finally opened. When he sat up, Zhang Che realized when he had already slept naked. Damn it, you sleep naked even in the demon world. In the silent night, meaningless songs continued to sound. Sway, sway, keep swaying. Jie Yi opened a crack in the door, letting the same strange blue light as yesterday shine into the room, and the singing continued to come out. The light was dim, looming, and a fragrance wafted over. Jie Yi took a breath. Praise, this smell is too fragrant. Stepping out of the room, the two boys immediately saw Minang's charming back. Her voice had a strange attraction. Oh, you're here, I'm so embarrassed. Come one by one. This hot scene immediately stimulated Jie Yi's male hormones. Okay, then I'll go first. Che, take your time, I'll charge in first. Zhang Che was now completely unable to stop this runaway wild horse. He stood outside and said to Xiaoman, this guy is really driven crazy by being single. He thinks a demon woman is also a beauty, and doesn't even think about the fact that Xiaoman isn't standing on your side this time. How can you have the nerve to scold others? Unexpectedly, Jie Yi's screams came from the room. Mom, help! Zhang Che was only slightly surprised when he heard it. Ai is so intense. In order to show his loyalty, he instinctively rushed in. If the monster has anything, come at me, don't hurt the child. Who knew? The scene he saw was Jie Yi being pressed under Minang, wrestling in a very awkward position. Dad, this woman is beating me. He hid behind Zhang Che in fear, muttering to himself. Napoleon's legend didn't deceive me. The first soldier to rush in will come out covered in blood. Zhang Che was pushed out as a shield, feeling very unhappy. Could he be any more embarrassing? Not getting satisfaction, the beauty screamed. Waste, all waste. If you can't satisfy me tonight, then you all have to die. The mysterious voice sounded again, kindly reminding, because the village chief is useless. This young girl has not been caressed like a woman for a long time. As time passes, her psychology has become distorted and she can only be comforted by the pain of being abused. Xiaoman looked at Zhang Che, drawing his sword in fear. What do you want to do? Her power is already close to D level. Feeling the danger from Zhang Che, Xiaoman and Jie Yi retreated backwards in unison. Zhang Che quickly rushed forward and stabbed the sword into the beauty's chest. You dare to stab me? He was surprised by her reaction. Ha, no effect. Is this golden finger playing me? Suddenly, the beauty reached out and grabbed his arm tightly. Unexpectedly, the female ghost was twisting her body on the bed, groaning with a red face. So good, don't stop, keep going. What are you spacing out for? Zhang Che coldly slapped her. She was hurt by the slap but instead screamed happily, that's how it should be, I want more. Knowing the beauty's weakness, Zhang Che pressed his advantage. Can I ask you something? She also acted coquettishly like an obedient lover. Ask, I'll tell you anything, he asked without changing his expression. Where is the village chief? But she tried her best to get what she wanted. When will you satisfy me, then I'll tell you. A new day has arrived again. Jie Yi moaned and cried wearily. All night long he sat outside the door, holding his head and muttering in fear, as expected of his otaku father. The strength of the strong is so terrifying. Minang was still lying on the bed, moaning happily under Zhang Che. Switched to Zhang Che, without a trace of fatigue. He also asked her with a smile, can you answer my question now? I haven't been so satisfied in a long time, Minang happily replied. Since you performed so well, I'll tell you. Her voice was gloomy, guiding Zhang Che to another fact. The village chief, alas, the village chief went into the mountains and never came back. The next morning the sun just peeked out, and the sunlight shone on every thatched house. When Zhang Che and Jie Yi slowly walked out of the village, they were seen by Zi Hao standing there. He stopped the two of them. You two please stop. Seeing that he had successfully attracted the attention of the two friends, Zi Hao said cheekily, so you're still alive, I'm so happy. This at least proves that everyone is not useless. Why don't we cooperate? This sentence inadvertently unlocked the two people's dissatisfaction with him long ago, happy to the point of not even smiling. Pretending smile at you, or do you have to smile at uncle before you're willing to give up? Zihao didn't expect this kind of reaction, and smiled awkwardly. You two are really humorous, why don't we talk about serious business first? I have a not-so-good idea here, would you two like to hear it? Having experienced too many changes in the past 2 days, neither Zhang Che nor Jie Yi were so interested in mysterious things anymore. Well, you yourself said it's not so good, then let's just not listen. Feeling that his boss was not respected, the fat man came out from behind and scolded. Brother Hao invited you with good intentions. What is your attitude? You don't listen to good words. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? His ridiculous words made Zhang Che couldn't help but retort. Where I go is none of your business? He also got Jie Yi's support from behind, adding, that's right, our boss doesn't even like your captain. What are you? But this conversation also gave him a new question. Clearly the number of challengers has decreased in just one night. Yesterday Zhang Zihao boasted so much, but the result is just this. Xiaoman also appeared next to him, reminding in a deep voice, Zhang Che, be careful of this Zhang Zihao. She saw things that ordinary people couldn't see, so she warned Zhang Che without hesitation. He has a bloody smell on him. Zihao didn't know that he had fallen into someone else's sight. He still continued to persuade, everyone don't quarrel, we are on the same boat now, I don't have any malice. This mission doesn't require us to stay here for 12 days. So as long as we complete the main mission, even if we leave early, we will get the reward for the main mission, the other two girls also said fearfully. But the main mission is to find the village chief. Now we don't have any clues about this matter, and 6 people have died in just one night. This mission is not as easy as I thought. The fat man was angry because his momentum weakened. He roared, what are you panicking about? Those useless people deserve to die. Who told them not to listen to Brother Hao? I already said to listen to Brother Hao. No one can stop them if they want to die. The other 2 survivors jumped out angrily when they heard his rebellious words. When night fell last night, Brother Hao was also scared to death. He was also the first to squeeze into the house. He didn't look like a leader at all. That's right, if he's really powerful, why doesn't he take us to find the village chief? Unexpectedly, the fat man still stubbornly defended. What do you mean, want to fight? Don't even think about getting Brother Hao's clues with just you. With such subordinates, Zihao is not a good thing either. Forget it, let them say it. There's no need to argue about this kind of thing. Working together to get through is the most important thing. He looked at Zhang Che coldly. The main mission and what I learned have changed, but there is one clue that should be able to be used. Before he disappeared, the village chief went into the mountains. Let's go into the mountains and see. Does everyone want to go with me? Zhang Chai was surprised by the information he just heard. What, he also knows this clue? Jie Yi also shouted aggressively. He must have been eavesdropping on us outside the door, shameless, perverted and lewd. But the next accusation made people like Zihao speechless. Did you also peek at me changing my pants? Everyone entered the forest one after another. Zihao walked in front. He looked back thinking, last night when night fell, these 2 people were the first to enter the room. If I'm not mistaken, they got a key and then scrambled for it. Have they already seen this scene, or have they mastered other clues? Jie Yi gasped for breath, bending over and walking with Zhang Che. Brother Che, are we really going up the mountain with them? Don't you hate that guy at all? He didn't care about his companion at all and continued walking. Not really, I'm just curious if he's really a chosen one. Besides, we were planning to go up the mountain anyway. Although he said so, many profound thoughts had flashed through his mind. In this kind of challenge, if everyone listens to one person's command, then the person who benefits the most is naturally the leader. And the best way to become the leader is to claim to be a chosen one. Zihao constantly created an image of harmonious coexistence for himself, and even shared clues with others. Either he is stupid or he has ulterior motives. Jie Yi decided to pull Zhang Che. Che, just now I used Zhuge Liang's wisdom and came up with a brilliant idea. Although he didn't believe it, he turned his head. What idea? Are you sure you're not saying this because you're too lazy to climb the mountain? Jie Yi's empty words entered Zihao's ears like a death sentence. If the village chief is really on the mountain, then instead of going up the mountain, we should set fire to the mountain and let the village chief run out himself. Think about it. A living person can't let himself be burned to death, right? Then we'll wait for him at the foot of the mountain and then we'll complete the main mission. He turned around, trying to persuade everyone to calm down. Everyone don't panic, calm down. They must just be joking, and besides, where do the 2 of them have the tools to start a fire? Who knew? Zhang Che happily agreed and even intended to cooperate on this plan. I see, we'll burn it after they go up, he. Seeing this, Zihao immediately abandoned his gorgeous appearance. Everyone, stop this idiot, we all heard it, you know. He pointed at the 2 of them angrily and shouted, I can't stand it, where did the lighter come from? What if the village chief is unfortunately burned to death? What if we are burned to death too? Zhang Che and Jie directly showed their contempt. It's so boring, sour grapes. Zihao regained his composure. It's not like this to take shortcuts. Aren't you afraid of being checked by the system and then judged for cheating? Unexpectedly, he didn't watch the road and stepped on something. When he moved his gaze to his feet, his face was as pale as if his blood had been drained. A withered corpse appeared in front of him. Looking further away, this place was like a mass grave, making him stutter in fear. This is... The system quickly appeared to notify. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the hidden location, mass grave. The smell of corpses was strong, and Zhang Che said cautiously, is this the mass grave in the prompt? Why are the corpses missing arms and legs, missing eyes? There isn't even a complete corpse. Z-Man stared at the scene and said, well, there seems to be a problem with these corpses, making him follow along to see. What problem? A withered arm suddenly moved, and Z-Man's cold words followed closely. It seems they are all still alive. A noisy sound rang out, and some of the surviving girls began to be afraid, issuing warnings. It's over. Night is coming soon, and there are no houses here for us to hide in. Everyone don't panic. Quickly find some firewood or broken wood or something. Zihao wanted to show his leadership skills. This is the match prop I found last time. There's only one left in the dark night. Those things are afraid of fire. As long as we stay by the fire, we will be safe. The two useless subordinates began to tout him. Fortunately, there's Brother Hao, otherwise we would have died here. Unfortunately, that extraordinary image was quickly torn apart and trampled on. Brother Che, why do I think he's not reliable? Mewtwo couldn't help it and started shouting, you idiot, I've put up with you for a long time, you can't do anything, you just stand there and talk big, shut up or get out. Zihao's face was gloomy. These rabble, they think these two are so powerful, don't they even know how to deal with the darkness? Let these cumbersome things die. Jie felt that he had lost his composure, and said painfully, it's over, Brother Che, I seem to have offended a lot of people. Unexpectedly, Zhang Che listened to his words this time. No, this time his intuition was very accurate. The villagers were burned to death, so they were afraid of fire. He listened to these words, and immediately asked suspiciously, what do you mean? A mysterious voice sounded in the forest. Of course, only Zhang Che could hear it, kindly reminding, give me back my heart. Did those living people steal my internal organs, my eyes? Give them back to me. In that dead atmosphere, his expression became more serious than ever. But those guys in the mass grave, the cause of death was not because of fire, so they were not afraid of fire. The zombies suddenly stood up and staggered towards the crowd. Xiao Qin quickly drew her sword and prepared to fight. Pay attention. The situation is urgent. These demons and ghosts don't seem to be stopping. Zihao was still trying to grasp a glimmer of hope. No, it's impossible. Everyone quickly get close to the bonfire. As long as you get close to the bonfire, you will be safe. But the cruel reality was in front of him. The zombies ignored the burning flames and got closer and closer. The two sides confronted each other and prepared to fight. In terms of numbers alone, the zombies had already overwhelmed the crowd. Until they were caught and bitten off a piece of meat, the dazed crowd began to riot. Ah, run. They are not afraid of fire at all, run. In that noisy scene, Zihao stood in the crowd like a still painting. Everyone don't panic. When he showed a strange smile, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became dark and twisted. Come on, it will be fine. Just then, a sword slashed past Zihao's ear, piercing a zombie that was trying to sneak attack from behind. Xiao Qin retracted her sword and warned coldly, Zhang Zihao, restrain your methods. If you stand there again, don't blame me for treating you as a demon and directly hacking you. He seemed a little annoyed. HMPH, I was actually discovered. But in his heart, he was thinking, dream on, I was discovered, but then again, she discovered me in the crowd and helped me block the demon's attack. Could it be that she has some feelings for me? After the situation eased for a while, Zihao slowly took out his weapon. Anyway, many people have already died. Now I should play the role of a hero properly, right? Let that woman see how powerful I am. The weapon was a rusty axe, which had a low probability of infecting the enemy with tetanus, and was a forbidden-level equipment. The fat man ran over and shouted, Brother Hao. He was also one of the slow progress people. Brother Hao, what's going on? At the same time, he took out his own weapon. Eat my palm, doomsday artifact, forbidden-level equipment. The skinny man didn't even bother to use his brain to judge the situation. Damn it, don't ask so much. Let's solve these guys first. He also had his own weapon in his hand, equality for all beings. Wing Chun is Yi Wen's. Don't ask if you're injured. Forbidden-level equipment. Zhang Che didn't take these pretentious people seriously at all. It's really bad. They only have forbidden-level equipment. Is this the real strength of participating in the challenge with Ghost Bureau qualifications? Jie took out his lighting props and on a whim wanted to join in the fun. Wow, how can my role be missing at this time? He rushed into the enemy's formation without hesitation. He must let these people see how powerful Jie is and see what it means to burn money like water. The zombies were still stunned for a few seconds. The props were thrown into the air, shooting out fireworks like sparks shining on the zombies. They let out hideous howls in the fantastic blue flames. Their dance made Jie even more excited. Burn, scream, oh yeah! Zhang Che had to stop his playful interest. Damn it, why are you using fantastic themes in this cruel zombie scene? He kindly reminded Jie of the factors he had ignored. Also, your circle has been thrown over there. How are you going to pick it up? He tried to call out. Ali, you just know how to fool around. You don't consider the consequences. It didn't work in the front, so Jie Yi had a flash of inspiration. Why don't I try to learn a flying spell and fly back? Zhang Che immediately rejected that impossible idea. Damn it, I already said this is a cruel zombie scene, and you're still using magic. Be careful of being judged out. He decided not to waste his breath with his idiot friend anymore, and lifted his clothes. Forget it. Today I'll let you know what is a divine weapon. Otherwise my protagonist Yahello will be snatched away by you. Jie Yi didn't expect Zhang Che to play so big. Damn it, Zhang Che, are you planning to take off your clothes? On the battlefield, Xiao Qin was still working hard to chop the zombies into pieces by herself. She not only knew how to use a sword but also had good skills. Kicking the zombie's jaw crooked with one kick, this was followed by a powerful sword stab, penetrating the thin body like cutting noodles. Although Xiao Qin kept eliminating zombies, there were still countless companions waiting for an opportunity to rush up. This protracted war had exhausted her patience. What a trouble. Xiao Qin decided to use her undisplayed stunt, the Law of the Heavenly Queen, Heavenly Blade Dismemberment, a move that was equivalent to countless blades densely surrounding the zombies. Some zombies didn't even have time to react, and asked suspiciously, "Hee, why is your face full of wrinkles?" The companions were also silly. "Hee, aren't you too?" Until they were dismembered into pieces, they still didn't understand why they would die again. Xiao Qin temporarily put away her sword and pondered the next step. She could cope, but there were too many of them. She looked at the chaotic and disorganized scene in front of her and fell into contemplation. Not to mention that these people couldn't even stand still, were clumsy, and didn't even have the most basic combat power. How did they get the qualification to challenge? Just then, Xiao Qin was attracted by something. It turned out that Zhang Che was doing cosplay, climbing on Jie Yi's shoulders and talking to the zombies. "Hey buddy, your arm is infected. It's all festering. I know a very good hospital. Come and register one day and try it." Faced with the gap in strength, he could only accept his fate, and in order to avoid these demons and ghosts, he could only drill under Zhang Che's crotch, and the zombies really responded, "Woo. Is that a translation? So your strange clothes are E-grade blood-colored overalls. This dress has accumulated endless resentment, and after wearing it you will become one with the demons." Xiao Man couldn't help but admire his adaptability. "Your brain is really bright, you can even think of this method." Zhang Che knew his own advantages and disadvantages very well. "Hey, with this dress I can lie down and win. But then again, why does everyone have weapons but my weapon is not so stylish?" She then made a suggestion. "Forbidden items and forbidden items can be fused. Don't you have two weapons? You can try to fuse them." Zhang Che didn't understand this aspect very well. How to fuse. Xiao Man patiently explained to him in detail. "This thing, regarding forbidden items, they will become very unstable in the fused state, so you must find a professional refiner to help you fuse them." These requirements were too difficult for Zhang Che to meet. "Where can I find a refiner now? What if the other party is unreliable and breaks it?" Wait. It was rare for him to have so many keen reactions. When he extracted Xiao Man's ability before, he chose to become a master refiner. "Doesn't that also mean that Xiao Man can refine?" Zhang Che asked a familiar person, by the way. "Manzi, you are the person I trust the most. I'll leave this matter to you. Design it to be a bit domineering for me." She suddenly regretted that she had revealed it so quickly. "Alas, I shouldn't have suggested this to you." After a tiring and arduous battle, the dark night finally gave way to the morning sun. Zi Hao breathed a sigh of relief, completely relieved. "The night is over. Is it finally over?" The fat man knelt on the ground in embarrassment, panting, "I'm exhausted." Contrary to the relaxed scene of everyone surviving the disaster, Xiao Qin was still concentrating on studying the zombies. "These corpses have not changed at all. Their state is exactly the same as when we first came. It's really strange. Is there no clue?" Jie Yi was still the same, positive and talkative. "Brother Che, lend me this dress to wear one day." Suddenly Zhang Che's eyes caught a striking image. He looked at the strange item on the zombie's chest. "What is this paper? Has it appeared before?" He tried to recall what he had experienced and connect them. The child catching ducks, the woman at the bottom of the well, and the fire on burning corpse ridge, the child's crying outside the room. Next are these incomplete corpses. Zhang Che tentatively concluded that these clues, no matter how you think about it, can't find any connection. He thought for a long time and couldn't figure it out. So he decided to put on the clothes first, during which time he noticed that Xu Hao was following behind Xiao Qin. He quickly stopped her. "Where do you want to go?" But only got a cold response from the beauty. "Back to the village." This time Xu Hao was determined to attract her attention, so he acted decisively. "I know some strategies. We should act together. Don't you want to?" Still, it was difficult to establish credibility in Xiao Qin's eyes. "Do you think everyone believes you are a chosen one?" His face suddenly sank. "What do you mean?" She didn't want to waste time on these people. The literal meaning, "stay away from me." Xu Hao was annoyed after being ignored. "You." The fat man immediately stood up to speak for his elder brother. "Brother Hao, let me teach this bitch a lesson." The antics of this group attracted the attention of another participant. She's right, because everyone believes you are a chosen one. That's why they follow your instructions. But considering your performance these 2 days, either you are deliberately trying to kill everyone or you don't know anything at all. Disgusted, get out of the way anyway. I have now decided to act on my own. The rest is up to you. Zhang Che secretly praised him. As expected of a challenge with a difficulty level of D, this time a few people have also woken up. Shu Hao was still hypocritical. Obviously I am also for everyone. And I have also said that the same challenge will also have many differences. The fat man still echoed him loyally as usual. Brother Hao, don't be angry. They don't know what's good for them. From the perspective of an outsider, he could see things from more aspects. However, apart from the difficulty problem, Zhang Zihao could not escape the blame for this heavy loss, claiming to be a chosen one, leading everyone deep into the mountains and giving everyone wrong information. But Zhang Che was more concerned about his motives behind it. But this kid went to great lengths just to monopolize the task reward. Not only that, but he also noticed Xiao Qin and this younger sister who looked even younger than himself, but her skills were like she had received professional training. No wonder Sister Hongling. On the other side, she directly skipped the fat man, and he just happened to discover something. Ah, he immediately pointed at Zhang Che. Hey, what did you just hide in your pocket? He denied with a cold face. Hide what? He didn't give up easily. Don't play dumb. If you didn't hide anything, why would you keep your hand in your pocket? He quickly found another reason. Everyone is a man. What do you think I would suddenly put my hand in my pocket for? Can I scratch it? The fat man crossed his arms and advised endlessly. This brother, now there are only us left. In order to successfully pass this level, we should share clues, and even played the moral kidnapping card. The demon world is full of dangers. More clues mean more hope. If someone sacrifices other people's lives because they want to hide clues, you don't want to indirectly kill others, do you? Zhang Che obviously didn't fall for the fat man's trap and even retorted. If not sharing clues is indirect murder, then leading everyone up the mountain and causing the entire army to be wiped out, isn't that intentional murder? Jie Yi also followed suit. That's right, you want to morally kidnap Brother Che. Don't you see how thick his skin is? Even so, he still stubbornly wanted to recruit more subordinates. Maybe everyone will become colleagues in the future. Are you sure you want to let our relationship get to this point? Not only was he not worried, but he also satirized. I don't dare to be a colleague with you, otherwise I don't know when I'll be killed by you. The fat man finally lost patience with him and raised the studded stick. You won't accept a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Che's arrogant aura of not being afraid of anyone appeared again. Are these the only lines you people can say? A fantastic wind gradually appeared in his hand. Then I'll use that kind of saying. Zhang Che's arrogant aura of not being afraid of anyone appeared again. The last person who said this to me now has grass 3 feet high on their grave. The weapon in his hand was a D-grade bone-crushing knife. Forbidden item fusion, all attributes plus 10. Xiaoman cheered happily in another corner. Great, Xiaoman's work, all attribute bonus. The people on Zihao's side immediately showed alert expressions to the dangerous aura emanating from it. E-grade forbidden item, how is that possible? This aura is almost rising to D-grade. Jie Yi smacked his lips and praised with envy. Wow brother, your big knife is really cool. But he began to calculate in his heart. Just now in the dark, this guy was only wearing that forbidden item that could talk to demons. I thought he was a waste, but I didn't expect him to have such a powerful weapon. Everyone doesn't need to use their brains to know that they can't beat him in a one-on-one fight. The fat man broke out in a cold sweat, scratched his head guiltily, and made excuses to retreat with his companions. I suddenly remembered that there are important things I haven't done yet. I have to take a step first. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people threw away their helmets and armor and ran away. Everyone, goodbye. Zhang Che looked at the 3 cowards just now with contempt. HMPH, you're running away now? I was looking forward to enjoying the endless fun of torture. Suddenly Xiao Qin next to him spoke to persuade. You should have killed them. They walked together for a while, but now she officially introduced herself to him. Hello, I am Su Xiao Qin. Zhang Che showed a friendly smile, but the content of the introduction made the main character next to him very puzzled. Nice to meet you. My name is Zhu Yi. Xiao Qin still kindly reminded again, the world is dangerous. Exposing your name may not be a good thing. He still maintained that unfathomable smile. It's okay. I, Zhu Yi, have always been so sincere. Just by shaking hands was enough for Zhang Che to make some judgments about the other party. This younger sister's hand feels different from what he imagined. There are many calluses. He shared his information with Xiao Qin in a relaxed manner, seemingly to dispel each other's defenses. Also, we must reach level 5 to change our appearance in this world. The appearance is exposed. Is it still important to expose the name? She also agreed. You're right. Jie Yi even sized up Xiao Qin. Hey, I think you're very suspicious. After a preliminary exchange, Zhang Che immediately went straight to the point. So what do you want from me? She was also very frank. Well, there is indeed something. Xiao Qin took the initiative to propose cooperation and exchange clues. Zhang Che was a little surprised, so he repeated, exchange clues. Even when facing a beauty he would not put himself in a disadvantageous position. What clues do you have? Say what you want to say first anyway, we won't say it first. Xiao Qin revealed it directly without hesitation. This morning I passed by many houses and heard children crying inside. He subconsciously repeated, children's crying, and then fell into contemplation. Last night when night fell, Zhe Yi and I also heard children crying, but we couldn't determine which direction it was coming from. Therefore Zhang Che asked the third person who noticed this, which house specifically? Xiao Qin pointed at them. The house you two hid in at night. After hearing the exact information he readily took out the paper. I see, this is my clue. She calmly took it and thanked him. While Zhe Yi was shocked to realize that he was no different from an outsider, he was still a little wary of the girl in front of him. Brother Che, you just gave it to her like that. I haven't seen it yet. Zhang Che comforted in a low voice. I've seen it, it's not a special clue, just a price list. The content on the paper was the transaction price of organs and body parts. Head 10,000, eyes 30,000 each, heart 250,000, kidney 80,000, liver 100,000. As soon as he read these words and combined with what he had already experienced, he immediately understood. The village was full of old people, but the mass grave was full of young corpses. Combined with this price list, the truth was obvious. Although the clues had gradually emerged, it also proved that the things in the village were indeed not simple. The three of them walked in silence for a while, and then suddenly stopped. Zhang Che turned around, looking very impatient. What are you following us for? Xiao Qin did not hide the truth. I can't get into that house. However, he didn't care about the difficulties others encountered at all. So what? What does it have to do with me? I've already given you what you wanted. He even became interested in teasing her. You don't want to sponge off clues, do you? You can sponge off if you want, but no matter what, you should be sincere, right? So cold, I don't owe you anything. Smile for your brother to see. Xiao Qin hesitated in silence, not knowing what to do. Finally, she had to pinch her cheeks with her hands, pull them to both sides, and then showed a professional smile. Brother, is this okay? Zhang Che turned his head speechlessly. I refuse. Xiao Qin still refused to give up and continued to follow shamelessly. Then you just leave the door open and don't close it. I'll just stand at the door and not go in. But he still firmly refused. That won't work either. She had to exchange with other advantages. How about this? I'll give you 500,000, you take me in. He still remained silent. It was not until he reached the door that he said stingily to Xiao Qin, last time there was also someone exactly like you, offering a sky-high price to buy my clues. She was curious about the next development. And then Zhang Che's face suddenly changed, becoming like another personality, more dangerous. Then I killed them. Xiao Qin was taken aback. Hearing her stunned there, the two had already entered the house and slammed the door shut. The sound of locking the door also rang out, indicating that no more guests would be received. Just then, Xiao Qin's ghost spirit suddenly appeared behind her. Fortunately, she didn't directly attack, otherwise we would have lost our lives. It assessed that the ghost spirit in his body had hidden its aura, but I could still feel that it was very powerful. She didn't pester him anymore after being rejected and left directly, catching the ghost spirit off guard. Hey, where are you going? What is our next plan? Xiao Qin was not disappointed or wanted to give up, but already had the next plan. Collect more clues and go back to exchange with him. In the room, Zhe Yi smiled happily and made a guess. Brother Che, do you think this younger sister has fallen in love with you? Zhang Che also pretended to be very confident in his charm. There are many girls who are infatuated with me. You have to line up, okay? He immediately raised his middle finger to express his contempt for him. This kind of girl is also very cute, okay? What a waste. JD joked a few words and also seriously considered the situation. But speaking of which, haven't we already been to this house? Where are there any children? Something's wrong. He looked around to observe the current environment. I remember at that time when night fell, I used the forbidden item to illuminate this place. At that time the room was not burned down either. The temperature in the room did not rise either. Zhang Che also agreed. It's okay, at night, there is no change in this room. There must be a problem, therefore he decided to use the strategy of waiting for the rabbit to appear. Next we just need to sit here and wait. Zhe Yi hadn't reacted yet. Wait for what? Can you explain it in more detail? Wait to verify and see if the clues provided by Su Xiao Qin are useful? Time passed slowly. Zhang Che didn't slack off at all and kept checking his watch. The variables that appeared made him unable to understand. It was already 3 p.m. Why was there no movement at all? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Did he have to wait until night? Or were there other clues missing, unable to activate the mechanism, in stark contrast to Zhe Yi, who was leisurely doing nothing just now? Just then, a creepy and strange sound suddenly rang out in the confined room. The two of them pulled the tassels to both sides with pale faces and effort. In the toilet, a wet hand was trying to grab something to save itself, and a subtle voice sounded in his ear like a spell, too narrow, too narrow. The little boy's head had completely stretched out of the toilet and was trying to figure out how to get out. The two sides suddenly looked at each other, one at a loss and the other frightened. The little boy looked at them without restraint. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and give me a hand." The two people's faces were as stiff as statues and they were both silent and speechless. The little boy breathed a sigh of relief and then easily struck up a conversation. "Phew, thank you. It's been a long time since I've seen strangers. You can come in. I guess Aunt Zhu introduced you, right?" Jae-yi was immersed in his own stinky hand. Zhang Che cleverly pretended to know him. "Aunt Zhu? Oh yes, Aunt Zhu asked us to come and play with you." Then he gradually recalled that if he remembered correctly, Aunt Zhu was the mysterious woman sitting at the bottom of the well. Did these children know her? He was still focused on the dark aura emanating from it, and his hands began to tremble. The little boy smiled obediently. "Well, we are relieved that it was introduced by Aunt Zhu." But then his face changed like a completely different person. In that case, not only the little boy but the other children also suddenly changed the surrounding aura, and the little boy said in a coercive tone, "Hurry up and pack your things and then play games with us." A sudden invitation to play games. The little boy said quickly, "I am Big Dog and they are Second Dog, Third Dog and Fourth Dog respectively." After listening, Zhang Che twitched the corner of his mouth and thought, what a bullshit name. "Do people here name things casually?" The little boy asked suspiciously, "What are your names?" Suddenly the system's voice sounded, kindly reminding, "A humble name is easy to raise in the eyes of parents, giving a humble name. The king of hell will not want it, but one thing, this name will often make them a laughing stock, so they will be more likely to have a good impression of people who are in the same boat." The two people quickly reacted and did what the system said. "My name is Zhang Dog, then my name is Wild Dog." After hearing this, the children widened their eyes and then laughed happily. "Haha, so everyone is a dog." Zhang Che and the little boy gave each other a high five. "That's right, we are all one family, woof woof woof." He smiled softly and asked, pretending to be excited, "Oh, by the way, dog friends, what game are we going to play?" Big Dog took out an old exercise book from his pants with great excitement. "Of course we're playing role-playing." "Have you played it before?" The little boy handed out a book with the name of the script written on it. "It just so happens that there are 6 people in this book, but I think you may be novices, so I'll arrange a simple role for you first." Seeing this scene, Zhang Che petrified, and then took the book from the boy's hand. "There are scripts in this ghost place, it's too up-to-date. Where did you get it?" At this time, Zhang Che appeared wearing a pair of magnifying glasses, playing the role of a game rule explainer. Playing role-playing is a form of entertainment that is deeply loved by modern young people. Players first choose a role, read the script corresponding to the role, collect clues and then find the murderer. This is the basic game guidance, he thought while flipping through the book. These children will not appear here for no reason, there must be key clues hidden here. But strangely, there were no key clues inside as he thought, but all blank paper. The two people were stunned and looked at each other. "Ah." Big Dog smiled slyly. "Don't worry, your role is really simple. There isn't even a script." Zhang Che gritted his teeth and clenched the book tightly. He shouted loudly, "I am very grateful to you." At this time, the other players came back to their senses and muttered in a low voice, "So that's how it is. I thought I was blind, so I couldn't see the words." As soon as the acting started, the sound of bottles and jars breaking rang out and a bottle was smashed to pieces. Big Dog, who played the role of the father, roared, "Damn it, I worked so hard outside to earn money and come home, but you slut, are messing around with old Wong next door?" Big Dog directly scolded Second Dog, who played the role of the mother. "You shameless thing with powder on your face." Second Dog immediately retorted, "You dare to scold me for being shameless? If you weren't a piece of trash, would I need to go to old Wong next door?" The quarrel escalated, and every word was like a sharp knife, leaving Zhang Che and Jae-yi only able to watch blankly. Smoking, you only know how to clutch that broken cigarette tightly, drinking that dirty wine. Have you ever thought about where this money comes from? If old Wong didn't give some money, your money wouldn't even be enough to buy toilet paper." Zhang Che, who played the son, sighed. "Wow, the opening of this plot is so exciting." Jae-yi, who played the daughter with 2 braids, also nodded in agreement. "I've seen a lot of this kind of bloody plot in novels." The two sides were still arguing fiercely, neither giving in. "Even if we are poor, you can't sell yourself." Dirty. I still think old Wong is dirty. If it weren't for you trash, would I need to go to old Wong to earn money? What about now, taking the money I earned to smoke and drink, and you still have the nerve to dislike me?" Second Dog couldn't control his emotions and grabbed Big Dog's clothes with both hands. "Trash, you are really a piece of trash, let's not live this life anymore." Big Dog pushed the boy away. "If you can't live it then don't, what are you making a fuss in front of me for?" The boy staggered and fell to the ground. "Ah," a look of hatred appeared on the boy's face. "Good, very good, you said it, then let's not live it." After speaking, the boy turned and left. Zhang Che and Jae-yi were still sitting quietly. To be honest, this family ethics drama. Jae-yi crossed his arms looking appreciative. "The acting is quite immersive. As the saying goes, old Wong next door, you have to be careful." Zhang Che put on a serious expression. "Jae-dog, do you smell something?" Jae-yi widened his eyes and turned his head to ask, "Did you fart?" Zhang Che pinched Jae-yi's face angrily. "You're the one who farted, smell it carefully." Jae took a few breaths seriously and then frowned. It smells like gas. Before he could react, a loud noise came, scaring the two of them so much that their hair stood on end and they almost fell to the ground. After a while it calmed down and only wisps of green smoke remained from the explosion, revealing second dog lying on the ground. Big Dog rushed over and wailed, "Wife, why are you so stupid? Why did you blow yourself to pieces?" The boy knelt beside the corpse and looked at it. "Children, your mother lit the gas tank." After a while he turned his head and looked at the two with a sad expression. "Although Dad doesn't want to say this, your mother is dead." Jongchae was stunned for a moment before he woke up. "Damn it, your mother is dead is acting so professional now, exploding when you say explode, dying when you say die." Jae also cried to death in the play. "Woo-woo, how did Mom die?" Big Dog ran over and hugged the two of them with a moved sob. "Children, Dad was wrong. Dad is a piece of trash and killed your mother. But Dad will change. Dad must let you live a good life." Jae was still crying nonstop. "Woo-woo, Dad." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. A few seconds later a shout came from outside. "Is anyone home? Why was there such a loud noise in your house just now?" Big Dog was startled. He quickly lowered his voice. "It's the village chief's voice." Jongchae suddenly thought, "Village chief, there are indeed key clues in this script." Big Dog turned around and pushed the two into the room with force. "You go back to your room first. Let Dad explain to the village chief." Jongchae seriously wanted to go out. "Dad, let me explain to the village chief." Jae continued to perform exaggeratedly. "Woo-woo, Dad, I'm so scared. I want to be with Dad." Before he could finish speaking, the boy slammed the door shut, leaving the two of them staring blankly. Jae turned his head to look at Jongchae and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what should we do now?" A sly look flashed in Jongchae's eyes. "Do you even need to ask?" He slowly opened a crack in the door. The two of them carefully poked their heads out to observe the situation outside. Of course, they had to seize the time to peek. Jae praised him and said in a low voice, "Brother Che, I'm impressed." Outside was the boy Sigo, who played the role of the village chief, and he looked at the scene in front of him feeling puzzled. "What happened?" Big Dog quickly explained. "Village chief, this is a long story." Then he lowered his voice and seriously narrated the whole story. Like this, like that. After listening, Sigo sighed helplessly. "So that's how it is." Then a concerned expression appeared on his face and he turned to Big Dog and said, "Now that your wife has passed away, it's not a solution to continue like this. I have some connections in the city and I will take care of your two children during this time." Big Dog was full of gratitude. "Really? Thank you, village chief. Thank you, village chief." Big Dog's eyes were full of sincerity. "As long as you can help me take care of these two children, I can do anything for you. I will definitely find a way to repay you." Sigo waved his hand gently. His tone was generous. "Hey, we are all villagers. Why are you being so polite with me? As for repaying or not..." Speaking of this, suddenly a black shadow appeared silently behind Big Dog. He was wearing a mask, his eyes were sharp, and he was staring at this side. Immediately afterwards, a syringe flew over and stuck in the back of the boy's neck, and the boy fell to the ground with a thud. It turned out that the person was the role played by Sango. Sigo looked at the motionless body on the ground, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, full of danger. "Now is the time for you to repay me." On the other side, Jongchae and Jae had already witnessed all of this. "Damn, the final villain has also appeared. But who is this again?" The lights in the operating room came on, and two doctors were silently performing an extremely secretive operation. Next to it, a cart was placed with sharp instruments covered in blood, and the cold metallic luster was reflected under the incandescent light. Sigo raised the corners of his mouth triumphantly. "How is it? This batch of goods is not bad, right? They are all healthy bodies." Sango didn't have much emotion and said, "It's okay. Hurry up and clean up so I can settle with you." Sigo smiled and assured, "Don't worry, I will send the body back to its original place and dispose of it as soon as possible. But you see, prices have been rising in recent years. Shouldn't your purchase price also be adjusted? A heart only costs 250,000. What can 250,000 do these days?" Sango didn't say anything after hearing this. He picked up the bottle in his hand and observed it. His sharp eyes made it impossible to see what he was thinking, but he didn't let the other party notice the strangeness of his expression. He quickly turned his head and agreed with a smile, "No problem. I also brought a new price list. You dispose of the body first and then I will discuss it with you." Sigo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. "Oh, okay, no problem." The scene switched to a certain place. The sky outside was clear. In a desolate and remote place, a person threw the body that had been emptied of its internal organs into a mass grave which was full of incomplete corpses. He raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's all taken care of. Now we can talk about the price, right?" Sango stood with his hands behind his back and replied leisurely, "Of course." As he said that, he took out a piece of paper from somewhere and handed it to Sigo. "Here, the new unit price." As soon as he took the paper, he looked at it and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Isn't this still the same as before?" "What do you mean?" Sango pretended to be in a hurry and rummaged in his pocket. "Oh, maybe I took the wrong one. Wait a moment." But at an obscured angle he slowly drew out a sharp blade. "Found it. This is it. What I want to give you." Sango quickly slashed at Sigo's head and blood splattered everywhere. Sigo was caught off guard by this sudden move, and the blow made him fall to the ground with his mouth open. In the distance, Zhang Che and Jie Yi were hiding behind a tree witnessing all of this. The two people widened their eyes, their faces pale. Oh my god, this is really a horror role-playing game. These children are too into the play, too professional. Zhang Che frowned and began to sort out the clues in his mind, inferring that the headless male corpse in the collective cemetery might be the village chief. The village chief cooperated with this person of unknown origin to harvest the internal organs of the young people in the village and sell them. He looked at the motionless corpse on the ground, and the clues were gradually connected. In the end, he was killed by his accomplice. When encountering the headless corpse, the main task was not completed by finding the village chief. It seems that just finding part of the corpse is not enough. We have to find his head. He glanced at Go. Next, he only needs to find where his head was finally taken. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhang Che's mind, warning, "Is it just at this critical moment?" Suddenly, a ray of light teleported everyone back to the original room. Go blankly adjusted his loose glasses. Zhang Che was stunned when he saw the group of children about to leave, and asked, Wait, are you not going to continue?" Go answered while opening the toilet lid. "No, it's getting dark, we need to go back," Big Dog also added. "Yes, if we don't go back, our brothers and sisters will be worried." After speaking, the group of children disappeared into the toilet without hesitation. Fate brings people together from 1,000 miles away. Goodbye to you. Zhang Che ran over quickly. "Oh my god, don't go." The space fell into darkness. Jie Yi lowered his head and shouted into the toilet, "Hey dog brother, is dog brother still there? Hello, Sawazdi Ka and Young Haseyo." There was still no response. He turned around and told Zhang Che, "Report sir, they really disappeared." Zhang Che tried hard to connect all the events. "The last time I came here was to escape the darkness. I heard the children's laughter. The young people in the village were killed, leaving only a group of old people. And where did the children go? The group of children just now said that they still have brothers and sisters. Could it also be related to the disappearance of the children?" In the end, he had to put the matter aside for the time being and forget about it. "Wild dog, stay in the house for now. We can go out to look for clues during the day." Jie Yi was unhappy. It was exhausting. Su Shaoqin stood patiently outside waiting. Suddenly the wooden door next to her opened gently. She quickly turned her head and asked the person who just came out, "Are you out?" Zhang Che's face was gloomy. "Why are you here?" She quickly walked up to him and explained, "I have new clues to exchange." He immediately responded, "Then you wait slowly." Shaoqin felt puzzled. "Wait for what?" Hearing her ask this, he became as stiff as wood again, turned his face to her and said, "Wait for me to think about how to say it. I'll talk to you after I've thought about it." Su Shaoqin didn't know what to say. In order to increase persuasiveness, her tone was very affirmative. "I have 80% certainty that I can take you to complete the main task immediately." Zhang Che showed a surprised expression and looked away evasively. "Oh, do you also want to say that you are a Tianchuan person?" Shaoqin became even more anxious. "I'm not lying to you. I can take you there now. There is no free lunch." And then she made a suggestion. "But the premise is that you have to help me complete the challenge task." He hesitated and didn't dare to guarantee in advance. "I will consider it after the main task is completed." Su Shaoqin walked in front, leaving the two behind. "Okay, let's go then." After getting Zhang Che's reply, she immediately turned around and led the way. "Okay, let's go then." Jie Yi felt that the situation was a bit strange. He said in a low voice, "Brother Che, how is it that she is suddenly so sure exchanging the completion of the main task? She is really playing big." Even so, she could still hear it, and replied calmly, "Because I heard about Corpse Spirit Village when I did the challenge before." Jie Yi was startled and said in surprise, "Oh my god, does she have clairaudience? She can hear me even when I speak so quietly?" She continued to explain that the village chief of Corpse Spirit Village was murdered, and his body was divided into many parts. The headless corpse we encountered in the mass grave was the village chief. Next, we only need to find the village chief's head and then attach it to the corpse to complete the main task. She continued to provide information. "According to my other challenge information about Corpse Spirit Village, the village chief's head is in his own home." Zhang Che listened and nodded in contemplation. "So that's how it is," he thought. "Sure enough, where there are people, there are rumors. The ghost world is interconnected, and it is normal for news to spread." Suddenly, Su Shaoqin stopped. Zhang Che was stunned and asked, "Are we there yet?" Su Shaoqin was startled and shouted loudly, "Something's wrong!" Warning. At this time, black gas emanated from her surroundings, and she quickly drew out her sword and reminded, "There is a mysterious existence of level D or higher nearby." Zhang Che and Jie Yi were stunned and exclaimed at the same time, "What?" From a certain house, a person wearing red high heels walked leisurely up the steps. A blurry figure slowly appeared in the sight of the three people, and everyone was stunned at the moment they saw that person. "Wait, why do I suddenly think that person looks so familiar? Isn't that Su Xiaoxiao, the head nurse of Wangchen Hospital?" Su Xiaoxiao was also a little surprised when she saw Zhang Che. Zhang Che was startled when he saw the person in front of him. His facial features twisted, and he pointed at her and shouted loudly, "Oh my god, Su Xiaoxiao!" His eyes seemed to pop out. He opened his mouth wide, unable to believe it. Why are you here? Contrary to Zhang Chei's excitement, she just leisurely folded her arms. Why can't I be here? He tried hard to squeeze out an awkward smile, sweat dripping. Suddenly Xiao Xiao leaned closer and asked, why are you here? Her sharp eyes and weird smile made people feel uncomfortable. Oh, it seems you've met a lot of new friends? Xiao Xiao glanced behind Zhang Chei. Zhe Yi and Xiaoqin were looking at her with scrutinizing eyes. Both of them were wary of the person in front of them. Soft golden sunlight shone on the glass windows of the village school. Sitting on a comfortable sofa, Xiao Xiao enthusiastically raised her hand to greet Zhang Chei. Long time no see, I didn't expect to see you here. Contrary to the other party's concern, he was a little unnatural, restless, and his speech became stuttering. I said I came here for tourism, do you believe it? She looked at Zhang Chei, revealing a smile that seemed to see through people's hearts. Yes, I heard that there will be a bronze temple sacrifice tomorrow. It will be very lively here. The words just now woke him up like a dream. A strong lightning struck his brain. Bronze temple sacrifice. Putting aside the messy thoughts, Zhang Chei looked at her and couldn't help but wonder. Then what about you? Aren't you already? The smile on Xiao Xiao's mouth was even stronger, and she gently explained, you want to say I'm dead? No, I didn't die at all. At that time, it was just that the good and evil thoughts in my heart merged together again. Now I am the real me. She supported her chin with one hand and expressed her gratitude to him cheerfully. If it weren't for you, I would still be living in extreme hatred. Thank you. Thank your family for redeeming me. Zhang Chei was a little unnatural. Drops of cold sweat dripped down, and he tried hard to squeeze out a smile. You're welcome. Then are you also here to see the bronze temple sacrifice? At this time, Xiao Mang also appeared behind him, curiously joining in the fun. Hey, is this also your old friend? Xiao Xiao moved her lips lazily and explained, how could it be? The hospital has reopened, but body organs are very scarce. The dean sent me here to see why Corpse Spirit Village has stopped providing us with body organs recently. I can barely say I'm here for tourism. Zhang Chei sat up straight immediately after hearing this and asked her his doubts. Then did you find the reason? At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Are the body organs of Corpse Spirit Village sold to Wangchen Hospital? This world is really too small. Xiao Xiao's face suddenly became gloomy. Her eyes were full of murderous intent and mystery. Well, the village chief is dead, and his head is still thrown in this room. I also heard that there was a big fire in the village before, and many people died. According to the news he had inquired about, he thought gloomily, it seems that what she knows is similar to the information we have collected so far. On the surface, Zhang Chai touched his chin with one hand, indicating that he understood. I see. Did your hospital send a doctor here to cooperate with the village chief to conduct internal organ transactions? Xiao Xiao's eyes immediately turned cold, and her tone was no longer as enthusiastic as before. No, we are only responsible for acquisitions. She seemed to see through the person in front of her and sneered in her heart. This little fox wants to get information from me. Even so, she didn't mind revealing some small information to him. The village chief's son is quick at doing things and has also studied medicine. He used to be responsible for cutting body organs. Xiao Xiao had some ideological struggle and secretly calculated, forget it. For the sake of him saving me once, I will help him a little. Thinking of this, she kindly wanted to remind him of something. But this time I came here, I didn't see anyone. That guy is elusive, even I find it a headache. It's very dangerous here. You better leave early. If you really encounter him, remember, don't provoke him. Zhang Chei was shocked by the amount of information just now, and became excited unexpectedly. But he could only digest them secretly. What? The village chief has a son? Why didn't I see this person in the village? At this time, the old wooden door slowly opened, making a creaking sound. Zhe Ji and Xiaoqin were waiting for Zhang Chei outside and were startled by the sound. They looked forward together. Xiao Xiao walked in front. Zhang Chei followed behind. She raised her hand, wanting to tell him something before investigating everything clearly. I will rest in the village for a few days, by the way. If you also have a source of goods, you can also contact me. In Zhe Yi's surprised and eager eyes, she turned her head and winked at him, joking, we buy both adults and children. He ran quickly to Zhang Chei and asked anxiously, Chei, did she do anything to you? His face was flushed and he pointed forward solemnly and announced, if she did anything to you, then let her do the same to me to comfort your inner grievances. Xiaoqin stood beside him and asked suspiciously, do you know each other? What did she say to you? Zhang Chei threw his head to her with one hand and replied casually, nothing, old acquaintances, old stories. He looked into the distance and said to them with a deep and unpredictable look, let's go, get the head, let's go back to the mass grave. Suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted them, making all three of them a little surprised. Have the three of you found any new clues again? Zhang Zihao and his group appeared aggressively with axes in their hands, each with an arrogant look. Zihao thought he was very powerful, and raised his voice and said, what's in that bag? The village chief's head. We were also planning to go to the village chief's house today, but we didn't expect you to get there first. The faint sunlight shone on his face that was putting on a righteous expression, and he said shamelessly to them, everyone is an acquaintance, it is right to complete the main task together. Xiaoqin was not moved by these words, but just glanced at him coldly. You have completed too many main tasks. The reward at the end of the task will be affected. Then the reward for my challenge task will also be affected. Zihao immediately became impatient and pointed at her angrily. HMPH, I thought you were a smart girl. I didn't expect you to talk nonsense. The fat man standing next to him also joined in, taking an inch. Someone like you, I can tell at a glance that you haven't received much education. Xiaoqin still maintained a cold attitude, and under Zhang Chei's curious gaze handed the head to him. Wait for me. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes and his smile became gloomy. Want to fight? Okay, do you think I'm afraid of you? Looking at the somewhat thin girl in front of him, Zihao couldn't help but despise her in his heart. As long as the person holding the level D forbidden item doesn't interfere, is he still afraid of not being able to beat a little girl with a knife? Just right, let her see how powerful he is. Suddenly, in an instant, Xiaoqin quickly passed through his body. Zihao didn't react and stood there like a piece of wood. She stood aside and slowly retracted her hand. Only then did she see that the blade was covered with bright red blood at some point. Xiaoqin closed her eyes indifferently and turned to leave. Behind her was Zihao, who had fallen, his head falling, blood flowing straight. His younger brothers opened their mouths wide and shouted in horror. Dead, someone is dead. Zhang Chei couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Beheading with a knife, the speed is too fast. Is it the power of the ghost spirit? Jie Yi next to him was looking at her with shining admiring eyes. This girl is so cool, I want to worship, I want to worship. Xiao Mang stood behind and immediately answered Zhang Chei's doubts. Although she does have a ghost spirit, this is not the power of the ghost spirit. He broke into a cold sweat when he heard this, and couldn't believe it. Not the power of the ghost spirit, could it be? Looking at her powerful back, an amazing idea appeared in Zhang Chei's mind. She is a challenger for level D. Zhang Chei was sweating profusely. Immersed in his inner world, he couldn't believe his thoughts. Impossible. There is a world of difference between level F and level D. How could it appear in the same challenge? Xiao Mang looked at Xiaoqin's back and couldn't help but feel puzzled. It's really strange. Her ghost power is clearly only level E, but her reaction is very agile, and her strength also has a certain value which has obviously surpassed the limit of ordinary people. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from her surroundings, Xiao Mang immediately made a judgment. But what is certain is that she has undergone an extraordinary and cruel professional training. A thought flashed quickly through Zhang Chei's mind. He seemed to wake up suddenly, and remembered something. That's right, when I shook hands with this girl before, I felt that her hands were full of calluses. A girl who looks not even older than me, but her hands are covered with calluses. What is her origin? Xiaoqin raised her sword and pointed at the remaining two younger brothers of Zhang Zihao. Leave on your own, or do you want me to do it? The fat man raised his hand timidly and shook it gently. His voice also became stuttering, but he still refused to repent. You actually dare to kill someone? I must report to Brother Yang and Captain Yan after I go back. A trace of murderous intent flashed in her eyes when she heard this, and her voice became a little gloomy. I see, then let me do it. As soon as the words fell, a whistling sound came from the air, and in the thin man's surprised eyes, Xiaoqin quickly passed through his body. The thin man was sweating profusely. He didn't dare to move. He could only stiffly look behind him. The fat man's thick glasses were split in half, and his head was also split in half, falling down in pieces. The head fell directly at his feet, scaring him to sit on the ground, unable to make any sound. He looked in horror at the sword of his teammate that was stained with blood. When he wanted to reach out and click the screen, the system allowed him to leave the demon world, and would not get anything. I am leaving. I'm leaving now, however. All that responded to him was the sound of swords slashing. Zhang Chei and Jie Yi were so frightened by the scene in front of them that their faces turned pale, and they hugged each other in horror, their faces distorted. Xiaoqin didn't care about what happened just now. She calmly put away her sword and said coldly, My master taught me that if you walk with the Buddha, you should wear a kasaya, and if you walk with the devil, you should wear paper clothes. He looked terrified, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly, Can you let that Northeast master retrain your accent? Jie Yi jumped up in fear, hugged him tightly, and didn't dare to say a word. At this time, under the two people's distraught gazes, she took back the head from Zhang Chei's hand and then continued walking. Let's go. They didn't dare to say anything more, afraid of making Xiaoqin unhappy, and there would be bad consequences. Okay, murderer. In the mass grave, Zhang Chei and Jie Yi stood behind her, watching her put the village chief's head on the ugly corpse on the ground. The system popped up a notification that the main task of finding the village chief had been completed, and the rewards would be issued when they left the challenge task, or together at the end of the task. Looking at the notification in front of him, Zhang Chei couldn't help but sigh. Did he complete the main task so quickly? Looking back, it was really easy. Not hearing a response, he looked behind him suspiciously. He saw Jie Yi staring blankly at Xiaoqin piling up a high mound of earth, and he asked suspiciously, Hey, what are you burying the village chief for? She didn't look back, just casually replied, Destroying the corpse to eliminate traces in case Zhang Zihao can complete the main task after resurrection. Looking at the mound of earth that Xiaoqin piled up that was almost half a person tall, Zhang Chai widened his eyes in disbelief. This is indeed not leaving any traces, piled up like a pile of feces. It's hard not to see it. After completing everything, she stood up, faced the two of them, and demanded, "Okay, as agreed before, I helped you complete the main task. Now tell me, what is the clue in his room?" He touched his face with some guilt, rolled his eyes, avoiding Su Shaoqin's gaze. "I also said at the time that I would consider it, and didn't say I would tell you." Jie Yi didn't think it was a big deal. Added fuel to the fire, he made a face and mocked her. "I said long ago, when it comes to cunning and shamelessness, my HA is invincible in the world." At this time, Zhang Chai was secretly calculating in his heart, "This sister is not simple. If I tell her the real clue, maybe she can completely deduce the mechanism of this task, then she will complete the challenge task like that. Maybe Jie Yi and I won't even get half a sip of soup." Xiaoqin slowly wanted to explain to him, "I know what you are worried about. This is a level D challenge task. I can't complete it alone, we can cooperate." On the contrary, his attitude didn't pay much attention to her words. With a look that deserved a beating, "Cooperation, this girl, to be honest, I don't believe you." Xiaoqin also responded to him coldly without being polite. "I don't believe you either." She slowly closed her eyes and narrated everything. "Originally, I planned to use a simple method to get the clues in your hands, but my ghost spirit told me that the ghost spirit in your body is very powerful. It can't beat it." Hearing the words just now, Xiao Mang stood proudly next to Zhang Che and interjected, "HMPH, this little girl also knows how to be sensible." Here he hugged his head in distress, unwilling to believe it. "HMPH, I thought it was because of my handsome appearance that she couldn't bear to attack me." Xiaoqin seemed to have grasped the point and said to him with certainty, "And you can't attack me either. Without me, you certainly can't get the reward for the challenge task." Jie Yi glanced at his friend with a hint of teasing on his face. Zhang Che pointed proudly at the front and said with certainty, pursing his lips, "Oh, this matter is not certain. We have already said just now, my ghost spirit is really powerful." Xiao Mang suddenly grabbed his head, covered his mouth, and stopped him from continuing to brag in front of Xiaoqin. "Wait, don't have any expectations for me. I don't know why when night falls my power seems to be suppressed by something." Zhang Che grabbed her hand, pulled it away with an incredulous expression. "Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier?" He seemed to have thousands of questions surrounding him in his heart. What kind of ghost mechanism is this? Is it to maintain the balance of the game, to prevent contractors who master powerful ghost spirits from clearing the game? He hugged his head in frustration, his thoughts constantly, "Puff, I just refused so handsomely, and now I agree to cooperate again. Isn't that slapping myself in the face?" Jie Yi next to him had been silent and suddenly spoke at this time. His words were like a life-saving straw saving his face. "I think the cooperation between us is not impossible to talk about." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Che suddenly ran over, hugged his neck and shook him. "Okay, since you have said so, then I will reluctantly agree." In his heart he had silently praised Jie Yi 10,000 times. "Good son, your assist was too timely." Xiaoqin suddenly spoke, breaking Zhang Che's awkward atmosphere. "I think you misunderstood," she continued, ignoring Jie Yi's increasingly ugly face. "To complete the challenge task, only he and I are enough. This white-haired one is a 100% burden. The only role is to dilute our rewards." As she spoke, her murderous aura also radiated out, and her hand was already ready to draw her knife and kill. "Choose, either you let him leave here or let me send him on his way." Jie Yi heard these words and immediately roared angrily at Xiaoqin. "Who are you calling a burden? I really praised you for being cute in vain." At this time, streams of murderous aura shot out from her eyes, pointing directly at him. "Do you also want me to send you on your way?" Jie Yi was so frightened by the aura that he stammered and couldn't speak, and took out his talismans and weapons in a panic. Want to fight, right? Come on." He put on a look as if he really wanted to fight her. "Your grandpa Jie Yi will definitely let you know what's what today." Suddenly, Zhang Che stepped forward to stop his actions. "Enough, Jie Yi, stop shouting." He calmly wanted to try to reconcile with Xiaoqin. "Maybe you're right, it seems he is indeed a burden." Jie Yi's eyes filled with tears when he heard this, and he looked at him sadly. "Brother Che, do you think so too?" Suddenly, Zhang Che's voice became more firm than ever and his eyes also turned cold. "But he is my companion. If we want to cooperate, we can't be missing anyone." On the surface he was protecting him, but in reality his heart was also struggling, although he still had doubts about Jie Yi. Although he currently looks unreliable at all, at the critical moment of fighting against endless fear, he was the one who stood up to help himself. Jie Yi immediately made a 180-degree turn, his eyes filled with love, as if he wanted to shoot hearts at him. Che, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Zhang Che outwardly didn't want to look at him with disgust, but he had other ideas in his heart. Without this guy's help at the critical moment, it's hard to say whether he would be able to defeat endless fear. Although he is not a saint, he will never be an ungrateful guy. Zhang Che looked at her firmly and solemnly announced, "I will only say this once, either the three of us go together or we disband here." Xiaoqin looked at the scene in front of her, looked at him helplessly, and responded coldly, "Okay, In order to show her sincerity, she began to reveal the information she had obtained in advance in front of them. If you have decided to cooperate, then let me share the clues first. The villagers seem to be very afraid of the ghost children in the Copper Temple, so they will organize sacrificial activities on time, and the reason for prohibiting night travel is also to avoid those ghost children. Based on this information, she said her thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, as long as we solve these ghost children, we can break the curse of Corpse Ritual Village. Zhang Che was immersed in his thoughts, secretly analyzing what she had just said. That's right, then this should be the root of the curse. He solemnly agreed with Xiaoqin. Then let's meet at the Copper Temple at 8 o'clock tonight. She answered concisely and immediately, okay. He supported his hand, looked at the direction she was leaving and smiled, wanting to remind Xiaoqin, by the way, there is another clue. In the main task, a village chief's head was cut off by the deputy village chief's son. This person is also missing now, according to the head nurse. His strength is very strong. Xiaoqin glanced back unhurriedly and answered faintly, I know, I will pay attention. Back on Zhang Che's side, Jie Yi lowered his head next to him and asked in a deep voice, Zhang Che, do we really have to deal with those frail children? He was startled by his question just now, and tried to explain gently to his friend, they are just monsters with the appearance of children. We are humans, they are natural enemies, they can eat people. After hearing this, Jie Yi suddenly changed his attitude, no longer with a frustrated expression, but smiled and looked at Zhang Che. Okay, I understand, let's go, it's getting dark. Let's see if there are any other clues. Looking at the back and front, an uneasiness couldn't help but surge in his heart. Jie Yi's attitude doesn't seem right. Did Xiaoqin's words just now make him have ideas, or wisps of faint sunlight sprinkled on the tiles covered with traces of time? Mei Yi leaned enchantingly against the door, arms crossed, and asked puzzled, what are you looking for that old sick man's son for? Facing the two, Zhang Che and Jie Yi, she waved her hand, indicating, his son usually appears and disappears unpredictably. I don't know where he went, but there is a sacrifice at the Copper Temple tomorrow. That guy is the priest. Then you will be able to see him. Mei Yi used a frivolous and improper attitude, winking at Zhang Che. Also, you have time to look for him, but no time to accompany me. She pointed to her bright red lips, flirting with the person in front of her. I will be waiting for you in the room all the time. This scene made Zhang Che only reluctantly respond with a smile. Definitely next time. Back in the room, Zhang Che mocked and recalled what Mei Yi had said just now. That guy can also be a priest. It's really ridiculous. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he clasped his hands tightly and pondered, but if we can complete the challenge task tonight, then tomorrow's sacrifice has nothing to do with us. At night, the pendulum clock ticked, indicating that it was almost 8 o'clock. Zhang Che and Jie Yi hid behind the door, opened a small crack, and peeked out. Every household turned off the lights and went to sleep at night. It was dark, only the moonlight illuminated the road ahead of them. He walked in front with great interest. It didn't seem so scary. Suddenly, a child's black shadow with a strange light appeared in front of them. Good evening. In the moonlight, a red-eyed child was holding a human head. He turned his face to look at the two of them and said, Brothers, can you play football with me? Zhang Che's forehead was sweating, thinking, this dream, I don't know what to do for a while. But Jie Yi next to him was pale. His hands and feet began to stick to him tightly and his voice became stuttering, unclear. The child let go of his hand and threw the head on the ground. That's right, brother, my ball is too old. He stretched out his hand towards the two, inviting them. Accompanied by a strange sound, a purple aura was spreading. Can you lend me your heads to kick? Brother's head is so beautiful. I like it very much. Zhang Che closed his eyes, ignored him, and casually replied, I can lend it to you, but seeing you praise me for being handsome, I must remind you. He suddenly became excited again, pointing at the child with a grimace. With the way you kick the ball, you will never be able to enter the national team in your life. He didn't expect to get such an answer, and shouted in surprise, What are you talking about? While he was surprised, Zhang Che sat down and picked up the child's head. Boy, have you heard of the unity of man and ball? As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his head tightly with both hands and spun all the way. Taking that head off his body, he placed it in the hands of the child who was still standing there like a log. Zhang Che gently stroked his hair. Look, your head is your ball. This is the unity of man and ball. A child holding his own head in his hand created a very strange atmosphere. He said loudly to him, It is the highest realm of playing football. The child's voice was full of gratitude, and he ran away cheering, I understand, thank you. He raised his hand to say goodbye to him. You're welcome. Looking at everything that had just happened, Jie Yi couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my God, the unity of man and ball. Is this something humans can think of? At this time, he carefully stretched out his hand, pointing to the direction the child ran away. So don't we need to kill this ghost child? Zhang Che was reminded and suddenly woke up. Oh my God, I forgot, wait for me. I was really thinking about how to get that kid into the national team just now. In another place by the well, a mysterious man was standing there looking at it. He gently stroked the well wall with his hand. The moonlight shone on his haggard face, adding a bit of horror. Don't worry, I will never let anyone disturb us. Night, when everything sinks into darkness, the surrounding environment becomes silent. Time 2007, location Copper Temple. The red-haired girl stood with her arms akimbo, seemingly waiting for a long time, and finally the two arrived. Looking at the strange person in front of him, Jie Yi widened his eyes in disbelief. "You, who are you?" Zhang Che sweated and asked cautiously. "Don't tell me you're Xiaoqin. Does this ghost world also allow players to change clothes?" Xiaoqin calmly turned around and explained to them. "That was just my disguise at the time. This is the real me." Zhang Che widened his eyes and suddenly thought of a shocking thing. He spread his legs and opened his mouth wide at her. "What? Are you already a level 5 or higher challenger?" Jie Yi next to him held his chin in confusion and asked suspiciously, "Then why did you expose your disguise to me?" Xiaoqin's expression was a bit difficult to say, and her eyes dodged his gaze. "Just take it as forgiving me for the excessive things I said this morning." Suddenly, a creepy child's voice sounded, interrupting the three. "Brothers and sisters, have you seen my mom and dad?" The creepy voice startled everyone. In front of the three of them, the entire temple suddenly burst into flames, and miserable cries intertwined with the flames. "I'm so hot, where are my mom and dad?" One after another, looming children walked in the flickering flames. "Mom and dad haven't been home for a long time. I miss them so much." Their eyes were empty and their cries were mixed together. "Don't they need me anymore? I'm all alone, I'm so scared." Suddenly the children's hands gathered together. They kept groaning. "Don't be afraid, you still have us. None of us have mom and dad." The children gathered together, surrounded by raging flames. "We are a family, we must protect each other, we are one." Their bodies, burned by the flames, began to melt and stick together, forming patches. "We want to protect brothers and sisters, we want mom to come back." The air seemed to be filled with the smell of burning flesh mixed with mournful voices. "Why don't they need me? I'm an unwanted child." All the children gathered together, forming a huge mass of flesh covered with countless hands and feet and hateful eyes. "Woo-ah, kill them, let them come and play with us." Saying that, a huge palm slapped towards where they were standing and the bricks and stones shattered. Xiaoqin flew into the sky, pulling out her sword with one hand. Zhang Che also flashed to the side when he saw this, clenched his weapon and prepared to fight. They joined forces to slash at that ugly giant monster. A shrill scream resounded. "It hurts, brothers and sisters, please save us, we are in pain." The two stopped their movements and observed the situation nervously. He was a little unsure of everything. "How is it?" They looked at the two who hurt them with angry eyes, and suddenly in the place that was just cut, a new hand grew out that was even bigger than the original. Zhang Che broke out in cold sweat when he saw this scene. "Oh my god, this guy can regenerate?" At this time, Xiaoqin, who was standing behind him, suddenly spoke. "I'll help you. This guy has sea-level strength, and can also carry out mental attacks." The three prepared to try again, and a purple aura began to emanate around her. Xiaoqin carefully reminded him, "But I can't go all out, don't play too hard." Zhang Che remained calm and replied calmly, "Got it." His hair also changed color and he clenched the sword in both hands, possessed by ghost power. Zhang Che jumped towards the monster. Xiaoqin stood aside, looking at his back. Her ghost spirit now appeared beside her. Home. It warned its master vigilantly. This time it might be a fierce battle. She had an ominous premonition about this monster. Xiaoqin's eyes became firm, and she exuded murderous aura. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed up with her knife to support him. Zhang Che and she acted separately, cutting off every hand of the monster with their swords. Watching the scene of Zhang Che and Su Xiaoqin working together to fight the monster, Jie Yi collapsed on the ground. His whole body was shaking and he couldn't move. He seemed to have entered the most fragile world in his heart. The monster was too scary. "I'm going to die." All kinds of thoughts kept pouring in. Jie Yi decadently hugged his head. "I'm just a burden, I'll only implicate them. I clearly know that no matter how hard I try, others will still look down on me. I'm just a waste, I'll kill everyone." But there was a force guiding his mind. He couldn't get rid of his obsessions. "It was like this before, and it is now. I don't have a mother like these children. My father doesn't want me either. Even the family doesn't recognize me. What's the point of my existence? I'm just an unwanted, illegitimate child." The situation on Zhang Che's side was not optimistic either. He kept dodging its moves. Although he had tried his best, it seemed that he was gradually falling into a disadvantage. And there were still some bloodstains on the corners of his mouth. "Damn it, their regeneration speed is too fast." He raised his head and watched countless huge arms surround him. Su Xiaoqin clenched her sword and rushed towards Zhang Che. She jumped into the air, cutting off those approaching him all the way. Xiaoqin's cold eyes and murderous voice sounded, "I'll cover you." As soon as she finished speaking, she cut off the monster's hand with another sword. Unfortunately, another hand rushed over and slapped Su Xiaoqin horizontally, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing her being knocked away, Zhang Che flew into the air and swung his sword down. He directly cut off the monster all the way. "Sorry, Jie Yi and others." Zhang Che landed in front of it and bright red blood gushed out from where he had just cut. The faces of those severed children gradually disappeared. He was secretly happy in his heart, as expected. The weakness of this thing is those human faces. Looking at Xiaoqin kneeling on the ground, Zhang Che excitedly informed, "The weakness is the faces, attack those faces." Before he finished speaking, another hand was rushing over behind him, accompanied by her scream, "Be careful, Pa." It directly hit Zhang Che's face and his eyeballs were about to fly out. Xiaoqin was startled and stared blankly as he was knocked away. Zhang Che lay on the ground, his face swollen and purple. "Hasn't this guy heard of not hitting people in the face? It's really cheating." she kindly reminded him. You just cut its face. Zhang Che suddenly stood up, angrily pointed at the monster and shouted, It's really annoying, come on, smash its face. Looking at the situation in front of her, Xiaoqin said weakly, It's useless, it's still recovering, just slower. Nevertheless, she was not discouraged, but clenched her sword again and rushed up, continuing to attack. The difficulty of the task could not increase for no reason, it's just that we've only found the mechanism. Xiaoqin made up her mind, we must kill it before the darkness disappears. Zhang Che watched her rush towards the monster, slashing it with one sword after another. He covered his chest and sighed, Oh my god, how can this thing be fought like this? It broke a few of my ribs. How much rib soup do I have to drink to get better? Suddenly, it seemed that a new prompt was about to appear in front of him, and sure enough, a system prompt appeared. Kindly remind you we are one. We are a family. We must love each other, help each other, and sacrifice everything for each other. As long as everyone unites, no one will be able to hurt us again. Zhang Che was so surprised that he couldn't speak, thinking, what a joke, doesn't that mean cutting off all the ghost faces at once? He looked at the crazy giant monster in front of him, and an idea suddenly flashed. Sneak attack. It waved its hand and hit Zhang Che, causing him to slide for a distance, and Xiaoqin was still fighting hard on it. He gritted his teeth and analyzed secretly. If you want to attack the ghost faces, you must first get rid of these tentacles and limbs, but the recovery speed of this thing is too fast and the volume is too large. It is impossible to rely on me and Su Xiaoqin alone. Suddenly Zhang Che clapped his hands and suddenly remembered something. Wait, no, we still have one person. He looked at Jie Yi as if he saw a savior. Didn't Yakyu say that he was playing the suppression system? His forbidden object caused area damage. It was simply the nemesis of this thing. Zhang Che shouted, Yakyu, come on, light. Do you believe in light? Do you believe in light? But at this time he was completely overwhelmed by his own thoughts and could not feel everything around him. Seeing that he was still sitting there dejectedly and motionless, Zhang Che was so anxious that his eyes were about to pop out and roared, Yakyu Jie Yi, we are about to die, oh my god, can you stop being in a daze there? Xiaoqin pulled him and stopped him. Don't shout, it seems that idiot has suffered some mental blow. Zhang Che was at a loss. Could it be because of last time? Is there any way to wake him up? Looking at him hanging his head like a walking corpse, she calmly explained, now his own will is not firm in this case, he can only walk out by himself. Behind Zhang Che, the monster suddenly turned and rushed straight ahead. He, white-haired brother, come play with us too. It skipped over him and ran all the way towards Jie Yi. Su Xiaoqin and Zhang Che were stunned by its actions just now. He widened his eyes and shouted, get out of the way. Jie Yi raised his head motionlessly. He couldn't say a word, he just thought in his heart, am I going to die? Looking at the hideous monster, he was even more immersed in his obsession. The faces of these children, crazy, hideous, aggrieved, desperate, injured like me before. Jie Yi recalled the previous scene. He knelt beside his mother's body crying. His mother was killed by him, and he was the same. He couldn't do anything. If he implicated others again, they would definitely treat me as a waste, a useless thing, right? His eyes were empty. He stretched out his hand. Maybe a long time ago I should have. He reached out to grab it, and an invisible hand quickly blocked him. Xiao Yi, Mom, Xiao Yi. The figure of his mother seemed to appear among the corpses behind Jie Yi, whispering, you are not a weak person. You are strong, stronger than anyone else. Your life is still very long. The future is as vast and magnificent as the starry sky. The figure of his mother became clearer and clearer, embracing him in her arms, and gently reminded, do you remember what Mom said when she gave you the jade pendant? Ignore those boring rumors, don't care about other people's opinions, and don't let the future you hate the present you. Soon, the figure of his mother turned into a green aura, but the words of encouragement were still echoing. You are Mom's eternal pride. Jie Yi's face was already full of tears of regret. He shouted, Mom, I miss you so much. His mother's last sigh disappeared, leaving only those reminders. We will meet again, but not now nor here, but that moment will definitely come. Now let your friends, let that monster know your abilities, my son. Jie Yi returned to reality from the illusion. He was more certain. That's right, I am not weak and I am not a waste. Facing those angry fusion monsters rushing towards him, he was even more convinced. All along, I have been working hard. It is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Jie Yi immediately jumped back, quickly dodging the attack. He took out the prepared talisman from his body and shouted at the monster, Hey, damn monster, today I will let you know how powerful the Jie family is. Saying that, he directly threw the talisman at the fusion monster, scaring it to dodge in a panic. The effect of the talisman caused the faces on the monster to burn with blue flames, causing it to howl in pain. Jie Yi seized the opportunity and quickly reminded Zhang Che, it's at this moment. But Zhang Che didn't react, looking at him blankly, full of incomprehension. Seeing this, Jie Zui immediately crushed the jade pendant in his hand and then shouted the spell. Do you believe in light? Affected by the light of the jade pendant, the flames on the fusion monster burned even more fiercely, making it miserable. Seeing this, Zhang Che happily praised, Yakyu, well done. Xiaoqin was stunned by the scene just now, widened her eyes, and her heart was full of doubts. That guy is so powerful. Jumping up with all his strength, Zhang Che raised his sword, aimed at the monster, and prepared to end the battle. Seeing this, the fusion monster began to become pitiful, and weak pleas kept ringing out. "We know we were wrong, brother. Spare us. It's just that we are too scared. Woo woo. Please don't hurt us anymore." Hearing these words, his heart was full of pity, and he said, "Sorry." In the end, he decisively split the monster in half, sadly expressing to the children, "I have no choice." The fusion monster was split in half, revealing the small bodies of the imp infants. They made weak sounds. "Dad, Mom, brother." All the ghost infants flew away and disappeared into the darkness, leaving only a faint light. Just after the battle ended, system prompts also appeared in front of the three at the same time, making them a little surprised. System notification. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, Children of Shilling Village. The rewards will be issued upon completion of all missions or abandonment of the challenge. Xiaoqin and Zhang Che widened their eyes, looking at the prompts full of doubts. Hidden mission. Aren't these children the root of the curse in the village? Jie Yi didn't care and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, your grandpa is so awesome, so handsome." His smug expression was written all over his face. He pointed at Xiaoqin and deliberately mocked, Hey, Su Xiao, what's her name? Seems like Su Xiaopong. Who thanked who this morning? Who was dragging who down?" His nose was almost as long as his finger, and he kept being complacent. "If it wasn't for me, all of you would be done for." His face suddenly darkened, revealing an uneasy look. He barely finished the last two words, "Here?" Then he fell down, making the two people on the opposite side worry. Xiaoqin wondered in confusion. He, Zhang Che, was knowledgeable and judged with some experience. It should be excessive consumption of physical strength. He fainted. "I'll carry him back. Let's just say we owe him." At this time, Jie Yi didn't know anything, lying on the ground and snoring. The three returned to the old house. Zhang Che threw the teammate who was sleeping like a dead pig aside and said angrily while bandaging, "How can he be like a dead pig? He's killing me with his weight. I must make him lose weight this time." Xiaoqin's ghost spirit sensed that the situation was not right and intentionally reminded the master, "3 ribs are broken, there is serious internal bleeding, and the lumbar spine is also seriously injured. You will die if this goes on. Ask him for some medicine." Even so, she still explained hesitantly, "The medicines of the demon world are very precious. He won't give them to me." While she was talking, she looked at Zhang Che with a regretful expression. "What's more, I offended his friend before, and in the current state, it's easy for him to kill me." The ghost spirit looked at Xiaoqin's stubborn appearance and said helplessly, "This child, you should trust others occasionally." Zhang Che was still staring at Jie Yi and muttering, "You're sleeping quite comfortably." Suddenly turning his head, he saw Xiaoqin's eyes as if she wanted something, but she turned away embarrassedly. Looking at the half-used bandage in his hand, he hesitated. Finally, he threw the rest to her and said simply, "Take it, use it." She took the bandage and asked in surprise, "You?" Seeing Xiaoqin standing there blankly without reacting, Zhang Che said puzzledly, "What are you doing standing there? Bandage it quickly." He pretended to take it back. "Give it back to me if you don't need it." She quickly hugged the medicine box. "I need it." Xiaoqin thanked in confusion. "Thank you, but why?" Zhang Che crossed his arms and said as a matter of course, "Why what? Aren't we in a cooperative relationship now? Our speculation direction is wrong. The challenge mission has not been completed. There may be more dangerous things. If you are half dead, can't I use you?" Xiaoqin lowered her head and stared at the medicine box intently. Her ghost spirit saw this and then defended, "Oh, I said it, you misunderstood people. This handsome guy is not bad. He's tough on the outside but soft on the inside." Zhang Che sat down on the ground with a thud and sighed, "Oh, it's really great. After fighting the boss for a long time, it turned out to be just a hidden mission. Although it is a hidden mission, the rewards will not be less when we receive the rewards anyway. We won't lose." Xiaoqin hesitated for a while, and then said, "But we have no other clues." She subconsciously thought of it, and then denied, "No, we have another useless clue." Zhang Che also followed to think and answered, "The village chief's son, the guy who chopped off the village chief's head." The next morning in the small village, the priest wore a red ghost mask with 2 hideous fangs, leading a group of villagers dancing and cheering. The alliance team, composed of Zhang Che, Jie Yi, and Xiaoqin, secretly observed the crowd behind the wall, and Jie Yi said triumphantly, "It all depended on me last night." Zhang Che didn't care and asked in confusion, "We killed those children yesterday, so can today's sacrificial ceremony proceed normally?" Jie Yi repeated impatiently, "It all depended on me last night." Xiaoqin ignored him, thinking and answering, "Maybe those children are not dead yet. What if they turn into essence and fly around?" Zhang Che gently touched his chin and reminded, "Yakyu, don't go to the ancestral hall later." He disagreed and immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. "Why, I am very strong. It all depended on me last night." Seeing this, Zhang Che patted him on the shoulder and ordered, "Okay, stop mentioning it. I have an important task that needs to be entrusted to you. Only you can complete it." Jie Yi asked back in confusion. The crowd had left the village, returning silence to the space. Zhang Che thought about the next plan. Now all the villagers are in the back mountain and there is no one in the village. Jie Yi recalled Zhang Che's instructions. "Do you remember the dissection room we saw in the playing house game? I need you to find its location and collect the clues inside. He understood something after listening, but he was still worried. Can we pass the level by finding the clues? Zhang Che, don't trick me. Xiaochen was not very convinced either and asked back, are you sure? He closed his eyes and told the truth, about 50%. You agreed to this action, proving that you think the same as me, right? Xiaochen agreed and then turned around. Yeah, then let's go to the cemetery according to the plan. Seeing this, Zhang Che was a little surprised. Oh, your attitude seems very confident. Xiaochen nodded but then denied. No, I'm not. Zhang Che glanced at her and commented, no, why did you nod if you weren't confident? He put his hand on his hair. Anyway, let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we can only give up. Anyway, we have completed the main mission. This time Xiaochen agreed simply, okay. In the back mountain, the crowd scattering colored paper had also arrived at the ceremony site. Zhang Che had somehow blended into the crowd of villagers. Xiaoman stood beside him and asked suspiciously, where did you get this outfit? He smiled smugly. Hee, who Meyer stole it for me. She despised. Looks like she likes you a lot, Zhang Che proudly replied. Of course I have good skills. The priest opened his arms with great energy, stood opposite the crowd and shouted loudly, the sacrificial ceremony is ready, folks. Please be quiet. Xiaoman was a little uneasy. Although I don't want to discourage your confidence, it's still time for us to slip away, Zhang Che asked in confusion. Please advise. She crossed her arms and said in a threatening tone, this guy is a sea-level monster. Zhang Che was still very leisurely. So what? Weren't Endless Fear and those fusion monsters yesterday all sea level? Recalling those monsters before, she snorted. How could they be the same? Fusion monsters and Endless Fear are both promoted to sea level by other methods, not real sea level. Like a real teacher, Xiaoman continued to explain in more detail. And sea level monsters, the weaknesses are very simple, which are the head and heart. They can be killed by forbidden objects or sealed ghost power, and some sea level monsters can also awaken a new power, ghost ruins. The new word made Zhang Che confused. Ghost ruins, Xiaoman continued to explain. Ghost ruins are complex and changeable, with many types. It is difficult to describe specifically. You need to find the corresponding mechanism to lift it, and now it is impossible to determine whether this guy has ghost ruins. If he has ghost ruins, Zhang Che suddenly interjected. Wait, you tell me first. Do you have ghost ruins? The little demon took the opportunity to show off. What nonsense are you talking about? This girl's ghost ruins can destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhang Che grasped the point. Then we have a trump card. What are we worried about? You were also standing by last night, right? She was teased so much that she was fuming with anger. Don't talk nonsense. Who stood by? Obviously it's because you are too weak now, and you can't use my powerful ghost ruins, okay? A dull voice sounded, interrupting the two's quarrel. The ceremony begins. The priest above knelt on the ground, put his hands together, held incense and chanted strange spells. Suddenly the sacrificial fruit plate on the table shattered, and the fruit scattered all over the ground. The 3 incense sticks in his hand also suddenly broke into 2 pieces. The villagers were very surprised when they saw this and asked, What's wrong, priest? What happened? Did they appear? Did we do something wrong? The priest heard this and immediately stopped the ceremony. He stood up, opened his arms and shouted loudly to the villagers. Folks, the children are angry. Someone has disturbed them, bullied the children of our shilling village. Hearing this, all the villagers were even more afraid. Who is it who is so bold? Impossible. Since the order prohibiting passage at night was issued, no one can disturb the children. It's over. They are angry. The temple will not collapse, right? In this chaotic atmosphere, he said calmly, guiding the villagers. Yes, we have been following the rules ever since. There has never been a mistake, but a few days ago a few outsiders came here. The priest raised his hand and pointed to the villagers and said with certainty, It was they who harassed the children and disrupted our peaceful life, and the culprit is mixed among you. In everyone's astonished eyes and Zhang Che's pale face, his finger accurately pointed at him. It's that guy standing in the middle. The villagers' daily expressions disappeared, replaced by anger, gradually turning gray-black. Everyone threatened in the direction of Zhang Che. Did this person harass the children? Kill him. Sitabi appeased the children's anger. Zhang Che was frightened and began to be afraid. His posture was forced back. Folks, listen to me. Actually, I am the village chief's long-lost son. He prayed silently in his heart. Give me some face. Suddenly, a person in a black robe behind Zhang Che mocked. This guy, he's really good at making trouble. Zhang Che recognized this person's figure and voice. He called out the name, wanting to confirm. Sun Xiao Xiao. At the same time, the black cloak was also taken off. Xiao Xiao stepped forward and responded to Zhang Che. Don't you have important things to do? I'll stop those people. At this time, the faces of the villagers had completely become distorted, and everyone was muttering in the direction of Xiao Xiao. She is one of us. No, she is standing on the side of humans. Enemy, traitor. The priest's hands were stiff, as if he wanted to strangle this person who opposed him. He asked very angrily, Sun Xiao Xiao from Wangchen Hospital, you were originally with me. What's going on? He has been scolding loudly, protecting a human being, and interfering without authorization. Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? The corner of Sun Xiao Xiao's mouth curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile, responding to his words. What? Protecting humans? Don't be kidding me. After waiting for a while, she slowly, with a bit of contempt, calculated, "The task the dean gave me is to find a supply source, and you owe us a lot of goods." Speaking of this, Sun Xiaoxiao raised her hand and gently touched her rosy cheeks, her face full of killing intent. "It just so happens that there are a lot of ready-made goods here, right?" Xiaoman observed the villagers around and found that the ghost power on these villagers was still increasing, and there were several demons above E level from time to time, and that C level guy, you better have a way to deal with them. In a group of increasingly powerful ghost villagers, Zhang Che was still fearless. He calmly comforted, "Don't panic." He blamed himself in his heart. "Isn't it because I didn't expect someone to come out to protect me, so I was stunned for a moment?" Zhang Che took a deep breath, as if wanting to give himself the strength to do something now that things have come to this. Whether the challenge mission can be completed depends on here. Immediately afterwards he clenched his hands, mustered his courage, and shouted loudly with all his strength, "Children, listen to me. They are not dead yet." Everyone was ready for battle, but they were confused by Zhang Che's strange behavior and did not understand it very much. Sun Xiaoxiao and the villagers' minds were full of question marks. What's dead or not? What is he talking about? The culprit priest was also subconsciously startled by this inexplicable behavior and quickly shouted, "Kill!" Realizing Zhang Che's intention, he became even more panicked, constantly giving orders, wanting to divert the villagers' attention. "Folks, kill them. They are plotting to destroy our village. Kill them." Pointing his finger at Zhang Che, his posture was even more urgent. Hearing the order, the villagers who had lost their minds grinned and roared, raised their sharp claws and rushed up desperately. With her agile reaction, Sun Xiaoxiao was expressionless, and with one knife she let a villager's head leave the body. She turned around fearlessly, smiling slyly and warning Zhang Che, "Control the strength, don't damage the supply source. If there is any loss, be careful to make up the quantity with your things." Zhang Che's side was a bit embarrassed. Surrounded by villagers, he shouted vigorously while fighting back, "Your parents are not dead, they did not abandon you. They hope you can live a better life, so they chose to leave." Zhang Che was more determined and shouted loudly towards the sky, "They will be back soon, believe me." Regardless of what Zhang Che was doing or what his purpose was, those ghost villagers were still roaring madly, rushing up without reason. The scene was chaotic. Things collapsed in the yard, and some things had caught fire and were burning. For the sake of the previous plan, Zhang Che kept shouting loudly, They miss you too." But all that responded to him was silence without a trace of sound. Zhang Che was a little overwhelmed, leaning on the sword with his hand, supporting his body to stand firm, and wondered to himself, "Why is there no response? My judgment cannot be wrong." He turned his head and noticed Sun Xiaoxiao's situation, and suddenly thought of a bad situation. What if something goes wrong at this time? Then even if Yakyu does well on the other side, this challenge mission cannot be completed. Although Sun Xiaoxiao is not weak, there are too many ghosts, and her strength is limited. No matter how hard she tries, she will still be attacked and bitten by them. Seeing that the situation was a little out of control, and Zhang Che was still stubborn, Xiaoman quickly dissuaded him. "If you're wrong, you're wrong. No one can always be right. Let's go quickly, while that sea-level monster hasn't made a move yet. The position of the demon will weaken the power of demons from other places. Your old friend may not last long." Hearing Xiaoman's words, Zhang Che's face stiffened slightly, but he did not intend to give up and responded to her with his divine sense. "There is no true invincibility, and no one can obtain true absolute power. This is a complete world with countless components and stories." The figures of the priest and Sun Xiaoxiao who were working hard to fight appeared in his mind, and in this world the mechanism is supreme strength power. Zhang Che's thoughts did not stop. He clenched his sword and faced the villagers who had lost consciousness in front of him with his head held high. He affirmed that, "Or money cannot surpass those few words of the system. The time has come." Zhang Che made up his mind, took decisive action, and then shouted with all his strength, "Children, I can take you to find them. Let me take you to find your parents. Let me take you to see them." As soon as Zhang Che's voice fell, the gray-white ghost energy gradually gathered and flew towards the temple. Seeing that his plan had worked, Zhang Che made more promises. "There is only this one chance. Let me take you to see your mom and dad. They are waiting for you to go home."